for me. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a famous. Coast toe stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know I see his movies, about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the graves, everybody hurt. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. 500 years and some days. They all expect us to slack. Yes, we still bottom in wage. So keep your whole focus intact. Same type of problems as slaves. We gon' get justice and tax. So I give fuck what they say. Keep your perspective on black. They are so mad that we waking up. Now we got dripping intelligence. There is no chaser inside of our cups. Look at these gangsters be gentlemen. Yes, we did timing when timing was tough. Learn fast, there is no settling. Took on their games and we called out their bluffs. Had to learn game from the veterans. Look at the time that we sat up and put in. Brought out the bunks with no comfort for cushions. Learned all they ways in this maze and we took ones. Straight in their face of their lies they was pushing. Now you staring at refinement. Ain't no breaking this alignment. Gold plated with some diamonds. 24/8 is the timing. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding. Just focus on money, no violence. Big drip, styling. Straight in the face of these tyrants. They bite off our styles and our different gifts. Then they play games with our minds. Microaggressions and inferences. Try to throw shade on our shine. They watch to make fun of our differences. That plus the hate made us climb. Walk through the mouths, count them distances. No, you not taking from mines. They drug us and want us to stay asleep. They blatant as hell with they moves. Now we got crimson on different keys. Dripping with berries and juice. We doing it loud, no being discreet. Shining with all of our jewels. We pushing for people that's hearing deceased. Big stepping on they rules. Black skin, shining. Don't stare at the drip, it is blinding. Spaceships, flying. Just give us our land and the science. Patience, grinding, just focus on money, no violence. Big trip, styling, straight in the face of these tyrants.
What's good, Black family? Let me know. I'm on a different laptop. If how my voice sounds, I'm still not in New York. Excuse the excuse the echo. There's an echo. Let me know if I sound good. Today, the goal. Judah was good. Good looks. Yo, I will be shooting a video this month too. So if y'all got some time, if you're in the New York area, pull up. I wish I can go on tour in January, but that's not gonna be happening. It's all good, Judah. Next time you pop out, man, pull up. So today is gonna be a different tone. Today we're gonna focus on the enemies of reparations, man. Now, anybody, when I mean anybody, talking against Black reparations for Black people, is an enemy. I don't care if you from Jamaica, Brooklyn, Florida, Uganda, Trinidad, California, Puerto Rico, wherever, China, wherever the fuck you from, you best know to watch your mouth when discussing reparations. That has to be one of the things that's coming out of 2025. Up front and personal, immediate. Give a damn where you from. Where you from? Who you are. You need to get checked. And we need to make sure that we spend more time educating our people on how to check and who to check and how to recognize people who are positioning themselves in an argument against reparations and the atonement for Black people. Whether or not we think it's going to happen, the fact is it need to happen. Fact is, if it don't happen, it's just what it is. But we're not going to be on the side of the fence that's talking about it don't need to happen and it shouldn't happen. And there's plenty of Black Sambos out here to put in that box. But Black Sambos are not the biggest voice against reparations. White people are. So I might piss off some of y'all Black folks that are in love with white folks, but I'm just gonna be real with y'all. The biggest opponents to reparations are whites. The biggest, largest group by far who is against reparations for Black people is white people. No ifs, ands, or buts. Anybody telling you anything different? Now, this isn't going to turn into a pity party about, this Jamaican dude called me stupid and my mom's told me not to hang with niggas. I don't know what your parents told you, but my parents told me not to hang around anybody who was doing dumb shit. So, but staying away from Black Americans, Caribbeans, shit, my pops told me to stay the fuck away from everybody. Said all these niggas is retarded. But keeping it on the square, white folks are the biggest opponents to reparations. So let's just be clear on that, y'all. I will show the data. We'll go through the multitude of white people who have made public stances in the face of Black people, standing right next to Black people with their Black friend. Oh yeah, I have several Black friends. Right next to their Black friends are like, no, they don't deserve reparations. He's good. Then the next group, which we know, are the Asians. The Asians don't fuck with black folks in terms of reparations. Now, I will at some point want to separate the Asians, and I would say Southern Asians, and that's going to be because I'm going to be talking politically in the sense of like how we need to move forward, in my opinion, in terms of lobbying communities to support our view. You know what I mean? Like, we got to make that understood. Like, this is what's going to go on. You know, and so if they're thinking about taxes, we need to understand that tax argument. We need to understand all of these different arguments. You see what I'm saying? And we got to position ourselves properly in the context of the arguments that are currently happening. Not the arguments that we hear in our head, but the arguments that are currently happening. Reparations and atonement progress movement, and the conversations about the injustices and the inequities that have been, unfortunately, been a reality for black folks. This conversation is happening right now. So if you don't like it, that's on you. You don't want to push it forward, that's because you were a coon or a Sambo. But the conversation is happening right now in real time. So I don't care if you're a Pan-African or FBA. You could take your little black ass over there, over here, wherever the fuck you at, black nationalist, whatever label you want to put on yourself. Right now, this is about getting on code. Now, I ain't even going to be arguing with y'all. You know, we probably end up arguing because, you know, somebody's going to hit the panel and guaranteed, I'm going to say it from now, somebody's going to hit the panel and still blame Africans or FBAs or somebody other than the real people in the room, them white folks. And I'm going to say white people. You know what I'm saying? And the last group, which probably hurt the most for black people, Latinos. Latinos is a little weird, but the Latino conversation has been, and right now, is against black people getting reparations. That is the current climate. Yes, there are Latinos that we can find who are for reparations, but the reality is, on the books, right now, Latinos are going against blacks for reparations.
An email.
So let's just be very clear. So if you want to click the link, you want to join the conversation, please join the conversation in analyzing these individuals who are against reparations. And if you want to add to the conversation, please do. All you have to do is go find people who are talking against reparations. Africans, Indians, Black Americans, white people. Anybody you find is an enemy to reparations. I don't care who you find. A Pan-African, Jamaican, Puerto Rican, Mexican, anybody. And let's be very specific with these people, because that way the way the internet is moving, we should be putting these people's names in titles and socially making sure they're well known as a person that's against reparations. Let's be very clear, right? We want their whole family to know. You should not be able to walk around in 2025 and be against reparations around 40 million black people, and it's cool because you're one black friend. Fuck you and your one black friend. And I'm sure your kids don't know. I'm sure your kids, I'm being specific, I'm sure your kids listen to rap music. And them little motherfuckers is ignorant. And so the goal is we need to start knowing who these people are so we can start finding these little ignorant motherfuckers and educating their ass. We don't need them on our side. We need them as little miniature voice boxes. We need to start doing that. 1 out of every 10 Latinos, 1 out of every 10 whites. Like, we got to start switching the numbers up. We can't be looking at 1 out of every 30 white people. So 1 out of every 50 or 60 white people, maybe less than that. 1 out of every 300 white people support reparation. Niggas that come in the chat, look, bro, all we going to do is buy 17 Rolls Royces. Get up out of here, man. If you're not adding to the conversation of reparations, you're a fucking agent.
That's on everything. Anything. Let's just be clear. What we gonna do with the money? Who the fuck cares and knows what we're gonna do with the money? Nobody was giving a fuck when these crackers was over here fucking ripping and molesting and violating black people. They took the money they got from reparations, went around, killed motherfuckers. Now you want to sit there and talk about Rolls Royces. These motherfuckers made Rolls Royce off the motherfucking money that they got off the institution created by slavery. You shitting me? I don't give a damn if motherfuckers want to buy a goddamn Rolls Royce. Because just as much as a motherfucker going to buy a Rolls Royce, there's going to be a motherfucker who's going to put that money into science. He's going to put it into the black community. Not all white people put on for white people. But you ain't going to be sitting here bringing that level of energy. All we gonna do is buy Rolls. Shut your coon ass up. So it's up. If you FBA don't need to have a wrench, these are the people we looking for. All these detractors against reparations, yeah, stand up and stand out. We ain't talking about we gonna buy Rolls Royces. Oh, nah, we on time, we on code today. Look, man, anybody against reparations is out of the conversation. I don't care if you're a Pan-African, black nationalist, RBG panist, motherfucking FBA, ADOS, black person, white, I don't care what you are. If you against the conversation, push the conversation forward, you are an enemy. It's just that simple. How could you not be seen as an enemy? We're discussing what was done wrong to black people, and your punk ass don't think that that needs to be addressed. You are an enemy. I don't know what else would define an enemy. Who would like to shoot Real Radio Truth, please? Somebody who wants to give him the 86, y'all. Let's see who can give him the 86 first. Who's going to be the first? Is it going to be a Pan-African or going to be FBA that's going to give him the 86 first, man? Now, like, after today, I'm not doing the separations because Pan-Africanism and FBA shit, that shit is, yeah. Y'all want to debate, y'all can debate it, but the reality is that shit is a derelict in space. Who got him? Let's see who got him. Marcel got him? Who 86 them? Nobody. Oh, Marcel got him with the 86. Quick. That's a 308 round right there. You know Marcel don't play with those small rounds. That was a 308 lapel right there. Boom! That's what it said. Boom! Head gone. His head gone all over the place. Gone. Gone. You got to pray to Jesus and hopefully he come back tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be resurrected tomorrow with the blood of black power flowing through your veins, and the coon inside of you will no longer be, calling you to be this type of Sambo. But until then, hold that. Boom! Pause. Oh, yo, what's good, y'all?
What's up with it?
Us, never them. I called you back, Dev. I saw you had called me this morning.
Oh, nah, it's cool, man. Shit, I was getting up about the same time you popped in at the end of Psycho stream and shit.
Oh, hell yeah. I had just clicked the link to join. He was like 12 hours. I'm like, damn.
I did too. Yeah, I did too. Shit. I was going to hit the button, but I didn't know if you had something lined up. I know we was talking about reparation last night, and the motherfucker came in here on some
Oh, yeah, we're going to do this enemies
shit.
of reparations, man.
Yeah.
Real enemies of reparations.
Try to stay on track. I know we had some side detractors like to get into spooky time and get the rest of the Christian.
You buy your computer, Dev?
I can fire it up for in a bit. Give me a second to get it on. You need to play some videos.
I got a document here with you. I got a good like maybe 50 links.
Man, he sent me so many damn links. One thing I want y'all to know, man, if QSA about to email y'all something, watch out.
Yeah, just send it to the email though. I grab it when I get in.
So many links, B. He sent me so many links, bro. Like, man, you got to be a speed reader with all the links he sent. I don't know.
Yeah, because we got real enemies of reparations out here.
No, that's an absolute fact.
And it's not Pan-Africans. It ain't FBAs. It ain't Nigerians.
No, sir. Let me see. Matter of fact, I gotta grab it from the email.
But if you're anybody on TikTok, want to find a Nigerian or Jamaican or Black American talking against reparations, find them.
Yeah, that's true. What's the word, chat? What's the word, y'all? Y'all see
So
what
with it.
today?
Shout out to I seen Lena put the nickel bag in. What's up with it? I mean $2. My bad. Deuce.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then for all those people who really was
So let me see. Why is this on? My bad. Pulling this up on my other search engine. So yeah, white people are the biggest group against blacks for reparation. You know, just want to be clear. And that's been historical. It's not like it's a new situation. It's not like they just all of a sudden are against reparations. These motherfuckers been against reparations. Let's just be clear about that, y'all. They talk about the eternal sin. Yeah, white folks don't understand atonement. Their version of atonement is, I said, I'm sorry, nigga.
That's supposed to be good enough?
That's good enough. They said sorry.
yeah, that's that formal apology people putting in a part of the reparations. People want this formal apology. I guess that's that emotions tied to the whole thing. That feel goodery, like I want to feel good. So I need to hear you apologize. Me personally, I don't need to hear none of that. Just cash me out real quick. Cash me out. Let me see. And what's that word, Achilles? And then it's just a little bit what I was talking about yesterday in terms of the British government actually paying out reparations. And I can't find any pushback to this payout. I can't find any pushback to this payout. So if y'all remember what I was talking about yesterday, a quick Google search in terms of what I was talking about yesterday is when the British government paid out 20 million euros to compensate slave owners upon the abolition of slavery in 1833. This sum represented 5% of UK's GDP at the time. And then y'all see right here is the verbiage is real funny, right? Act responsible. The Slavery Abolition Act of 1833. And then you'll see the links here in terms of the British government actually borrowing to compensate slave owners. And
Pull the couch fillers back.
And it says here, it's hard to believe, but it was only in 2015 that, according to the Treasury, British taxpayers, that means I see three.
Y'all, but miss, we're gonna go into we're gonna do that at one point. Let's go straight into the who's against them.
Copy.
Straight from the beginning, so they're not even confused.
Yeah, don't lose that page. Don't lose that page.
Nah, I got you, Dev. I know, I got y'all. I'm just like, yo, man, how y'all gonna be against it? Where was y'all though? Good, yeah.
No, Miz, we're gonna bring that up. That's that we have to bring that up to white people. White people don't know that they got paid reparations for slavery.
Yeah.
So how dare you tell us that we shouldn't be asking for reparations? That's crazy. And how dare Puerto Ricans not stand with blacks for reparations?
Man.
Crazy. How dare Mexicans? See, Mexicans are against reparations right now. And see, this is why we can't separate ourselves. Haitians are the people who helped Mexico get their fucking independence.
All facts.
So for them to turn around and throw it in our face in Black America, that's how we can't be separate in the Pan-African perspective. Let's look at this white man talking about reparations.
I think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago, for whom none of us currently living are responsible, is a good idea. We've, tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing landmark civil rights legislation. We've elected an African-American president. I think we're always a work in progress in this country, but no one currently alive was responsible for that. And I don't think we should be trying to figure out how to compensate for it. First of all, it'd be pretty hard to figure out who to compensate. We've had waves of immigrants as well who've come to the country and experienced dramatic discrimination of one kind or another. So no, I don't think reparations are a good idea.
Let me just make sure I play it again for my dear brothers and sisters so you can hear everything this white man said.
Yeah, I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago, for whom none of us currently living are responsible, is a good idea. We've, tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing landmark civil rights legislation. We've elected an African-American president. I think we're always a work in progress in this country, but no one currently alive was responsible for that. And I don't think we should be trying to figure out how to compensate for it. First of all, it'd be pretty hard to figure out who to compensate. We've had waves of immigrants as well who've come to the country and experienced dramatic discrimination of one kind or another. So no, I don't think reparations are a good idea.
That's crazy.
You hear that? So white people believe that they apologize for it. They hired a black person American. And they're like, look, what's really crazy and triggering, he said, we've let waves of you niggas in the country and we violated all y'all niggas. That's what he just said. He said he put waves of niggas came to the country who all experienced discrimination and practices. We not paying all y'all niggas. Do you understand what he just said? He said, I'm all you niggas, man. He said, we've been
fighting a civil war by passing landmark civil rights legislation. We've elected an African-American president. I think we're always a work in progress in this country, but no one currently alive was responsible for that. To deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing landmark civil rights legislation. We've elected an.
So I want to start right there. Yo, identity, you feel me? So right there, let's first, he literally said the original sin.
50 years ago, for whom none of us currently living are responsible, is a good idea. I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago, for whom none of us currently living are responsible.
So first argument, Taz, I hope y'all listening. No one is living. Unfortunately, that is not true. In America, an entity is also defined as a corporation. And many of the corporations are still existent, and they still are paying taxes to the same government they were paying taxes to prior to 1865 that was benefiting from those taxes in which they collected. Sorry, corporations are considered people in America. Fact. That same amendment that y'all fucked us over with, same amendment that we're going to use to make sure that you can't keep saying people don't exist. Corporate entities exist and they matter in America. Corporate personhood is a real thing. I'm sorry. You can't do you see how white people play that game? I hope y'all paying attention. This is what you tell them. The entities still exist and they still benefit from the institutions that were developed and were protected through and after motherfucking slavery. Can I get a black power in the chat? Can I get a black power in the chat?
What's up with it? Somebody got the radio on? Wale, you got your speaker on? What you got going on, bro? Can you hear?
I think he just.
The camera and the speaker are off. The speaker's back on.
Is that Q?
Probably.
Q, you got your speaker on?
He and Ms. both have their speaker on. He and Ms. both have speakers on.
Yeah, but no, that's not me though. I got you. I'm about to mute up.
Probably got a phone call. That's what they watching, Tom and Jerry.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and make a run, but I wanted to cite something to Ms. Look up the Emancipation Act of 1862, wherein the United States government also paid reparations to slave owners. Are you familiar with that, Ms.? Because you brought up the British people.
No, I know. No, I brought up the British for a specific reason, Wale. I'm definitely familiar with what you're talking about in terms of the United States, but I brought up the British for a specific reason because remember, I got a slight difference in terms of the reparations and the how going about it or who to point the finger at or who to approach about it. Like I see it a little bit differently than some other people. So that's why that's why I brought up the British. I already know about what you're talking about. Definitely already know. I know about that.
All right, probably lost his connection. What's up with it, Keely? What's up, Brandon? Let's see, Will, we got
Yo, my bad. I ain't know what happened. It was a Bluetooth. My son had his Bluetooth connected. Y'all hear me though?
Oh, okay, yeah, you back now. So we had the invasion going on.
So yeah, I want to be very clear. So when they say the original sin, black people, make sure you put that in their face. You cannot have 300 years to deal with a sin, nor can the same institution spend 150 years slow footing dealing with their sin. So you make sure you rub that in white people's face very specifically. You have not dealt with the original sin. You profited off the original sin. You did not return the earnings that you made from the original sin, nor did you ever decide to even break away from the discussion of the culture that created the original sin. Then you try to act like the war you had over the original sin was over the original sin. You're a liar. It was over economic control over America. Abraham Lincoln did not give a fuck about black people. He did it. Now they're going to try to bring up Adam Smith, in which, you know, he argued about slavery and being in the context of a modern society in certain parts of Europe. Yeah, that shit sounds good. But the reality is America benefited as a constitutional state for over 100 years post 1776. So stating the original sin, and you had 100 years in which you spent making the same people who you sinned against deal with all types of unfair persecution, and then you still haven't righted any of those wrongs. So please don't bring up sin. Make sure you make those Christians know that you're holding them to the standard of a Christian. And in your opinion, as a black person, Jesus would spit on these people. Yes, God and Jesus would spit on you because you benefit from the sin that you refuse to seek redemption for. You walk past the victim and speak about God. Where in the Bible do they do that at? Where do they do that at? I'm sorry, I'm on my black Christian, black atheist Christian shit. Where do they do that at in the Bible? Just asking. Just asking.
Beautiful, beautiful, man. Beautiful. I like the way the narrative ran. You ran it just now. I like that. That's beautiful. That's worth it. And the thing too, I like the direction you're taking it. That's beautiful. Make everybody know what the narrative is. Make everybody know where the stand is. Because I think millions of people have no idea. They just don't know. And I'm not saying they're against or
I
for
oppose
it.
reparations of all.
No, you're right. They don't know.
Right.
And that makes it a little bit easier for us right now. No lie. Right now,
beautiful. Beautiful.
It's the race on who can educate the most right now.
Beautiful.
And white folks ain't worried about educating. You know what I'm saying? So I see the whole different. After yesterday's conversation, I'm like, I see this a little differently right now. Based off the data, it's really just that we just need to get 10 million motherfuckers on our side. 10 to 20 million people on our side. We getting that check is going to be cut out with no problem.
So look at it. From the date that you mentioned, which was the inception of U.S., look at the laws they passed against us. Now we can talk in those kind of terms. The laws, because people don't know them laws. Like all them laws we be talking about, the law is that. A lot of people, enough people don't know those laws even existed. And on the pure side, they still exist because they were not exhumed, taken out of, they're just not being enforced. You understand what I mean? It's still on the books, but it's not being enforced. That's how they do it. So I'm just saying, most people enough people don't even know about that. Enough of anybody's people, Puerto Ricans, Negroes, Catholics, Jews, enough people don't know that part. That America's culpability in this, because all they've been hearing is the slave
U.S. resolution
landing.
Stick.
I don't have time.
It's just too complicated. It's too.
Yeah, I don't.
Now you're right. Why you just gave me another idea? Yo, anybody, y'all want to respond to the video so that way everybody can get a voice in? Y'all heard my opinion on how to argue it, so we should all be able to argue these points, man. FBA, Pan-African, anybody.
Everybody.
Yup, MacArthur Lusan. Yup, I'm about to mod you up, man. I'm about to mod y'all up, man. Anybody Dolo, about to mod you up. 10 to the 10. 10 to the Titans. Give me a few. I gotta log in on my YouTube channel. And I'm gonna go find you and stuff and make you a different mod so you can get up out of that status. You got shot up yesterday by accident, man. But yeah, fair use, man. Yo, Willie, what's goody? Yo, Miz, y'all want to add to this? Or what y'all feel about this white dude? What either I said, or do you have your own argument to get what he said? Y'all want me to play it back? Let me know.
What's up?
Yeah, that's Mitch McConnell.
What up, though, Q?
Yeah, go ahead, Willie.
Yo.
Pause. Go ahead, Will.
So, I just heard somebody make a comment saying that, we didn't know a lot of stuff. And it frustrates me because there should be no reason why we don't know it. You know,
No, it's not so much us. I think he was saying the rest of the world don't know.
Right. Well, but reason why I'm saying is because do any of us remember of anybody else situations being on the news fighting for reparations? Any other people that was rewarded reparations? Because I don't remember seeing it ever. And the reason why I'm asking that is saying they stuff didn't get pushed through media, and they still pushed through and got it because they all knew about it. You follow what I'm saying?
Nah, that's a good point. Yeah.
You know, so we all got to get on the same page, whether it's media or just knowing, hey, this is what we need to push for, and we need to push collectively as one, regardless of our, you know, ideology differences of, you know, you want to be Indian, you want to be Russian. I don't care about that. We all got to be on the same push at the same time to push this through.
Nah, I feel you, yo. But so how I was gonna try to set it today, like there's mad arguments that I'm gonna be showing and letting people play. That way we can, you know, understand it. Yo, Meta, you said entry. Can you expand on your calculation needed 10 million supporters, how that would translate to success? Well, this is also based off of some of the other data. So based off of California, the argument right now for Black people is that this 68% of America is against reparations.
Wait, say that number again, Q.
68% of adults in America against reparations. So I would have to do the numbers to see. I think what the adult population, I think, is more than half of the population in America. You know what I mean? So you just do the numbers on that.
Now, is it a breakdown on those people on who
no,
they
it
are?
definitely does, and it's crazy. 77% of Black people are for rep. I'm about to pull that study up. We're gonna go through that study so we know exactly who's who. So it's not Black people. I mean, it's 23% of Black people are not for reparations, but that we can deal with that. We're not in the majority of the numbers. 68% of the world of adults primarily feel like Black people shouldn't get reparations. And large portion of that is white people. I think the number's like 80% of white people or 90% of white people are against reparations. Some stupid number. Asians, majority of the pop community, and Latinos are like kind of torn. So I'm going, so when you say the 10 million, I threw that number out. I just threw that number out there, but I'm thinking one off of Latinos, and we go off of regions. We're going to come up with the numbers together. I'm going to show you how I just came up. I threw it out there, how I came with the 10. But it needs to be a strong percentage of the voting population. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to make the noise louder. You know what I mean? So like, to me, I think 10 million people is a good number to look at over the next 3 to 4 year period in terms of like really being systematic with the noise. If everybody's on it, like forget making personal enemies with Black people, let's focus on the goal, increasing awareness about the issues pertaining to Black America. Black people throughout the diaspora. Let's keep pushing it, keep pushing it. That's going to move the conversation faster. And now targeting specifically is because Black people aren't the issue. It's Latinos, Asians, and whites. Whites, Asians, Latinos. With whichever order you want to go down. Old white people, they're going to play this game right here. Young white people are more ignorant. Asians, super ignorant and don't give a fuck about Black people. Spanish people, one side is with Black people, straight like Black people. One side is like, fuck y'all niggas, get over it. It's really, I think Spanish people is literally the most split second. Like I can't, just as many videos you can find of Spanish people going against reparations, you can find Spanish people supporting. I'm not, no cap, you know what I mean? And then it's also very regional. The West Coast Latinos are heavy against reparations.
Yeah, I would figure that too with the history that they have with African Americans out there, and just the back and forth with them, the racial, the racial
beef,
back and forth, prejudices against each other out there. But in terms of this white dude, when I hear what he's saying in terms of nobody alive today enslaved anybody back then. The only argument I would argue against him with is kind of similar to yours, but I would also add that the American government as an institution and America itself as a nation is alive and thriving today, and not only alive and thriving, it's actually the leading superpower in the world. So in terms of actual living persons, he may be right, but what those people and prophets from slavery did establish what you have today as the United States government, which allows a lot of these people who argue against slavery to actually live and not be compared to a third world country. And that was strictly off of the back of slavery. And the federal government is alive and well today and also a part of that superpower. So yeah, he may be talking about living person.
Most project management tools are like a black box. No idea who's doing what until it's too late. But with Motion, I see every task, deadline, and bottleneck in real time. No surprises. Here's how it works. You enter a new project with its deadline, urgency, and estimated.
All of y'all know what corporate
Motion
personhood is, right? Everybody in the chat knows what
time
corporate
slots in your
personhood is.
calendar, ensuring you complete the work well before the deadline.
Yeah,
Willie, you familiar with corporate personhood?
Wait, say that one more time, Q.
Corporate personhood in the 14th Amendment.
Corporate personhood? No, I'm not familiar with that. Can you put it in it up on the screen? So
in the chat, I just want to see how many people are familiar with corporate personhood without looking it up. That specific terminology. You have to say it just like that.
Corporate personhood. I'm gonna have to let me look this up. Right.
Every black person should know what corporate personhood. It is actually what we fought for, and is the first manipulation of rights. It is actually the 14th Amendment gave corporations the same rights as people. And 1,100 white people sued for rights underneath the corporate personhood reality from the 1880, I think it was. I'm about to show it on the screen. So everybody should know this. So when they say corporations, when they say people are not still here, that is incorrect. According to the definition of the Constitution, corporations are considered equal to people. And the corporations that were there prior to the creation of the United States, as we know it right now, or the 1865 Act, are still in existence. I just want to be very clear. So this is corporate personhood, as you see here, stated just as recent 2010, the U.S. Supreme Court held Citizens United versus FEC that restrictions on corporate political speech were unconstitutional because of the First Amendment rights granted corporations as a result of their status as persons under the law. So it is incorrect to state that people are not here from that period. The corporations that were paying taxes prior to 1865 are largely, there's many of them who are still here. Their properties were passed on and profited to other individuals and corporations. And the government still, in fact, makes money off of these same individuals.
Yes, sir. And I want to actually, I brought up some of this stuff last week, going back and forth with Taz a little bit. And yeah, I want to bring up some of those same, that's exactly what Q's saying, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't know the exact verb, so I'm glad Q definitely educated me so I can definitely speak in a more proper way about it. Because yeah, in a rough sense, that's what I was talking about in terms of your U.S. government that thrives today, the federal government, and the United States as a nation that thrives today and provides all these opportunities for people to get rich and switch, you know, like a dollar in a dream. You don't have that ability outside of the United States. And the only reason why you have that ability within the United States to say, like, yeah, I can literally go from a dollar in a dream to, you know, a millionaire is because all of this stuff was built off the backs of slavery. You know what I'm saying? So, yep, pretty much. So that's why I was saying, like, when he argues about living persons, it was just like a bad argument. It was a reach, a bad argument. I get him reaching, but yeah, it was a bad argument. If we were set up in some type of debate, it would have been like, nah, I would have instantly been like, bruh, it was deeper than an actual person.
Yeah, that's Mitch McConnell from Kentucky, by the way, the white guy speaking. Come from that
would be from Kentucky. Motherfuckers try to turn Kentucky into a fucking tobacco nation, not knowing that fucking land was all twisted. So you're definitely not going to be able to escape the benefits that were provided by this free labor.
Free.
Exploitation, subjugation, all of that. Yeah, Carnell, we kind of went over that another day with Taz as well. We got a new person up. Oh, this the dude who think he the great debater all of a sudden.
Yeah, Cornell. Yo, if you do me, I was gonna pull that up too. Yeah, the same banks that are existing today might have changed their names, but they're the same banks and insurance companies and real estate companies exist. Like there's so many different little companies that exist, railroad companies from pre-existing money. Like the money that these corporations were funded with was money from transatlantic slave trade.
Yes, sir. You got J.P. Morgan and its subsidiaries, the two banks that they were connected to back then. J.P. Morgan even issued an apology. You got.
And the reality is, though, when he says America redeemed its original sin in 1865, America never paid for or gave back the profits it made from those corporations who benefited from slavery, in which it collected taxes from.
And not even just that. Who's he to say what is the redemption? Who's he to say that that was a redemption? Like, I mean, he's a white European cracker dude who benefited from slavery, so I guess he would be on that side of basically it's been redeemed already. But
the same way they have their, as we go through these videos, y'all gonna see a robotic argument. And so we have to roboticize our argument as well. There's very specific things all of these people are going to say. And so we have to be very smart in how we argue our next shit. Like, look, bro, we already know you're going to say that.
Yep.
We already know you're going to say that. We already know you're going to say that. We have 4 different points to argue every single one that you bring up.
Pretty much.
Reparations of all form and all sorts, because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts, because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here? Any Asian Americans here? You know, any Irish Americans here? So on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting Black fathers back in the house.
Now remember, I wish Psycho was here. There's a reason why he said that, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Negro that white people have become very cool with that we haven't paid attention to. There's certain Negroes who have fashioned themselves in the conversation, and we watched them have the conversations, but we didn't really pay attention to why would he say get the fathers back in the home.
Yep.
Why would he say that, y'all?
There's a certain respected, highly respected African American who's posed arguments about fathers not being in the home, and that being a reason for the disparity in wealth and economics and graduation rates, everything that's associated with that. Not Bill Cosby only. Not Bill. Maybe Bill Cosby said that, but he ain't that respected in terms of genius. You know what I'm saying? He's not that respected in genius. And it's crazy because Son is definitely mad smart, but that argument that he poses doesn't mean like every argument he poses is smart. But yeah, I don't want to play the spoiler, but I pretty much think I know who Q talking about. I definitely respect Son academics and the scholarship, but that argument specifically is just terrible, in my opinion. Especially if you're talking about you living in a democracy, who's how can one person say what they deem reparatory justice? That would have to be, by the people who are actually seeking reparatory justice. That they would be the ones who should deem what's reparatory. There's a lot of bias if the person who's caused the injustice is the person who comes up with the reparatory justice. Like, that's just inherently backwards in terms of seeking justice. So these arguments are just terrible, in my opinion. Like, they're crazy reaches just to say, like, yo, we ain't trying to give up no cash. Just say you ain't trying to give up no cash, but the reaching is terrible.
But we gotta publicly make this beating scholastically available for anybody who wants it. You know what I mean? And we can't be hiding, and we can't let us not be prepared. You see the algorithm. If we was doing Pan-Africans versus FBAs right now, the numbers would have jumped up way faster.
That's a fact.
The algorithm.
That is an absolute fact.
If you in the chat, I'm about to go on my phone and start throwing some more wrenches around, y'all. DF Dom, I'm gonna throw you a wrench. Gotta get you a wrench. Only, I thought you had a wrench. MacArthur, you gotta get a wrench. D-Lo, you gotta get a wrench. And 10th to 10th, I gotta fix you up. Make sure you good. Balling like a king. I like your name. Gotta give you a wrench too, man. You might be a YN too. I feel like you a YN, bro. You young, bro. I feel like I think you under your 30s, man. But yeah, let's listen to this white guy one more time. Then we're gonna decimate his argument, and then the closing part of his argument, I'm a tangent just to let you see where these white folks get their cosign from with their black perspective.
I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream.
What he said just now?
He said he opposes reparations for everyone for the last 100 years. So it doesn't matter if a white person tells you they oppose reparations. In the last 100 years, America and European nations have collected millions in reparations. They have paid millions in reparations. And if we go back 150 years, they were paying reparations to white people who were angry at the loss of slavery. For example, I'm going to keep Puerto Rico and America Spain paying Puerto Rico $35 million with a Spain dollars for each African who they had to set free. Let's understand what I just said. For each African they had to set free, they got 35 million. Not the Africans, the enslavers. So white people are for reparations. Let's be very clear. In the last 100 years, they paid reparations. So when white people tell you their feelings on whether or not reparations should be paid, and they don't allude to the fact that they've already done it, they're just being disingenuous and ignorant. Make sure you inform them to their ignorance. Make sure you inform them. So everybody's clear on that, y'all. Like, what do you mean 100 years? Like, who cares what if you...
Reparations of all form and all sorts, because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations.
You see how they said they could claim? Now we're going to do
that's how I was trying to get. What did he say about bloodstream?
Yeah, he said bloodstream. Now we're going to go. The first part was the 100 years. Right? So his feelings for reparations are unwarranted because historically the government and many governments have been paying reparations. The next part is the false equivalency. And this is based off of thinking that black people don't know their history and then having a proximity to black people who don't give a fuck about their history. So let me say that again. White people will create a false equivalency argument based on black people. It's the assumption that black people don't know their history. And another assumption based off of the proximity of them Sambo ass niggas they hang with who don't give a fuck about black history. When you combine that together, it gives white people the confidence to say and create false equivalencies in history. There is no group that has been subjugated to the inhumane, let me make sure I get my words right. Inhumane, targeted subjugation of a specific population warranted by government agencies, policies, politicians, and other actors and agents who were all cooperating to make sure that Black people were not going to be able to compete. If it were not for the tenacity and motivation of Black people to tell everybody to kiss our fucking ass and suck a frank, we gonna do this anyway, we would not be held back. And we still. So I want to be clear. So I don't know where these false equivalents come from. There's no one that has went through Jim Crow. Asian people did not go through the equivalency of Jim Crow. No, we were at war. Japanese people bombed Pearl fucking Harbor. Bombed it. 2,000 Americans killed by Japanese. I don't give a fuck about the Japanese conversation. Let's be clear. Jews financed slavery. Let's be clear. There will be no mercantilist, no mercantilism, nor Dutch puzzle or Dutch prosperity period, nor Spanish period if it were not for the Jews. This is their records. If the Jews were not allowed into England in the 1650s, England would not have been able to increase its holding of slaves by 25,000%. It went from 3,000 captured Africans to 90,000 in under 1 year, if I'm not mistaken. Or if you want to do the entire period, a 25-year period. No one saw an increase in slaves at that junction or that capacity unless they had Jews involved with them. So we're not going to discuss Jewish reparations. That's just pointless and disrespectful to Black people. So Irish people are white people. When they came to America, they were given many afforded privileges. They were considered white. In their country, yes, they were persecuted by their own people, which would not be considered something that we have to deal with. Why are we worrying about white on white crimes? White people historically like to kill white people. They like to treat white people fucked up. That's their history. That's not our history. That's their history. So what the English people were doing to Irish is not our fault. And then mentioning it amongst us when we actually supported the plight of Irish people even makes it more funny to us. So I don't really understand that one. Again, the equivalency in persecution on record to Black people is not in any way equivalent. This is why the largest settlement in land reparations was given to Black people. Let's just be clear. Let's just be clear. And we can go on for days, just Jim Crow. There's no Black codes for anyone except for Black people to deal with. And those codes are based off of the culture developed in transatlantic era, or rather in the colonial, early colonial areas and other colonial regions. Let's not play that.
Yeah, I was about to say, pull up IC3, Reparation Nation.
Like, let's just be clear. So white people are, again, the biggest issue, and it's their ignorance.
Any Jewish Americans here? Any Asian Americans here? You know, any Irish Americans here? So on and so forth. You asked the question, do you have a moral?
What do they? And now let's go with gaslighting, y'all. So when you remove the reality that's being presented to you, and you replace that reality with some shit that don't got nothing to do with it, and you create the equivalency based off of that, and then you allow yourself to respond based off that false equivalency, you're falling for the gaslight shenanigans. That's the hokey doke switch. I'm gonna get you to respond to this next shit. Now we're gonna be arguing about what you call it. That's just the game they play. So you have to be on square. I'm sorry, we're not discussing people who were not persecuted or affected by American policies. Show me an era where Irish people had laws that prohibited them from being able to develop. Show me the redlining policies that were put against them. Japanese people are part of a group of people that went to war against this country. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. Why are we talking about Jews and Asians? Like, we have to be why are we talking about Jews and Asians? There's no group in America. And then you want to make sure that you have him say that on record. So are you saying that in America, Asians and Jews have shared the length and time and history of persecution? And then you let them know that this is why Black people should never have respect for you. Because it's you type of Christians, then you throw the Christianity back in his face. It's you type of Christians that give Christianity a bad name. Because Jesus would not respect this. There's no historical pillars of Christianity who would respect this. Is this what John taught you? Yes, I'm going to go that way, y'all. Yes, I'm telling you, throw Christianity and then let you know you're an atheist. I expect better from you as a Christian. Native Americans are the only ones done worse than us. I am not going to. Do you see that, JoJo? JoJo, you're going to create a space for the argument. Black people were done crazy. I'm not speaking for Native Americans.
Yeah, you don't even want to start the battle of who was worse and who wasn't worse. That's taking the conversation down a different road. You really want to stick to the reparatory justice, basically.
Yep.
Rather than making that sharp left. That's how you get caught with the gaslighting in terms of bringing up a lot of these other groups. I see why people are trying to bring up the Japanese in terms of that reparatory justice was picked up by. So if they're saying like, oh, you wasn't around to experience that, the Japanese kids or the kids of the parents.
Yo, don't even try to argue it, bro. He's literally, what he's trying to do is get other people in between us in the argument because we're going to say something about Japanese people. I have nothing to say.
Yeah,
what did America do? Only proof that he named that America did something too. America was fully warranted. They bombed Pearl Harbor. There's no discussion. Show us a point when we would. Why did we receive the same type of treatment? When did we bomb any part of America?
It wasn't even no guns around. What's the word, sis? I see you, Lisa. Yeah, nah, you're absolutely right in terms of that. What sparked that whole situation was definitely their people jumping out there. There was a period, we don't even need to go down that road. It's another sharp left.
I turned my phone for like 20 minutes.
What's the word, Savio?
I got this one too.
I see you in the chat.
We'll get your phone on. Yeah. Just doesn't do laptop power.
Yeah, Marley G's. What's that word? There's a lot of subjectivity going on with that, especially when you bring up that moral. I heard him say something about moral arguments. He about to ask him about morality and stuff like that. And that goes back to what Q bringing up in terms of Christian, Judean ethics and right and wrongs and like if you just stick to the legislation and the law that they put down, then all of that right and wrong goes right out the window.
This is a Christian country, bro. We got to stay on top of that point right there. We got to make sure they rub it in their face that you are the most disgusting image of a Christian, and you make me hate everything I've come to respect. You got, yo, bro, come on. We're not playing with general shit. We got to make sure we got to hit them where it hurts, man. These niggas want to throw God in every time they bring it up. So we're going to make sure that we gonna keep their God in their conversation. Is this the God that allowed you to do this? So are you saying that God helped you do slavery? Or was it God that made you think about giving up slavery? Or did you ever not want to not do slavery? Did you ever feel bad for the people you violated? We forget the reparations. Do you even care about the realities that was created from the things that your people did and the government and how much it benefited from the reality that was created by the people who look just like you? That's crazy. It's all right. I just wanted to hear you say no so that we know what type of you is.
The sin of slavery is a concept and a conversation that I think they're afraid to actually talk about. Because if you actually look at it, the Bible doesn't make any laws against enslaving people. But it does make laws against stealing, man stealing, and kidnapping. So at this point, the conversation gets real sticky, Q.
No, not according to, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. According to the language that they use in this country, redemption, understand that redemption, according to America, is a mandatory aspect for sin.
Yes, and you're
That's
right.
why you have to redeem yourself. This is
That's
why
why
you
you have
just
to be redeemed.
everybody knows that. This is why you cannot apologize for a crime. You have to commit an act of redemption.
Yes.
So when they apologize, what is your act of redemption? And if you're not apologizing, then you don't consider it to be a sin. I'm just being real with y'all.
Bingo.
So when that first
So
dude
it's
said
not
it,
a sin.
so remember the older white people, they like to bring up the original sin argument. The middle-aged white people, they don't bring up the sin argument. They go straight, they try to bring in other people and false equivalencies. Like every single middle-aged white person goes to the false equivalencies and they do gaslighting to try to throw people in between them and us. They're gonna throw Asians, they're gonna throw Indians, and they're gonna throw Jews. And they're gonna expect us to say some shit that's gonna get one of those three groups to jump out the window in an argument with us. And now we're arguing with them, and we're no longer arguing with white people. So do not let them do that to you. Kindly tell them, I have nothing to discuss about Jewish reparations. The fact that Jewish reparations is paid is also ancillary to the reality that reparations should be paid for the wrongs done to a people. Thank you for bringing them up.
Oh, I know. I'm well aware of that, and that's why I like hearing some of the top biblical scholars talk about this whole concept of biblical slavery and how the laws are made for Hebrew slaves, but the rest of the people.
We ain't even got to go that. Just don't go too far where they start talking the Bible. Keep it in a space of guilt.
Keep it in a space of guilt, right?
Yeah,
Guilt
keep
and
it.
logic.
We ain't trying to get into Bible verses and John Paul, this one, that one. It's just that's very Christian of you.
Right, and that's exactly how it was because if you go into the New Testament, there's a verse where it says, "Slaves, be obedient to your masters." That's it right there. Game, set, match. There's no need else that has to be said. That's the Christian ideal right there, because slaves were less than human, and the only way that they could become human were to become what? Closer to this Jesus guy or accept this Jesus. So at this point, their so-called sin was absolved because they were doing what? Christianizing the heathen. Do you get that, Q?
Oh no, I get it, but they logic doesn't state that. Their logic, they've labeled slavery as the original sin. So we just keep them. That's just what it is. You have to atone. You have to have redemption for a sin. That's just what it is.
Oh, can I make a comment there? Greetings, panel.
Yo, IC3 was goody. You said, how can we talk about Christians and not about the Bible? Because we're technically gaslighting a response, but the gaslighting that we want to do in response is a moral base. We don't want them to fall into the space where they're now responding to biblical verses. That's why you let them know I'm not debating you. I just expect it different from a Christian. I expect a Christian to understand the power of redemption. Boom, they're stuck right there. And you want to do that publicly. You want them to do that. You want them to go home and think about what Jesus would think about you as a white Christian who's publicly stating that America does not need to redeem itself for its original sin. Next. IC3, what's good?
Yes, yeah. This is a topic, man. This is the topic. Yes. I like the way what you're talking about original sin and guilt, and I just jumped on and heard you about 2 minutes ago, so my system's down. So yeah, let me get my head around this. So have any of you heard of the book called let me see if I can get this book. Yeah, Black and Slave. Have any of you heard of this book?
I have the book by David Goldenberg.
Oh, you have it?
I have it. By David Goldenberg.
Excellent.
Yes, I have it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right on it, man. Yeah, yeah. So that addresses those issues that you were just talking about guilt and so on. And in there, I understand that the fundamentally they're saying that blackness and black skin arrived as a result of sin.
Well,
Now,
no, that's going too far down the rabbit hole. We
And
talking
not
about
back to the cursing him. Don't do it.
No, you're not wrong.
All right, okay.
Let me show you the video so you know what we're talking about. Because in America, they say that they dealt with the original sin. So you see here, this is what we're talking about. When they say the original sin, they call slavery the original sin for America.
Oh, right.
Lead a book,
happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good. I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good idea.
And he conveniently said it happened 150 years ago, but he left out the part about how it still has.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Q.
For something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible
we heard it.
is a good idea.
Yeah, we heard it.
We've tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war, by passing.
Oh, that's an interesting angle. I haven't heard that one.
No, this is what most older white people call. They refer to slavery as the original sin, and they contextualize the American Revolution as their attempt at redemption, which is entirely incorrect.
Well, the Civil War,
the Civil War. I'm sorry, the Civil War.
Nah, you good.
Wow.
And I think he's conveniently leaving out that it wasn't necessarily about any moral epithet, but rather a change in the dynamic of the direction of America in terms of this industry and industrial revolution, and this old way of going about agriculture and plantations and stuff like that. There was a large discrepancy in which way directions they wanted to go. So it was, the moral argument is just terrible. Again, these are just reaches. Mitch McConnell just needs to not argue for them. But
yeah, that's a new angle. I haven't heard that angle. That's like a strange one. So the Civil War, they fought the Civil War, and that kind of redeemed America because they were fighting the Civil War.
No, that's because they try to teach people that the Civil War was over slavery.
Exactly.
And so you got people thinking that the Civil War was over slavery.
Exactly.
No,
right. And that gets them out.
The Civil War was about the North controlling the economic system in America.
Exactly. There we go.
It was about controlling the property of America and the control of the definition of property and the tax code in America. Abraham Lincoln didn't give a fuck about black people, and most of the people who were in office when he was there owned slaves. And they all profited from the institutions that were created during slavery and existed after the 1865 acts. And this is also IC3. You should know this. Are you familiar with corporate personhood?
Loosely, but not in detail.
So the corporate personhood in America is the rationale that corporations are equivalent to people.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, what makes that power is the same amendment that gave black people freedom in America. It's fucking sad as shit.
Whoa, this is a bit of a let's break. We're gonna walk me through there. Well, I'll understand in the conversation, but this is like a strange angle. I'm not aware of this angle.
So that way, just in case you hear somebody telling you it, they're like, you have explained to them corporate personhood in America and in Britain, but in America specifically was created during the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. While black people were fighting for freedom, white people co-opted the civil rights movement of the 1865 and turned it into the reality for corporate personhood, which gave companies like Universal the ability to own copyrights. Corporations could not own copyrights before this. Corporations could not sue for land rights. Corporations could not have freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom of all of these things. This is what gave corporations the ability to do this. So when he says that these corporations, the people who committed the acts of slavery do not exist, that is incorrect. Many of these corporations who benefited, invested, and participated in different ways in slavery are still, in fact, in existence today. And if they didn't, they transferred their wealth, meaning assets, to another fiduciary representative.
Right.
So that
Wow.
argument of time is completely thrown away. But most black people don't know or have heard of corporate personhood. So they would get caught with the argument and saying, "Oh, well, nobody who did it wasn't here." What? Are you stupid? That's not how it works.
Right. Right. Because they created the entity. Yeah.
Yep. They're not getting past.
Right.
So I just want to make sure we all know that. If anybody want to add to the arguments, if you think you got something better to add, please do, man. I'm throwing my 2 cents in. But if you got something that you feel is better, pause, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't know about this. This is the American angle. Escape.
Yeah, white escapism is no joke.
Yeah, corporate. I'm going to do some reading up on that. Corporate personhood. Okay.
Yep, this is why. That's the new. That's what ushered in the new era of mercantilism and corporate colonialism. It's all based off of corporate personhood, and China is taking advantage of corporate personhood in ways that, yeah, it's no joke.
So what's your counter angle, or what's the counter angle to this corporate personhood? Rather,
there is no counter angle. It's just a matter of using it in the argument. When they say that the people didn't exist, you correct them.
Today, yeah, when they say that people don't exist today, and who like there's no slave owners alive today, basically, it's an argument to say that we don't pay reparations. Is that basically the people who would have had to pay died out? So when Q is telling you about corporate personhood, he's letting you know that just because it goes past the company, it essentially takes on its own identity, its own personhood.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So J.P. Morgan Chase still was here. The Royal Company of England is the same company that was part of the Barclays Center in Brooklyn.
Right.
Exactly, IC3. So now it's not only sharpening our own arguments, but you can see how you take these arguments back over to the UK, because I doubt that anybody's making these kind of arguments, because y'all just finished paying reparations to slave owners. Right. Even your taxes specifically paid out in 2015 to 2018 to slave owners, your taxes, as being a descendant of slavery. So now you can see how you would be arguing on your side of the pond, per se.
Yeah, Sirius B, I hear them. They definitely make the corporation argument, but I don't hear us angry about the 14th. Like, we should be, I cried when I found out about the 14th Amendment. And I'm going to pull this up for you. I'm going to pull up the first 1,100 lawsuits. You can just look it up yourself for the 14th Amendment by white people. The largest beneficiaries of the 14th Amendment are white corporations. Look it up. Do you understand? Universal would not be what it is to DuPont. Do you understand the railroad companies? Amtrak. I don't want to get upset, but the 14th Amendment, we talk about the 1960s. The 14th Amendment is we really died fighting for the 14th Amendment. Let's be real. We died fighting for that shit. And the greatest beneficiaries of the 14th Amendment are corporations, white-owned corporations to this day. Apple is Apple because of the rights it's got from the 14th Amendment. I just want to be very clear. Universal Music, the 20th Century Fox. What's the other one that's from back in the days? CBS. What's the one with the one that had the lion?
Warner Brothers.
MGM.
All of these companies, and if you go back to the 1920s, were part of the big copyright robbery, because most people did not understand corporations can own copyrights. Why do you think most black people did not understand that publishing was going to be owned by a company. We didn't even understand what corporate personhood is. So I want to make sure that people are very aware of that specific concept. This whole class is in college is dedicated just to this one concept.
Right. But this argument is so strong. It's is this argument that I heard that you had a lawyer that was dealing with reparations and they assassinated him, they killed him or something. Was this the angle he was coming with? Because this seems so strong.
We tried different angles. Sometimes it's just having a platform and voice and being in the proximity to whites. Like you got to be a certain type of Negro. If not, then you're gonna be a certain type of Negro.
Expound on that. What do you mean? You're gonna be a certain type of Negro or what?
I'm gonna show you what it is because you're gonna hear the connections in a second when I play this over again. Let me play this right here so everybody can hear it. We went through the first 2 points.
It's because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here? Any Asian Americans here? You know, any Irish Americans here? So on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting Black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room
contradicted itself. He literally just contradicted itself. He said reparations. Man, what he said in the beginning in terms of damn, he just went to
point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations.
No, he just went through a thing about what reparations he was with in terms of then he just went through a whole little list of things and then turned around and said, I'm against reparations of all sorts. He literally just went with some type of reparatory justice. It was about freedom, he said reparations should be protecting freedom and reparations should be something else. He named like probably 3 things he think reparations should be. But then when it had later on, not even later on, like less than a minute after that, said, I'm against all forms of reparations, which is a total contradictory to me.
This is the white supremacists bamboozling, like that movie. They speak so fast, they're throwing so much stuff like a machine gun. You just get bamboozled. So a lot of people, they're not thinking and slowing everything down. When you slow everything down, it starts to expose the cracks. It's bamboozling. They're brilliant at it.
That's the most important thing that you just said, that when you said slow everything down. That's the most, and that's why I'm glad Q pausing it every now and intermediately so we can basically do exactly what you just said, slow these arguments down so we could decipher them bit by bit. And when you start to begin to decipher what his argument that he just made literally was to say that, do any of you think that you should be paying for reparations? And then went ahead and said, I think reparations should be fighting for freedoms and this and that and the third, and then turn around and say, well, I'm against all forms of reparations. So then you're against fighting, making sure that people have their freedoms and everything else he named after that. It's just weird as hell.
Confusion.
Just terrible argumentation, really. It ain't even confusion because, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess some people may get confused, but really it's just terrible argumentation and a lot of reaching. A lot of reaching. And then Q is right. They're taking these arguments from a key place. And it's weird where they trying to take the arguments from. And I can see why people get so upset with the guy they get a lot of these arguments from. Because they weaponize the argument or attempt to.
So you see who they but did everybody hear at the very end? He literally brought up Tommy Sotomayor without saying Tommy Sotomayor, y'all. It's crazy.
Any Jewish Americans here? Any Asian Americans here? You know, any Irish Americans here? So on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting Black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial, ethnic.
So I got to go to the tangent real quick because when you hear certain talking points, right, putting Black fathers back in the house, excuse me?
Yeah, just slip that one in there. It's an
Yeah,
insult.
but they initially stole that argument pretty much, and I thought you was going to say somebody else, not Tommy Sotomayor. That dude is just like,
oh no, I'm gonna connect the dots.
Okay, all right,
Radio show host Tommy, you are my envoy to Black America. Johnny.
Y'all heard why right there, right? You see where CNN gets the information from? You see these white folks get the information from? Their envoy to Black America are coons and sandboys.
Yeah. That's
yeah. See, look at the black fist right now. Look at the white dude put the black fist on.
Absolute insults.
Look at the black fist, y'all. You can't make this shit up.
Tommy Sotomayor is a radio show host. Tommy, you are my envoy to Black America. Johnny's my correspondent. You're my envoy. Will the Chicken Summit be effective?
No, because let me tell you something, Jesse. He forgot to bring watermelon and grape drink. Now, if he had brought watermelon and grape drink, that would have completed the trifecta. But he felt like we only like chicken, and we need these things in conjunction with each other. And I'm just sad that he decided to carry it a little farther and say, let me get a hamburger so I can let you know I'm different than you. I don't know if you heard that part. He decided to have a hamburger. He didn't want none of that Negro food.
He did not want the chicken, that's for sure. We always send Johnny out. I'm sure you've seen all the shows. You never miss an episode of Primetime. When I used to go out in the street during the Obama years, I had such a hard time finding a Black American who didn't like Obama. Obama could do anything, and they loved him. Johnny goes out now. We have a hard time finding Black Americans who like Biden. Is that going to translate into anything?
I think it really is. Let me tell you something. Not only do I watch you every night, but my mom watches. She watches, and she says she hate watches you. She watches you, but you make points, but she said you're crazy.
So
and
is
I
my
believe
mom.
that's what's happening. A lot of
both of our moms hate watch me.
Well, no. So I think what's happening is really a movement is coming about. I've been on the whole, hey, as Black people, we should hold our vote for who is actually for us for a long time. And I got called all kinds of words that I won't say on your family-friendly program. But I really do think a solid movement is going here. I live in Atlanta, and I've heard from a lot of people who called into my radio program about how they really are changing. So there's a real momentum. This more than just words. This is really happening.
So should we put how much stock in 50, Snoop, Killer Mike, guys like that?
You don't put any much stock in them, but I'll tell you what you should put stock in. Most Black men, as Killer Mike said, they have fears, but he didn't tell you what the exact fear was. The fear is in the Black community that Black men don't want to upset Black women. If you
Now do you see where these white folks get this from? Now, FBA people, I'm going to also explain to y'all, this is why some of y'all were getting called manosphere the last couple of days. And some of y'all didn't recognize it, but the movement is being co-opted by dudes that are Sambo manosphere dudes. Now, think about this. Why would CNN or Fox News have someone who has a YouTube channel where he has dedicated videos to celebrating the death of Black women and Black children? He would never, CNN would offer a public apology for bringing on a white guest. So what we should do, you know what I'm saying? I'm on my, like, we really on the reparations shit. We have to remove these voices. We have to Me Too these niggas. How you think Cynthia G, they got Cynthia G off of TV? They Me Too'd her. Tommy Sotomayor got off of it. But these white folks on social, on these channels, they still gonna pull up who they want to get the interviews. And this nigga right here is the reason why white folks feel so calm. I told y'all, white people base their argument of gaslighting on the fact that they know black people don't know their history, and they're in the proximity to black people who don't give a fuck about their history, and they like to talk. Tommy Sotomayor doesn't give a fuck about black people or their history. And he has made sure he put himself within proximity to white people so he can be their vouching totem pole. And he's not the only one. But I just wanted to be very clear. In the last video, you heard the white guy say, right? You heard the white guy say, and put black men back in the homes. This is where you're hearing this issue come from. Where they think that the problem with the home is black men. But they're going to say, put the black men back in the home when they're saying, now let's understand what he said, right? Now we're going to go back to black empowerment. Who took the black men out the house?
All form and all sorts, because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here, any Asian Americans here, any Irish Americans here, so on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurs.
Let me just make sure you're on code. Ramsey, Tommy Sotomayor does not feel black people should get reparations. Are you a fan of Tommy Sotomayor? I was going to be very clear. If you are with the niggas that's against reparations, you're an enemy. FBA, Pan-African, I don't give a fuck what you are, Nigerian, Trinidadian, from Chicago. If you with the niggas that's against reparations, we just want to know who you are. So Ramsey, the FBA, are you in support of people like Tommy Sotomayor who are against black people getting reparations? Just let us know. Just want to know. Because there's a bunch of other black folks too that are against reparations. I want to know who's who with who. We're going to find out. Lisa McBride, everybody on the panel, if your issue, when I just played this video of white people talking against reparations, your focus is on who's FBA. Please leave my chat. I do not want to be associated with you. If that's where your mind is at, I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to be associated with you.
Yeah, shorty, you almost gaslit me just now. Chill out, man.
Yeah, we're not doing no gaslighting. If your brain can't focus on the priority, reparations, this conversation isn't for you, nor is this channel. I'm just being cool. I'm just being real. No disrespect. If you're not focused on reparations and the people against reparations, if your focus is on who's the FBA, who's a Pan-African, like I said in the beginning, I don't give a fuck about who's a Pan-African or who's a motherfucking FBA. I don't give a fuck about reparations. I give a fuck about black people being right and wrong. I'm saying, like, I could put all that shit to the side, and I'm a pan-motherfucking African. I'm a black nationalist, Pan-African, and you can consider me FBA because my family's foundation black. So I don't really give a fuck about none of that shit. All I care about is uplifting black people. At the end of the day, this is what's in the issue of uplifting black people. And it has been since the issue started. I just want to make sure, Ramsey, we're on the same page. I was going to mod you out. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Ain't nobody, this isn't about anybody against reparations is the enemy. That's the fact. White, black, Spanish, Asian, Indian, alien, dead, alive. You're against reparations and the righting of wrong against black people, you're a fucking enemy. It's just that simple.
Simple.
It's just that simple.
And Tommy, like, man, Tommy is a perfect
example. You must be a white person. I'm going to give you 1 minute to either click the link on the panel or just remove yourself from the channel. I don't want to be associated. Just act like I died and I don't exist. You're not helping the conversation. You're a white person to me. We need all of us over here to be fully understanding of what's going on with reparations. If you're still focused on separating FBAs from everybody else while we're discussing this, there's plenty of panels and channels for you to go, parade on. This is not for you. your likes are not needed over here. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not for reparations or for the empowerment of black people and the righting of wrongs done against black people, then you are an enemy to black people. It's just like, you can't look at somebody who's been done wrong and say, I don't care if you get, your justice. That means you don't care. Because being responsible requires that you care. And caring requires that you handle your responsibilities and you handle what needs to be done for the progress of your people. And if you don't care about righting the wrongs against the things that were keeping black people from being able to progress, then you are a piece of shit and we don't want to be associated to you. That's the thing I like about the reparations conversation now. It makes the conversation easy. Are you for the reparations of black people and the atonement of the wrongs that were done against blacks? No? Fuck you. Eat a dick, nigga. Fuck. Die, bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple.
Frank stand open 24 hours for y'all.
24 hours.
Straight up.
Entrepreneurship and putting black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here, any Asian Americans here, any Irish Americans here, so on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here, any Asian Americans here, any Irish Americans here, so on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts.
That's where the contradiction happened. He just went through a litany of things, putting black fathers in the house, protecting freedoms. That was his idea of what reparatory justice looked like. And then went ahead and said, and then he said something else about everybody in here probably some kind of descendant of some type of injustice or something like that. But then then ask those same people, do they think that they should be having to repair or pay reparations? Why would they if they're victims? It was just arguments all over the place. All over the place. You're gonna ask the same people who are supposed to be descendants of some type of injustice, do they think that they should be paid? Why would they think that they should be paying if they're the victims? Like, what the fuck?
Facts. Yo, music therapy, I'm about to mod you up. Chemway, I'm about to mod you up. 10 to the power, give me, I got you, right? I'm gonna make sure I got you, man. Like, we looking for black folks, that's about black folks, man. They don't care if you're a Pan-African, FBA, black nationalist, Israelite, 5% of black Christian, no matter to me. Long as you're about leveling up black people. Shout out to y'all, black power all the time, every time, man. Let's look at this next one now. I'm concluding black Republicans with white people. I'm including all black Republicans who speak against reparations as white people, y'all. So even though this is a black person who's a foundational black American, we're not counting him as an FBA. We're counting him as a white person.
Wow, that's strong.
Some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes.
Did that clone say that?
Yes. He said black people owe for slavery.
He's sick, man. He's sick.
Black, you can't make this up, y'all.
I cannot believe I'm saying this. Even though I am very liberal, not all Republicans do think. I came in the middle. I'm not sure. I was coming up. It seemed like you were saying more. I just want to remind you, not all Republicans are against reparations. I do know Republicans that are Black Republicans that are for reparations, and not all of them are cool like this. There's one person, I think she is. I'll remind you. What she calls conservative.
Lena, here we go again. Ha! Go ahead, girl.
Yo, 10 to 100. You a managing mod now, bro. My bad. You got your moderate status updated. And
I'm sorry. I cannot believe I'm caping for some of the Republicans, but not all Republicans are like that. Even though I am not a Republican, everybody know me. I am a bleeding heart liberal, But there are Republicans. I was surprised. They're probably
you always mess up, man. You always you gotta go.
I know personal one.
Gotta go slow. Gotta slow it down. What's up, Goldmine?
When you go that's where you always mess up at. Like somebody be like, you rattle off like that, and somebody be like, all right, well, name one. And you go that's where you mess up your whole argumentation. You're supposed to be like bang, 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 bang it. But you go, well, I know some personal Republicans. Those people are not the issue. Those people aren't the last.
Some people that were talking.
Those people aren't the people who are catching people's ear. Them people is just people that you talk to. Them people are not the people like this. This guy right here probably got 100,000 views, 500,000 views, 100 million views. Those are the Republicans whose voices are heard. Them people that you're talking about aren't the face of the Black Republican Party. But you carry on, man.
Okay, I don't want to vilify
the same energy you got right now, trying to name and show who got support. That's the same energy we need to put in their face. So let's go slow and be clear. Are you able to name a Black Republican who supports reparations, Lena?
I think I can name one. I think she feels that way. I think I've seen a live. She doesn't. I personally believe, but she did a live about Republican, the positivity of reparations on the Black community, and it's been a minute. It's like a few years. So but I am a fan of Irene. The Irene Yvette. She talks about being a radical conservative. I'm in line with her, even though I'm a bleeding heart liberal. Sometimes we clash.
Hold up, but Lena, everybody listening. Today's code is calling out people against reparations. That's all we care about is joking on people who's against reparations, name calling people who's against reparations, looking up the family members of people who's against reparations, look up companies against reparations, politicians against reparations, policies against reparations, people against reparations. Let's put them on blast all week long. Let's see how long we can go on blast. Everything else is just a waste of time. Who's against reparations? Let's keep them niggas in the con. Oh, you don't like Black? Oh, you're not for reparations? Oh, you got the nerve to, let's put their names in titles. Let's interview their kids. How do you feel about your grandmother being against Black people? You like hip hop, don't you? A lot of these little niggas listen to hip hop that's white come from homes of parents that don't want to give Black folks reparations. Let's target these little hood white boys that want to listen to rap music. What's the little nigga in England? The top rapper in England right now is a whole white boy. Let's press that nigga next time he come through the hood. What it was popping, nigga? You'll tell niggas you for reparations, boy. Stop playing with me, nigga. I'll beat the shit out you. You want to be with gang on the set? Yeah, y'all niggas. You word? You want to be crip? You white? Yeah, reparations. Make your family talk about reparations. Every white person in the hood. Let's start with these little niggas, the little white boys that want to rap. These little Eminem niggas. Them little Eminem white boys. Start with them little white boys and every white boy in the fucking NBA and NFL. Let's just start right there. NBA, NFL, and rap. Y'all white boys is the closest to us. You play basketball all the time. You come to the rap battles. You play football with us. We catch the footballs for y'all. We win these trophies. But you going to stand against us for reparations because I'm rich? Suck my dick, nigga. Fuck you. I'm manifest up. Come on, man. That's what Reggie Miller should have been telling Rick Smits. Imagine if we was on it for the 90s.
Hell yeah.
Jordan was telling, what's the white boy? John Paxson. Imagine if Michael Jordan would have told them white boys in the NBA, Yeah, y'all niggas better be with that is Black Jesus. Y'all know in the NBA, Michael Jordan is considered Black Jesus.
Yes, he is.
You were not allowed to talk against Black Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel me, Judah, those are Jordans you got on, white boy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need those. Michael Jordan stands for reparations. The J, yeah. We need reparations in this bitch. Fuck is you talk about? Jordan would have been a quadruple, triple billionaire if it wasn't for white people digging in his pockets. We need our reparations. And Negroes like this, like I'm just gonna be real, y'all. He should be ashamed every single day. The more we make people publicly ashamed and violated every day, this man should wake up and feel suicidal for the shit he said against Black people. He should wake up and hate his life. There's a Black dude who Trump on TV said, "This is my Negro," and they said his life has changed ever since he said that. People have tortured him, violated him, disrespected him.
Mark Robinson. Yeah. Yeah, Mark Robinson. Trump said, "That's my nigga."
Yep.
My Negro. Yep.
And so the same way we violated son, this motherfucker right now, right here, North Carolina. Where's homeboys at? Where my man's in North Carolina? Where all my FBAs in North Carolina at? Because we ain't from New York. We ain't never seen no shit like this. There's a lot of niggas in North Carolina talking shit about Caribbean people and pointing people out. What the fuck is up with y'all politicians in your state? We don't got no politicians in New York talking. The white boys in New York know better. Let's just be, you know what I'm saying? We got to get on code. Do you need some niggas from up north to come down there with y'all? Just say the word. We're going to drive down to North Carolina and make some noise.
Shit, it's enough New Yorkers in North Carolina. We can make that call.
You feel me? Like this, there's no reason why he should not have a protest in front of his crib. Y'all supposed to be egging his crib up every day. Y'all supposed to be throwing eggs at his kids. I'm not telling you to do violence. I'm just saying in an imaginary world of Walt Disney, his house would have been violated. His car would be violated and vandalized every single day. He will be reminded. If this was the gay LGBTQ community, let's just put it like that. What would the LGBTQ do? Now that'll make sense for niggas. They would stand outside of his house. They would write hate letters. They would call his job. They would call his church. They would call his kids' church. Your father is anti-LGBTQ, and we don't feel he should be a representative on the school board. They would get him removed in every facet of professional life they could. This is how we're supposed to play basketball right now. You're against reparations. Being against reparations should be the same equivalent as saying you're not with the gay and lesbian community.
Man,
How
right.
scared niggas is about talking with the gay and lesbians, that's how scared niggas need to be about talking against reparations.
Yep. They need to be pressing these NBA owners to determine if they're going to sign with these motherfuckers.
It's just that simple. Niggas to be pressing them that quick. Jabal, what's goody? Ballin', what's good, fam? Goldmine, you already know, bro.
Love.
Peace, everybody. I just got a few little comments, right? You know, I'm with reparations, right? My thing is we got to plug the leaks, you know what I'm saying? Because we always get a movement going. You know, they go drop a bag on some unsuspected nigga, and then he fold up and come around, start spying and infiltrating. You know what I'm talking about? And they top of the movement. They start killing niggas, locking niggas up. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm for it. And you see, everybody know that these people blatantly try to step aside the question. Everybody got paid except us. Israel getting paid right now. So, if, like, what this black nigga just said, bro, like on this screen, if you replace us with Israel, oh man, they'll be in the uproar right now. You know what I'm saying? Like you just said, Q, man, like, you know, they'll do everything. You know, they'll be up in arms if you just replace slavery with said Holocaust. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, they'll be up in arms. Oh, how dare you? How dare you disrespect the Holocaust? And
Hey, you can't even repeat that too many times.
And they wouldn't even trade places with us. They wouldn't dare trade places with us, man. They got a whole country. They getting paid. You know what I'm saying? They got weapons. You know what I'm talking about? They genociding right now. You know what I'm talking about? And they just acting, man, we're gonna let Israel investigate themselves about these atrocities. That's what they say. Like, man, come on, man. We see the we know what it is. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta come together. You know what I'm talking about? Plug the leaks. You feel me? And we can make it happen.
Shit, I wasn't even thinking like this till you started talking, but do you got any suggestions on like what leaks? Like at least one or two, you feel me? We should.
Like when niggas like shit. I mean, I don't know. I got integrity, bro. They can't pay me. You know what I'm saying? They can't, I'm not the nigga that could get paid to come around and spy on the movement. But you got some people who do. I mean, they COINTELPRO shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm just putting the info out there. I don't have the key to like, oh man, this is how we set up the infrastructure to point these niggas out and all that kind of stuff. I'm just putting the info out there like, hey man, let's kind of, maybe we need to get together to come up with that kind of, infrastructure where we point these niggas out and X them out. Like, nah, man, you can't come around, bro. You ain't down, man. We see you getting paid by the F or whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? We see you ain't for the movement, man. You faking and shaking, bro. So,
Oh, we're gonna talk about that. That's we gotta, if you can, look some of them people up, man. We gonna let's not throw names under the bus. Let's set them bitches on fire, then run them over. Put them in a tire, set them on fire, then run them down the hill. So let's put them on blast.
Damn. You said do him like an old boy in How High after he fell out the window.
Straight up with the mark of Buddha. But nah, that's
Buddha.
That's a real talk. Some of us is like the spark, or the ones that's gonna carry it out if it get to that point. And by that point, if you don't know what that is, shit, don't worry about it. Be that as it may, like that goes along with a thought. Like I was thinking about when Q was talking. I was like, dang, when you said that shit about the my bad. When you said that about the athletes and them pressing their teammates, and I always thought about like, dang, what if such and such wasn't an athlete, but they was pushing for our rights. So to hear you talk about that, I was like, yeah, that's right on time. And then going along with what the brother talking about, I always felt like we needed to have our own, so-called intelligence. You feel me? Because even with us talking about the code, we can hear certain conversation and tell when certain people ain't at least on the code we on. So it's like they gonna always find some silly Negro, as they said, that's willing to, be spoon-fed, take only half of what they really worth, just because they desperate. But I know that's, when I get in my pseudo bag and I'm always trying to motivate brothers to get their mental right. Whereas other people, that's more logical with them. But I realize brother can know anything he want to know. But if his mental ain't focused on us, like this conversation talking about, if people not, mentally prepared, for what it's gonna take for us to get what we deserve, once they get the means to do it, we already know what they're gonna do against us. So they more a threat against us. That's really how you tell what's a threat and what ain't. The mental, and then when they got the means to do for themselves what they do with it. Nah, that's really.
Jabal, you want to add something? Brother Jabal.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Yeah, man. I mean, shit. I pretty much, I agree with you, brothers. I just had to express it. You know what I'm saying? My thoughts like that. You feel me? Like, man, I'm down with the movement, man. Whichever way whichever way. I ain't trying to be no leader or no shit like that. I'm down with the movement, my nigga. We trying to get paid. They paid everybody else. They still paying them people over there pretending to be somebody they ain't. You know what I'm saying? And they using political maneuvering, right? And come on, man, we gotta shape up so we can, you know what I'm saying, get up on our feet and move accordingly. You know what I'm talking about? Like, however that is, you know, all of the differences. Oh man, this nigga here, man, he believe this or he believe that. Man, fuck all that. At the end of the day, man, we trying to get paid. You know what I'm talking about? After you get paid, we could argue about whether this God is this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you niggas won't even be caring about none of that with a pocket full of money. You know what I'm talking about? So that's my thing.
But it's also addressing addressing colonialism. But Jabal, go ahead, bro. I know you was gonna say something too. Jabal,
Peace to the God.
yo, peace, King.
Nah, I'm just listening in. I got a few pointers I wanted to add on. I just don't want to like digress the conversation. Right now I'm just in the back. But at some point I want to kind of like interject these points into the discussion so that they can become like part of the echo chamber, man. Word up. It's what I wanted to talk about was the FBA stance on reparations and how like legally it's not feasible. Like how it's
Now
gonna
we
be
can't.
shot down.
Right now we're not doing feasibility assessments. We don't
Oh,
need to
okay,
argue.
okay.
We only doing the substantiation right now. Feasibility, we could do a feasibility assessment on how we go about doing it. I'm with that, Chaz, and that. But right now, let's just stick on like who's against the conversation.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm pro reparations all day. But like if you wanted me to like add on why I support reparations or chime in on like what talking points that we can use as a collective to dispel anybody that's anti-reparations.
That's what we're doing right now. That,
yeah,
exactly.
I got tons of talking
videos.
points.
Are we gonna play videos, articles? You can just like throw. How would you argue it? Like the black dude I just played. We played 2 other white dudes. We got a bunch of the videos and articles. I'm gonna blend up the article. We'll probably do an article next.
I got my books and everything right here too. So I'm gonna be looking up stuff too, and I'll show everything, whatever. I'm
All right, cool. Yeah, and anybody in the chat, if you got something you want us, if you got a person who has spoken against reparations, I don't care if they got 5 fans, 5 million viewers. Let's put their punk ass on blast.
Good looking, G. I'm in the back.
All right.
Talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. There's some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes.
Hey, replace slavery with the Holocaust. Replace tell them people, survivors
There
of the
are some
Holocaust.
people that were talking about reparations
it is you
in this
who
country.
owe.
They wanted reparations.
My bad. Finish what you were saying.
He's saying it's people that's talking about reparations. Replace that, like replace slavery, the word slavery, with Holocaust. Like we just gonna, pretend he's saying Holocaust, and he telling those survivors that they owe.
But I definitely agree with
he's
that.
telling the
But I also want to speak to black people and immigrants who are watching these coon ass niggas, because there's gonna be some immigrants who are gonna see shit like this and think that because these black people are next to white people, this is how you should talk. We're gonna flame your dumb ass if you come over here talking like this. This is superior Sambo talking points right here, and only the highest of watermelon hating, Sambo cracker loving, boss we cold ass type niggas love this shit.
And you want to know what makes this even worse for me? Is this man is a pastor of a black church.
In North Carolina at that.
In North Carolina. In North Carolina at that. That's what makes this whole situation worse for me.
North Carolina
To
had
me.
one of the greatest portions of Africans went to North Carolina. This motherfucker right here gonna say reparations ain't needed. This is why we have to slew these niggas in arguments. So what would you say to somebody that says black? How do you even let me play the rest of the video first.
And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine.
Yeah, back to the contradictions, and the sad part is
that was double speak like a mug.
He took an opportunity.
He confused.
Opportunity to get at liberals. He's more so talking about black liberals, and that he's a Republican. This is not even about reparations and slavery.
Nah,
this is more.
Nah, it's not. This is a political fight. Yep.
How would you argue that?
Hey, yo, how do y'all feel about the HR 40?
No, but how would you argue this one right here?
Yeah, basically, I would argue that he's talking to black liberals, and his issues with black liberals is just it's not even necessarily about overall descendants of slavery.
What about him stating that black people owe and should pay He said black people should pay reparations because of the people who died for the fight for black people to be where we are today. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's specifically talking about a certain black people, like black liberals. And once he pointed the finger at them, that argument and that personal issue that Republicans and liberals got, and to tie into everybody who suffered, like he just literally went through a litany of things that people suffered through because of slavery, that's why I said it's such a huge contradiction that his whole argument is stupid. And I mean, yeah, but I don't even know, man. He just contradicted himself in a major way.
Yeah, what about the people that died in the car?
Real quick, in the chat, this white girl, Rania, you're an idiot, and we don't want you over here. We're not discussing
sniper.
We're discussing people who are actually against reparations.
Oh, that's a white girl, Q?
She's a white girl. Look at her name.
Yo, someone in the chat.
Renaya Samuelson. That's a white person. Unless you click the link, you have 1 minute to click the link and show that you are involved in a black community and you care about reparations of black people. If not, we're gonna let somebody 86 you. We're gonna see how long it takes somebody to 86 you. You got one.
Oh well, I was about the 86 her. Marcel got her before me.
Yeah, she already 86. All right, cool. We don't want.
She already 86.
We don't want none of y'all over here. We don't want none of you people over here. Go over there.
So he making the.
I think that HR 40 ain't that bad. I don't know why y'all saying it's bullshit.
All it is
even without the HR, let's stay just to stay on.
I got it right here.
What about his
argument? Yeah, don't go left with the HR 40, like specifically speaking to his argument. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
Let me read this one little paragraph. Let me read one little paragraph to go back against what this dude's saying right here. Forms of reparations can take. It says right here. This is in the HR 40s. Is under the international concepts of full reparations and special measures. Reparations must wipe out all consequences of the harm and include the full span of
Now, but what you
legislators.
would understand is that he's stating that there are no consequences. There's only benefits. That's
Yeah,
what
so the
you're
HR
arguing
40
against a
just
black
cites.
person who doesn't even. You're reading he doesn't even, when they hear the reparation argument, he feels that black people owe reparations.
That's stupid.
No, specifically black liberals. Like matter of fact, play it again, Q.
Oh, he said black. He's saying black liberals, but he's saying pretty much all black people should be thankful for what was.
Oh
happening.
yeah. Well, yeah, that too. He's saying that. Yeah, black people definitely should be thankful for all the stuff that they.
Because somebody for slavery. If you want to talk about reparations in this country, they wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody, after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that they were willing to stand.
Hey, like I say, replace all of that. It was people who went in the gas chambers for you. It was people that was in Auschwitz for you. Take that, the Diary of Anne Frank. Know what I'm saying? What if say that to them people?
Yes, you put it like that.
What kind of, what I'm saying? Saying that it's white people like John Brown that died too. Well, we owe white people too. So his whole argument about people that was instrumental with fighting to end slavery is gonna make us owe everybody that was in that war or fighting. That's stupid because everybody. I think it's he got the victim paying for the what do you call it? The victimizer. This dude is weird, man. I don't understand. Who is this guy right here? I want to pull up his Mark Robinson.
One of the leading faces for black Republicans. He's one of the people who stand out of all the black Republicans in terms of the face of a black Republican. He's not necessarily a leader.
That's Trump's N-word.
Leader of black Republicans. Yeah, he got fame. He stood out especially because Trump endorsed him. So that's why he stands out specifically.
Did Trump pick him to head some type of cabinet office to be part of his
Nah, that's
cabinet?
just his N-word.
Damn.
Like Kanye was Trump's N-word. Once you become Trump's N-word, you get a level of celebrityship that
that's not even that we
that people follow or fawn over.
Us, though, right?
Trump endorsed him. Endorsed him. That's why he became so viral, is because Trump endorsed him for North Carolina governor.
So that's that. I know who that dude is now. Okay.
1 second. Just listen to me for 1 second, bro. Trump endorsed him, and that's what made him go viral. In terms of Trump used him as a look what I'm endorsing a black person, so you can't really use me and say I'm a racist, right? Because I'm supporting a black, even though he's supporting a black person who doesn't have views of the average black person in terms of like what we talking about with reparations, right? He's against reparations in terms of he doesn't want to scare off his base, his white Republican voter. So he can't support reparations because then he's going to turn off a whole group of people that he needs to support him in that region that he's at, basically North Carolina. So he's trying to flip the argument in a way. It's like I said, it's just
bizarre. Part of self-guard, like, didn't North Carolina just get cut some type of reparations deal like a few years back? I saw that on the news.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, if you Google North Carolina, I'm gonna put. It was on the news a few years back that North Carolina residents started getting some type of reparations, or the government down there.
You're talking about Asheville. That's just a small town in the mountains.
So what is he talking? That's down in his
Yeah,
area.
Joe, that he got famous for the porn stuff after the Trump endorsement. That's when Trump didn't come out and endorse him the next time because of everything he had caught up with the whole porn.
Shit.
But just so
Yo, that
everybody's
shit
on the
was
same
goofy.
page, yo, did everybody hear the slipping? Niggas like to throw history around as if niggas don't know what we talking about and we can't research. Does everybody know Edmund Pettus Bridge? Because he slipped that in there.
Yep, I
He
remember the
definitely did.
Edmund Pettus Bridge. I know exactly what that's about.
Yep.
It's where the
Man,
bus
break it
was
down,
bombed.
Q.
March on
Just so we
Washington.
all on the same page, so you know what we're looking at. The Edmund Pettus Bridge is a bridge right here, right? Nearly a century after the Confederacy's guns fell silent, the racial legacies of slavery and Reconstruction continued to reverberate loudly through Alabama in 1965. I don't see how you can reference this bridge and not think about the need for reparations. The fact that this bridge, Black people marched across
it. Yep.
And it was white people, white officials who fought and and persecuted Black people for marching for rights. The same rights that we were promised 100 years earlier. This is fucking crazy. When the 25-year-old activist John Lewis, we pull up John Lewis' picture.
Yeah, John Lewis. That's the dude.
Right there, John Lewis. See, I know who he is.
I know who he is.
True.
Right, just to make sure everybody knows who John Lewis is, because he's still alive.
I see.
Right? Led over 600 marches across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, and faced brutal attacks by oncoming state troopers.
Yeah.
Which is another example of why reparations is owed. This is an example of the federal government's allowance and connection to the persecution of Black people. I want to be clear. So, he's not alive. My bad. I'm so sorry, y'all. I missed my mistake. My bad. I thought he was still alive.
Nah, just a few years ago he passed away.
My bad. That's my fault. My apologies. My bad. P-Funk, you're right. Thank you, texting me for that, P-Funk. My bad. And if I make anything else, if I say anything that's incorrect, just correct me in the chat, and I'll definitely fix that.
But we believe in ancestor veneration. You're right. He's still alive, man. We make libation to him.
These last 4 years is fast as hell for me. So 2020 and 2024, there's no excuse.
It was like a whirlwind, huh?
Yeah, these last 4. Huh? Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, all right, my bad. So just to be clear, so if they throw that in there, always check these fucking morons, y'all. Nothing anyone who speaks against reparations says is going to be correct. I'm stating that right now. Any person I bring up, and I've looked up, who's against reparations will not use facts.
Hey, yo, Q, you know,
misinterpret history, rewrite history, and replay history in a version that is good for anti-reparationist perspectives.
Y'all know the history or the circumstances surrounding the company Domino Sugar, that yellow box of sugar everybody be having? Domino Sugar is short for Dominica, because Chase Bank loaned money to Southern slave owners and slave plantationers down there in Dominica. They would bring slaves from New York City, including loan money from Chase Bank in Manhattan, and then take it down there to Dominica to invest in sugar plantations. So that Domino Sugar that people be eating.
If you could pull up a source on that, bro. Pull up a source on that for us so we can share.
I'll pull it up. I'm gonna look it up right now. Chase.
Yeah, that's
Bank.
fire. That's dope right there.
Chase Bank,
anybody check. Yeah, that's fire.
I think it's in the book. It's in the book, Slavery in New York. But let me try to find that book. I'm gonna be right back.
Hey, I was just thinking about something, right? Know what I'm saying? And you know, this part of the conversation, right? In my mind, So we asking the same evil motherfucker. We gonna try to go. We gotta get people in position, in political position. If we gonna ask these same evil motherfuckers to pay us, like
We're not.
how we gonna like?
We're not.
What's the?
That's the
Okay, all right.
you see, in order to understand this reparations conversation, we have to look at the history. The nation, when America was formed, slavery was started. It took root after the formation of the Union after 1776, but slavery was going way before 1776. So how can we ask a government that wasn't even formed for reparations? Now we can after the formation of their government due to the laws that they implemented. But
Yeah,
where are
but
we going to go
I feel you.
first?
But
So
what I'm
that's
saying is,
why
we got
we have to take it out of their hands.
what I'm getting at, and maybe you can expound on it for me, right? The same motherfucker sitting in that position to make the decision, like the judge or whoever it is that got to decide, like, yeah, man, I'm gonna sign the paper so these niggas can get the money. That's the evil motherfucker, I think, in position. Like, look at the Supreme Court, and and they kind of like they philosophy about life and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe y'all could lace me up on maybe I'm looking at it wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, man, these same evil motherfuckers, and like, how we gonna get the money?
Again, if we keep looking for the American government to do it, then of course we're going to continue to have shortcomings and setbacks because they have their own ideals as to what they think reparations should be and why they shouldn't pay their reparations. As you've been hearing some things spewed by some of the opposers of this reparations. So in order to actually move the conversation in a direction, we have to address the nations that participated and the companies and the businesses that got rich off of the enslavement of our ancestors over the span of those centuries.
Yeah, I just want to repeat to everybody who's tuning in.
I didn't see that part. Gotcha.
My bad. Now I just want to repeat to everybody that's tuning in. Today's goal is to call out and air out the real enemies of reparations. This is not a Pan-African FBA fight. This isn't a black nationalist argument. I've showed enough data to substantiate my argument that Pan-Africans, FBAs, black nationalists are not in any way the issue in terms of reparations. And the real issue is reparations. And a lot of these issues that we're discussing in the community, even if they're not, I want to put this, somebody in the chat said, if you don't believe we're going to get reparations, keep your mouth shut right now. You know what I mean? We could do a feasibility conversation later on. Let's just focus on calling out the people involved in keeping us from getting what we're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to, a nigga don't got to pay you back for you to tell a motherfucker they owe you.
Right.
A motherfucker don't got to pay you back for you to have an anger on your shoulder. The reason why I don't like your bitch ass is because you never paid me back for the money I fucking gave you. So this is why I always treat your bitch ass like that. You know I'm not giving you Kobe. Imagine if Kobe Bryant, every white person in the league he played with, he never shook their hand because of reparations. Imagine if LeBron James like, yeah, we can play the same team, but I'm never gonna be cool with you. Imagine if Eminem knew that every single rapper he was ever around told him, you're never gonna be cool.
You got a hundo.
Until y'all niggas pay us
Brandon just sent the
reparations, we're never
hundo.
gonna be cool. That's the kind of energy where they're gonna be like, damn, I want to be cool with black people, but they're not getting over reparations. I think we should pay them back. I think we should find a way to
you just got a super chat. You got $100 super chat from Sirius B.
Oh, Sirius B, good bro. I appreciate you, B. That's my guy right there. And matter of fact, Siri, I need you to email because I want to get you in the conversation we're having with STEM. So I really appreciate you, bro. That's anybody else that's heavily into science and STEM professionally or even at an amateur level. Please hit us up. We're trying to get these super groups going and what we got going on. But I appreciate you, Siri. You definitely do. And everybody that's been supporting and contributing to the movement. So yeah, you see this here. What you gonna say, King? My bad.
Yeah, that's why the argument is getting harder and more difficult than what it is. It is because the repeating of, what you just got through saying. They not gonna pay us. They'll go broke, and make an excuse for why they're not gonna pay us. Now we have to make the environment and the climate, just like enough heat that we're putting on, the climate needs to be changed in order to not having to come up with all, fancy words and difficulty and language so hard. So if the climate is, more people are for or support, then we wouldn't have to come up with all these different things to, convince or, persuade for people to have a changed mindset. So I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, shout out Brandon for the super chat. Good looking out.
I see. You want to say something? I see 3. You want to say something?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Wale, you still there? Or no? Wale, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I want to say something too. But
okay, Wale, go ahead, Wale.
Wow. Kind of blew me away. I'm gonna have to come back. I have to gather my thought, because I did have a thought to at this time, but some what they said, Dev said had a thought come to my mind, and I was just about to hit the mic when that other guy started talking than you, and then I'm chasing these. I got confused a minute. Give me a moment though. Well, what did Dev just say? And you said something about, I was saying that a majority of the Europeans in the United States are new. They haven't been there 100 years, them and their family. They came during World War II, after World War II, after the doggone Hitler thing. They arrived. So they're not familiar with a lot of the things that we are talking about, like all the laws, how they progress the laws and stuff like that. I would like to see a possibility, anyway, of producing an infomercial that will teach people what really happened using government records, not no books and, this guy wrote, I don't care about that. Use the government records showing, because the government records show just what they did. And then the other people who just getting here, because the majority of these crackers, they new to this country. They weren't here in no 1900. All the Italians got here after the 1900. They came in 1903, 1911, 1919. They don't know. We have to inform everybody. We think, they all know what they know. They don't know about what happened in 1776. 1779, 1790, 1803, 1813, all these different Code Noir laws that were implemented that removed our people from not only their land and their rights, their personal God-given rights, but removed their children's rights from them, which raised us up in a situation now that we're in. And then when people understand that, because the majority of them don't even know it exists. I'm not talking about they don't understand. They don't even know. How they gonna understand something they don't even know?
This has to be Wally. I actually have an article written by a European. I think, where is it? I was gonna bring this up in a few. This was called Europeans and a white European's perspective on reparations. And he actually is arguing that white Europeans should get out of the way of the conversation and support Black Americans. I was actually gonna hit this person. Like anybody who's for Black people getting reparations, we should be cool with them niggas. Even if we ain't cool with them, yo, son, you rocking with us? Fuck it, bro. Come to the cookout, nigga.
I heard a cracker. I just heard a cracker. He's a teacher. He said been a teacher of history for 20-something years, and he's been teaching high school history for 20-something years, and he just found out about all this stuff we talking about. And he was in tears because of what he had said, and he was backing up his people and telling them, look, y'all don't know what happened. Y'all, so I'm saying maybe he's correct. They don't know. And maybe this guy you're talking about will say the same thing. You don't know, move out of the way, or whatever he was saying. You don't know what's up in this thing. But I'm saying when they know, we possibly can have some real allies without the liberals running our cause for us. Don't let them do that. They'll run us right back. And next thing you'll know, we'll be nowhere. Don't let them liberals do nothing.
Yep. Yo, Aaron, you want to add
And
something?
they worse than the conservatives. But they
Yeah, I was.
smile at you, stab you.
Facts. Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like all the people you were just naming, the politicians, the athletes. Like, I think we need to start blackmailing them motherfuckers. So when it's time for us to put a bill together, they got, not the athletes, but politicians, they gotta sign it. We done infiltrated them like them small hats. How they be blackmailing motherfuckers? How you
Why
feel
we
about
Yo,
can't?
that?
bro, I'm with that.
It's called lobbying.
Yeah,
Why we
lobbying.
can't
I'm
tax our own wealthy? Like the
no,
rich
I'm
black folk.
I'm past lobbying. I know we need lobbying, but I'm talking about getting dirt on them, getting info on them, compromising them.
I'm
So
with you.
they
That's
have
what
no
I'm with you,
choice.
bro. I'm with you, bro. Just, you know what I'm saying? I'm with you. Like homeboy up here, you know this nigga right here was fucking with fucking prostitutes and parking lot lizards and coke. This motherfucker got some dirt. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
This
Exactly.
motherfucker, no way you telling me this Sambo ass nigga ain't got no dirt.
Hey yo, chat. Yo, y'all saying that lobbying, that we need lobbyists or we should get rid of lobbying?
No, we need lobbyists.
No, we need lobbying.
No, I was saying code name blackmail as code name lobbying.
I get what you're
It's the
saying.
same
I
shit
get
to
what
me.
you're saying.
Lobbying and blackmail. Payola, extortion. Payola and lobbying is the same shit to me.
Payola.
Like, well, this is the era of payola. We just call it lobbying, and they call it pay to play.
Okay. Quid pro quo.
Yeah, we're not saying blackmail. We're saying payola, and we're saying Me Too. I think the Me Too movement is a new way of saying extortion. Like,
Right.
Like that's the
Right.
new political way of doing it. Like, we're gonna expose you until you do what we want. Like,
Yeah,
that's how
I should have said compromise. I should have said
Yeah, I mean,
that.
I know, I feel you, because
The
serious
group,
like, yeah,
the
the word we
chat
don't want
going
to say
crazy
blackmail.
on the.
Blackmail is, we're not
it's a-
blackmailing. We're politically exposing you to put pressure on you.
That'll work. That can work.
You feel me?
And another word they like to use, sanctions. We're going to sanction you.
Exactly. A sanction is definitely a form of extortion. Oh, you
Now
not
the
doing what I want?
techniques we employ
All right.
to do that, like how you were saying with the strippers and all of that, that's cool. We just it's like what we say, the political stuff.
No, but I like that. Lobbying and sanctions. I'm gonna switch my word from extortion to sanction. Yeah, I like that. You're right. You 100% IC3. That definitely sounds better. Black
Sanction is a
community
great
is putting sanctions on Chinese stores in the community. We will no longer. I like that. I completely like that. I see that. I like that term.
Don't say
because
community.
we
Sanctions,
start
though.
practicing statecraft. You see, when I'm here and I'm on this panel, on this channel, I'm in the mindset that I'm speaking to fellow delegates of the conference. Yeah, this is government. I'm talking to this is international, and we talk like diplomats. We get into that mindset.
Yeah, when you talk like that, you do realize Africa owes reparations too, right?
Now,
Hold on, real quick. When we say reparations, and especially over here, when you throw the Africa into the conversation, it does not entail colonialism, and that's why I'm very specific. Africans did not benefit from colonialism. Like, the system of colonialism is what created the economic wealth gap.
That's a good point.
People got
You see what I'm saying?
people
Like,
got to
now,
pay attention to history and just trying to force everyone to be to be contributors or participants in this situation, because the
British
continent.
Yo, Aries, Aries, click the link. Yo, Aries, if you have a link, if you don't want to come on the panel, y'all can just click the link and put it in the back chat. That way I can grab the link easy, because I don't have my YouTube open. But if you want to add, if you have a black business, an organization that you want to promote, that's why we have so many wrenches out. Please promote black businesses, black organizations, black empowerment facts. That's what we about, promoting black people forward. That's why we have so many wrenches over here, y'all.
Like, it's easy to throw that into Africa if you don't really throw that idea onto Africa if you really don't know the history, and that's why I hear a lot of people say that Africa owed reparations. But as Q said, they didn't benefit from colonialism. They
The
actually
kingdoms did though, brother.
suffered.
The kingdoms like the kingdoms of the
No,
homies.
remember imperialism removed.
No,
Remember imperialism.
no.
Remember imperialism is the profit that came. There would be no imperialism if it wasn't for colonialism. Colonialism gave white folks the ability to fund their pure imperialist. Like America's first native country it invaded was Haiti. The only reason America was able to invade Haiti is because of the money it made through colonialism.
Let me ask you a question so you can educate me, or all of y'all educate me. Just I'm gonna put it in a metaphor, like if somebody does a crime and somebody else is in on it, you got two people doing the crime and then one victim. So the two people doing the crime, one of the person gets done dirty by his co-defendant. So now he can't pay damages. Does that let him off the hook because he got done dirty by his co-defendant?
Okay, this is what I'm going by. This is what I'm going by. I see what you're doing, and I understand what
in
you're
order to create that analogy,
and then I'll tell you.
both parties would have had to been a participant in the crime. The crime at the time, you, Brother Jabal, got beef with Brother Baller for thousands of years. Longer than America and Europe has been walking around, you've been beefing with Baller.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then you got a beef with Baller. This nigga killed your brother, your aunt, your cousin. He raped your sister, and you did the same shit to his aunts.
Okay.
And then you sell this nigga to, you don't even give a fuck. All you know is that some weird looking dude showed up to your house on the beach and said, I got guns for you. That's all you know is that the homeboy said, I got guns. And you like, oh, what do you want? And you like, yo, just give me niggas you care about. That's the context. Like when we take it out of that context, it's everything but that. Now
It's trying to make it's trying to make the African kingdoms that were that had to make certain concessions. It's trying to make them culpable.
And it removes
really
the it removes the context of the conversation historically.
Right.
Like African countries have already stated in nations that they take accountability for their involvement in slavery.
For their involvement in slavery.
Reason why these nations don't have anything to offer is because of imperialism.
Now, Cypher God, they do got something to offer. They could be offering dual citizenship.
They offer dual citizenship. That's what I'm saying. If you know that, then you wouldn't be stating that, bro. They literally offer that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
a lot of them do.
They offer dual citizenship in most Western African nations for Black people. They offer land rights as well to Black people. That's I don't know.
That's not the right to abode thing though, because that's not
no. But you're stating when you say they offer something. So white people have offered nothing. So
I see. At least they made an offer. They made an offer. Peace, God. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying like they made an offer. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the conversation, like with African nations, you can literally hit up it. Like Wale said it the other day, the kings in these nations are not respected in the government. That's one of the issues you see. The governments are arbitrary establishments created underneath the auspices of what's the shit? Imperialism. So when we just be like, yo, African nations, first of all, there are no African nations in existence today that exist from the time of colonialism. So that statement of nations is incorrect. The king.
Nations is good.
No, but nations as we know it are nations that are sanctioned by NATO. So the African 54 nations of NATO are not the nations that were there in existence.
NATO is North American. NATO don't got nothing to do with no.
Hold on, slow down, Wale. In order for the African nations post World War II to be recognized with their independence, NATO is who recognized the African nations.
And NATO is not North America, Wale. It's North Atlantic.
Yeah, that's why I want to make sure this, just so we can understand. And I'm not, whether we agree with NATO, I'm just stating that the African nations that people be like pay reparations from, those are not the nations that were there prior to colonialism. Like they wasn't even there before the 40s. These are new nations that were created under the auspices of imperialism. So when people make these statements, these are not the companies or countries or nationhoods that are representative of the individuals who sold people into slavery.
That's
You
true.
have to talk to
Okay,
the
so
king.
what? That
So
just
that's why I
can't.
said, Wally, when you said the other day that the kings, you were 100% correct. If you look up the kings in different territories in Africa, they have been making promises and offerings to Black Americans for the last damn near 300 years.
Okay, my thing is
I just
the
want to
thing
be
that.
clear on that statement.
Yeah, I got you, but I got that part. I'm just saying the thing that had me even talking is because we confound the two words together, nation and country, are often used interchangeably, but they
No,
have
it is.
they have distinct definitions. And like let's say one of them, pick out a country in Africa. Let's pick out Nigeria. That ain't no nation, that's a country. Why? Because it has several ethnic groups within it. A nation is one ethnic group.
Nation state.
It's not all them different people, unless all them different people share the same ethnic background. And then you can say, okay, yeah, them the same people. But you got 3 or 4, I think it's 4 different ethnic groups in Nigeria alone. 4 ethnic groups inside a country. Yeah, you could do that with a country. Like America, the United States of America is a country. It is not a nation. It is a country.
It's a
but they want to
corporation.
Okay, I'm
Well,
going
I'm
with
just
that.
saying, I didn't want to go far into the tangent, like Brother Jabbar. We can do a whole stream just discussing African, compatibility and responsibility in the African states. Like, I have no problem with doing that. Like just being on, you know what I'm saying? Like, being right here. The reality is African nations are not involved in the American conversation of reparations, nor are they involved in the African diaspora for colonialism. The establishment of Trinidad was through colonialism. The establishment of New York, the removal of Native Americans and the replacement of Native Americans with Africans, the movement of Africans, the forcing of the removal of languages, the forcing of removal from families, the systematic approach to how Africans are dispersed. These are the realities. The African creation of globalization, it does not exist. We are in a globalistic state, in a movement that was created through imperialism and after colonialism.
Well, remember, keep in mind, God, that they owe us for stuff that was post-slavery too. Tulsa, the mass incarcerations that they apologize.
This is why we want to stay on point with the conversation. You see what I mean? Like the only thing people will be discussing is a very peculiar cultural situation that white people took advantage of. And that's by white people's standards, not my standards. I'm not listening to none of y'all niggas. The Portuguese has already admitted that they have taken advantage of African cultures of moving around and selling indentured people.
And they started it.
The Portuguese have already taken accountability for taking advantage of that system.
Good.
I don't care what white people say. The Portuguese have already taken accountability for it, and they're trying to figure out how to fix it. So why are we trying to talk about Africans when the people who went to Africa to get the Africans to sell take a responsibility for what they did and how they manipulated Africans? I don't know why we're having a discussion. Literally, the Prime Minister of Portugal said this.
So the discussion I was interested in, I said Dev them had thrown me off, is this, that the United States of America, that's what we're dealing with, right? Is that what we're talking about, reparations? Are we all over the place with Portugal, Africa, and all them other different, where are we at with this? Are we talking about the United States?
I was thinking that we were talking global reparations, but more internal reparations.
We're talking the United States of America.
This should be a conversation from a Pan-African perspective, very
that's
much
global.
localized.
That's
so
global,
if
Pan-African.
you're in Jamaica, who's against reparations for Jamaicans? Who's against reparations for Haitians? Who's against reparations for Black Americans? You know what I'm saying? Let's be very clear.
Yeah, Jamaicans have already received some reparations in the past 2 or 3 years, man. Actually, I don't know if you know about it, but that actually went down. It was in all the papers and all that stuff, man.
Black
But
Americans,
anyway,
some Black Americans have received as well, but there's still
that's what I'm
people.
saying. Yeah, I'm
This
agreeing.
conversation today is centered on people who are against reparations.
Oh,
So, but I'm
My
saying,
bad.
in order for
I feel
people
you.
who are against reparations, in order to build a case so that they cannot stand against it, we have to define what we're talking about, because it's all over the place. You see this boy talking about Portugal and Africa. It's all over the place. We have to bring it down, and when people can see the case, bring it down to a
No, but why you missed the point? His tangent, and that's why I made it very clear. There's many people who, in the conversation of reparations, will bring up Africans, and that's why I'm very clear on my response. Africans did not participate in colonialism, nor were they integral in the development of colonialism. And in addition to that, the people who introduced Africans to the party have already taken accountability for putting Africans in that compromised position. So I don't know, there's no reason for me to discuss. And white people do that more than anybody. So that should be the systematic response from Black people. When a white person tells you, what about Africans? Africans were not involved in the creation or establishment of colonialism. It's just that simple.
We agree.
But
I was referring to, though, I mean, okay, you still got more. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, like, this. I'm talking about, because this is what the brother brought up on the panel. The only reason he brought it up, and I said I don't want to discuss it, but only reason I'm answering is because you're going to hear white people I'm going to play who are going to state, what about Africans?
Right.
And you're going to see Black people who agree with them.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying we have to be on point with these conversations, because these are real arguments. And that's why I'm going, every single statement that's being made, I'm prepared to. There's not one piece of the reparations argument I'm not prepared to argue. That's why I be listening so attentively. When he said, the bridge, most Black people do not know what that bridge is, and white people are just happy to hear a Black person think that they're inclusive of white people. But this Black person sat up there and lied about the fact that Black people organize a rally to fight for the reality that they have been lied to for their rights, and that act of lying and the need to fight further defines the need for reparations. But when this dumbass cracker in black skin gets on TV and says this shit to people who know their history, then he's going to be able to get away with this shit. And this is why I'm being very specific in each and every talking point, so it's very clear and understood. No, you can't get up there and say Black people need to be a problem. What? Did you really reference Selma, Alabama, where it was white police officers on duty who were violating the rights of Black people under the color of law? Hold on. Y'all know what color of law means, right?
This is the stripes he was talking about in his speech.
Yeah, y'all in the chat, y'all familiar with color of law and what does that mean to Black people?
Color.
I'm not. What does it mean?
So the color of law is a statement that was used to describe white people who were acting like they were police when they were off duty. And that's illegal. When you're off duty, you're no longer a cop. So you can't just pick up your badge and tell somebody I'm a cop when you're off duty. You have the duty to defend the Constitution, but you're not in the position to act as a color of law. So if you're acting in the color of law when you're off duty, then you're committing the deprivation of rights. Thank you, Mike. And the very first lawsuit for this was Black Americans, 1871, against the Ku Klux Klan, because the Ku Klux Klan had sheriffs and deputy agents acting under the color of law, going into Black people's homes, dragging them out of their houses, and actually executing them in the public under the color of law.
Any fraudulent, artificial ordinance of law.
And so when the police were violating Black people when they were properly exercising their right to what? Protest, the sheriff department in Selma, Alabama, fired upon them, violated them, and did all of this nonsense, which is another example of why we need reparations. This is why this Black man's house should be violated. I'm just like, this is just the color. He has no clue. How would you? It's crazy that you would bring up. I'm trying not to cry. Like, I ain't gonna. This shit bothers me. That's why some conversations I don't get taken too serious online because I get real. I get emotional. I get upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get upset. Like, I ain't gonna lie, and I can crash out. So I have to be mindful because I don't know about y'all, but I will really crash out. Just being real. You know what I mean? Like,
I know he would too.
you know what I'm saying? So, and they on y'all in real life. And so I don't want to do that. So I gotta be mindful. This shit really bothers me. You know what I mean? This really, really irks me to hear this person bring up Selma, Alabama as a reason why Black people should not want reparations. Like my mom's, this is crazy. Like how many of y'all got? This is mind elevate. I'm a mod to that. This is very insulting. Like hearing white people say certain shit, it's whatever. When you hear a Black person and you saw he slapped the table and he's wrong it. You know how y'all know Lance, you know how Lance be going mad hard, he be wrong. And we be upset like, yo, bro, how you this passionate and you're 100% wrong? Look at this nigga tell Black people that we owe white people for reparate. This is
No, he never said that actually.
He's saying that we owe them because they died for certain rights.
No, he
but
never
they
said
shouldn't have had to die.
No,
why did they owe? Because they died.
Let him listen.
We're gonna listen it back.
By the exact words that he used. I'm just going by the exact words
says
that he used.
we owe reparations.
Yeah, Wale, but it's politics. It's politics, Wale. So you can't. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, but you got to understand.
Talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes.
See, he ain't gonna say.
Yeah, no, Wale. Now, can I break that down, Wale? Why?
I'm sorry, Wale. He said what?
No,
I
get what
they
you're
owe
saying,
us,
Wale, because
what's
you,
the
I'm
opposite of
saying
owing
that I
us,
agree
Wale?
with you. You're right.
No, hold on, wait. No. I'm not gonna have this moment with you, Wale. The accusation of reparations is against the government. So it's Black people telling the governments of America, local and federal, that you owe. So what this person just told Black people is like, no, they don't owe, you owe. So he's reversing the argument. So the reverse of the argument would now be saying that Black people actually owe the government.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I'm saying. Like the way he's saying it is like, what do you? That's just crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, that's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, and Wale, I don't want you to get
You gotta be able to read between the lines, follow that context.
In the semantics of it, right? Because I get what you're saying, right? In terms of semantics. I get exactly what you're saying in terms of semantics, right? But I could just pose this question to you like this, right? What are the majority of Black people stand? Where do the majority of Black people in the United States stand?
Somebody talking and I can hear.
Hold up real quick, go on. Yeah, Wale, I can ask you that. Where do the majority of Black people stand politically? Over 80-some% of the Black people in the United States.
What do you mean by stand? You mean Republic or Democrat? Is that what you mean by where they stand? Or are you talking about?
Yeah.
I would suggest then Democratic. I'm just suggesting.
Okay, and when you met with Democrats, right? Where are the majority of liberals stand in terms of Democrat or Republican?
Once again, Democrat.
Okay, so now when you put all of that together, you can minus the semantics now, right? Because that's
what there's no semantics, Miz. Like there's no.
Wale's saying while Wale is speaking, right? When I say semantics, is because Wale is going in terms of the verbiage when he says I was speaking.
Verbiage is very specific. He said they don't owe you.
Owe. But when he was speaking, right? When I'm talking about semantics, Wale is speaking to the point of he said, well, I was talking to this liberal one day, and I was informing him about how I feel about reparations. I don't remember his exact words, but I know he said when I was talking to a liberal one day about reparations, and I looked at him, I said, no, it's you who owe reparations. Wale is trying to say he was specifically talking to that one guy, but I'm trying to that's why I mentioned the Wale. It's not just speaking to that one guy, because if that one guy represents a large demographic of black people, a large demographic of black people would take that and yeah, he's talking about them. That's why.
Okay.
Hold on, wait. All right, so Wall Street Willie.
Okay.
Again, Wall Street Willie just got it. This is why I'm trying to be very. When he said you got to listen to the speech, we just watched the whole thing, Willie. He said we owe our ancestors. Are you familiar with the bridge he referenced in the speech, Willie?
And I wanted to know if that's what he was saying.
Hold up, Wale. But yeah, we talking about to what Willie's arguing right now.
I'm just saying, like, it's just
that picture, man.
This country, they wanted reparations, and I remember I made this particular liberal so about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations.
They wanted reparations. He
said
reparations.
Yeah, talking about liberal.
I was talking to this particular liberal.
Yeah.
Liberal is code for black person.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Wale. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Wale. That's what Q just said, exactly what I'm saying. Not just black person, for a large percentage, because if over 80% of Democrats, a lot of that large percentage of over 80% are going to lean on the liberal side, right? Because you got people like I would say Domo. I'm not calling you out, Domo. Please don't jump on the pen cursing me out. But I'm just saying people will call Domo a liberal, right? So then he would be pointing a finger at people like Domo, but then it's not only Domo, it's a large, because just assuming that Democratic stance, a lot of people end up getting thrown in that bag. That's what I'm trying to say, Wale. It's not, you don't really want to get down to the semantics, because at the very end of the day, you still going to be attacking or opposing that to a large demographic of black people within the United States. So Willie, even with your argument, I get what you're trying to say, but again, you got to take everything that he's saying in totality. He's at a Republican Party convention, right? So this is majority of these conventions, whether you're talking about a Democratic convention or a Republican convention, they're attacking and they're approaching the argumentation in terms of their opponents, whether their opponent is Jill Stein, whether their opponent is Joe Biden, well, whoever the opponent is, that opponent represents a large demographic of people. And
no, what he said was, we owe our ancestors for what they went through.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't say that. And when you said what Cubato, what you said, when you explained to me initially what he meant by you owe, I was willing to accept that based upon the fact that he didn't say who owes who yet. He didn't say that. He just say, as a matter of fact, you owe. But he didn't say.
The subject was initiated in the beginning of the conversation when he was saying.
That's what you were telling me. That's what you were telling me, and I said, okay. So as soon as you said that, you say, oh, in the subject, there's an arrow going toward these people, and he's saying, no, the arrow should go toward these people. And I said, okay, that's what you're saying. He said, no, now you owe. Oh, what? And then when you say, to me, I think I do owe my ancestors personally. So when
but the way he positioned the argument,
that's what I say.
This is an example. So again, I'm going to say, white people are going to position their argument around a gaslighting.
Yeah,
there you go.
You know what I'm saying? This is an example of gaslighting. I'm going to disrespect the response that you gave. I'm not even going to acknowledge your statements as to why you deserve reparations. I'm going to ignore it. Then I'm going to replace it with my own argument that has nothing to do with your argument, and I'm going to let you respond to it to get you upset. Then he's going to throw in some feel-goodery for white people.
Yeah.
This is why he said, this is why he used ambiguous language. This is why he said those people, these people, and they. He didn't say black people fought because he's in front of white people, because he would have to say, who did black people fight against? White people.
That's what I'm saying. His language is intentionally ambiguous in some cases. Is that what you're saying? He wasn't specific at all. That's what I'm agreeing.
All
I'm
right,
agreeing
now,
with
so
what
now
you said. He
all I'm
said.
saying,
I'm agreeing with what Miz said.
I'm gonna be very surgical with this as much as possible. The practice of psychologically manipulating someone into questioning their sanity, memory, or powers of reason. So what
There you
he's
go.
doing is calling into question your sanity and reasoning skills as to how slavery operated. Then he also questioned and created a space where you're in order to create a gaslighting argument, you have to make the initial premise seem like it's crazy. So when he's made you think that the walk across the bridge was some kumbaya conversation, no. The walk across the bridge was in protest to the fact that Black people were still going through the same suffering that they were doing 100 years earlier. And then it was the government agents who fought against those Black people while walking against the bridge. Do you understand the difference, Willie? Are you familiar with the bridge he referenced in this video? You said, listen further.
And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on.
All I'm saying is we can replace. I was talking to this particular liberal. Let's just say they was talking about reparations, and I was talking to this particular conservative, and they was talking about you don't owe nothing for the Holocaust. And man, hey man, you know, it was people that went to Auschwitz, and man, they was in gas chambers for you, man. And you know, but you owe them though.
Yo, my bad. Real quick. Hold on, real quick. I told you I'm surgical with this shit. Ebony Knowledge does not know what gaslighting means in politics, so I'm going to help her out and anybody else who thinks what I'm saying is incorrect. Gaslighting in politics, in a political context, gaslighting can take many forms, often involves politicians or political groups presenting false information as true or denying factual information with the intent of making people doubt their own understanding of reality. So what I just said was that this was an example of gaslighting. He's making people question the history of what actually happened inside of Selma, Alabama. I'm sorry you didn't know the definition, Ebony. This is another thing that you learned today for free. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, see, Eb, I was trying to keep it in the chat.
There are some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you.
Yeah.
Do you understand why I'm saying this is gaslighting now? He's changing it and stating that these people walked through it for us. No, they walked through it because they had no fucking choice.
Okay.
Right.
That's why they did it. They had to pay their bills and they did it. And now we're going to act like they didn't go through it. Now you're going to say they did it for us? That's crazy. They did it because they had to survive. And white people that you're standing in front of who are the ascendants of people who benefited from those black folks walking in the field. Now, Willie, are you listening to the further gaslighting? Does everybody understand why this is an example of gaslighting now? Does anybody not understand?
Even though it's a,
if you remember, I said earlier, these black people I'm going to be showing for the Republicans actually count as white people. It's the exact same argument. If you look at the format of the argument, it's going to be gaslighting. It's going to be innuendos. I'm going to go down to the line of it. It's going to be based off of major fallacies. It's going to be gaslighting, or it's going to be false equivalent fallacies. Off the bat, you have to know it's always going to be one of those two. False equivalencies and gaslighting. They're going to take the reality of what you're stating and going to throw something underneath the bus. And then they're going to throw underneath the bus, either they're going to try to get you with a gotcha moment where they're going to try to pull up a random piece of information. Like him stating the name of this bridge is what you see pseudos do on the platform. They're going to try to position the information in a certain way to make it seem like you don't know history. Because if you don't know the name of the bridge or looked it up and he asks you, you're going to look like you don't know black history. That's exactly what pseudos do. This is why he used that word, because most people never refer to it in this way. They would have referred to the actual event.
Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because.
Now, you see this doing it for you. I get the point why he's saying he's doing it for you, but he's changing the story. Those people did that because that's what they had to do to survive. And it was fucked up that what they went through. You see how easy that is? That's the reality. That he's removing the fact that reparations is based on the fact that those people had to go through what they went through. You see how he acknowledges them going through something, but he changes the context and turns it into something that would be considered a gaslight. If you don't know no better, you will be arguing whether or not your ancestors fought for you.
That's why I would change the narrative. I say they did it for us, but they also did it because of them. They were forced to do it.
He's not discussing reparations.
Oh,
he's not discussing or responding to the statements that have been pushed in the premises of reparations. So he's not having a discussion about reparations. We have to be able to recognize, like when the white dude I played earlier, he said, I don't even take reparations serious. So what? America has a 100-year history of reparations. Who gives a fuck what you take serious? You see what I'm saying? Like, we would get caught up arguing the validity of some random white person when it doesn't matter. Who cares what you take serious? You're nobody. The American courts take it serious. Right. Then another one. Then they're going to say, oh, white people weren't here for the length of time. The people who were, no, corporations that were then, prior to the establishment of the 1865 Acts, were still in existence and is still in existence today. And the federal government never atoned or paid redemptions for the taxes it collected from those same corporations that are still paying taxes today.
Yeah, and see, everything that Q just ran down just now has nothing to do with emotion, appeal to emotion. As soon as he led into you and he started to change the cadence and he started to bring up all of these different fights, all of that leads to a appeal to emotion. And that's what the game of politics is about in terms of the changes of cadence and knowing when to appeal to emotions and knowing when to gaslight and stuff like that. It's all politics. That's what I was trying to say a little second ago in terms of Wale. When you listening to him, it's not that he had to say anything exact. A lot of things are implied, right? So he started off with, I remember I was talking to this liberal one day, right? And right after he went into, I was talking to a liberal, he changed from that individual to a they. Like if Q plays it again, you're gonna notice he immediately went from that one.
And that's enough. Just so y'all know, stop them in their tracks. We don't care about your personal fallacies. That's an anecdotal. There's no reason to be discussing that.
Trump calls that the weave. See, that's the weave.
He could call it whatever he want to call it. It's directly an appeal to emotion. Like strictly that. Like once he started to change the cadence and he started to get loud,
it's a guilt trip.
You can peep it. It's a political trick. It's not even a trick because it only going to work on a person who's there for the entertainment and all that. But if you're there for the actual statistics and the data, like that's what Q literally ran down, the actual data. and the money that was made, everything like that. There was no need for him to talk about Selma or any of that stuff like that. He literally talked about legal precedent, and he talked about data. Once you step outside of that realm, you're starting to play a different kind of political game with the people.
He cherry picking too. He ain't gonna bring up ancestors like Nat Turner.
Meanwhile,
no matter who he brings up in terms of which ones he bringing up, it's the way that you bring them up, and it's the way, and it's the argument that you're having. If you're having an argument about what the ancestors went through in terms of fighting about slavery or fighting against the oppression and all that, that's one argument. But if you're having an argument about reparations, that's a whole different argument.
Okay.
No, but somebody like me, I ain't gonna lie, I would have failed this test because I might have snuffed son. Like him reading.
Nah, you would have popped on him. You would have popped on him for surely. Like you would have popped.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I would have failed this test. I would have snuffed son. Him talking about you, I would have snuffed son and made sure that the only way the conversation would work for me is he's on the floor, getting punched in his mouth, and then the lecture. That's what my father would say: beat first, lecture after.
So
like he deserves the ass whooping after and during the like the lecture is during. Remember as a kid you had to beat people up and talk to them and tell them why you doing it? That's the type of ass whooping he's supposed to get. I'm just being I wouldn't know how to process. Like I'm learning, and that's what YouTube thing platform, because I would as soon as he said you, then I'm like, hold on, is this nigga talking about Selma, Alabama? Because it would have took me a second to put it together, like, hold it, the bridge. What bridge is this nigga talking about?
I get you.
Bridge with the American flag. What fucking American flag? Who tells the story of Selma, Alabama, about some niggas walking across the bridge holding a fucking flag? Now I'm mad. You see? That's gaslighting. Now you see, Ebony, you don't know your history, Ebony. That's why you're not gaslit, because you don't even know what he's talking about. But the fact that he tried to rewrite the history of Selma, Alabama's one of the highlight points of the fucking march, which further establishes a connection to reparations, because it illustrates the fact that white government, white officials were actively involved in the continuing removal and keeping from black people of their rights. This didn't stop in 1965. It didn't even stop when they talk about atonement, when them crackers talk about motherfucking atonement in the first sin that they allegedly stopped in 1865, remind them niggas, Willie, are you paying attention, Willie? Wall Street Willie, because you with the FBAs, and I want to make sure you understand this, because you might not have caught this. How Selma's Bloody Sunday, this is what is known as Bloody Sunday. Do you see why that's gaslighting now? Are you understanding? He literally talked about this, about when we were carrying the flag across the bridge. What? I had to sit back like, is he talking about the same?
Right.
Is he talking about the same shit where the police was shooting at niggas' whole?
Is
he talking about the same shit? I don't remember seeing an American flag in that shit. The only reason we held the American flag was like, yo, bro, that was a white flag. It wasn't an American flag. That was a peace treaty. Like, look, nigga, we don't want no problems. We got a white flag up. We had candles. We out with our hands, palms up. We got Bibles in our hands. And these crackers, the same crackers who are sitting in the office with you, what? Right here. 600 marchers across the Edmund Peters Bridge in Selma, Alabama, were faced with brutal attacks by who? So when you ask why I don't fuck with the pigs,
good point.
When y'all niggas be like, oh, why you don't mess with the pigs? Because the pigs was the motherfuckers who were supporting the fucking faggot ass. Let me see. I'm getting turned up. I chill. My bad. Let me bring it down a little bit. Let me bring it down. I ain't smoked yet neither. So
it was
that wasn't bad though. That wasn't bad in terms of cadence. That wasn't bad.
I was getting a little turned up. I gotta turn it down. I gotta turn it down a little bit. I gotta bring it down a little bit.
I'm actually working on my cadence and stuff like that. So I took a good lesson out of what you did. That was impressive in terms of the cadence.
I gotta bring it down. Let me bring it back down. I'm not supposed to, I'm saying to do this with class. Even though fuck that classy. They always want black people to be classy. Fuck my dick. Fuck out of here, nigga. Like that, you know what I'm saying? I want to always have that piece of my element with like classy, nigga. Fuck, I gotta be. Martin Luther King was the most classiest motherfucker you could ever have. Y'all niggas killed him. Suck my dick. Right. That's the energy we supposed to be on. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stupid. That niggas the drive-by shootings were invented by white people to torture black people. Drive-by shootings. Y'all forgot how Medgar Evers got killed? By crackers doing drive-by shootings. Shootings.
Yo.
Damn,
my mic ain't working.
We hear you, Willie. You see this shit? So just so we all on the same page, because this will have me. I'm sorry. The passage of the landmark Civil Rights Act months earlier had done little in some parts of the state to ensure African Americans of the base. This pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie, son. I be trying to keep myself, but do you understand? Did y'all hear the part what he said? Did I play it in the video? So y'all hear what he said it? Let me play it again so y'all know what he said it.
There are some people that were right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge carrying American flags. Take that, Colin Kaepernick. Living in a society that he could.
Did you hear?
Yo, Q. You hear me?
We hear you.
So I want to be clear, yo. I first off completely understood that he's making a coon ass argument for why we don't deserve reparations. I want to make that clear. But when the clip was first going viral, it was like, is he saying that we owe the government money? That's crazy. You know what I mean? But now, when you listen to it in the context of what's said, he talks about, slaves that took beatings for you. And he is including, like Schwartz and all of them white people too. But what he was more or less saying was, you don't deserve because people have already sacrificed for you. He wasn't saying.
Look, understand the reference he used was Bloody Sunday. Are you familiar with Bloody Sunday?
That was one of them. I agree.
That was his main historical point he referenced. The only historical point he referenced was that. Everything else was just a statement or a phrase that we can assume.
He said something about the slave fields. He got struck.
He alluded to circumstances that you'd have to figure out. But the only specific he gave was this one here.
I agree with you.
Specific was even after the Civil Rights Act.
I agree with you on that 100%. What the only thing I would tweak though,
exactly what would address. So if he was in his square, the literal thing he quoted was all we need to reiterate. I want to make sure everybody knows that.
Nah, and I actually agree with you there. I 100% agree with you. The only thing I would tweak is, I think instead of saying he was trying to gaslight us, I think he was actually making a dog whistle argument to his base. He was talking to white folk. He wasn't talking to us. He was talking around us.
Who he was talking. I just showed the definition of gaslighting.
And you tweaking, Willie. He literally said he's at a Republican convention.
Gaslighting, the term comes from a movie. The movie was called Gaslighting, and it was about a dude who wanted.
I gotta mute you real quick.
The term.
I gotta point this out real quick.
I know what you're saying. In the sense,
you said that he was trying to talk to his base at the Republican Party. He's at the Republican Party. He literally said he had a conversation with a liberal. That's where you're bugging. He literally said he had a conversation with a liberal and then went on to say they. And then when he's pointing and he's saying you, he's not talking. He's just talking in terms of the conversation that he was having with the liberal. So if you haven't peeped that, that's probably because you're from Harlem and y'all used to getting booked by people from Brooklyn, and people from Brooklyn got to constantly peep stuff because we can't allow ourselves to get booked because that could cost you everything, your house, your roof over your head, how you keep the heat on. And that's what I was talking to the Weed Links about. Sometimes we don't know where people was raised at because it's like you definitely wasn't raised from where you got to constantly watch out for the scam guards and the hustles. Because if you were, you would peep that. Like you wouldn't have said what you just said in terms of who he was talking to, because he was very specific. Before he went on that rant, he said he was talking to a liberal and continued on from there. How you separated where he started from to get to the point of him talking to the Republicans is wild to me, but I'll let you continue on.
Because there's this term called a dog whistle, right? You say certain things that you're not even saying them directly, but you know it's going to make the ears on the dog perk up. It's going to reach the audience you want it to reach, right? I don't think, because I'm pretty sure he knew you'd have to be an ultra coon to agree with that in any way, right? What he was doing was talking to white people around us, so to speak. So he was making those points, but it was more of a dog whistle argument. He wasn't trying to get us to understand anything.
He pushing the illusion of inclusion.
No,
Because
but
I
this
agree
is
with
what I'm
he
that.
saying.
I
segregated. We
agree.
was never
This is why I'm
integrated.
stating that we have to be
I
specific
agree.
in how we respond and calling it out. Because when you tell somebody they're gaslighting, that makes that person get upset. And you want that person to trip up. So you want to let that person know, we appreciate your attempt at gaslighting. Now they're going to be confused because after you say that, that person's going to be stuck on the word gaslighting. Now you get to beat them up with the facts. Then they're going to fall apart because while they're still listening to the word gaslighting, and he's going to get upset because you used the word that you shouldn't have on them, then you're going to attack the history. Then they're going to start moving their fingers fast. They're going to start moving their eyeballs differently. I watch people, so I watch how these niggas do it. That's exactly what he's going to do. I put money on it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying, to play the same way they do with us. We got to do with these niggas. Analyze these niggas before we talk to them. Analyze. Like you said, he's talking for white folks. You didn't see the video I played before this? Let me play the video before this so you can see why I'm saying this. Because he's a white. All of these black Republicans count as white people for me.
Yeah, they're super coons. I agree.
Not even just the coon though, but their talking points are so aligned with white people in the shape.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, in the shape of the argument, not just the way the argument. When I say gaslighting,
I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because
now watch, every white person I bring up is going to gaslight. The only way to handle the conversation for them is to gaslight and create false equivalency. So that's why I'm standing like this. So we recognize it. We want them to get labeled as that. We should come up with a word for them. That's white, that's white gaslighting defense mechanisms. Like we should make that a running thing. The same way they make our running. This is the era we're in. We should give them a little acronym, or we already have a label for that. That's something that white people suffer. It's gaslighting dementia disorder. It's a disorder in which white people tend to gaslight all things when it comes to responsibility. For example, when it comes to reparations or post-black atrocities, white people have an inability to take accountability.
So to your point though, I
Got to be a phobia because he said we was afraid and all of that. There's got to be some kind of phobia.
Who said that?
Jabal. Because remember, like drapetomania, that was a diagnostic for slaves that ran away from slavery. Like something's wrong with him. He's a drapetomaniac. He's running away from slavery. If you look at the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, this guy, they for instance, homosexuality was once a mental illness, just in the DSM-4. The DSM-5 says it's not a mental illness no more, all of a sudden. But if we're gonna diagnose or prognosticate some type of mental, well, they do got a mental illness. We just got to figure out what it is for real. But I would say it's some kind of phobia because most of the mental disorders are all fear-based.
No, you're right. The fear of accountability. But that's what gaslighting is based off of all the time. You have to take accountability. So instead of taking accountability, you're going to gaslight the argument to avoid you having to take blame. So it is a fear. So yeah, she said in the chat, reset WGD, white gaslighting disorder. Yeah, I'm telling you, and that way it's a trigger. And then we can antagonize them with these verbal triggers the same way they do us. Like, look at the word homophobia.
Right. That's a gaslight.
That's a gaslighting. It has absolutely no purpose. Who the fuck is scared of gay people?
Right. They heterophobic and shit.
Exactly. But when they say it in a conversation, watch how quickly people be responding. Don't call me no homophobe. You know what I'm saying? It's a tool. We have to learn these literary tools to make our arguments stronger.
I got the DSM right here. It's just so big, man. I know it's in here somewhere.
Now, really, listen to this white person. This person's argument is completely based off of false equivalencies and gaslighting. He's going to start with the false equivalencies. And most white people start with a false equivalency. That's what I find
racial ethnic group in this room
about SCI, man. We don't know what you talking. If you can't pull up to the panel talking that stupid shit, then get
when
up
do we
out of
take
here.
accountability? No, we're taking accountability for
Might
you. Are you
snipe you.
black? First and foremost, is SCI black? We just want to know if you black first, man. Before y'all 86 and find out if he's black first, y'all, just so we can get the data. When do we take accountability? After white people take accountability, fucker. Take accountability for what? Take accountability for what? For what? Believing y'all white ass liars? Believing you white people would be good fucking Christians? Believing that you would actually hold up your religious views? You are liars in the face of God. You're a liar in the face of your Bible. You're a liar. I don't trust any person who tells you their religion and then blatantly fucks their religion in front of you. That's what you are. You're a child of lying, despicable Christians. This is how I'm going to talk to them from now on.
Tell them again, Lord.
Lying, despicable Christians who suffer from a disease, gaslighting disorder, and an inability to take accountability. You're going to start on all these atrocities we going down a little bit. I'm a violent beast. White people have mass murdered more than anyone on the planet. White people have mass murdered children. You know, in Russia, they had a game to see how many bullets they can shoot through Eskimos. You know, they didn't need to launch Hiroshima and Nagasaki. White people single-handedly in one blip of an eye mass murdered over 300,000 people. But you want to discuss us after your same cracker ancestors killed 15 million people in the Congo and then sat on the throne with the fingers and bloods and fingertips and jewelry that you stole from these people? You disgust me. And y'all fucking destroyed the ocean. You don't have the moral compass or the position to speak. You are disgusting. You think you can tell me you got your violent beast? Black people have not even uttered the level of violence that you disgusting white people have done to the world.
Scratch the surface.
Yo, Q,
back to your point of defining certain terms, right? Because I agree with you that we should. You got to understand, though, when people play these games with words, right? There's two different types of arguments here that I think
real quick, just so you know, Willie, in the future, anytime I have an opportunity to violate a white person, don't ever get in between.
Oh, now my fault, Lord. I ain't mean to interrupt.
No, you good. You good. You didn't know. I crash out.
Oh, I'm here for it. I'm here for it, Lord. And that truck was sounding mean. I couldn't tell what it was. That thing was sounding tough. But anyway, you're looking at two different types of arguments, right? I think gaslighting is specifically when you're trying to convince someone else, right, that they're crazy. I agree with that. Now, that term dog whistling is when you're speaking to other people and getting their ears to perk up with a conversation you're having that's not even really necessarily directed at the person.
Bro, I ain't gonna argue. If it's a label that we can throw in the conversation, cool. Let's call it dog whistling, gaslighting. Let's pull up the definition for the people. I'm not arguing with us about how to label these crackers. So
and I think both are useful. I think both could be useful tools when applied right.
Or tell me what the word is. Tell me the phrase. I'll pull it up. I got
it's codified language, bro. It's codified language when they do that.
Yeah, dog whistling is more or less codified language. I agree. You know what I mean?
We gotta decipher it, you know.
Right. So when we're talking about gaslighting, right, in the movie Gaslighting that created the term, what it was the husband was trying to convince the wife she was crazy, get her to hurt herself or leave the house and run away, right? So she would turn the heat on and say, you know, the house is cold. He would turn the heat off, right? Let it get cold again, then turn the heat back on and say, well, the heat is on, babe. You're tripping. And the lady started going crazy. That's what gaslighting is, trying to convince someone that their argument doesn't make sense or isn't factual. You know what I mean? And you play that game with them.
Man, was you around when the man literally put up the definition and the different forms of gaslighting on the screen? Like, why are you rehashing anything about gaslighting?
I'm just adding to it. I'm
You're
just
not.
saying
You
that the
echoing. That's
term
we
came from a
don't
specific
want
movement.
any echo. No, you probably don't know this, Willie. We're not trying to form an echo chamber. We don't
Right.
want the panel or the channel. We don't need anybody going behind what somebody already said and trying to say it in another way. I thought you was going
I,
to add on in
I
terms
was
of
just adding
changing
to
up.
the point the brother was making. That's all.
You actually not, because you didn't help anything, because the people already saw the clear definition in the different forms of it. Like, we literally went through something with somebody in the chat who clearly didn't or misunderstood that there's different forms of gaslighting.
I
So the
got you.
man went ahead and put the whole thing up on the screen. So all you're doing is echoing what he already said.
Well, no,
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I noticed he was trying to explain it to her. And a
No,
very
not
easy.
try to explain, not try.
No,
He
did.
literally
He did
So let me
explain.
put the
He did
different
say
explain.
it
forms up
again.
there.
So
He
Taz
did
is
explain. I
Taz.
agree.
Just so you know, anybody, please, the assignment right now for everybody. I took an hour and went and found as many people against reparations. I'm literally stating that majority of the black people I found are Republicans. So I'm considering the black people that I'm showcasing as white people. I'm not putting them on the bus as FBAs, Pan-Africans. These are white people in blackface. So again, Taz. So if you see me playing a black person right now, like I played Tommy Sotomayor, this person right, like Taz. I'm gonna play this video to see I can hear it. I'm gonna keep going through these sources. Listen to how I pulled, so because people didn't understand when we said that some of the FBAs sound like they're associated with the manosphere, and some people didn't know what that was. This white person talking points is based off of his connections to manosphere niggas. Tommy Sotomayor. So that's what I'm saying. These talking points in these Sambo circles all work around black people who are not from a black perspective. So that's what I'm saying. Any of these, if you got a Trinidadian, I'm gonna show you that motherfucker is a coon. If you show me a Jamaican, he's a coon. All of these coons is going in the same box. So if you have a link,
I agree with that portion 100%.
Huh? I've been saying this every hour. Every hour I've been saying on the stream. If you have somebody who's talking against reparations, let's air them out. Black, white, Chinese, Jamaican, Trinidadian, Korean, from Chicago to motherfucking Jamaica.
I like
don't care
that.
who you are.
I'm with that.
Like, that's the assignment today. Call out anybody against reparations. Yeah. And if they're black, I'm calling them a Sambo. I don't care if they're from Trinidad, Jamaica. We're gonna hear and once we play these black folks throughout the world of blackness, we're gonna see how most of these black people sound alike. And they're gonna use their arguments in a similar way that white people do. And that's why I'm being very specific with the term gaslighting, false equivalency. If you want to add another term in there that you see them doing in their argument, no problem. You see them using whistling, like whatever you see, this is only making black people stronger in the argument.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree.
Blacks don't identify as liberals. That's a white Democrat. I would agree with you if there would. I would agree, but I personally think he was talking about a black person and didn't want to say black, so he said liberal. And the way he used ambiguous language the whole time was for that purpose.
I 100% agree with that. What I'm saying is, I don't think he was necessarily trying to make a point to us on the topic. I believe he was at a Republican rally when he made those statements. So what I'm saying is, he was actually talking to his base, not necessarily to us. When you're dealing with gaslighting, you're dealing with a more direct argument, right? Like, you're talking to this person and you're being disingenuous about the facts they're presenting. I don't think he was really
Political
talking.
gaslighting is not based off of that. That's how I pulled it.
He was developing codified, like he was getting his people on code. That's why I said codified language, because we got to decode that shit when they use it.
I agree. I don't think he was speaking to us. I think he was speaking to his people. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that point.
But it's an argument. So the argument at the end of the day is still what it is. And so if your argument is, if you remove the facts and you ignore the facts and you replace it with whatever you want to do, that's a form of gaslighting. This is what it is.
Okay. So Q, I was glad to hear you say something about the acknowledgement of 1776 and la-di-da, the concept of that. I'd like to present to you another perspective on that perspective itself. and it is called a case for a breach of contract, because in the 1776 there was a some kind of paperwork was written, signed, that said something about all truths, men, and all this, all that self-evident, you can have freedom and all that kind of stuff. And it was Negroes who were involved in that. They fought in the war for those words, that contract. I think somebody said one of the people signing it, at least one was a Negro, one sponsoring it. All kind of Negroes were around at the time, involved in that contract, because it was a contract. Then once the contract come to form and start forming stuff, we start getting up the government and stuff. Here come these other people, they call themselves states or either clan or whatever they want to call themselves. They want to come and reach a contract, and the United States government just stood by and watched instead of.
He was sounding like auto-tune. I couldn't even
Just
hear him.
if anything, just put the links to it so people can read it. Yeah, I'm giving my opinion, but I'm trying to substantiate my opinion with the sources, so that way you can see why I'm saying what I'm saying. When I brought up the corporate personhood, this is directly in relationship to the way they're organizing. So I'm just saying that when you see how Willie, you see what I put on the screen?
I'm looking. Yeah, I see the
relies on
definition.
persistent denial, contradiction, and lying in an attempt to delegitimize the victim's beliefs. So I'm saying that in the conversation for reparations, this is the white people's one of the primary tactics of white people. And black people who have taken up the position against reparations will follow white people's arguments.
That format. Now I can agree with that. That makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so just know they're going to present a false equivalency either first, and then they're going to go to gaslighting, depending on who's in the audience. So if they know they got Jews, Latinos, and Asians, they're going to throw a false equivalency at you, including a Jew or Asian or Latino, to make you argue with one of those people.
Agreed.
You see what I mean? And if not, they'll gaslight you by diminishing your situation in comparison to a Latino, a Jew, or one of these people. So now you're arguing with who? A Jew. We've been doing this for years.
Spin doctoring.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we literally, if you think about the Crown Heights riots was a hoodwink argument created by white folks. To this day, I don't know why black people were arguing with Jews. I'll be real. I'm the block. It was the whole. I don't even. To this, I'm like, what the fuck was the argument? You know what I'm saying? But this shit right here, this is what it becomes. And if we get misdirected in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I'm saying on this in this flight, why I organized it.
Yo, pull up the definition of spin doctoring. That's what he's doing too. Spin doctoring.
You said spin doctoring?
Spin doctor. Spin a top and doctor, like medical doctor. Spin doctor.
And then also pull up Gaslight movie 1938. And then you'll more or less see like the foundation of that entire term was based around this movie. And when you understand the movie, it's very clear what gaslighting is and the purpose of it. You know what I mean? A major part of gaslighting is knowing, right, that the facts you're trying to present are wrong and you're trying to spin someone. So I do agree that does apply to a lot of whites who like to play dumb in their defense of these topics. They know better.
No, all the black people I'm going to present are going to have to do that same shit. They're going to deny, you know what I mean, what they're talking about.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm going to pull up Spin Doctor. My internet's moving mad slow.
Lawyers do that all the time.
There are some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, Nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended, and slavery was ended. Somebody had to walk through because
Hell, you know who else I'd be ready to snuff too, like this dude? That boy Tim Scott, man. I can't stand that dude, yo.
could scarcely acknowledge something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine. Carried American flags on that bridge, and when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching.
Yeah, this some bullshit. This some bullshit. This some bullshit. So if you got somebody in the chat, you know what I'm saying? And don't forget, this is a Pan-African platform. So I know some of y'all are not Pan-Africans. Some of y'all are FBAs. I really don't give a fuck. I'm a Pan-African. And I'm enjoying how I use my platform to empower the world. Why don't y'all see if you can empower the world the way you want to empower the world with your platform? And let's see who empowers the world more.
He was in North Carolina too, right? He North Carolina, right?
Yep.
He was literally the only reason my wife was pushing me to vote. She was like, yo, I don't care about nothing else, right? If you don't rock with
I
Kamala.
oppose reparations of all form.
So I'm just get what you're saying, my bad.
She was like, yo, she was like, if you don't want to vote for Trump or Kamala, I respect that you don't want to get involved. She was like, but this dude here, nah, we got to go vote against him. I was like, all right, I do it for that because I definitely don't rock with homies. So she convinced me to get involved on the local portion. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, we got him up out of there. And who's even worse than him is that boy Tim Scott. Oh, that boy make me sick. Mushmouth, the one with the gums.
Yep.
He look like Mushmouth from Fat Album.
All Sambos piss me off.
That's a fact.
I hate when they always try to make reparations just be money. Like reparations ain't just money. I hate when they do that shit. That's only one form.
Yeah. And to me, it's the epitome of a sellout because I understand the allure of it being an easy win. You know what I mean? Like that was Clarence Thomas' whole thing in his book. Like switching over to the Republican Party was an easy win for me. Like they needed black people to take, you know what I mean? What's the brother with the glasses? Thurgood. Thurgood had just passed, and they needed somebody black to present. So he was like, you know, just switching sides, I automatically skipped the line. And I understand the allure of that, but it also makes you King Coon if you don't stand on what you believe. Like at one time, Clarence Thomas actually stood on black issues, and you know what I mean, he wanted to be a Panther before Thurgood died, and they let him skip the line and become Supreme Court. You know,
Clarence Thomas was a coon.
not always. He wasn't always a coon. He wasn't
They,
always a coon.
we need to make a movie about Clarence Thomas, man, and really study his whole life, man.
Yeah, at one point he was a fake Panther. You know what I mean?
Word?
He was out there wearing his beret every day, wearing the black
Oh
leather
shit!
jacket, all that.
I gotta learn about him. Word is bond.
Shit. It was a book, and I don't know why I ended up picking up this book, but the more I read about him, the more I could kind of understand, not excuse, but I could understand how he got where he got. You know what I mean? Like, we got to realize the damage we do to ourselves, too. They used to call him the ABC, the absolute blackest child. That's what they used to call him when he lived in. That's what they used to call him when he lived in Savannah, because he was in Savannah, Georgia. You know what I mean? And that messed him up. You know what I mean?
Damn.
The absolute blackest child, the ABC. Boy, black folk, we know
Thurgood
how to
Marshall
play
was
them
the truth,
dozens,
though,
boy.
man.
We know
Yo,
how to play them dozens. Yeah. But it became a point where he had to make a very simple decision. All right, I can try to stay aligned with liberals and what I actually believe in, or I can co-sign whatever Ronald Reagan say and skip the line. And he took that route. That's why I think that's important too. The studying of a coon, the making of a coon, is something that we have to understand so we know what we're going to deal with in the future. Because the coons that we talking about weren't the first and they won't be the last. You know what I mean? So we got to be able to identify them to kind of cut them off early.
that's classic
I ain't gonna
conditioning.
lie. The brother that said spin propaganda, that's a
Spin
nice
doctrine.
one too. Spin
Spin
propaganda.
doctrines, yeah.
But not so much spin doctors. They call it. I'm pulling it right now.
They use propaganda, more or less, probably.
Yeah, spin propaganda. That's what it. Yeah, but it's spin doctors. But yeah,
Spin doctors. The youth got to familiarize themselves with these terms. Spin doctrine, spin propaganda. They got to understand propaganda.
To understand the term, yeah.
And they got to understand what happens when we get emotional. You can't think logically when you're dealing with emotions. Your best judgment comes when you're relaxed and calm, thinking clear, cool-headed. Cool heads will prevail, as they say. So if they gaslight you, you're not going to be cool no more. Hip-hop, we supposed to be cool as a fan all the time. Like, nothing supposed to rattle you, like, you know.
And that's why I think defining these terms is important sometimes too, because it prevents it from being someone being mischaracterized. Like, it's very easy to say that all black Republicans are coons. I will agree that 99% of them probably are. You know what I'm saying? But you get a guy like Michael Steele, who was the head of the RNC for a while, and he was actually a solid brother under being a black Republican, which is kind of a confusion in itself.
The
Trying to
Black
play
Lives
both
Matter
parties.
organization.
Terrible.
yeah. My bad. When I reload the page, it starts the sounds. My bad. Y'all can finish what y'all saying. My bad.
Yo, you know, when you think objectively and we discuss things objectively as opposed to subjectively, I think when somebody gaslights us, it makes us focus more subjectively, like speaking from the first person. So you Now you're thinking about personal situations, and it's instead of thinking about the general discussion or the real
The logics of the actual
you know what I
argument.
mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
I get you.
that's a very
But when
clever.
they do it in history, they're gonna do it in a way in which you're gonna be confused at the what you're responding to. So his statement to me, for me, would first of all, you're not addressing the claims made in reparations as to why Black people are owed reparations. You just threw all of the claims out and brought up your own personal feelings. That's not how it works. That's not scholastic.
Right.
So there's no reason. And it's the same thing the white dude did, and that's what I mean. Like it's a position of entitlement. That's why I feel like a lot of the Black people who come from these Republican spots who speak, who confuse the conversation,
I oppose.
they're speaking like white people from a space of entitlement.
I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here, any Asian Americans here, any Irish Americans here, so on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting Black fathers back in the house. I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to
craziness.
I said every form.
Nasty.
But then he says one form he wants, but then the other forms. How you gonna? He just contradicted himself. Because putting fathers back back home, that's a form of reparations. So how you gonna oppose every form of reparations, but then you pro unifying the Black family? Come on, man.
Well, I don't think we should necessarily consider building better families reparations. That's just our job. You get what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's systematic, brother. The family
a portion of what has held us back is systematic. I agree with that.
Because in the book Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, he talks about that, how he was taking out the home. So that
now see where I zero in.
No, but this is what I mean by gaslighting. He's making you respond to him based off of entitlement. His initial premise was based off of like, who cares about your opinion in reparations? It's already a conversation. Then he talks about 100 years of people who deserve reparations that didn't get it. Who cares? There's 100 years of people who did get reparations in this country. What are we talking about?
The fact.
That's what I mean by the gaslighting. He's going to remove the original argument and replace it with his opinion or their opinion, and has no context to what's going on.
Now look, Q. When he talks about school choice,
now you see Taz. Hold on, real quick, Taz. This is how I got to the Black person, because that was literally Tommy Sotomayor. These Fox News niggas is all friends with Tommy Sotomayor. That's why I brought it up. So that and then the connectivity between Tommy and these other fucking Black Republican conservative niggas. The old school ones. Y'all new school niggas for Trump ain't part of the old school club.
That's a fact.
Y'all wasn't here in 2000. Yeah, y'all wasn't Black conservatives in 2017. Like 2007, 2018, Black conservatives were in the manosphere. And those same
I hate when I gotta agree with Miz, but you cooking because it is a
that's
big
Q.
difference.
That's Q, Will. That's Q, man. Damn, I hate you Harlem niggas keep mixing up Brooklyn niggas, man. What the fuck?
Nah,
no, that's
I gotta agree with you there though, Q, because there's a huge difference between niggas that were just misguided into believing that Donald Trump created this great economy, as opposed to the traditional Black conservatives who have fought tooth and nail and been the example to point to and say, see, that nigga right there don't think y'all deserve reparations. There is a difference. I 100% agree with that.
And that's why. So Taz, so anybody wondering how I got to the Black people part, it was because of the final statement he made. He got that from a Black person. He didn't just pull up and Black fathers in the home out of nowhere. That's how I got to the other dude, because all of those dudes are part of the early manosphere Black conservative network.
He even got that from Tommy or Candace, Lord.
No,
He got that from one
literally,
of his books.
Nah, they not the father of that. They
no,
not the
bro,
father of that. I ain't even bring that up yet.
I'm gonna play the video of the white dude on Fox News saying Tommy is his connection to the black community.
Yeah.
So when you hear white, so let me repeat it again. White people believe in that reparations, that black people don't know enough about their history. So one, their arguments are going to be based off of knowing that in their mind that black people don't know their history. And the other fact is based off of the fact that they're in proximity to black people who don't give a fuck about their history.
It's the same dude calling the black woman the B word. He can't pick.
But think about it. These are the type of black people that white people will quote or want to be around. These are the black friends that they be responding to. That's why I said these aren't black people I'm featuring. So anybody see me playing black people today, whether they're from Nigeria, America, wherever they are, these are white people. You know what I'm saying? These are white little chitlins. These are not black people. They do not represent for FBA, Pan-Africans, Jamaicans, Trinidad, nothing. These are Sambos. And Sambos are white people. That's how we got to remember.
Right.
These are white people. So I don't want nobody like, why are you only playing black? Like, I don't care who it is. You send me a link. Anybody that's talking against reparations, we're going to organize their talking points and literally go at them. What we want is also convey or survey how all these talking points actually line up together to see if there is a convergence in these arguments. And that's what
I think those coons are a bit more dangerous to the argument than white people are, because they're literally the standard that those white people will point to.
I think it's in the reverse. I think
that's what I was just going to talk about too.
No, I think what's going on, these white people are using these black people to gaslight white people into further believing in that racist bullshit.
Hey, yo, think about that movie.
But you understand what I just said?
No enemy within, the enemy outside can do no harm.
But you understand what I said? Like, literally, when you said that these are white, they're talking to white people. These are white people they're getting black people to validate their lack of empathy.
Yeah.
You see what's going on? By them bringing a black person up and black people protecting white, what we used to call it? White people's accountability. So you have black people who get in the way of white people's accountability.
This is why I was saying I feel like they're a bit more dangerous. They're more.
The reason why I say they're not, because at the end of the day, they're just tools for white people to continue to push white people to white people shit. It's literally just white people.
So it's all aligned. I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, if we use the same tool and we target white people with information the same way they are, there's a percentage of change we can quantify. I have a whole different view of this after this week of discussing this. I'm like,
what's the old white lady with the shortcut and the glasses that did like a huge work and is always pointing out race issues?
I forgot her name.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Jane Elliott, right?
Jane Elliott.
Yeah.
Jane Elliott.
Yo, she's starting to switch up.
No, we need to go at the ones who don't know nothing and they just are regular white Christians. That's what's going on. White Christians, when they say the original sin, white people, yo, bro, let me play the first video so the old people understand how white people are positioning themselves in their ignorance. And so it's making the argument really easy. I ain't gonna lie. This is easy.
Y'all are cooking right now, because a build on working on a plan for our enemy is much better than conversations where we button heads. So this is cooking right now.
Let me find this. So look, so this is the older white folks. The younger white folks, they're not going to be so aligned with the Christian sentiment when they talk loud. The older white folks, they're going to refer to this statement right here, the original sin. And that's an easy argument. As an atheist, that's like the easiest one to go with. Like they are in a way gaslighting the situation. I'm going to say gaslighting again. We can call it spin doctoring as well, because it's like the original sin. A sin is a singular act. You see how they play? You see how that's a form of gaslighting? By calling it the original sin, you're making a person understand it as a singular act. you cannot attribute an act committed over 100 years as a singular act. That's like, you cannot. Jesus Christ would not allow you to continue to be a fucking rapist for 100 years and each day talk about that was only one big rape. All those people only count for one big rape.
I like that. Plus, Ma'afa ain't even over. They just killed Robert Brooks. That's part of Ma'afa. You know what I mean? Like we live in it, and plus slavery went from being private to corporate.
But I mean, not before. I'm just saying, all of us
or public.
I want to be clear. This is a very particular argument. I know I'm just sound like I'm responding to it. There's millions of white people who organized. If you just type in the original sin in America, it's going to come up with slavery. You're going to see mad white people. You're going to see mad white people in church asking for forgiveness for this.
We should debunk that. Yo, Q, we got to debunk that then, because that wasn't the first. I remember having a bill back in the 90s.
No, you understand. You understand when they say this is why I say let's listen to it from a literary standpoint.
All right.
The reality is slavery happened over 400 years.
So there was no singular act. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So by them calling it a singular act is an example of gaslighting.
I see what you're saying.
You see what I mean? You diminish our experience from the reality and turned it into some false sense of reality for Christians to understand it in a Christian way.
It's like a subtle like they subtly implying or insinuating an assault on our intelligence. Like
exactly, because of the way they organize it literary. And then if we don't understand the literary context, we'll get caught up in whatever it is versus like, hold on. So we're gonna play the original sin. Then you ask them as a Christian, would Jesus Christ allow you to continue to sin over a 300-year period without redemption?
Ain't that a form of straw man argument? Like
this is why we would play. Let's fuck it. Let's run with the straw man. Let's bring Jesus in, and we don't want a response. We just want them to publicly feel that power of their religion on them, because they're not used to black people positioning their religion logically in the face of their fallacy.
So that's what we say right there. Boom. That's a straw man argument. That's like
a
neither here nor there.
No, but we can, even if it could be a straw man, but we also, because we know it's a straw man, now we can play the game on it.
Right.
You can play it. You can
run
run
right
the straw man, and you control the straw man, because once you go into the straw man line, you can control it. I don't want to discuss the Bible. I'm just saying I thought better of Christians. Now they're going to be over space.
That's a flip. You flip it
now
on
they're going
to be in their feelings.
Now they're going to want to respond.
Right. And now they're going to good point, man.
Now they're going to defend it. So I'm saying these are argumentative tactics. We have to look at this as an argument and the tactics that's being used versus what's only being said, how they're saying it and how they've been consistently saying it and how we've been getting hoodwinked. Millions of us been Christians for a long time. So they're like, yo, we got forgiveness through we got a forgiveness when we did the 1865 and we did the Civil War. What?
Yep. Cherry picking single events to develop straw man arguments to basically undermine the discussion, because it throws the whole discussion off, because it changes the focus.
But that's the point of gaslighting. You're going to manipulate history. You have to manipulate history in order to gaslight.
It derails us.
Once you start playing around with it for your own purpose, throw that in their face. Then from there, you won't go to the next one. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's precisely the rebuttal. That's why I'm like, that's why I want us to play these videos and read these articles so we can see what's being said. Like when I get to the Latinos, when we get to the Latinos and the Africans, like this, the Africans, I didn't find a lot of people. I found more articles. So if y'all have videos y'all want me to play, especially from TikTok, if you can't get the link, just get this screen recorded. And if you want to share it, if you don't want to go on the screen, on the channel, just share it with me, or come on the channel, just share your screen. You don't got to show your face to even talk. Let's expose these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
Yeah, I appreciate this too, man. I learned a lot right now, man. What up?
No, I appreciate y'all for being here, man. Same here, man.
Because now I can articulate this, though. I could be like, say, you trying to derail the discussion with these straw man arguments, trying to spin doctor. Let's keep, you know what I mean? You get it right back on track. you know, because we are going in a direction, which is in a movement. He's trying to derail a movement. Like if you take a train off the tracks, you know, it's not gonna run. So when you derail a train, it doesn't. You know, it breaks the function of the mobility.
And that's the goal of derailing the argument. I'm with you.
Yeah. So like, you know, I can't wait for people to just start bombing, you know, messing these cats up now, because
I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good idea.
Then that's the next one. You see that one? That one's big.
Yeah.
That, remember, I showed everybody corporate personhood. Everybody in the chat should know the response to this now. Corporate personhood. Incorrect. The 14th Amendment, which was a form of justice for black people, which was manipulated by white people for the benefit. More white people benefited from the 14th Amendment than black people ever will. Anytime you want to question that, just question Apple and Apple's copyright power. Is all based off of the 14th Amendment. Every corporate copyright and publication and form of rights that you see corporations exude comes from the 14th Amendment. But that's not the reason why we bring this up. The reason why we bring up the 14th Amendment is because these corporations are still in existence. And a corporation, and according to America, is defined as a person.
Yeah.
Is considered a person. So
and a lot of people don't fundamentally know that corporations in wording, in documents, contracts, and literature, they're considered a person. Yeah.
So when white people say that, do not let them get away with, like, first of all, these corporations were in existence and they're considered per people in America. And they have immortal. So Taz, you heard that one? So they be playing that length of time shit. No. Corporate personhood got rid of that. And
so that means not only is the corporation liable, but its shareholders are liable as well.
Well,
that's the connection to you, white
crazy part about it.
Yeah.
The crazy part, well, for one, the liability is another part, but the existence, when they says that nobody is here, that's not correct.
Because those corporations still exist to this day. GE is still here. Yeah.
Like the dude was talking about the Dominique Sugar was named by, you know what I mean, these people. DuPont's original foundation money comes from slave money. Like, you know what I'm saying? We can go literally the corporate connection and the continuance of funding and the transference of property to other corporations. Like that's mad easy right there. So
you can look at Rockefeller and the trains and whatnot, and the evolution of that is a lot of the companies that we unfortunately patronize right now. They still here.
None of these white people tell you that nobody was here from there, and how you gonna try to get me to blame me for the benefits of stuff?
Your corporations are here. That's a good building block, my guy, because that's 100% valid in legalese and simple logic. That's a good building block for the overall argument. Salute to you for that one, because that's a fact. The people may not be here, but those corporations are still here. They still have shareholders. And now, for you to depose this that says you weren't involved in it, as the shareholder, you're liable. Yeah.
Right.
And also remember, the same corporations were paying taxes to America before the 1865 Act, and they were paying after. And America never paid black people or held itself accountable for the fact that it was still collecting taxes from the same people that it said could not practice slavery.
Now this is
another argument point is possession is 9/10 of the law. So like they're in possession of these corporations that was founded in slavery.
Well, I wouldn't say in possession. Only reason I say this is because this is what's labeled in most of the conversations for reparations, is that the federal government benefited through the collection of taxes.
The federal government.
That's how the federal government benefits through the collection. So if a corporation is doing illegal activities and the federal government collected taxes on it, you can consider the federal government to be complicit in that act.
Yo, I just heard a Caucasoid argue a point. He was talking about the Revolutionary War. I'll tell you why this relates. He said it didn't begin at 1776 when the country became. He said it started at the Boston Massacre when they because no taxation without representation, right? They don't represent us, but they tax us. So
I don't even. I not the tangent. The taxation without representation was a Jewish argument. It didn't even have nothing to do with most people. The people that was being taxed exclusively by the British, in order for the, if you look up Cromwell, I think it's Alexander something Cromwell. He lifted the ban on Jews in England in 1650, and he put a special tax on Jews in 1650 to come into their territories, and that's how they was able to make increase their profit margin so high.
I'm gonna fill them in.
That's
why I be like, I don't do that part of it.
I was just because Crispus Attucks was the first to get murked that day. That's why, and he was a runaway slave.
So yeah, you want to add to the whatever you want to add to it, but
yeah, no, this is a good cook because that's the founding of the country. So if the first person to die at the founding of this country was the Boston Massacre, you know what I mean? That is a good arguing point. And he was half native, half runaway slave. I don't know what that means.
I'm not trying to add more to the argument. I just want to be like, so that because I don't want us to get like these. If you go through even when I pulled up the National Reparations Commission, the argument that they said that they deal with is very specific from people who are against reparations.
Now, I think the point I'm trying to make is like kind of like what Fat Joe trying to do. Like we co-created America, right? Like they trying to. I don't want to bring that up. I don't even want to bring up Fat Joe because I don't want to derail the discussion. But we was there in the beginning. You know what I'm saying, Chris?
I think the difference and the similarity is we didn't create America. Like I know we were forced to participate in the laboring of America, but I like if I hire you to build my building, you don't get labeled as a builder of the building. I hired you. I built the building. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but remember,
but the argument can be made though that free labor did make America great. And when you look at a state like Mississippi,
do you see
that had the most slaves?
Verbiage. You see how I went again. You're talking about greatness and prosperity. He's talking about building. There's two different verbs.
What about those congressmen, those black congressmen?
I'm just saying the verbiage. If you're talking about building something like a business, you got to be mindful. The owner is who built the business. The employees work for the owner.
I think that was you that was talking about this one day, Q, at the school. You was talking about it was like black presidents at one time.
No, I don't do the black president. Ain't no.
You heard that though? Did you ever heard that like it was like some form of black presidents?
They be talking that black president shit.
I've heard the argument, but I haven't found much proof on that.
I don't do the black
okay, so that's no. Yeah, but if that would have been a good talking point that we co-created America.
But no, what I'm saying is,
like, to me, the co-creation of America makes you also complicit in the actions against America, what America did. Like, it's just black people did not come here and say, I'm helping to build America. Black people were forced here. And so whatever white people was working on building, that's what they went and did. So I don't, you know what I'm saying?
But at the same time, though, it's a fundamental fact that they were able to build what they built and become so successful off of the free labor, which in itself is an asset.
But that's two different things.
The free labor is an asset.
And
I'm not arguing. I'm just stating in the sense of like, when we be like, yo, we built America, I'm not one to jump out that window. You know,
I'm with you there. I would say though, our forced slavery, our forced work, that free labor that y'all received was a major cornerstone in building what you built.
Now, but
you see,
forced or not,
we got to fine tune the argument. But
that's for me. I'm not saying anybody else. I'm just saying for me, I don't personally. You know how people be like, yo, we built all of this. I'm like, yeah, but if you're saying you built all of this, that means you're also responsible for everything that it fucking does. Yeah. I'm not taking responsibility for what America does.
But we never benefited from what we built.
I'm just saying it to you. This is how I was taught. This is why part of voting, part of the reason I don't vote is based off of like, look, this country, we were here. They forced us here, but this shit ain't ours. And the more you participate and actively get involved, the more you're in agreement and held accountable for the shit that it does. So I don't know how many family members y'all had in wars, but when the Asians would tell black people, yo, get the fuck out of here. We'll give you money to leave. Why are you fighting the white man's war? They said that in Korea. The Germans told that.
We don't want war with you, soul brother. We don't want war with you, soul brother.
No, they said it in Vietnam,
black
Korea,
men go
and in
home.
Germany.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, that was a reality that all of my grandfathers and granduncles had to come back and be like, damn, these niggas really told us that we should leave and not fight. And we came back to America and had to fight for more rights. That's a reality.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali said that too.
Ain't no Viet Cong ever did nothing to me. Me and my brother was on the same page. Once you said Muhammad Ali, I was
It
already
wasn't just
going there.
Vietnam. They did it in Germany.
Yeah.
They was telling black people, go back. Remember the blacks that was in France? They were scared of the black Americans that went to France and helped liberate France or some shit like that. But there was mad papers and shit to send people like, most people know, like, why are y'all niggas fighting for white people?
Now it's kind of like right now when our kids join the army, they'll be wanting to fight for America. They trying to get housing.
It's also just like the Buffalo Soldier story. I don't brag about the Buffalo Soldier story. When I was younger, there used to be something dope. Bob Marley had niggas twisted. The Buffalo Soldiers was fucking police.
Yeah.
Right.
Running around helping white people take shit from Native Americans.
That's a good point.
And
Am
Yeah,
I
they
wrong
were
for that?
Africans. Those were Africans, though, right?
No, they were
Right.
Africans. That's a fact.
That's why a lot of the
Okay.
Indians ain't like us.
Let's not even call them Americans, though. Let's just call them what they are. They're Africans.
No, but at the time, those were
That's
Americans.
probably what it was. They took some newly.
That was your argument yesterday. At that time, they would be considered Americans, right?
Oh,
No, you already know. You already know, bro. I just wanted to say it. See it sound good. What's up with everybody?
Slow. Nah, but today I thought I would take a different course and like, yo, let's just talk about the people that's against reparations.
I like that.
Anybody else? Only people against reparations. It don't
like
matter where they from, who they are. They're against reparations. They're an enemy. I think that should be an easy space for all of us to be in agreement with.
Especially our own.
And I'm not talking. I know some of y'all might try to throw Taz in there. Taz is checking y'all niggas' arguments on reparations. Taz is not against reparations. He just thinks a lot of y'all niggas is retarded, and the way you organize your argument is retarded. And you're gonna fuck it up for everybody else.
And that is an absolute fact. Because me and Taz went through a lot of this about, what was that, a week ago, Taz?
And Taz definitely cooking.
About a week ago, me and Taz went through a lot of this in terms of Taz helping me to
now going back to something you said earlier. So in terms of approaching these whites the way they coon ours, so to speak, right? Like having a similar approach to reaching out to whites and helping them make our points, making our points through them. The hard part about that is going to be entitlement. You get what I'm saying? Like to a point you used earlier. Like I think when you made the point that most Republican blacks that take the stances that they take, they can do that from a sense of entitlement, right? You don't get people who are struggling aligning themselves.
Look, I'm gonna take back my.
That's how they eat, though.
Yo, you know what they used to call that?
So hold on, but hold on, I'm gonna land quick. The point I was making about the hard part about getting that through the whites is most of them we're gonna have to convince that your entitlement comes from
tokenism.
XYZ.
Yeah, tokenism.
So nobody got to convince most whites. Reparations is not a.
Yo, bro, it's crazy. I'm gonna show you the studies. Hold on, there's studies already done, and there's already people who are already talking about how to convince white people, how to get what. Oh, I even my sentiments on Obama, I gotta publicly state, like, I know hearing Obama say he's not for reparations and black people need to get over it, that shit bothers me. I ain't gonna lie.
That's how Obama got over trying to make it.
But Obama's statement is that the reason why he had to take that position, even though this is later on revisionist that he's doing, he blames white people.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear. Obama blames white people for why he couldn't do rep. He said the former president claimed reparations proposal didn't make it through lawmaking processes due to his presidency, during his presidency, due to the politics of white resistance and resentment.
And when he's saying that, he's actually speaking about his own party. That's the part that's left out. He's talking about his own party.
His own party. Hell yeah.
I just want to be clear though.
Yeah.
Even and Taz knows more, and some of y'all know I've been shooting at Obama. I'm putting my gun down at Obama.
Can you?
now, for me, not to say gun down. I want the government think I had a real gun. I'm talking about arguments here. Let me just clear that up. I'm not talking about a real gun. I'm talking about an argument that he's not the focus. You know what I'm saying? The focus is really white folks. White people are the biggest issue for reparations. That's by all data, all standards. And outside of white folks, Asians, then Latinos.
Now, here's the only other retort I would add to that, though, at the same time. Most of those same whites, Christian whites especially, were against any form of rainbow group improvement, them being able to marry, any of that stuff. They were still able to accomplish certain things with the opposition being there. And I think it was strictly because they were really, really unified. They agreed on certain things that they were all pushing for. And more important than anything, they put their dollar behind it. You know what I mean?
And exactly that. My whole thing is that when you argue from the standpoint of trying to convince white people, you make it as if it's a democratic issue in terms of you need the majority of the people in the United States to vote for reparations. When that's not the question. That's not the issue. The issue is whether it's a legal precedent for reparations or not. And if there's a legal precedent, no matter how many white, the majority of the whole United States could be against it. If the legal precedence is there, that's the law. The Constitution trumps all of that. So that's why you have the situations in politics that you have now, is because there's a protection of the Constitution, not the people. Because the Constitution is what runs the country, not the people. But the people are under the impression that they are in a democracy when it's actually a republic.
Let me ask y'all a question though, right quick.
Well, real quick, Taz, real quick. Yo, who's Amin Hotep?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Ran across the room. Seemed like it was an interesting conversation, bro.
What the hell just happened?
What you need me to do on my end?
Is he talking?
Yeah, he said he hears the interesting conversation.
All right.
I
wasn't sure. My bad, because you don't have no profile pic or nothing, so I wasn't sure if he was real. All right. So you after Taz, you can get to talk, bro.
He get it. We got to vet. We got to vet what comes.
Do me a favor, share my screen. I got a question. So how do we feel about other countries and other groups of people outside of the United States coming to the United States for reparations? Zimbabweans are seeking reparations.
That's a different topic, Taz. We can detect that one. We can right now. We only focus on people against reparations. We can completely niggas who.
Yeah, I'm against these though. I'm against these.
No, niggas who no, Taz. We're highlighting people who are publicly talking against reparations. That's what I'm saying. But no, don't lose that article. We can go down the niggas who are fucking up. We can do that right after niggas who are messing up the reparation argument and people who don't deserve it. I'm completely with that. I just want to make sure.
I was gonna say, write that one down, Taz, because I do want to build on that later.
We can definitely. There's a whole bunch of there's another Taz. There's another one I found that's like that too. I was like, how these niggas is trying to get reparations? But I don't know if the argument is based off of slave. I think it's based off of what America did to their country as a form of policy.
It's based on sanctions. But we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
I think it's based off. I think the language is just getting a buzzword. Yeah, I think they're because there's a group of black people that just got reparations last year. That was a whole other group of Spanish people in California. I didn't even know about this shit. The white folks in California set a whole city on fire and kicked all the Spanish and black people out.
You said a California city got reparations?
California city got reparations for an act that the government of California allowed to happen to a city. They set the city on fire and kicked out all the Spanish and black people. So they gave them reparations. I think they got like 35,000 each. Some number it is, but that happened like a year or two ago too.
What city was that?
I'm about to pull it up. I got you. I think. Let me make. I'll make your Taz. You gotta text me your numbers, because I got mad fucking numbers and shit. Not numbers.
I was gonna save it this time.
Not numbers. I meant I'm looking at this document. I had this document
25 times, and you call one time each, nigga.
I know that's my fault, bro. Now I meant to say I got 100 links on my screen. No, I got 100.
You told me about 7 years ago. You don't save numbers, so I wasn't tripping.
Nah, that's focus. You go ahead and scroll through all them links, man. Find it. I know it's one of them.
Yo, no, I got literally, I shared this document.
I believe you.
I got like 100 links on this document of just anything against. I just went and looked for anything against reparations, obstacles, people talking against it. I put Africans, Latinos, blacks. Like, I know a lot of us ain't hear about this shit. This shit had me pissed off this morning. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't supposed to do the Latinos yet. I was gonna do the Latinos. I'm gonna jump to the Latinos real quick, y'all. We're gonna come back to them. But this shit right here, did y'all hear about this in California? Where the Latinos said, y'all want us Asians, Latinos and Asians to pay for what happened to y'all Africans? No. This was 3-4 weeks ago. And then the Democrat, I think, started crying in the court, like, wow, wow.
You drive blindfolded?
Hold up. My bad, I was supposed to find it on YouTube. The audio. Only Daily Mail don't hit me. Here we go, right here. I got you.
Is it Palm Springs?
I got mad. I can't say what. I gotta look at the thing. I just know I just read it early. I was like, what the hell? Like, when the hell this
I've
happened?
heard of that. I heard about that.
Yo, Judah, if you could, Palm Springs. Find me for Black and Latinos homes. What city burnt to the ground? Yeah, where's Palm Springs? Is that Florida or California?
No, that's Cali.
That's
Cali.
California.
Palm
yeah.
Springs? I think Palm
Yeah.
Springs.
Which is really crazy because of this other. I didn't know the war. Did y'all know the war going on in California over reparations? Yo, so you know who got the reparations bill in California fucked up, right? It was the Spanish and the Asians, not white people. The Spanish and Asian community protested the reparations bill and said, we're not paying for it. So this is what look, this is it right here.
That's because fear of missing out. They
Looking for.
They on some shit. Damn, I thought I was, what window am I on?
So what we're looking at is 1,200 people, 4,000 a person is what they call it for. It's Palm Springs, California. Yeah, so they're saying 1,200 people, $4,000 a person.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm in Cali.
And this is for the commercial development that was leveled in the 1960s. So this is because they destroyed their community in the 1960s. So again, Taz is right, and y'all keep walking around with these chains and shit trying to get people to believe that you're gonna never get reparations for slavery.
Oh, not your tech. We're gonna push the curve into this. We're gonna push it.
I continue to be right, fam.
But Taz, the reason why this conversation I brought up is because in California, the same Spanish community is now against Black people getting reparations for what they went through, specifically in terms of, and in California, Taz, is not just about slavery. California is mostly about Jim Crow. That's why it's so important. But that's why it's so important, because the Spanish people are saying, get over Jim Crow. You got Asian people saying, get over Jim Crow. They're not even worrying about slavery. They're trying to erase the experience of Jim Crow. That's why California is so. That's why it's like, even with you see what I'm saying? Even with your argument, they're not even, California is not slavery based entirely.
Yeah, but just to be clear now, I got a video, fam, called California Hate. The West Coast full of Jim Crow, and it was all about the history of Jim Crow in California. So there was a heavy Klan presence there. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm saying the Spanish community. I'm about to play this video.
I agree with you, bro. I don't disagree with what you said. I'm just saying I'm familiar with that specific California Jim Crow history because I did some content on it.
Yo, play the video so we can.
People are trying to say it doesn't exist, but I'm not gonna throw. Let me say, there's a portion, the Spanish community, to be fair, is 50-50 split from what I see. You got half of these niggas, and it looks like it's more Mexicans. The Mexicans are, I'm just being fair. Like, because you got a lot of Spanish people.
Mad. And so this is where the conundrum comes in, though. It's kind of like what's happening in Evanston. They're mad, though, because they're claiming, well, we lived in some of those neighborhoods, too. Some of our people lived there, too. Why is this only exclusively for the black residents of this part of town when some of our people live there too? That's the argument they making. It's just falling short right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if they end up getting some money too. I wouldn't even be surprised.
I'm not, yo, you know what's crazy? Because Mexico last year announced that they're going to be doing reparations for black people and also Mexicans in Mexico. So I'm like, why are y'all against this? Literally, Mexico is talking about giving reparations up. If you can prove that you have African descendants that went through slavery in Mexico, you have a chance of getting reparations from Mexico right now. They don't got much bread, but I'm confused as to why Spanish people and from Mexico largely, because most of the Spanish people in America are Mexican by data, by according to statistics. So I'm confused as to why they are some of the biggest proponents against reparations. And
because they're not against it, though, Q. Just keep in mind, they're not against it. They want in on it. They saying we live in that same neighborhood.
No, Taz. No, yo, let me play these videos, bro. You gonna be upset.
Play the video so we can chop her up.
Bro. This shit had me swinging in the air this morning, Taz. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they want. I'm just telling you though, they want in on it, bro. They want in on it. They're not really trying to shut it down. They want in on it.
Analyst consultants from the task force reported the total amount could be as much as $800 billion. $800 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of our entire state budget. To pay for that, you'd need a major tax hike, unlike anything this state has ever seen before. I recognize and acknowledge the painful part of our history. The pains of our past should not be paid by the people of today. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws. Nothing. It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing today.
End of the day, compensation is necessary. I understand.
She corny. I'd have been like, how you going to join a criminal organization and then say that you ain't got nothing to do with the previous crimes, though? If you join the...
But wait, just so we clear, though, now that's State Bill 1331, right? That is the one for the state. But when we're talking about the Palm Springs settlement, that is local. See what I'm saying? So those are two different settlements. And again, my arguments continue to win. The local arguments won already. The state argument is going to fall short. It keeps happening.
But Taz, what is the local argument? Is still the state.
State. I was gonna say that.
Remember, they entered the union.
That's what y'all want to believe. I'll let you keep believing it, but you're showing it right.
Well, state is considered part of local government.
All right, what's more local than the state tax?
Y'all tripping, fam. I'm telling you, that's not how this works.
The Constitution.
The city is more
local. What is lower than the local constitution?
Municipal.
See, here's the thing, right? The settlement that's being given in Palm Springs is for a specific neighborhood in Palm Springs.
Right.
The California bill is specifically for the state. The California bill is not reaching into a small local community. It is over encompassing the state of California.
But Taz, the reason why the bill was shut down is because of this woman that I just played. We don't have to think about why we're talking. The reason why it was shut down is because she said Spanish people and Asians make up 55% of California, and she does not feel they should have to pay. It has nothing to do with anything else.
And so this is why when I think about reparations, I think about how it can be administered. And if you administer it through, if you administer it through tax cuts, we don't have to pay taxes for the next couple of years. That's something she can't say is penalizing their income in any way.
I'm not. Let me word it differently. So what I'm saying is, this is a part of the argument now. We have immigrants who are now positioning themselves in the pockets of white people as a defense.
It's kind of like RICO.
We can't even really say in the pockets of white people because maybe they just feel like they're going for their best interest.
Understand what they said is that they're going to be paying for it.
Yo, wouldn't RICO lie apply right there?
But do you understand that that's what the positioning by them?
So here's the thing, Q.
This is an argument that we have to understand because
RICO
immigrants.
Right. So here's the thing, though, Q. If we're asking for money
from California's coffers, they do have a point because they are paying taxes. This is why when I think about this, I think about what can we present that's palatable. We talking about money that's not on the books, right?
I'm not even look. I'm not arguing with this person. I'm being prepared for their arguments. What I'm saying is, in the conversation now, we have Asian people who have been in the country for 30 years. And we have Mexicans. So I have about 4 videos from people who have been in the country. So in FBA, I want to understand FBA, the vitriol that y'all are having for Africans, the people who are immigrants who are really taking up the banner of what y'all are describing are Latinos and Asians. There's hundreds of videos, hundreds of articles. Like, literally, there's mad videos. If you type in
that is true. That is true.
Q, let's be realistic.
Hold on, before you be real, I just want to finish the statement with clarity. There's hundreds of videos and articles and there's tons of stuff dedicated from Latinos.
Nah, you clear.
Against reparations. I just want to be clear.
So the only retort from them, I said them with regard to FBA, is that was expected. That nothing about that is a shock or a surprise.
See, you talking about FBA? This isn't an FBA conversation. FBA's is not doing what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about right here.
Hold on. That's
right
what you
now,
said, bro. You was like, they're the real issue, and I understood that point. You were saying the vitriol for Africans and other immigrants when this is where your problem is.
This is a fact.
That was what you said, and I understand that point.
The leadership started off with the part of attacking Africans. That's why. That's what Tariq Nasheed started with doing. That's what Yvette Cornell started that. Before Tariq ever did it, Yvette Cornell already was popping on Africans and Pan-Africans.
I just wanted to keep it on Latinos and Asians in saying that was expected. Like that,
it was not
no
expected.
shocker. That wasn't even really worth a conversation for anyone on the other side.
Hold on. Understand, when we say expected, there was no precedent in which we could have the expectations. The Latinos just turned their face on us. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, that's not true. See, and this is where
the whole point, bro. Asian people historically have not been aligned with Black people. Spanish people historically were.
That's the precedent.
And now we're getting the full brunt of the fact that they're not fucking with us. They don't. That's what I'm saying.
That's a precedent.
That reality is really in depth illustrated within the Latino community. The way the energy that we have, and I'm being very clear, the energy that I'm going to have going forward for Latinos and Asians on reparations is going to be different because they have created political. The only people who have stood in government office
and actively
and spoke against reparations are white, Blacks, and Latinos.
That's right.
Let's just be clear.
I like the way you slip Blacks in there. You ain't lying though.
My time in. I'm in California.
That's why I'm breaking it down. The largest group, white people, that's the situation. The couple of Black people in that group, they don't even matter in the Black community. They don't exist in the Black community. They're white people. That's why I'm saying we don't have to count them. But the Latino community is expected to have almost 5 to 10 million new entries in the next 3 years. Do you understand? They're going to change the way the conversation.
I found a Latin woman, and I got a quote. She says, "Silence in the face of injustice is complicity." So this is a Latina woman. I heard that saying before, but the reason why I'm saying that, if they're recognizing that damage was done, but they just don't got no money or they weren't here, silence in the face of injustice is complicity. And like basically you down with them. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't trying to do nothing. Like Q said, at least them people over across seas making offers. They're trying to become exempt. You know what I'm saying? Like
they have united against the Black collective.
Yes.
So what we must understand is that I'm in California, so I know this history. I'm almost 70 years old, so I know this history. The thing that went down in the 60s in Palm Springs, that was done under the federal and state eminent domain statute. So bringing up from the rear, they had to pay compensation. They had to pay punitive damages. They had to pay damages based on the value of the property thereof at the time eminent domain took the property.
And let me
But see,
ask,
what
this
we
was
must,
to build the highways, right?
built the highways. But what we must understand is that when you look at numbers, populations, and percentages, that's how they move. See, so in California, so-called Hispanics, Latinos, Mexicans, and Asians, they have meetings on this. They have collectives on this. They have small mini think tanks on how to leverage their numbers against black people in America. And the other issue that we're dealing with, there's a large percentage of the 13.5% of so-called black people in America don't even believe the government owes us. So that's another front that we're going to have to fight on, because they don't believe that we're due compensation, compensatory and otherwise, from this here government. I yield.
You done, bro?
So I just wanted to get that in there, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to get that in there. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, this is what I'm trying to make sure we understand, though, right? The local argument continues to pay out the money. I understand why niggas keep chasing what they believe and what their heart is set on, what they think. But every time we see some money get paid out, it's what Taz said. But y'all listen to everybody else, right? It's going to continue to be based on something after slavery, something that can be proven. And in this Palm Springs example, like I was trying to tell you, Latino families got money out of it.
Right.
Just like with Edison, they want in on the
Black families too.
What you showed was SB 1331. That's the state. When we come back local and we're talking local, that is a different government. I understand how your heart's set. How that data set.
I want to understand something Taz is saying real quick. So are you saying in strictly focusing on local and focusing on things we can prove, are we primarily focusing on everything after slavery?
There's two components to it. There's two components. It's the state individual cases, and then there's the national or the Western Hemisphere cases as it relates to slavery, chattel slavery. Those are two separate different
and one of them keeps winning and one of them keeps losing.
So hold on real quick. So Taz, I want you to answer my question though, because I want to stay with you, right? So when you're saying focus on the state level, and you specifically said focus on things you can prove, more of that is more or less documented after a certain point. We can, if we just want to be able to label a stopping point, we can say Emancipation Proclamation, right? To negate what happened before slavery, where proving it is a bit more difficult, to something like this with eminent domain, where we're talking about building highways through people's towns and taking their land, that's still on record to this day. Are you saying focus on the latter in time and kind of just leave slavery there? And when I say leave it there, I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm not trying to be cute. You know what I mean? But I just want to understand.
It's only one way to say it, though, and you're saying it the way I would say it, but again, that's gonna hurt niggas' feelings. But it is what it is.
I'm just trying to understand if I'm understanding.
I'm trying to make sure you understand. Every time we see a check get cut, it ain't got nothing to do with slavery. Every time we see a check get cut for any group of people, it ain't got nothing to do with slavery. So it's not about how you feel about slavery. If we talking about getting a check cut, there are blueprints. All of
that
those
we can focus on, that we can prove. I'm with you.
But Taz, let me ask you, how would somebody have a blueprint for something they never experienced?
You have compensatory.
When you say slavery, that's the point. That's why I think that's why they keep being able to kick it out. We didn't experience it.
But no, but Taz, that's what I'm saying. They did not. That when you say kick it out,
we didn't experience.
They did not kick it out. The argument.
You ain't experienced slavery.
Well, no, when you say kick it out, Taz, Can you show us where that's why they said they
Stop
kicked
trying
it
to
out?
be somebody you wasn't. That's your
Can you
problem now.
show
You
us
want to be the
where they
ancestors.
so
You ain't the
Taz, this is
ancestors, nigga.
this
You the
is in
product
your
of the
head.
ancestors.
I'm not
Focus on
Go
Q.
ahead, bro.
Focus on Q.
this is why I'm stating
Chaz a bulldozer, B.
source when they said that.
Say it
Let's just
again, Q. My
argue.
bad, bro. I wasn't listening. I ain't gonna lie
That's
to
what I'm
you.
saying.
Yeah, got
The
my
only response that we have literally to slavery right now is damn near California. So that's what I'm saying. Instead of us trying to figure out what was dead, let's just go over what was said and why it was said. No, they never said don't think about slavery. The only reason they said it is because this Latino and this Asians were saying we don't want to pay for it. And that's why they
Well,
voted
basically
against
what they're saying is this.
Right,
Basically
but
what
look,
they're saying is
check this out.
Let's be clear.
That's it.
The issue right
I just
now.
want to make sure we understand something, though. That's a legitimate argument for them. Is there anybody that wants to debate that, or do you just want to learn?
I'm trying.
They're not
to
lying.
with that. I'm trying to
That's
discuss
the perfect that is the perfect argument, considering California was perfectly fine with excluding them from California during this time.
I got an
I don't
argument.
know.
But there's a
this is
retort
what I
to
wanted
that.
to
Yo, I
avoid.
got an argument for that.
There's not.
I'm not doing this with nobody today.
Yo,
We're
that's like that's
discussing
part of stuff, God. Cause
people against reparations. If you have a validity argument, we can have a validity conversation. But right now, there's no reason to discuss none of y'all niggas' opinions matter to me. This is in the court. We're gonna read the court proceedings. Your opinion doesn't, like I'm saying, unless you're in the court arguing and telling us why, and telling the world why your opinion is more important than anybody else's. I'm not interested in arguing. I'm not even giving mine. I'm just going off of what was
damn,
said.
I got muted.
Yo,
I'm giving
I
my
wanted
opinion.
On it. I'm just
Let me
stating, like,
ask-
let's
let me
just
ask
go over
y'all
what
something.
was said.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion. I got the facts.
Well,
that we
you
can
gotta
build
chill,
on.
yo.
That's because you didn't present it in court.
All right.
That's your
crazy.
opinion of the facts.
We're just having a conversation. This all has to be litigated within the court. But at the same time, we got to understand they did not say that slavery did not exist. What they're saying, as generations passed up until this time, they don't want to fit the bill. That's what they're saying.
Yo, I'm
So
saying we
I
got the same argument, yo, because they got us paying reparations to Israel, and
That's your
we ain't
opinion.
had nothing to do with that.
We
That's your
didn't make
opinion.
that
That's your
argument.
opinion.
That's a
Come
fact.
on
All
with the
opinions
weed,
right now.
man.
These are opinions. I'm just
That's
saying.
a fact, though. They got us paying for stuff.
No,
that we
bro.
ain't
I
got
gave you a fact, and it was shut down as an opinion. You giving me
That's
your
a corporate
opinion?
deal with Israel. That's a corporate deal.
perspective.
No,
That's a
bro. That's
corporate
crazy, fam.
international deal.
Oh yeah, that's international. Yeah.
Thing with Israel, that's a corporate thing. You got to go back to the Balfour Declaration. You got to go back pre-1948. That was a corporate. That was an international United Nations deal that went down when it as far as funding
Started at
the
the
so-called
Nuremberg trials.
yeah. So that was those are two different things. And guess what? As long as America, they're gonna continue to fund the so-called state of Israel. They're gonna do that. They're gonna do that because America's history is tied to that legacy.
Now, the
No,
only
but this is
point
what
I
I was
was
trying to
making
keep
in
from
terms
happening
of
now. This is what I was trying to
linking
keep
it.
from happening.
Yeah, he's still
We get
talking,
too much
Will.
in the theoretical space versus
Will, I
the
got you.
actual
I gotta
space.
mute
Like
you.
literally,
Bro.
we should be discussing this person right here. This is the person who's the face of who just shut down reparations in California. So we should take the time and listen to their argument and then figure out how we're going to attack this person.
You already have. It's gonna take y'all long
Well, I'm
because
in
y'all don't know
California.
history.
Why do you, Taz,
Already
I don't
have.
know what this, when you
I
say
already
y'all,
have. It didn't take me long.
bro, Taz, I really can't deal with this self-inflation shit right now. I ain't gonna lie. We're doing it as a community. If you did it by yourself and it ain't get nowhere, that's on you, my nigga. Like, you telling us you did it already. What does that mean for people in California, bro? That's crazy.
Well, I was telling you I did the research already.
Then present. That's why we're telling you to present it, my nigga.
You shut it down as an opinion, my nigga.
No, the research is research. Your opinion is your opinion.
No,
Yeah, I wasn't right. So while all of them was
California.
giving their opinion, I was telling you to research as to why they would make that argument.
I'm trying to play the video so we can hear it first.
Go ahead, play it. And then when you play it,
I'm not.
I'll tell you the
I'm not
same
with
thing.
you, Taz. I'm trying to keep us from having those days of mad back and forth. I'm just trying to keep it like, let's just look at the sources, and so it's not just you. I'm saying it's to everybody. Like, let's not tangent too much. Let's just speak so that way we know exactly what was presented in the information and whatever argue. Like, how would you argue with this lady? And if you're saying that this is right, tell us what should be the argument for this perspective. What
All
should
right, play it again. Play it again so I can do that.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm going. So just everybody listening, the arguments are based off the people on the screen. How would you argue the people on the screen? Not FBA, not a Pan-African, not me. The people on the screen have already argued they shit in court. So how would you argue this? So this person right here's argument is the state of California cannot afford it. So what would you say to that? What data would you present as to means of how California cannot afford that budget?
I would cite how they giving money right now.
Consultants from the task force
Go
reported the
ahead.
total amount could be as much as 800 billion. 800 billion. That's 2.5 times the size of our entire state budget. To pay for that, you'd need a major tax hike, unlike anything this state has ever seen before. I recognize and acknowledge the painful part of our history. The pains of our past should not be paid by the people of today. The majority of our state is Latino and Asian, making up 55% of our population. Most of them, like me, are first, second, or third generation immigrants who had nothing to do with slavery, discrimination, Jim Crow laws, nothing. It is fundamentally unfair to force these people to pay for this, and because of that, I will be opposing today.
End of the day, compensation is necessary. I understand that it's hard to ask those of us currently sitting in the legislature to make those commitments, but no one asked Black families over generations if it was okay to take their wealth, if it was okay to enslave them, if it was okay.
You see why I said it's split? Like literally in California, you got Spanish people arguing with Spanish people. I was really caught off guard watching this video.
So Q, you wanted an argument for that argument, right?
I'm not arguing the argument. First, I'm just saying that you said when I said earlier that I didn't want to play the Spanish people yet because I got a bunch of videos on Spanish people. But in
You
this
said
video,
you want us to have a response for them.
But you're hearing two different Spanish people, one against reparations, one for reparations.
Right. I want to focus on the one against, right? Because that's the opposition. So as we did point out earlier that she does slightly, Taz pointed out that she does slightly have a point.
In generations of poverty, this country became a superpower based upon free labor of African descendants over hundreds of years. We need to recognize it. I know it's not going to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy to actually admit when you've caused pain. It's not supposed to be easy when you actually try to repair and heal that pain. And yes, we do benefit. We still benefit to this day from what happened to our brothers and sisters in the Black community over so many generations.
That's a good talking point in the chat. It don't got to be money.
So that was a part of what I wanted to add. Like, this is a conversation about the administering of reparations. My simple retort to the chick that opposes thing is, all right, I get what you're talking about your tax dollars, right? So fine. You don't have to pay for this through tax cuts.
Yep.
If his last name is Jenkins, Williams, he don't have to pay taxes for 10 years.
Like debt forgiveness.
We're out here, debt forgiveness.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? Like Black children being able, if they make it into a college, their college tuitions are funded. These are things, right, we can finance through our own tax dollar by simply not being taxed. This is money that's not even on the books yet. So you can't say it's hurting you, right? I'm saying take your hand out my pocket, like in Malcolm's movie, right?
Land reserves.
This is a simple, easy argument to say, well, fine. You're saying that your tax dollars shouldn't pay for a crime you weren't involved with. And you know what? You actually kind of got a point. But what we know with the Black economic spending power, with how much we work, with what we put into the workforce, if you get us a certain level of tax cut, right, we could fund our own reparations. Take your hand out of our pocket.
Right.
So in that same voice, in that same dialogue, she said, I recognize that y'all deserve. Cool. So let us pay ourselves.
Bam. We can't even pay ourselves.
You understand what I'm saying, bro?
That's a fact,
That's
man.
what I wanted to focus on. This is my simple response to her. You ain't even wrong, sis. The Asians ain't own no slaves, and y'all been paying taxes and taking it just like we've been taking it over the last 20, 30 years. But here's the deal. What could make it right is if y'all keep kicking into this system that y'all have benefited from and want to represent. And in order to correct this wrong, you take your hand out my pocket. That's fair. That money isn't even on the books.
All right. You don't need to hear you repeat it all over again because you're just gonna repeat it all over again. Taz, you had something to respond?
Nah, I'm gonna kind of fall back, man, and let y'all, follow these stories. You know what I'm saying? As you know, just remember what I said. The more information you have, the more local, the closer to today, the more likely it is to happen. I mean, at some point, it does get annoying when you've done the research to make sure you can have all of this ready, and that understanding is equal to people who've done none. So yeah, y'all got it. I'm just listening at this point, bro. It's a game on.
Brother Jabal,
peace.
Yo, whatever, Taz. It ain't like that, bro. I'm just trying to get us on one page with the.
I like that argument. Now, I like that argument about, the reparations ain't just money. And her argument was, well, we can't afford it, and we ain't got to. Y'all do have land and all of that. Y'all could do the tax breaks, debt forgive. It's mad other ways. And just acknowledging apologies, therapy.
Well, the reason why, Taz, I was saying that in the explicit response, because, for example, when Taz, when you write your own appeal, you don't write an appeal based off of new evidence. You have to use your appeal based off of exactly what was presented in court. So
they acknowledge that we have a disability, because if
I'm saying we should hear the argument as to what made them say no. I didn't hear nobody say no based off of slavery. Only thing I heard them say was we can't afford it.
Yep, exactly.
That's a difference. That's what I'm saying, Taz. They're not stating that they won't look at reparations for slavery. They're just making when y'all put slavery in it, we can't afford it.
Her argument as a Latino was, I didn't benefit from this
Springs
crime.
made the same argument. Evanston made the same argument. Rosewood made the same argument. They all paid, even though they couldn't afford it. See what I'm saying? Again,
how could they possibly make the same argument?
That's the simple argument. And when you kick it out to a state argument, you make it so much wider that now it is more inclusive. I'm just saying, when we look at what's been paid and what's been approved, every time it's in an area where they can point to and say, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, we don't have the money to pay it, but the small city councils are approving to get that money paid over periods of time. It ain't happening on the state level.
So I feel like part of those changes, though, because the climate of restorative justice on a local level, to me, really picked up from the last 20 years. From what I saw, the conversation has been really going strong in the last 20 years. And I can look this up while I say it, but I feel like because there's a new, younger class of politicians involved in a so-called woke community, there's a new ear to hear about how to right the wrongs. So the local legislation is the easiest form of legislation to actually get involved in. The state legislation, unfortunately, is very difficult. And I think that's why we also see the push back on the state level, and then the federal level is even more difficult. You got niggas on the federal level in office. These niggas be in there for years, and some of them, what's the U.S. The representative, how long is the representative? Which one is the one that's in there for 4-6 years? You know what I'm saying? They're in there for a minute. Congress.
Hey, yo, can somebody stop muting me? Chill. House of Representatives.
Does that make sense, Taz? Because I think because I'm hearing what you're stating, but I also think based off of the last 10, 20 years, we've had an increase of younger politicians, but heavily.
All right, so share me up. Let me meet you halfway. Share me up. Let me meet you halfway. Let me meet you halfway now. So I agree that there's been an increased push, but keep in mind that even has a precedent. 1994, when Rosewood got their money, it was because that movie came out. People became more aware of what happened in Rosewood. That little pressure led to them paying that money. So now that this internet era and whatnot, this is where I'm meeting you halfway at. Now that we see more information coming out, more people want to know what happened in their cities. More people getting information on how things did happen, and they're taking legal routes to press down on those local governments. It's not a new argument. It's just one that we're finally taking the time out to see. And I do agree that the social media presence has brought all of that to the forefront, where now people are actually going downtown, looking in the library and looking to see what's there that they didn't know about their city, using that to come back and make a claim. That's literally what's happening. So I would just tell you that it's just not new. The information is just starting to circulate about all of these local communities. And I'm saying that that's the best.
I'm not saying new neither. I'm saying that there's a change in the governmental climate in America. We have a new, younger breed of politicians entering the office.
But the information was never presented to the old breed. The old breed wasn't with reparations conversation.
I think the old breed, black and white, wasn't prepared for that conversation. I think the Me Too movement, personally, I think the Me Too movement opened up the doors for niggas to say, oh, we can go back to yesterday and accuse niggas for something? That's what we doing? Are we going back and accusing niggas from 30 years ago? Oh, because that created, I forgot the actual name of it, but in order to do the Me Too movement, they had to create a policy where you can go back and remove the statute of limitation.
In some places, they didn't do that, though.
But
you start talking state again. No, everybody couldn't get prosecuted.
No, you're right. But that eventually led to that. That never happened before, though. That's what I'm saying. The Me Too movement.
No, it didn't. But I just want to make sure we do understand that those laws didn't open up. There were claims of opening up those statutes of limitations and whatnot, but some of that never changed. People still couldn't get
limitation for them to prosecute Bill Cosby. They had to change the statute of limitation in New York City.
That's not what happened. No. The charges on Bill Cosby came one day before the statute ended. They weren't supposed to go after him. The reason why he ended up getting out was because he had a deal with them that it wouldn't be used for criminal prosecution. But they actually set him up with that. That was more of a setup because they took everything he said, used it against him, and then on the last day, then they filed charges. That's why he was able to get up out of that shit. But yeah, I
gotta make sure I'm saying what I'm about to say right.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I remember that specifically though, man. They used Bill on words against him. That was stupid for him to be sitting up there in that deposition talking like he ain't talking to white people. People that want to lock his dumb ass up.
Yo, Taz,
Nigga dropped off or something?
Nah, I keep getting muted.
Oh.
Hey, Miz, chill out. Nah, but yo, Taz, I got a question.
Taz, in 2017,
you the only one.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They changed the federal prosecution. They changed the entire statute of limitation on that. Yeah. The change means from January 2017, there will be no statute of limitation on the prosecution of rape cases. That's the Me Too movement.
Now, what state is that?
That's the federal statute.
That's the federal statute. See, that don't mean much, bro.
Nah, that's what we got to go after.
No, the federal statute gives the states the ability to follow.
You got 50 rogue states.
The federal government, if the federal government opens the door, the states can follow. That's why New York City just did that. New York City just opened up the federal based off of Bill Cosby's Me Too shit. Them niggas open up rape cases, but they did it differently. They said you can only open up the cases for, you have a 2-year period where there's no statute of limitation for like 30 years.
Right.
And then they're using it I'm just saying they in a different way.
Yeah, that did happen. But again, like I'm saying, they didn't change the laws though. After, especially like, because again, you said 2017. You know, Bill went down in what, 2011, 2013. Bill was out by then.
Hey, yo, I got
Yeah, I
right
think
here on the federal
yeah,
law.
Bill was locked up at 17.
There's a law that it says basically how do you overcome statutes of limitation? Basically, if you can cite a capital murder, we were murdered and all of that, capital murder, because we were murdered. You know, basically it was sanctioned terrorism. It was state sponsored, the slavery and all of that. They were
We have the pictures of the lynchings.
Yeah, the
So we
lynchings.
weren't murdered. Your ancestors were murdered.
Human
Not
rights.
we. Like we gotta fix that, bro. We not them. Like we're not even giving them their credibility for what it was they went through sometimes because we want to attach ourselves to it. You
Now, we
ain't
gotta
them.
understand
Taz, let's be
catalyst, though,
clear
bro.
though.
It's the
Let's be
catalyst.
clear, Taz.
It sets the basically it's a perpetual thing. They're the catalyst of a perpetual condition, underclass position, like a marginalized. They keeping us in a marginalized position, a subjugated, marginalized class, based upon
Look,
the things that occurred
Taz,
back
that's
then.
what I'm like, nah, bro. You see, look, the states are gonna follow the federal changes.
Right.
That's the new that the states are gonna. The states can choose if they want to change, follow it.
Let's say a federal judge in Vegas allowed a group of women in. Damn, I can't hardly see that shit. Let me blow my screen up. Says
to move forward with the lawsuit against Bill Cosby after Nevada. You see, after a new Nevada state law abolished the statute of limitations for civil claims. By
civil
survivors
claims,
of
though,
sexual
Q.
violence.
Civil claims.
Reparations
this
is a
no,
civil claim.
Understand the civil claim. The statute of limitation is changed based off of the criminal. Once they changed it in one court, they argued in the other court that you have to follow them. They're like, look, how could you have a criminal be allowed to prosecute a criminal from 20 years ago, but I can't sue them? You have to give the ability to sue them. So it's gonna be a civil.
The United
So
Nations.
you're talking about it. Okay, so listen to what I'm saying though. The criminal statute of limitations in Nevada has not changed. Just the civil. And again, you got to remember
reparations is a civil conversation.
These ain't the state courts; these are federal courts you're talking about. The state courts here in Nevada would determine if those laws change, not the federal courts. The federal courts don't change state law. The federal courts don't even dictate state. This is fucking Nevada, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, we keep in mind, weed is still a Schedule I federal drug, right? I live in a state where you can go buy some weed from the state, though. Come on,
no,
fam.
but the changing of the statute of limitations for this is based off of the language of the criminal change. It's the exact same language. Survivors of sexual violence in criminal prosecution. He was prosecuted, and they changed the statute of limitation for it. It wasn't. You could not accuse somebody for something for sexual act over 5 years.
And let's be clear, state law can't be in opposition to the Constitution. This is where federal comes into play, and this is where it goes to the Supreme
in the
Court.
sense of the law, in the sense of the criminal part, he isn't wrong in stating like the federal government has their own guidelines. The states don't have to adhere to it. I'm just stating that once the federal government makes a guideline, the state can quote that, and that's what they did here in the claim point. And for me, I think if they can do that, this to me, Taz, change the perspective on reparations to me, because I'm like, hold on, these LGBTQ lesbians completely changed that limitations.
Yeah,
I'm like, hold on, these niggas, and that's why I said to me, and I agree with you to certain people. My perspective on the approach to reparations to me is a little. I don't think we should take a linear approach. I don't even think it's about the argument anymore. It's really about politics. It's really about how in the future of this country, in the next 5 years, literally is going to be 10 more million Latinos in the country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like literally, but also there's going to be another 3 million Europeans. These people have no dog in the fight. And they're voting. So to me, we should start making these people on our side. And like let's figure out the conversation of like, look, we get the reparations, y'all help us with this. This is what's going to do for you in the long run. To me, that's the position we're in now. Because literally,
Wait, hold on. Wait, you saying so I'm clear on what you're saying, Q. You saying try to work with the other groups to see if you can build a bigger reparations conversation?
I think they're the ones, like literally, I think that's not to be say bigger, but to have them understand our perspective.
You're
Because right
saying,
now, white people aren't arguing their perspective to new people. They're
you're saying,
responding on platforms to our perspective, but they're not targeting people. I think we should publicly target Europeans, Latinos, and Asians and really start pushing them towards our perspective on reparations and atonement, because nobody's doing it. So if, you know what I'm saying? Like if you just look it up, like there's nobody advertising or marketing on either side. Most of these conversations happen in the middle of conversations, or they happen as a response to something, but there's not a whole conversation centered on reparations going around outside of the Black community. So what Asians feel about it, Asians have no clue about reparations and Black. They don't know what's going on with Black people. They don't know what Black people's views are. They don't know what we experience. We literally can control the narrative with these people. To me, that's easy.
I think they have a basic understanding. I mean, I you know what I'm saying, of slavery, you know what I'm saying, the most basic understanding you can have. But I think that's all we present too. But I don't know. Like I said, I always hear a lot of emotional arguments, but I don't ever hear the ones that will work in the courtroom. Like I just don't see how we can get through any of this without looking at what's being argued as the reason why it's not being paid. We've got to look at every one of these arguments that's presented, and the ones that get shut down, look at them. And again, there's a consistent theme.
No, that's exactly where I'm at, though, Chad. That's why I was trying to do it. I'm with you on. That's exactly why I said, let me do this like this today. Let's just hear from the people that's hating on reparations and the people who are arguing against it on platforms. Forget our own opinion, and then what kind of argument will we present against those people? Not me, not Taz, to that Spanish lady in California.
Yeah, she was again, she was somewhat correct in what she's saying, but I don't care about a tax hike. Right? You know what I'm saying? None of that matters to me. If that's what has to happen, that's what has to happen. But as far as like the people not being there, that's the product of the Immigration Act of 1865. So that's not, you know what I mean, that's not really something that she could argue that has a lot of power behind it. Like that's a product of the country. That nobody imported them here, made them come here, none of that. So I don't think that argument would withstand a better reparations argument. Like I said, if we only presenting slavery, then yeah, you're giving a person 100 years to say, you know what I'm saying, that they people wasn't here. I just think we got to be a little smarter about where we arguing at, because the California argument ain't the same as the Mississippi argument. The Mississippi argument is going to be a lot different.
Did they have Jim Crow laws in California?
Yo, real quick, Will, I think Will, nobody's muting you. You gotta refresh.
They absolutely did.
I'm
There were
literally
Jim
looking
Crow
at
laws in California. What's your point?
No. Those are human rights violations.
I was muting them. I was muted.
But I don't even hear him.
Yeah, no.
So who you gonna take a human rights violation?
I never said nothing, and I'm on mute.
Stop
Oh, I didn't even know, bro. I didn't know. Nah, but when your mic is open, there's a background noise, so that's why you.
No, and he keep his mic open so he can jump in the middle of the conversation. And I'm like, just chill. Stop jumping in the middle of the conversation, because all you're doing is you trying to explain something for Q in the middle of Q explaining it. Q's saying what he's saying, and you like what Q is saying is like that's bugged out to me. Like I understand the need to feel like to contribute to the conversation, but we don't need an echo chamber. I told you that before. It's like
he asked a response to the woman's argument.
Oh yeah, I did ask him that.
I gave the response.
That was earlier. That was way earlier.
The response.
I'm talking about just a second.
You've been viewing me since then. Before then, chill, Miz. I'm not the
man. As soon as I see you jump in, I'm gonna mute you, bro. If you cutting in, I'm gonna mute you.
I ain't earned the right to jump in yet. All right, let's not
go ahead. Go ahead.
Somebody said something about human rights violations, though, man. Let me chop it up with him. I want to hear where that's coming from. What makes him think?
Hold on, before we go, I did want to get everybody to respond to the lady.
Oh, go ahead.
He did respond to the lady. He said take tax cuts. I specifically remember Will saying Take the money. Taz, am I lying? Did Will say take the money
No,
from
that's what
tax?
he extensively laid out his
So why is he
thought.
lying? So why is he lying now as if he's
I'm not
being
lying. I
mute?
said that's what I said.
So then why would you say that you didn't say you
No,
kept
it's
saying
cool. Let's move forward. Let's just move forward, bro. It's cool. It's cool. Cool.
Now
Did
you're
Jamal
saying
say what he's gonna
Stop
say?
cutting people off,
I
bro.
just
Yeah,
said
he
you
ain't-
keep muting me and I'm not even talking. Chill.
Stop taking yourself off mute, bro.
Anyway, my reasoning for that response, like to her argument, in terms of how it's administered, is it's a response to her issue. She said, I can admit this should be right? But we shouldn't have to pay for it. Fine, you won't have to pay for it. This will come from black tax dollars that have always been being kicked into the system before you even got it. But that's not even a conversation. It's just your issue is you'd have to pay for it. No, you won't. Next question. Now, I got to think about her logical response. Her response is going to be, so I just have to pay for all the fire trucks. I have to pay for all the police and yada, yada. Yeah, that's going to be the response to that. And so we got to be able to counter that argument. But at least we're getting started. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's just hard pushing those state reparations bills through. I get it. I get why the arguments get made. I would say the federal reparations argument is even less applicable. And like I say, we keep seeing it happen. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why we don't see the blueprint working. It's a working model right now.
But they was just too busy.
Yeah, that's why I'm not taking a what I don't even. I'm not even putting my opinion if we should have reparations or how we. I'm just looking at how are people fighting, what's going on, and who's against the shit. I just think like just in the sense of like,
AOC. She against reparations too?
yo, bro, I got a list of 100 links of different people who are against reparations. I think if we just focus on the people against reparations and their arguments, we can get a lot further, right? Because think about it, in the 90s, we wasn't privy to the information so quick. It took me 30 minutes to get. If I wanted to, I can find her kids' schools, every single person against reparations. If I really wanted to go into my internet shit, I can find their kids, their family, their information. I can get their phone numbers, their office, and really like let's set up a protest.
Chill. Somebody mute him. Chill. Don't say too much.
I'm just saying, like this is the era
Let's see
we're
what she's
in.
talking about, because I ain't hip. I didn't know she was against reparations. I didn't know that. Let's hear what that bitch talking about.
Reparations from slavery and black victimization is about to be shoved down our throats for the most wretched holiday in America. BLM raised millions, but what did they do for black lives? It is outrageous to see people asking for reparations, even though they never went through slavery. These ungrateful people should be celebrated because they were born in the greatest nation to ever exist. Here's a tip. If you don't like America, get the fuck out.
Yeah, no, who no, I know that ain't who is that? Is that just a random person or what? 'Cause I thought that was AOC at first.
Yo, Bubba, hold on real quick. Bubba Jr., you're a white person. You see, I want you to see how these Asian white people are in the chat. Q, aren't you again? Why would I be doing a video discussing who's against reparations if I'm against? I'm a fucking Pan-African. I would choke slam your little cracker ass and I would beat the shit out you on camera and make everybody watch you as I film your little cracker ass running. Can somebody shoot him in my chat, please? 86 him, please. No, that's how we talk over here. 86 him. Who wants to get the rights for 86 and that white boy? Please get him out. This is a segregated community. You're not allowed. Get him out of here. Who getting that 86 for that, Bubba? Please, please. Who wants to take that 86 on him? Who's claiming that? Bubba is a whole white boy in black conversations talking about what FBAs feel. This is the reason why the arguments are going. I want y'all to. Bubba's a white boy, y'all. 86 that fool. I like saying that shit like that too. My bad. What y'all saying?
So who is this?
She's a GOP representative, son. She's, hold on, son. Republican Karen. Well, hold on. Let me get it. Valentina Gomez, a Colombian-born Secretary of State candidate in Missouri, has gone viral for another hateful online tirade.
Hispanics, man. Eesh.
And yo, bro, this, I told you, these videos.
I know.
Let me
Let
apologize to everybody. I'm a little triggered already. So that's why if you feel like I'm coming at you, I'm already a little triggered.
Nah, come on, bro. You know, I know.
No, I'm being real with you. I'm
lit.
being real. Y'all didn't see all the links I got. Like, I got over 100 links of people going at reparations. 20 different black people. I'm a little upset right now. I'm not even gonna cap. Like, I ain't gonna. So for my apologies to everybody.
You ain't even know it connected to your earlier point until you read her name. You was like,
yeah, that's
yo, bro. See, this is what I'm talking about.
So if anybody feel like I'm a little uptight right now, just, you know, it's no offense to y'all. I already watched these shits. I was looking at these shits from 9:30, so I'm a little, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Q, buddy, you're not above the pause. That was wild. You got to pause, but you cooking.
Pause. My bad. You right.
Go wild. I'm with you.
So look, good. Check this out, though. This is what she just did, though, fam. This motherfucker just posted a video last week of a migrant getting executed in public, fam. This motherfucker right here, crazy. Right? She one of them.
She's all the way.
She extremist.
Yeah, Mike. My bad. Anybody in the chat? I wasn't trying to come at everybody.
Right here.
The black dude.
I'm gonna write her name down, though, bro. I got
so the video. So now you Taz, the black dude I was playing in the video earlier. It wasn't about what. Yo,
bro,
did you hear what he said in the video?
Bro.
Did you hear what he said in the video?
Who you talking about?
The black dude that was talking about black people should be paying reparations.
Yeah. I mean, bro, that was. I don't really respect shit like that as actual.
No, this is also practice for all of us. Like I told you, I have real life crash out moments, bro. I'm in the middle of Kentucky, surrounded by white folks. I gotta tread. You know what I'm saying? And they mad nice out here. This shit is weird as fuck. These are the nicest white people I've ever fucking met in my life. Is in fucking Kentucky. Hey, how you doing? You look like you're from New York. Hey, have a good day. How you feeling, buddy? What the fuck? Where the fuck am I at?
But yeah, she lost though. So you know what I mean? Like, for real, I just think, like, in terms of debate and conversation, I think we have to be careful with somebody like her, because a lot of people gonna distance themselves from this motherfucker though, bro. There ain't too many people they ain't gonna publicly support this shit, bro. This
And a big part of that is to our political power. We can't. Sometimes we get caught up.
People like this give the other side the ability to align with you, right? She's so far gone and so extreme that even people who are supportive of MAGA would say, nah, I can't line up with her though. Because she MAGA, but she's super extreme MAGA. You know what I'm saying? And so publicly, most people ain't gonna openly support her, even though they'll underlying support her. And that's all I'm saying. People like her, she's a problem because she allows for that middle ground to exist as if we can all exist in the same place. And I don't think we can. She claimed y'all's side. Y'all got to claim her at all times. And they don't have to.
We gotta realize the reason why she lost her election, because we do have a certain political power and influence that we have that people are not going to rock with her.
No, bro, she's nuts. She lost that election. Her losing that election ain't got nothing to do with us getting reparations. I guarantee you that, bro. This woman is nuts. Right? She's extreme MAGA. So that's why I say anybody that's willing to post some shit about executing a migrant and you trying to run for political office and all that type shit, yeah, dog, there's something wrong with you. You don't have no fucking decorum. Like, so people like this, I just, again, I don't like it because she gives even the MAGA people the ability to say, well, nah, that ain't us. And she, in fact, is. She's 100% MAGA. But she's so extreme, they would never claim her. You said, why didn't Biden or Obama do it? Lord.
I had to go back in and
Yo, so I put a
This takes the longest.
I'm gonna join on my phone. Yo, Miz, if you want to go through the other links,
That's a stupid conversation right there, man. Why didn't
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
pull up
Q,
another
you
link.
could,
I talk to him.
I only did the videos too, just to be on some triggering shit. Because I know when I pull up the articles, people don't like always reading it. I got mad. Like, there's so much data. I ain't gonna lie, on reparations, everybody should be reading this shit. There's so much information available right now. But after reading personally, I think this is a personal conversation. Now, it's really not about evidence. This shit happened mad long ago. It's really about how are we gonna convince and make people on our side. Now that I see the argument, it's really just that right now. I think personally, I don't like. I feel what you're saying, Taz. I don't even think it's a big legal thing. It's just a matter of like, do we got the right people in the office that's gonna fuck with us? That I think that's what it's coming down to now, from the local to the federal. Like from the local side, it's gonna be easier in the local, and as we get more people in office, it's gonna be easier in the federal side.
And to the lobbyists as well. Don't
and
forget
once we
that.
start
We gotta
lobbying, because
put
we
our
get
bread behind
LeBron.
it.
Yo, bro, if LeBron James, and I know this is a big if.
I agree with you.
I'm gonna be a big if. I'm gonna say a big if. But
see, Will, this is why you get muted, man. Like, why you feel a need to do that? I don't know, but this is why you get muted. Like,
because I made the point and he agreed.
No, I'm about to mute you because now you in there between what I'm saying.
I'm gonna join on my phone. Miz, you heard?
Got you. I got you. Damn, man, he gonna leave me with Will, man. This is crazy, man. Oh shit, man. How the hell I'm gonna do this? Ah, man. All right, Will. Go ahead, take yourself off mute, Will. Go ahead. Oh, Dev is around. Thank you.
You just hate to see anybody shine for 2 seconds.
on,
I know
bro.
that shit, big homie.
Nah, man.
I'm on
you
the
bugged
side.
out.
Yo,
Let me say this why I think it's weird, right? Because he was in the middle of saying
Yo, I'm
something
the
and you was
founder.
on me. I got you. I know what to do. It's so weird, right? Because I'm looking at everybody else who was on panel, everybody else was on mute while Taz and Q was talking. At one point, you thought something Q said was funny. You took yourself off mute to laugh and didn't say nothing. Like, you literally took yourself off mute to laugh. That right there bugged me out. That's when I was like, nah, you got an attention problem. Or I don't know, like, I don't know what it is, but who takes themselves off mute so people can hear them laugh? Like, you didn't add to the conversation, none of that. That right there bugged me out. So now I'm like, I don't know what to do with you, bro. Like, you weirded me out. There's no way that you took yourself off mute to laugh and not say nothing else, but you took it like you needed people to hear you laugh.
Yo, Miz, I'm gonna be a lawyer for Willie, man. You know he trying to figure it out, man. You know
I know he
think about Marley. Marley literally only unmutes himself to laugh at people. So you know he's like, hold on, maybe I can laugh.
Okay,
at real quick.
no, I wouldn't do that to Marley G's. Marley G's, if you listen to Marley, I ain't calling you weird, Marley. But I was a little taken aback when Will did that. I was like, yo.
And you know what? I'm a little biased. I'll be real with y'all. Don't tell nobody. Q Butter was birthed in Harlem. I'm from Brooklyn, but in Brooklyn, I was Q. I became Q
You're
Butter in Harlem.
exposing your feelings.
I'm a little biased to Harlem. I'm gonna be a little lie. I'm gonna be real with you.
Oh, that's cute. Now I'm learning the voice.
Will know I mess with him, man. Will know I mess with him, B. But to take yourself off mute to laugh was crazy to me. It was just wacky.
Yo, bro, all I was trying to do was get it on the conversation. The one thing was
you took yourself off the mute to laugh. I think you're missing that. Like, I don't care about the part where you say, yo, I just want to get in on a conversation. I'm talking about simply the part where you took yourself off mute to laugh. That's simply that. Like, everything else, all right,
bro. You've been
don't
muting
have
me
no
the entire
excuse.
time.
You don't have no excuse for taking yourself off mute to laugh.
I was trying to say something, my brother.
No, you laughed and went back. You ain't say nothing else, Will.
You muted me.
Literally, you took yourself off mute and laughed. I never touched the mute button. Now you're lying. I never muted you after you did that. I just sat back and thought about how weird it was.
I get, but I did want to say this. The one thing I stand on, I don't know too much of nothing. I know a little bit of everything, and all I stand on is having more questions. So all I wanted to do was present questions to the panel on what they was building on. And if you have a problem with me agreeing with my brothers, that's a you issue. You know what I mean?
No, it's not just an issue. No. We don't need no echo chamber. If somebody says something, nobody needs you to re-say it again in another type of way or none of that.
Like, yo, I got a talking point. Could I share it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the Spanish lady, she was trying to exempt the Latino community and the people over there. Now, according, I know y'all don't like, a lot of people don't like the HR 40 primer, but I'm looking at it right now. Now, the United Nations acknowledged that slavery was a crime against humanity in 2018. HR 40 primer, that you can look it up, is United Nations. That means the whole world is admitting that it's a crime against humanity, meaning they, let's say, anybody that's a human, because we were slaves, they were it was a crime against them too. Like basically, if your pinky toe gets stepped on, the whole body feels it. When they enslaved our ancestors, the whole humanity was abused. So if it's a crime against humanity, a human rights is a crime against the whole world. So for her to say we ain't had nothing to do with that, United Nations already put it on the record that it was a crime against humanity. That was just my point. So she's wrong for that. Yeah, it does have something. I might not be responsible for it, but you are also you have stake, or it has something to do with you because you're a human. You know what I mean? Or the United Nations, I don't know how to kind of like articulate it, but because the United
Because
Nations,
it's not real. There's no way to articulate something that's not real. The United Nations has zero jurisdiction. There's nothing they could do to help us in this situation.
damn, I see, no doubt.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, when it comes down to it, hell, we are the United Nations. We the fucking face of it. You know what I'm saying? And I forget what the actual terminology is, but like we're the standing member that can't be voted off the island type shit. And I think it's only a couple of them. So yeah, the United Nations ain't really gonna go against the United States in no regard. That's meaningful.
Damn.
Again, that's why I always say, like, for real, when it come down to it, the further you go out, I just think it's more and more difficult. Like this country is built on a bunch of Supreme Court cases that kick everything back down to states' rights, and you know that's gonna thank you, Domo, the Security Council, absolutely. But everything always gets kicked back to states' rights, and I think that's gonna have to be an important part of any reparations conversation. Is how this country deals with its laws when the state is doing something that the country says, well, I don't agree with that. I didn't approve of that. I didn't allow that. I got laws written against that. But yet the state is still doing it. You know, how does that play out in the courtroom setting?
I don't know, Taz. The only thing I would say is like my only issue, because I do see the power in building on what's been defined. But when you say that like the UN and these other groups can't define things for us, it's like, how is the original precedent for anything set? Like someone set that precedent. And I just very much feel like with the documented case that we have, we can make that argument to set precedent. And so if the UN, let's say, could do nothing for us in terms of changing laws, UN can present sanctions. UN can move money around. They do it all the time.
But what I'm saying is that's us though. That we're in the forefront of the UN. So anything you're arguing with the UN, I mean, I just, you know, you're arguing, you know, to the choir, if you will. There's just, because first off, there's no jurisdiction over the United States. But not only that, it's just to get it documented. I think you can get it on paper. You can because matter of fact, I think the UN already made some type of declaration on slavery around like 2015, 2016, and said that the United States should pay.
Well, that's what up. What's the word, Domo? That's kind of with me and Taz, because I hate to agree with Will, but I kind of disagree with Will in terms of the UN, and that's why me and Taz were talking before, and I was talking about the ICC and the International Criminal Court. And
hold up, we can't hear you.
Well,
We want to hear you agree with me.
Hold on, real quick
I want to
though.
make sure everybody can hear you.
You
Because
ain't
look,
hear me just now. I said I hate to agree with Will, but I kind of. Oh, that's what you wanted me to repeat. Damn, that's crazy. It's
yeah,
only because me and
hey,
Steph had a discussion, except that I disagree with you in terms of the United Nations is not where you would bring this issue to. You would bring it to the International Criminal Courts, like the same people who put out the warrant for Netanyahu and the same people who charged Putin, Vladimir Putin, with international crimes. But
but look
go ahead,
though,
continue on
but
your
Miz, what
go
happened?
ahead.
But what happened when they did it though?
You said what?
What happened when they put out the warrants? Like the literally the
Well,
United.
what happens is again with Netanyahu, it's not like they have a police force, right, that goes out and arrests Netanyahu or nothing like that. What happens is if Netanyahu steps foot in any country that's a part of the ICC, they can legally arrest him and he can go through whatever process after you get arrested by that
Now
criminal.
look,
Yeah.
now the one thing I do want to point out, because I agree with what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying is accurate.
Yeah,
But
I'm
the
about
first
to
thing I
look
want to point
up right now. I'm gonna share screen. Go ahead, so while you talk.
first thing I want to point out though is the biggest problem with the UN is this, like Taz said, the United States is on the Security Council, and
Yeah,
a
that's
key
why I said
part.
no UN. I
Like,
said the ICC. But go ahead. They different from
but
the UN.
the significant part about being on the Security Council is that they have unilateral veto power. So that means that the like any UN resolution that the United States isn't in accordance with, they have the ability. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, any resolution that the United States ain't really rocking with like that, they have the ability to on their own veto that entire resolution. They don't need no other votes. They don't need shit else. When the United States says we don't want the UN to do something, they have the individual power, the unilateral power to pull that shit off that same way. Second, the not only has the United States said that they will not cooperate with the international court, they also said that they will respond in retaliation if the court does something. You know what I'm saying to Netanyahu. And so it's like the thing about these major organizations is in order for them to actually have any influence, in order for them to actually be able to dictate some shit, they have to be able to enforce it. And just like Ned said, they don't have no enforcement mechanisms. So if
Well,
you not
in terms of police, but what they do have in
Sanctions.
terms of power is in terms of the sanctions that they provide in terms of messing with your economy. But I just want to give people a little bit of background on the International Criminal Court. As y'all can see here, the International Criminal Court, the ICC, in the Hague prosecutes those accused of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. The UN don't do that. In 1998, 60 countries, and this is where the power comes in at, 60 countries signed the Rome Statute after it was opened for signature by the United Nations. The statute laid the foundation. Hold on, I think that's Q. I got you. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me. No, that's not Q. Somebody got background. Damn. That do sound like Q. Somebody got something on there, but he's muted. Somebody got some noise in the background. Sound like they playing. Is that me? Nah, what is that? Damn, my fault.
I hear it. I don't know who that is, but I
Damn,
can
my
hear
fault,
you though.
y'all.
Go ahead.
All right. So in 1998, 60 countries signed the Rome Statute. If y'all want me to click on what the Rome Statute is. Yo, y'all talking that shit is killing me. Let me go
Yo,
back.
that's Q, son. That's Q on the phone.
After
Q
it was
talk.
opened, I don't want none of his business getting put out. After it was opened for signature by the United Nations, the statute laid the foundation for the establishment of the International Criminal Court in 2002. So this is really recent. Its purpose is to investigate and prosecute war criminals, crimes within the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. I don't want to go into the specifics of that. Consequences of the crime of aggression. The states that are party to the Rome Statute have not yet reached a consensus on the definition of punishment for aggression. Until they do, the ICC is unable to prosecute individuals for acts of aggression. The powers of the ICC
is only competent to hear a case if the country where the offense was committed is a party to the Rome Statute, or the perpetrator's country of origin is a party to the Rome Statute. Yo, what the hell is that? Oh man, is that can't be me? Nah, that's not me. Hold on, let me mute up. Let me see if that's me. Nah, that's not me, bro. Something weird going on. Something weird going on. Damn.
Yeah, it's definitely you.
Nah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
not me.
coming.
That might be Deb. Nope.
Nah, it's coming out your speaker.
What? I don't even got YouTube tab open though. I don't got a YouTube tab open, Deb. Damn, man, we was right in the middle of the ICC. Pause. But I don't got no YouTube tab open. I don't know. I just muted up and all that. I don't know. Damn.
It might be a pop-up ad. You got another program going?
Nah, man. I got mad tabs open, but none of them is YouTube. I don't know where this shit could be coming from. Man, the country where the offense was committed is a party to the Statute of Rome. The perpetrator's country of origin is a party to the Statute of Rome. The ICC may only exercise its jurisdiction if the national court is unable or unwilling to do so. The ICC only has jurisdiction over offenses committed after the statute's entry into the force on July 1st, 2002. Referring the case to the International Criminal Court. Well, that's important too, right there, that last line. Various parties have the right to refer a case to the ICC. Any state party to the Rome Statute, irrespective of any involvement in alleged offense, the prosecutor of the ICC, the United Nations Security Council. The United Nations Security Council may ask the ICC to defer investigation of a case for a limited period if it considers that the proceedings will constitute an obstruction to its powers. Situations currently under investigation by the ICC is currently investigating a number of cases related to situations in the Sudan, Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Central African Republic, and in Kenya. And that's information on the ICC and its origins. Yo, that is crazy. We got the whole show in the background.
Craziest part about what you just presented.
Go out and come back in, Miz.
Damn, I'm tight. I gotta do that, Taz. I got mad
Hold
tabs
on, wait.
right now.
It sounds like it's gone.
Nah, it's low. It's there, but it's low. Pause. Damn. All right, I'm gonna refresh, man. Y'all go ahead, man. I got some more
Craziest part of
information.
what you presented is they use those laws to prosecute a bunch of African countries. You know what I'm saying?
Well, crimes happening in those countries. There's humanitarian crimes. That's what
Absolutely.
in terms of humanitarian crimes. But they also prosecuted. They the ones who put out the warrant against Netanyahu again. So that's not absolutely true. And they put out crimes against Vladimir Putin for war crimes and genocide as well. Nah, I'm gonna refresh my. Go ahead, y'all. Damn.
But yeah, I think we just gotta be careful though, because it you can put out a warrant, but that shit don't mean nothing if ain't nobody gonna get arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like your irrelevant warrant is duly noted. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. I think that's the kind of the problem with talking about going to the UN or the ICC or any of those courts that just have conversations. There's no true oversight. They can't do shit. So, you know what I'm saying? What's the point of a warrant or a judgment if it can't be enforced?
Yo, why it seem like America above the law?
Because America positioned itself that way on the world stage.
So if various communities, specifically city, like you said, showed examples, county, the state, you're obviously going to have some sort of realistic, impactful political representation. Like You don't necessarily need a senator. You don't need one representative, but you do need respected uh, entities, organizations that have somewhat of a network relationship with your state. But who is against going local, city, state, federal, and international simultaneously?
Me?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, because I think again, once you start adding on all the other shit that won't work, that's used to diminish the arguments that do work. The reason why a lot of us make the same federal international reparations argument is because those don't work. Those are the ones that continue to spread. Just saying it, like again, why not?
What were the primary reasons the international didn't work?
There's no jurisdiction. There's just no jurisdiction.
That's where setting precedents comes into play.
I mean,
so if there is no jurisdiction, then a jurisdiction has to be established.
Right. So I mean,
I went away, right?
Yeah.
All right, my fault, y'all. I don't know what happened to me, bro. Like I still can't figure that out. Y'all could go ahead. My fault. That bugged me.
I won't challenge you to show me how it can be established. I just want you to think about that, fam. Like there's nobody to establish a precedent. There's nobody to dictate what is the final word. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to the world stage, a lot of that final say comes right back to the doorstep of the United States. When you get a ceremonial final say, that's usually us with that final say here in the United States. So I just don't know. Again, there's got to be some level of jurisdiction, and I think the best argument for that would be America's court systems, not an international stage that doesn't have any jurisdiction whatsoever.
Okay, so then we're back to climate conditioning, as I stated earlier. Somebody is messing with the thermostat.
This just a little bit more on the ICC too in terms of reparations. If you ask Google, yes, the ICC handles reparations cases. Victims can request reparations from the ICC by filling out an application form. The ICC judges review the application and decide if the applicant is entitled to reparations. The judges also decide the type of reparations, which can include monetary compensation, return of property, rehabilitation measures such as medical treatment or education, symbolic measures such as a public apology, commemoration, or memorial. Trust fund for victims. The ICC has an independent trust fund for victims that helps carry out reparations orders. The TFV receives contributions from states and others, which it uses to finance projects for victims. Examples of reparation orders. The ICC has ordered reparations in several cases, including the first time a convicted war criminal was ordered to pay reparations to victims. And that's ICC is, this link is right there to the side if y'all want to go check that out. The whatever case probably look like an Africa spot in Africa, where the ICC ordered reparations that prioritize victims who are homeless or experiencing financial hardship. Yeah. So that's the ICC in terms of reparations and bringing the case to the ICC.
So it's basically a conflict of interest because we can't change venue. There's no
Well,
jurisdiction.
like I said, it depends on, you got to form a committee. You form the committee and you fill out the whatever legalese in terms of your paperwork, the forms that they want you to figure out. But you would definitely have to approach them with a committee. It's not like you get up there and like, hold on, let me go holler at the ICC real quick. What you would do is form a committee that gets recognized first, and then that committee goes about filling out the forms and the paperwork. And again, it's not necessarily like they waiting for they would wait for your nation to pay your reparations. As you saw, they got other ways that they collect in terms of reparatory justice, in terms of monetary reparations.
I think that's what Charles Barron and the D12 movement already they got us recognized. This is like the early stages of it, though, like appealing to those international courts. But like,
yeah, that's the same place that places like CARICOM appeals to, in terms of the CARICOM, the United Caribbean Front, and who brought up charges against. Shout out to Only. Only has a question. I got to stop exactly what I'm doing to get to this because he paid for it. Shout out to you again, Only, with the donation. What law was used to give the Native Americans reparations? What law was used to give the Native Americans reparations? So I guess he's trying to lean on whatever law that was. Maybe he might be asking Taz or anybody.
Yeah, the only problem with that is
not reparations.
We got to get very specific. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the Native Americans got reparations. For example, some groups like the Sioux aren't accepting reparations. They don't want reparations. They want the Black Hills. And then it's others with land claims in. I don't think the financial claims are equivalent to the amount of tribes we see. We only talking a handful.
Taz is right about that. There are a number of tribes who are still seeking reparations. I think tell me if I'm wrong, Taz. The first thing you want to do is, and that's the problem with a lot of tribes who can't receive reparations now, is they aren't federally recognized. All the tribes that receive some type of reparations or what's the other word I'm looking for?
Restitution.
Not even restitution. It's another one, but forget that word. But we'll just use reparations. The first way that they went about it was the first step is to get federally recognized, and that's what I was talking to Will about in terms of going with a committee to the ICC rather than Will just hop up as an individual. You got to be recognized first, and for you to be a Native American to bring up reparations claim to the federal government, you got to get federally recognized first, and then you go from there. And that's the problem with any Native who hasn't received it. So all you abos and all that, the reason why you haven't received reparations or been heard is because you can't get federally recognized, because there is a number of criteria that you got to meet in order to be federally recognized. The tribes that have been federally recognized have subsequently met that criteria.
Right. So, okay. So again, because for example, like if you're talking about just tribes and just throwing tribes around, a lot of that was just, you looking at 1.3 billion, I think it was, paid to Native Americans in total, which equaled out to $1,000, and they got some reservations. Out of that, I don't think you understand that inside each individual tribe, there are other claims they make with the government, not necessarily considered reparations. So I just don't, they got, what, 1978 was the last time a Native American group got a reparations claim. And we're not even talking about a fraction of the amount of Native Americans there are in America. So that's why, like I said, it would be nuanced. I see a moron in the chat that says it's babble. Come on up and babble with me then. Like I said, I mean, if you ask me about a specific tribe, then we can talk about that. But if you're asking about the Native Americans as an over-encompassing thing, I'm going to tell you they haven't gotten it, because it's more of them that haven't gotten a reparations claim. There are more of them that haven't.
Yeah, let's get back on who's against reparations. He left off at Latinos. I was actually waiting on your Zimbabwe info, Ted.
Well, no, I was just presenting that as a question, because it was more so the U.S. put sanctions on Zimbabwe hurt Zimbabwe's economy, I don't think that any of us would argue that it didn't happen, right? So with that, when they come back and say, okay, well, we want to sue the United States, you know, how do people feel about that? I'll pull the article back up, but that's typical. I mean, that's essentially what it is, though. They want to sue the United States for reparations. And, you know, I'm wondering how we feel about that as Americans. Like, you know what I'm saying? All these people that's talking reparations.
Yeah, that don't have nothing to do with slavery. That don't have nothing to do with Jim Crow, black people. I mean, that's strictly some government political shit.
Yeah, they leaders
Like,
signed off on that.
why would we would be concerned with anything in terms of a diplomatic political decision that no U.S. citizen has ever been like? They don't ask the U.S. citizens, you know, is it okay to put sanctions on this company or go to war or invade their country and extract their resources? I mean, like, that's never been done with any nation.
It's
We
has a
voted for
mind
that,
read,
though.
though, in terms of the
We
sanctions
can place
thing,
it.
because we see here the United States placing sanctioning the ICC over the Israel warrants for Netanyahu, and why it's considered some people consider it a misstep for the U.S. to place these sanctions. And this is where you find the power of the ICC in terms of leveraging their 60 countries that signed on. Okay, so while the U.S. ICC relationship is historically complicated, the possibility of sanctioning the court is strategically futile and undermines the long-term U.S. interest in an increasingly uncertain and multipolar world. The Biden administration should maintain its position. This is speaking to kind of sort of what Domo was talking about in terms of, and kind of what Taz was talking about in terms of like the United States doesn't listen to them or they don't got to pay them no mind. But this is the power in the numbers, right? Because the decision by the ICC's Office of the Prosecutor, the OTP, to seek arrest warrants against the head of the state who enjoys the support from the West is unprecedented. So when we talk about precedent, what we're talking about is unprecedented, right? But while the United States has never been a member of the ICC, so they don't control it like how they control the United Nations, it participated in the negotiations that led to the court's creation. In the subsequent years, the United States actively supported, or at least did not impede, the court's investigation and prosecution of the international atrocity crimes in Darfur, Libya, Democratic Republic of Congo, and recently in the Ukraine. During the Donald Trump administration, however, the United States was hostile towards the ICC. In 2020, President Trump issued an executive order imposing sanctions and travel restrictions on ICC officials involved in investigating alleged war crimes by U.S. personnel in Afghanistan. Then Secretary of the State Mike Pompeo described the ICC as an unaccountable political institution masquerading as a legal body. Although the investigations in Afghanistan remained ongoing in 2021, the Biden administration revoked these sanctions, signaling a shift in policy and a more cooperative stance towards the court. In that same statement, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken highlighted that the administration still disagrees with the ICC investigations in Afghanistan and during the Gaza war, and called to reform the court to achieve, quote unquote, achieve its core mission of serving as a court of a last resort in punishing and deterring atrocity crimes.
That's cap.
The United States' most recent admission of the ICC over its allegation that Israel leadership has committed war crimes and crimes against humanity has legal and political dimensions. Legal experts such as Giasu Nia and Elise Baker of the Atlantic Council argued that the OTP's decision to request warrants is legally and jurisdictionally sound. Politically, however, U.S. support for the ICC is more complicated, particularly in this case. The reason for this is twofold. First, protection of U.S. military personnel, and second, protecting U.S. allies from ICC prosecution, both now and in the future. The argument around protecting U.S. personnel implies that the United States has something to hide, echoing Russia's anti-ICC stances, interfering in the work of the court on behalf of U.S. allies, also echoes the behavior of Russia and China, which notoriously stepped in to protect Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad from the ICC in 2014. President Biden emphasized the importance of a rules-based international order consistent with the U.S. support for the ICC's warrant against Russia, President Vladimir Putin, for war crimes in Ukraine. It's going to go on. Okay. The existence of the ICC benefits the United States by helping maintain order in an increasingly unstable world as the world moves into the second quarter of a 21st century with great power competition involving China and Russia as a major theme. Many middle powers are finding more space to avoid pressure by hedging their alliances. This hedging allows the middle powers greater latitude to resist any U.S. efforts against domestic or regional conflicts. Isolated ideological regimes like those in Syria, North Korea do not need to meet economic demands to survive. Their legitimacy comes from their authoritarian control and mafia-like rule of society. In contrast, middle and regional powers such as Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates must remain connected to the world. They will take seriously the risk of being targeted by the ICC. So again, in contrast, middle regional powers such as Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates must remain connected to the world. They will take seriously the risk of being targeted by the ICC if the court is allowed to operate effectively. However, these countries are not members of the ICC and lack prosecution against their governments and others for alleged atrocities, limits the ICC's ability to influence their behavior and cast doubt on its credibility. By sanctioning ICC officials, the United States forfeits potential deterrent against human rights violations and sets a dangerous precedent for nations seeking Chinese or Russian protection from future ICC prosecutions. Yep. Where we at? Where we at?
What's the point?
Well, basically, I'm looking for where the issues are with the ICC and the United States not recognizing them or just not being able to exercise powers against the United States. Okay, regardless of whether Biden sanctions the ICC, Netanyahu will likely become a lame duck on the international scene, as countries might avoid inviting him due to the ICC's announcement. This includes France, Germany, which backed the legitimacy of the OTP announcement. This has played out before. Despite Putin's global clout and close ties to South Africa, a fellow member of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, he couldn't travel to attend a summit hosted by Johannesburg in August 2023. South Africa, a member of the ICC, initially criticized the ICC arrest warrant against Putin, whether its Minister of Justice citing inconsistency in the court's work. President Cyril Ramaphosa also tried to get an exemption from the ICC to avoid arresting Putin if he attended the summit. In the end, however, South Africa complied and urged Putin not to attend. So basically, this is growing power of the ICC in terms of this connection by these 60 countries and being able to exercise any power over the United States.
Y'all talking about going to the ICC for reparations?
They already on our side, bro. They just don't got no power.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with them, man.
Who is that?
What you fucking with, bro?
I'm fucking with well, we got a lot of shit going on, but I don't want to disclose it on the open internet.
Right, but I'm just saying, then you ain't fucking with that. I'm saying what's a better option? What's a more viable option?
Oh yeah,
because I don't. Yeah,
it's definitely federal. ICC don't hold no weight in America.
No, we know that they don't hold weight in America. It's not about the weight that they hold in America. It's what challenges America has when they keep doing the things that they're doing. Like they said, being that we're in the second half of this 21st
we're gonna do what we want to do.
These places are not the same as they used to be.
We America, buddy.
You think you're doing what you want to do?
No, we do what we want to do. We America.
That's what I'm saying. So let's just keep it American, bro. So what makes you think you have a better argument with America's courts?
Because it's our country and people respect what we're doing here.
What people respect what you're doing here?
Fellow Americans.
So when the polls come out that say your fellow Americans are mostly against reparations, how do you make the argument that they're with you?
Well, those are immigrants.
No, that's white Americans.
Those are immigrants. Those aren't Americans.
We ain't talking about no
Citizens and
white
Americans,
Americans.
two different things.
Immigrants is not effective as it pertains to us getting reparations. As far
You
as
can't
getting a
blame
voice,
immigrants for that.
Yeah, this shit legal, man. It's
can't blame
legal
white
definition.
folks gonna have to make that move just as much as black folks gonna have to be a part of it. White folks gonna have to be a part of it too. That's
Yeah, for
just the
sure.
truth of the matter. Yeah.
Reparations is good for America. If a black American got the $170 trillion we owe, America is skyrocket. What you talking about?
Right, but who's going to give you that and why? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, the federal government. That's why we lobby. That's what all this FBA and ADOS and all this shit is pushing.
So why would the federal government give you? Because I'm actually of the belief that the federal government will not give you reparations. Like, there's no reason to. What's your argument? I'm listening.
To make America great again. What you mean?
Man.
Why they in slavery?
Yo,
I'm going on mute, man. I ain't gonna lose my voice, man.
You better off going to the ICC, bro.
I mean, that kind of this situation is reminiscent as it pertains to the ICC. Is reminiscent to the United Nations. They can't.
The United Nations
Tyranny on black Americans and how they basically are, but nothing follows that when they make these declarations about the maltreatment of black folks in America. Like, they don't do anything though. They just make a statement and nothing follows that. So it's
I don't know what you're talking
I look at it as a
about.
business thing for America.
Distinction. Well, they try to say
at the library now. We back in effect. We back. I'm back in the office, man. I gotta come get some documents. Some exhibits. Yeah, man. We had to get back in alignment.
I don't know why I don't know what you're talking about.
If America don't pay reparations, America's gonna fail. That's point blank.
Well, I don't know about that. They've been doing good since. They've been doing all right.
What's ICC? International Court or something? International something? International what?
International
America is failing, man. We got immigrants all through the federal government inviting more immigrants in here. Now, when the real Americans stand up and pay these reparations, we can get back on the right track.
United Nations.
That's not the United
States. They ain't got no pull either.
That's not the United Nations.
Either.
The United States is not part of the ICC.
What's that board look like on the ICC? Who behind that shit?
A bunch of it's about 60 states that's
the maltreatment.
And again,
look that word up.
The power is not the power to sanction the United States. Again, if you're looking at the growing influence of BRICS on these other countries, all of these people are turned off by the United States, and the United States is not
maltreatment. Okay, cruel and violent.
I got you. Damn, what's wrong with young Diddy B? Then what I was about to say. Yeah, that's BRICS. That's like the saying, BRICS ain't got no power. Once you start to cut the United States out in terms of your trading and opening up trading and going around the United States, that's when you start to make it an issue for the United States, because the United States cannot self-contain itself. That's why people like Trump tries to bring back manufacturing and all that, because what he's basically trying to express is that once you got to keep stepping outside in terms of production and stuff like that, that's when you give everybody else their power. People like China, people like Russia, whoever else they getting stuff from. Once they got to step outside themselves in order to get money, you limit yourself. You start sending out dollars that ain't coming back, sort of like how a migrant comes to the United States and makes money here but sends money back out to his country to take care of his family. Those dollars don't circulate in the United States no more.
Yeah, that's colonizer shit. All immigrants is colonizers.
Yo, play that Mark Brown video of this fucking immigrant one speaking against reparation. If you got it up.
You said play what?
The Mark Brown video, the North Carolina guy.
The Republican dude?
Yeah.
All right.
You want to bring Jim Crow back, right?
I'll pull it up.
You said we was better off segregated. I remember that.
That's a whole different kind of argument. I got you though there.
That could be reparations, bring segregation back.
Man, shut your stupid ass up.
Hey, but real talk though. Hey, if America, do you believe Americans are the Black Americans specifically are the most influential people group on earth? So all we gotta do is push this. All we gotta do is push what we pushing, and the world gonna follow. They've been following what we do.
It'll be better if you just be quiet, bro.
Y'all niggas talking about the ICC, man. What the hell y'all talking about?
Okay, we off to ICC
Yeah, I mean,
man.
I disagree with that, but I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, you sound like you don't know nothing, bro. Like, you just got a bunch of talking points that you came up to spew with.
Yeah, I'm stupid, dog. All I push is propaganda, Black American propaganda. That's it.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said I'm stupid. All you gonna hear from me is propaganda about Black Americans.
Man, bro, like we about to get you out of here, son. Ain't nobody trying to hear that, bro.
Hey, don't block my account, you fucking tether ass bitch.
I got you right now. I'm unblocking.
It's Bubba. It's Bubba.
I got you. I'm about to unblock you. I don't even know how you made it. I don't even know how you made it, bro. Damn, I got you. I just unblocked you, bro. Damn, I just unblocked you, man. Well, they literally, Will, you turn me into the mute guard, the block guard,
Hey, yo,
the 10,
I
the
ain't say nothing.
guard.
Leave me alone, B.
I'm giving niggas the Tims, the mute button, everything right about now. I appreciate you, bro. Don't never forget that.
These trolls be wild as hell, though, bro. That was wild. These motherfuckers say anything. They be looking for somebody to get mad at that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro. Give a fuck about what you say, bro. Like, not gonna trigger me. You're trying to. Like, you gonna piss me off when you just dumb.
What's his name again?
Not when you trying to.
Bubba.
No,
Junior,
the Republican that we was listening to.
Oh, if that you got the email from Q?
Yeah, I do got it. Matter of fact, you're right.
It's the last one. The last two, actually. But yeah, as long as these other Americans that been in America right alongside with Black folks, keep listening to folks like that and other people who maybe unknowingly or voluntarily continue to give excuses about
you in the Matrix, Dad.
That spent a real case. Oh, okay. I said the energy that's spent for a real case and the time and energy spent on that is going to be limited or cut down. So I think that's why Q is like, if the climate and if the environment is pushing back on the that 68% that's against reparations, then that gives us less to fight through. So right now, someone's at the thermostat, steady cutting the temperature, having us to adjust. So.
I don't know what you mean when you say somebody at the thermostat. Ain't we at the thermostat? Wouldn't that be us? Is that the thermostat trying to turn up the heat?
Somebody said
Yeah. We ain't got no lock on it though. Yeah, you know how them lock? They had them locks on it. We ain't got no lock on it.
Gotcha.
And yo,
Black
reparations is not a
Republicans.
benefit, yo. The dude in the chat. It's not a handout. Reparations ain't a handout, bro. It's a form of retribution.
I found it now. Now I found it. I got it there.
Comuníquese con las
Finally.
oficinas
Took
legales
me a
de
little
Brandon
minute.
J. Broderick, con un equipo dedicado a accidentes, disponible los 24 horas al día, 7 días.
I'm going to play something very interesting for you today. It's delusional. It's deranged.
What's that, bro? I can't see it. Whatever
Nah,
it is.
give me a second, Ty. I got you. I gotta get rid of some of these ads and all that. It's the Mark Robinson dude.
Candidate for Governor Mark Robinson, who happens to be black.
Let me mute up.
Yeah,
Man,
I
he
thought one
from
of those
Brooklyn,
was
but
just
he
the
never
clip
been to
part.
Metro Tech.
I thought, yeah, he must have had the long version. But
Now I know you're saying, wait, but David, that doesn't make sense for so many different reasons, of course. But let's
here we go.
had to say, and it's full ridiculous.
Miz say he from Brooklyn, but he never bought sneakers from J Street. You gotta watch for these implants, man. You gotta watch for these plants.
Hit full screen on.
Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields.
Whoa.
Why do you owe? Because if you want to tell the truth, nobody
sound like
owes
he
you
talking
anything.
that shit. Oh shit. Get ready.
Glory. And then we will talk about it.
There are some people that were talking about reparations in this country. They wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes.
Whoa.
Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you.
Bars.
There are people in their graves right now. And
Right
they
now?
are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine.
Right.
Carried American flags on that bridge. And when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching.
All right. So I guess he's saying not only do black people today.
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I thought it was another clip with just him on it. I know he put two in there. Yeah, you can take him off. If you got the one with just a black dude on it, that'll be cool. I think it's only a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the worst thing I've ever heard, though. I think it's, you know, it might be framed a little wrong in an inflammatory way, but I think the overall point there has to be acknowledged, though. You know what I'm saying? People don't respect what happened to our elders, though, bro. I talk about it all the time. People talk today like they the ones that was enslaved. You forget that ain't you, nigga. You forget you talking about your ancestors. You talking about slavery. But you will hear some niggas every day. And we were slaves, and they had us enslaved, and we. I don't like that shit, bro.
Do you mean that, Taz, or you just fucking with us? You like?
No, I mean that, bro. I really do mean that.
Okay. Well, see, like I say about, you know, the CRT shit and they want to take it out of the schools because it's making the white kids feel bad, and they, slavery is over with and Jim Crow is over with, so we don't need that anymore. That would be fine. We wouldn't have no problem with y'all taking that out. Everything that coon motherfucker right there said, all of that would be cool if systematic racism still didn't exist today. If y'all still wasn't actively practicing racism on us now in 2025, January 2nd, then we can say, okay, then that was a past. That was our ancestors. They fought for it. They did everything. We cool, but we still know we being over policed in the black community. Still dealing with mass incarceration. We still dealing with judges, unfair judicial policies towards black people. We still dealing with all this shit right now. So that what negates the argument of that wasn't y'all. That was your answer. That negates that when you still doing, you still redlining.
Bro, you can't negate that argument, bro. That you weren't a slave. Now, when you start talking about the other forms of oppression, that's where we agree at. But I'm saying niggas don't even address the issue of our people being slaves correctly. If you listen to them, they make it sound like they were slaves. Niggas talk like they've been on a plantation. You've taken away the power of those who were on an actual plantation.
Well, they take away the power of it when they still systematically practice rape, oppress us, and not pay us for, not repair us for what our ancestors went through. That's what's caused that's why we in the form of poverty that we in now, for the free labor that our ancestors gave. Okay, it wasn't us, it was our ancestors, but your ancestors benefited from it. You're in a better position right now today because of the means and the money that you all were making then off the tobacco and cotton and everything, and we have nothing to show for it. So that's what I mean. It's kind of, I don't know, man. It's rough when you
if you just stick on, just stay on the slavery, man.
You got to bring
all
up
you
the
gotta
new
do.
Jim Crow, son, like by Michelle Alexander. The new Jim Crow, it shows you how slavery was never abolished. It was only like modified, like in the 14th Amendment. Like,
no, when you say stuff, the only problem with that, hold on. Chad, I got that because I understand we can't say that we still enslaved. We can't say that. We can't say that, bro. We can't say that slavery still exists. We can't do that because we like Taz's point, we have never went through what our ancestors went through out there in them fields and in the deep south and the lynching and the hang. We personally have a new form of oppression, not slavery, but at the same time, they still haven't repaired us for the ancestors. We still are in poverty because of the slavery.
But GQ, my point is always about formulating that argument correctly. Because if we're sitting here talking about slavery without
I
even,
know that's where you stand, but I just don't. I mean, go ahead, Taz. I don't cut you off. Go ahead, bro.
No, that was it. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure you know where I stand on all of it. At the end of the day, it's still, a quest for it. But at some point, I do think it's important to look at what has worked and what hasn't. I'm just of the belief, and actually it's based on a fact that thus far, the slave reparations aren't making traction the way they could. But the Jim Crow conversations, people getting checks cut already. Okay. That's really happening. No, so you know what I'm saying? That's why I make the argument the way I do. But again, I used to be real.
Me and you bumped heads on that before, but I understand more now what you mean when you say that. Because when I first was hearing you say that, when I first met you, I was just like, "What the fuck?" But now I definitely understand more where you come from with that. We don't want to waste time on the bullshit. We gotta go with something that we can qualify and we can actually get paid off of. I understand when you say that more now.
Right, yeah, we ain't got no time to be traveling back down the same roads we done been down and saying shit we didn't already say it.
Yo, part of stuff, like when they privatized prison, like you can go to the stock market and invest in prisons and actually get money off of that slave labor. That right there is a new form of slavery. When they ended the old one, when they privatized the prison industry, they essentially started a whole new form of slavery because they're
I mean, I
making
would
money
just
off
be
of people
careful. I would be
incarcerated.
careful with that though, like
Mass
because even when
incarceration on black people. That's all I'm trying to point out. If you
you,
look
but
at the
private prisons have also held other groups. They've held immigrants. They've held people who sneak across the border. You go into a private prison conversation again, you expand the conversation into other groups.
But we have a distinct mass incarceration. If you look at Bill Clinton apologizing for his mass incarceration because of the super crime bill in the 90s. You know what I mean? That right there is a form of oppression.
Propaganda.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like that right there, you can cite that. Like when they passed that, because he came back and apologized. My bad, we messed your lives up, taking all of these fathers out the home, mass incarcerating y'all with this super predator crime bill.
Yeah,
That
his wife was running for president,
they
bro.
privatized the prisons after they're making money off of that. How you gonna apologize for locking us all up over stupid shit? And then they even started like giving reparations for people that was incarcerated for the RICO law, like with the giving us more time for crack than them getting for cocaine. That right there is showing that their laws targeted us.
Where did that happen at?
Right here in New York. If you look at like what Russell Simmons and them was doing to overturn all of them to get Russell
No, I'm saying
Simmons
somebody got paid restitution reparations for a RICO case.
for like a lot of people got let out of prison because of getting too much time for the harsh sentences because it was unequal laws. It was basically like they knew cocaine and
Well,
crack.
that did happen, but who got paid is what we're saying. I'm aware that they did equal it as to where you didn't get more time for
The
crack.
convicts
Right, and
got
some people got
they
out.
got the
Who got
convicts
paid?
got reversed.
Who got paid is what we're saying. Yeah.
I gotta look into that. I don't know.
Yeah, I never heard
Yeah,
of
nobody got paid for that.
Yeah,
Nah.
but they did get they did get out because they know that they were they had gave them too much time for the same crime that our white counterpart get caught with a kilo of raw cocaine, and you get caught with a $20 bag of crack cocaine, and you can get the same amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Just because it was cracked up, it was rocked up.
Now look at
They did change that law, which was a great thing. But they still over police us, and it's still unfair judicial practice because we still end up with the ones with all the cases for it. Like we got, like they say, like we got the planes and the boats to bring the shit over here. You know what I'm saying?
It goes back to them taking the fathers out the home, God.
You got Chase. Yeah, no question, bro. You won't get no argument with me for that. I'm an advocate. I'm with you 100%. You preach to the choir with that, bro. But what I'm saying is, you got like companies like Chase, JP Morgan Chase that own boats that they discovered.
AIG.
$500 million, AIG. They own boats. That you got. They found $500 million worth of cocaine on a boat, and then when they trace the boat, it comes back. The owner of the boat is Chase Bank of America. Shit like that. But we the ones getting all the time for the shit. We the ones y'all over police our communities looking for the shit when they the motherfuckers bringing it in. And then when they do sometimes get caught with the shit, we know the sentence is always unfair sentencing because they got the complexion for the connection. They go in there and get probation. We go in there and get 10 years. That type of shit. We aware of that shit.
Share my screen right quick.
Oh shit! I'm about to share yours right now, Taz. You caught me just now as I was about to back a little bit of what GQ was saying up with a little bit of So me and Taz talked about this before, so I also don't want to stay on it too long with shit Taz screen, but just to express what GQ was talking about. This is BBC how slavery. Let me get to the title real quick, y'all. The hidden links between slavery and Wall Street. The hidden links between slavery and Wall Street. And just to skip down real quick to the important parts of what GQ talking about. Right about here. Okay. By some estimates, New York received 40% of U.S. cotton revenue through money its financial firms, shipping businesses, and insurance companies earn. But scholars differ on just how direct a line can be drawn between slavery and modern economic practices in the U.S. See, that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about how do we need to separate slavery from what atrocities people have gone through in modern times, and this is drawing the line. We kind of went through this the other day. So, quote, people in non-slave areas, Britain and free United States routinely did business with slave owners and slave commerce, says Gavin Wright, professor emeritus of economic history at Stanford University. But he says the uniqueness of slavery's economic contribution has been exaggerated by some, quote unquote. Slavery thrived under colonial rule. British and Dutch settlers relied on enslaved people to help establish farms and build new towns and cities that would eventually become the United States. Enslaved people were brought to work on cotton, sugar, and tobacco plantations. These crops they grew were sent to Europe or other northern colonies to be turned into finished products. Those finished goods were used to fund trips to Africa to obtain more slaves who were then trafficked back to America, hence the transatlantic slave trade. This triangular trading route was profitable for investors. To raise the money to start many future plantation owners turned to capital markets in London, selling debt that was used to purchase boats, goods, and eventually people. Skip right down real quick. I see a picture of Wall Street. Later in the 19th century, U.S. banks and southern states would sell securities that helped fund the expansion of slave-run plantations. To balance the risk that came with forcibly bringing humans from Africa to America, insurance policies were purchased. And if y'all do any further research, you'll notice that one in every ship that left Africa went down. This is why the insurance policies were purchased. Y'all not going to see that here, but y'all do your own homework on that. These policies protected against the risk of boats sinking, like I just said, and the risk of losing individual slaves once they made it to America. And this is why you abos got to chill with all these people got to chill with why y'all saying Africans are too slow to build ships to get here. These people had insurance policies because there was a risk because of the risk of boats sinking and the risk of losing individual slaves once they made it to America. This is for y'all who's saying were they smart enough. It wasn't about that. It was how dangerous the trek was. And that's why insurance companies were formed. Some of the largest insurance firms in the U.S., New York Life, AIG, and Aetna, sold policies that ensured slave owners would be compensated if the slaves they owned were injured or killed. Y'all know these companies today.
Right now, today, they still exist.
I got you, GQ. I told you I got you, bro. We went through the stuff today. By the mid-19th century, exports of raw cotton accounted for more than half of overseas U.S. shipments. What wasn't sold abroad was sent to mills in northern states, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, to be turned into fabric. The money Southern plantation owners earned couldn't be kept under mattresses or behind loose floorboards. It was too much. Money was spilling out of people's pockets. They ain't say that. I said that. American banks accepted their deposits and counted enslaved peoples as assets when assessing a person's wealth. In recent years, U.S. banks have made public apologies that they played in slavery. So let me read this again for that connection people are looking for. And this is why y'all see the rehashing of this reparations argument, because people wonder where this argument came from. I think this year was around 2002 or 2008 or something like that. That's when that's why it says in recent years, I'm trying to get y'all exact years, it's 2002 or 2008. U.S. banks have made public apologies for the role they played in slavery. That is what helped rehash the arguments when they was talking about when this thing got popular again. In 2005, oh damn, I'm bugging. Okay, I went 2002, 2008. In 2005, J.P. Morgan Chase, currently the biggest bank in the U.S. Let me say that again. In 2005, J.P. Morgan Chase, currently the biggest bank in the U.S., admitted that two of its subsidiaries, two of theirs,
Told you.
Citizens Bank and Canal Bank in Louisiana, if y'all in Louisiana, accepted enslaved people as collateral for loans. I don't want to read that again. Y'all should already be making that connection. If plantation owners defaulted on a loan payment, the banks took ownership of these slaves. These banks, JP Morgan and their subsidiaries, Citizens Bank, took control and ownership of slaves. JP Morgan was not alone. There you go, the highlighted area. The predecessors that made up Citibank, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo are among a list of well-known U.S. financial firms that benefited from the slave trade. Highlighted right here, quote, slavery was an overwhelmingly important fact of the American economy, explained unquote, Stephen Beckford Laird Bell, professor of American history at Harvard University. This is part of the reason why Miz says it's an international claim, not a local one. But we'll continue on. Professor Burkett points out that while cities like Boston never played a large role in the slave trade, right? So you may be backing off with your hands up like, yo, listen, we wasn't playing no major role. We don't know what y'all talking about. You benefited from the connections to the slave-driven economies. How did you do that? New England merchants made money selling timber and ice to the South and the Caribbean. In turn, the northern merchants bought raw cotton and sugar. Go down a little bit further. Anybody can pull this up. This is out the BBC. Pause. New England's fabric mills played a key role in U.S. industrial revolution. That's what made U.S. do it. New England's fabric mills played a key role in the United States industrial revolution. But their supply of cotton came from the slave-reliant South. There's your connection. Brands like Brooks Brothers, you guys know them. For anybody into fashion, maybe you're not. The oldest men's clother in the United States, Brooks Brothers, that's the oldest men's clother in the United States, turned Southern cotton into high-end fashion. Domino Sugar, come on, y'all know if y'all drink coffee like me, or you drink your tea, or you like iced tea or lemonade. Once the largest sugar refiner in the United States, they were once the largest in the United States, processed slave-grown sugar cane. And here you're going to see a U.S. sugar mill. This was reliant for this right here to build all these bricks and the glass that went into the windows. And y'all see the bricks that's going up there, and y'all see the metal and all that's used to construct this mill. This U.S. sugar industry was reliant on slave labor in the 19th century. This is your industrial revolution looking like early. America's railroads, right? Because y'all might be thinking like, yo, maybe they missed some industry when building America. Y'all know how much the railroads played a part. This is how slavery affected the railroads. America's railroads also benefited from the money earned through slave businesses. In the South, trains were built specifically, y'all ain't got to go to the definition of that, to move agricultural goods farmed by enslaved people, and slaves were also used as labor to build the lines. Some scholars even argue the use of slavery shaped the modern accounting. Historian Caitlin Rosenthal, sounds like a Jew, points to enslavers who depreciated or lowered the recorded value of slaves over time as a way to keep track of costs. So if you're wondering why you don't hear about how much of the role that the slaves played, it's because maybe enslavers depreciated or lowered the recorded value of slaves over time. Global trade. Oh, well, yeah.
And those banks shredded them papers. And why we can't get, we need.
GQ. No, I got you. In a century and a half since slavery was abolished in the United States, that prevented former slaves and their descendants from full engagement in the U.S. economy. I'm going to read this again because we got to make these connections, right? Q talking about the arguments that got to be made. And this is where I'm making my arguments from in terms of internet. In a century and a half since slavery was abolished in the U.S., laws that prevented former slaves and their descendants, or you FBAers, from full engagement in the U.S. economy have shaped the country. This is not from a black person either. This is from Professor Caitlin Rosenthal. Following the country's Civil War efforts to pay reparations to newly freed slaves were squashed. So y'all could tell how that affected the country, right? Following the country's Civil War efforts to pay reparations to newly freed slaves were squashed. President Andrew Johnson, this is where the federal part kicks in, or part of the federal part had been kicked in. But you see here, President Andrew Johnson, who took over after Abraham Lincoln's assassination, did not want to alienate white Southerners during a period of Reconstruction. That's part of when me and Taz's discussion was over. A series of laws that economically and politically disenfranchised formerly enslaved people led to many of today's inequalities, according to historians. This is not just Miz. New efforts to find ways to pay reparations are finding traction in the 2020 race for president. It became a political affair. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, a candidate for the Democratic nomination, has proposed a bill to set up to a committee, blah, blah, blah. I ain't with the committee shit. And many Democratic candidates say they support the idea of exploring proposals. This is where I got issues with you demos. Y'all exploring ideas. I ain't talking about no exploring. Get to the bag. There are a few specific proposals, though, and polls show a majority of Americans don't support the idea. This is what Q talking about. Get to these people. This is where our premise of the whole show, right? That's why I had this loaded up. Pause. Just 50 meters, 160 feet from the signing marking the city slave market, New York Stock Exchange was formed. So this is the whole title of the article comes from. While politicians differ on how to address America's legacy of slavery, historians agree that the proximity of the two markets is at least an indication of the connection between its economic legacy of slavery. Man, I got to get a glass of water, but this is what I was. This is my second time reading. I'm not going to bring this up again. Y'all going to keep arguing without bringing
put
up.
Put the link to that in the back chat.
Nah, DQ, nah. Let them go search that. I'm from Brooklyn. We don't be telling people where the plug is from. We never tell people where the plug is at. Listen, I'm from Brooklyn. I used to do some things that was really stuff we don't like talking about.
I can dig it,
tell
bro.
people where the plug is from.
I can dig it, bro. No question.
You gotta find your own connection. You want the price that I'm paying.
Yeah, it seemed like it should have been a bomb or something exploding up after that.
Nah, they told me to get some sound effects together, but man,
that's crazy.
Yo, that last one was dope, son. That last,
just like quick, bro.
Nah,
just
Will,
like
nah,
quick,
Will, you called me you, God. Nah.
I just wish you would let me say what I was gonna say.
No, go ahead. I want to share your screen too, Taz. You still got it up, right?
Because for real, all of that is cap, is bullshit, is pointless.
Come on,
bro. At the end of the day, if we talking about what has happened, what works, where the checks been cut, where people ain't actually just spitballing their ideas, the actual facts, we're not looking at them, fam. People get paid for putting in claims about what happens to Black people. It does happen. We've seen reparations paid multiple times. There's one, there's another, Rosewood. Okay, when do we consider the things that have already been paid? When do we acknowledge the payments that have already happened, the ones that continue to happen, where people going now for their second group of payments, where people now still getting reparations given to them based on what happened to them? There are actual arguments that can be made that we ignoring, looking at some international argument. Why?
No, we won't. I won't never disagree with you on the.
Yeah,
on
I
the,
ain't disagreeing, but I'm gonna pull up and tell you why this is Taz. But you also can agree, Taz, when the Japanese had to end up, they got reparations, and you kind of even added. I mean, I brought it up before, but you made it even more clear when you said that 30 years later they realized it wasn't enough, and so they had to go back.
It wasn't enough. They knew it wasn't enough from the beginning.
You're talking about precedent. They set a precedent in terms of, you paid out, but now we looking for another payment because what we realized that wasn't enough to repair what the damage was done. Like, we maybe thought that was going to be a good reparation in terms of that injustice, and we could get on our feet from here. But no, the Japanese was like, nah, we're going to need some more bread about you, fam. So,
and Taz, you don't agree. You don't agree that what Miz presented is a strong argument for reparations, though?
He did. He just messing with me.
No,
he did already before.
No, I don't though, because there's no jurisdiction for the argument. I think it's a strong claim.
We name banks that are part of the U.S. Hold on, we named banks. He named banks that are part of the U.S. Treasury. He named the federal government, Wall Street. I mean, how railroads? How is that not tangible? I mean, how is that
I
not?
got some more. I got another slide I'm about to share.
Here's what bothers me about that we don't look at, right? I want you to understand that a lot of that has been tried by the Moorish groups and groups like that. They're the ones who tried to go after the banks and do it the sneaky, underhanded way, get land that way, get houses and shit that way. It does not work. It
Yeah,
like
not the
I'm
bullshit
just
that they was not the lick that they was playing was kind of like you say was sneaky bogus. I mean, we got to form better arguments for it, but I'm
But when you put a lien on
have better
but
attorneys.
What I'm saying is this: when you put a lien on a bank based on slavery, and they just laugh it off like you didn't do it, I'm saying what's the next step for that? My question would be, because that people do it all the time, but they ain't doing it in the name of Black people's reparations. They doing it in the name of
if first you don't succeed, like the ones you just presented that did get their reparations. You think that first time, second time, third time they tried, they got paid off the top? It was a process. They had to go back to the drawing board. Hey, go dot your I's and cross your T's and look that.
The first time they tried in Rosewood, they got that bread, fam. Like I say, a lot of these conversations were never
struck them down. The Supreme Court struck them down in down there, right?
In what year? No. That's Oklahoma. I said Rosewood.
Rosewood. Okay. Now, let's go to Oklahoma. I hold your Rosewood thought. Now, even though the Supreme Court struck down reparations for the Black Wall Street survivors,
and that's just Oklahoma Supreme Court, by the way, not the U.S. Supreme Court.
Only Oklahoma Supreme Court. Should that be the end of it? Okay, they struck it down, or should their descendants, or like even if the two survivors that's still here, even if they pass away, should their grandkids not still try to fight for those reparations, even though it was struck, even if it go to Supreme Court and get struck down? Should they just throw their hands up and say, fuck it, it's over with? Or should they
I don't know why you coming to that conclusion. What makes you think that I would say that?
No, I'm not saying that you would say that. I'm asking you a question.
I would never say
because you're kind of saying that about the argument Taz laid out, and you said the Moors tried to do that Miz laid out, and you said the Moors tried to underhandedly come at the banks for slavery.
That's a different argument, though, right? Because make sure you understand the difference in my argument is I think federal is a non-starter. I think federal is a waste of time. I think state is like, but local is where your best argument is.
Like township.
That's my position. So,
hey, bro, me and we done went through it. Like I say, I don't disagree with your position. I'm just.
I'm only saying it emphatically because my position is the only one that has seen a check cut. Right. So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, everything else sounds good in conversation, but if we're talking about that, I'm the only one that's presenting the argument that has seen multiple checks cut behind this argument.
I'm about to mute up. Check being cut.
But none of your arguments were ever argued. None of the checks cut were ever argued under the pretenses of slavery.
It's plenty of arguments under the pretenses of slavery that have never seen a check cut. That's the point. So keep trying. You'll die on that hill with everybody else. There's no checks being cut for slavery.
That's not my fault. I think eventually, if we keep on chipping away, I think eventually the checks will have to get cut. Maybe not even
I'm
in
saying
our lifetime.
None of the arguments have been presented have been cut our check because we were enslaved. I don't think that's ever been presented, and no one's ever said
that's what
pay us for slavery. Slavery. I mean, HR 40 has nothing to do with Jim Crow.
I mean, again, once you attach slavery to it, it's slavery's your argument. You can make your arguments into what happened during Jim Crow and why it happened, but those aren't working. Like this
So I'm saying
argument of
in the text of HR 40, are
they're
you
not.
saying that there's nothing that's mentioned post 1865? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying ain't nobody cutting no check for that, fam.
I get that. I
like,
get that.
like at the end of the
I
day,
get it.
ain't nobody cutting no check for that.
I get that. I get that. And like I said, if the only goal is to cut a check and nothing else, I'm pretty sure that there are more efficient ways and a more quicker way to go about getting that check cut. Because then again, if you're only going by after money and nothing else, I mean, why even talk about reparations? Like seriously.
Yo, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what else you going for?
Yo, would you say that Jim Crow damaged our people in any way because it kept us out of the political? Let me say it like this: do you think being blocked or kept from the political process affects our people?
Hell yeah.
So
Of
that's
course.
Jim Crow. If Jim Crow kept us out of the whole political, we would have been more Congress people, senators. We would have had way more. That Spanish lady talking all of that junk, she wouldn't have been there if we wouldn't have been kept out of the political process. So Jim Crow,
Worse than the politics, brother Jabal. They kept us away from the finances. They kept us away from the money, bro. That's the argument. They kept us out of the loop. You know, as they kept us out of the industries. They kept us out of the
indeed.
Yeah. You know, that's the fuck the. I mean, excuse me, forget the senator's position in the House of. What about the what about our railroad line? What about our mill that processed the cotton? What about, you know what I'm saying? That's what they kept us away from the money, man. That's the reparation. That's what we need to be prepared for. Because we wouldn't make up the low end of the wealth spectrum in America right now had we not been had Jim Crow, not kept us out of those loops. All black people would most likely be in a way better position,
And see, I think that when you make that argument, that's where the coons come in. That's what makes their arguments viable. I got ahead. Slavery didn't hold me back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That like once you open up the door to the entire economic spectrum of America being based on black failure, yeah, fam, it's gonna be some people with some pushback for that. And it's gonna be legitimate pushback. These are umbrellas that are too wide. Jim Crow wasn't the same in Chicago as it was in Jackson, Mississippi. You got to lower the umbrella.
That's a fact. But it affected everybody, it didn't affect everyone the same, but it affected, even in Chicago, they wasn't led into positions that they could have been in just as well as Jackson, Mississippi. They wasn't let in, you know what I'm saying? They suffered worse under it, but it doesn't take away from, even in Chicago, one of the most segregated cities in America, how we were kept out of industries and kept out of businesses also, you know what I'm saying? And they actively burned down black businesses and redlined where black people couldn't, lease certain properties where they could have had a position to make wealth. And I mean, all this shit still happened. You got a few, and I understand where you come from, because you got two niggas over there that actually made some money. He cut a deal and backstabbed his people for the cracker, and he was able to. So, what about him? He got paid. How can you make that argument when you got a millionaire nigga over there, but you got 500,000 starving niggas over here, though? You know what I'm saying? So
right. Right. That's what I want to always make sure we careful of, though, is not casting this huge umbrella of failure over the black community while still being able to make the argument that the reparations are legit. You've got to be careful casting failure and making it seem like there was no contributions and everybody always been fucked up and ain't nobody had no money and nobody ever did. Like, no, fam, that's not the correct argument.
And I'm not even making that argument. I'm just saying they're not in a position where you could have, for the same amount of work, same amount of effort, our white counterpart get 10 times more wealth than what we got, you know what I'm saying, with the same amount of work, exactly. Same amount of effort. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
It's kind of like that. Let me chime in. Shout out to the whole panel. Shout out to Taz. You dropping gems.
With it.
When it come to getting money, niggas get money, right? All of us get money. We got more money than all of them. All you do is gotta look at how much money is going out. What it is we don't control none of the money. It's controlling the money. That's where the power lies. You can have all the money you want, but if you ain't controlling it, and I'm controlling it, your money, my money. So they trick us, right? So if we can come up with a value and make our own dollar, only accept this dollar and only spend this dollar, the whole economy will crash. But guess what they'll do? They'll go to war. Did you know all these wars was over because China was trying to make their dollar, their yen, the popular dollar instead of America's dollar? So they went to war with Saudi Arabia. It go deeper than black. My bad, I got the rant. Y'all got it. But thanks for letting me chime in. Y'all got it though.
Yeah, let's stay on the reparations argument.
So yeah, so what I'll do though is I'll put together a presentation for the Native American argument so we'll have a better understanding of that, because I don't think we want what they got. Right? I don't think when we talk about reparations, I don't think we'd be cool with the ones that have gotten certain claims and whatnot off. I'm not sure that that's even what we're asking for. And so I'm gonna put together a presentation on it. And that way, you know what I'm saying, people will kind of they'll kind of understand my position and better about some of that, because it's not just if they're willing to pay, but what they actually pay and how they pay it. All of that should be important, but you know what I'm saying? It's the reparations conversation is hard, because I do think if any pushback means you against it. You know what I'm saying? And so I understand why people look at it like, nah, fuck what he talking about. But no, the pushback has to be there to make sure the conversation advances. Like I say, we just trying to trigger thought here. Maybe that thought will actually transition into something.
Hey, maybe one of y'all on the panel can answer this question about reparations. Is it the Aboriginal that get it, or the African that got shipped over here and integrated with us? Which one get the reparations? Do all, or do only one get it? Because if we're talking about slavery, which we know Aborigines weren't slaves, right? So, all right, now cool. Then who get the money? Maybe y'all can answer it, because I don't know. I'm not diverse in this shit.
That's why I'm gonna do a presentation on it, because, for example, there are some instances where some of the quote unquote Aboriginals, they would call them, or the natives of Alaska, if you will, where they got a payment, but it was a one-time payment for that land over there. Then there are some who get a payment based on certain things that happen with their tribe. So like I said, I'm gonna actually do a breakdown of it so we'll have a better understanding of it. But I do think it's important to know it's so many tribes that don't get anything. We sound crazy calling it Native American reparations. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a crazy statement when you look at the amount of tribes there are and people who would be making claims in the first place.
Hey, yo, when you say Aboriginal, that means abstracted from the original, God. So when you say Aboriginal to pre-Columbian America or the United States?
Yeah, I'm saying Aboriginal as defined by. Yeah, well, I'm saying Aboriginal as defined by the people who cut them the check.
I'm saying that because in the United States, we become the Aboriginals because we're abstracted from the original.
Yeah, I ain't doing none of that. I'm telling you,
Right,
people.
but what he asking
Aboriginal
you,
is gonna mess
Taz,
it up.
he asking you is if we the Aboriginals, if we talking about the United States, because we just dealing with the word Aboriginal.
I don't know if you're the Aboriginals of Alaska or not,
we
bro.
need to.
Nah. Aboriginal. Like Malcolm X broke it down already.
One second, bro. Listen, arguing over words, right, is not conducive when we having a very reparations is a very complex, a very complex and nuanced conversation. We could talk about the two systems, right? The actual enslavement of our ancestors, right? And then the Jim Crow system. Then the to add on, then the institutional racism that like GQ had brought up earlier. Like if we were just to take the institution of redlining, right? You know what I mean? Just that institution alone, right? Let's say, for instance, somebody literally devalues a home that you bought in 1919. It's 2025 now. They've been devaluing it for 100 years. It should have been worth $500,000 in 1940, but because it was redlined and it was in a black community, it was only worth 80,000, 100,000. And it's been that it hasn't gone up to the cost of inflation. How much do you pay that family? Do you see? It's so complex, right? That the surface level questions that y'all are asking, right? A lot of those could be easily answered. There's been comprehensive reports that have been started, not done, but started on reparations. You know, there are many companies, right, that benefited from slavery. Then also from the institution of Jim. Man, like I could go on and on because of the complexity of the conversation around reparations, right? And so you can see how talking about the meaning of what group belongs to Aboriginal is kind of, it's just unimportant.
No, I was saying what group get the money, the Africans or the people that was already here?
So to narrow it down and to try to give you the simplest answer, short to the point, right? If you get 3 grandparents who are of African descent, that you get the money. You have to have 3 grandparents. Easy, right?
So how we talking about slavery and we ain't talking about Africa?
It's not easy because it go like this. They took our land, not them Africans. They used them Africans as a tool to take our land, right? So I'm saying, hold on, man. Listen, man. Listen.
When you say they, who are you referring to, brother?
You know who I'm referring to. Let's not do that. Now let me finish.
No, because I mean,
all right,
yeah,
cool.
we gotta be specific.
The
You said
United
you wanted
got
to be specific.
invaded. All right, cool, man. As the United States got invaded from all areas, from the War of Baltimore all the way to the conquistadors. If we gonna talk about the Moors, we can get into it, Mixum, and how they all set the sea, right? And it was north of Mixum, south of Mixum. The Moors is all different complex. Listen, you the one wanted me to go back this far.
No, but I'm saying you brought up the fact
United
that
States. Listen, bro.
No,
bro. Let me finish cooking, bro. Y'all the one doing this.
No, you ain't cooking nothing, bro.
Not
No,
cooking,
not really.
man. You talking crazy, man. That's shit is some bullshit.
We're gonna have a reparation conversation and it don't include Africans.
We already spoke on
Africans
the
gonna be
Indians
left out the conversation.
We already spoke on the Indians reparations, and you not.
So who really against it then? Who really against it? Is this one of them right here on the fucking panel? Like straight up. You don't want Africans to have nothing to do with it? Since we've been pussyfooting around with the goddamn discussion for the last 2 fucking hours since Q been off the panel.
With the Africans
back on
I just walked back. Yo, real quick. Yo, why do the Jews get reparations?
Yeah, that was trolling, man. I'll holler at
From
y'all
who?
niggas.
I'm just in
What's
general.
up with the
Why do they get
764?
reparations? I'm kind of confused.
They get reparations for that 1940 shit, that 1930 shit with the dude with the mustache.
But it was legal.
Let me try to say the names and shit.
But
oh yeah, but
no,
they, I mean,
I'm reading this shit. Like, they shit sounds real analogous to slavery. I ain't gonna lie. Like, the way it's worded.
Exactly.
I never read this shit. I was just like, yeah, they got it for. They got reparations for the Holocaust, but the Holocaust in Germany was legal. So the way they worded it is literally like, it's. I don't. This is crazy. Maybe I'm bugging. That's why I asked him, like, why did they? And I'm not trying to seem crazy. I'm just like,
no, there's that. I mean, that's a legitimate argument, but you know what I'm saying. Again, it's nuanced. I don't think we want to deal with the historical factor there.
Did you read what America said? Why they give reparations?
No. Why did America say it?
This is crazy, bro. This is bro. I did you know about the Never Again Act?
The Never Again Act. No,
bro,
what is that?
I'm bugging right now. I did not. This shit, I'm trying not to get upset. I'm trying not to get upset right now, bro. Because I ain't gonna lie. That's why I'm like, maybe I'm bugging. Did I miss something? Like, bro. Nope. Y'all know about the Never Again Act?
No, you're not bugging.
I didn't even know about it. The Never
Again
Education Act, signed into law by the president on May 29, 2020, had nearly unanimous bipartisan support. The commitment to Holocaust education enshrined in the Never Again Education Act, also intended as a bulwark against creeping Holocaust denial and distortion. What the fuck this got to do with America? America didn't deny these niggas.
No, I remember that. The reason why I didn't get much traction because it was like a couple of days before George Floyd.
So this is great, but I'm understanding it like this is a different angle. Like, we should be looking at like this act as a whole. Like, this is they're funding museums and school education based off this act. Like, this is a whole different approach to reparations. They're not even saying reparations in this shit. They're just saying we're gonna help y'all niggas out because y'all went through some shit.
Hey, yo, partner self. Now, peep this. The Jews were the ones lending money to purchase the slaves during the triangle trade. That was the Jews loaning the money. So we paying them reparations.
Back to what Q Butter was saying, though.
Back 100 years.
$2 million. $2 million a year for a museum to keep the propaganda of the Holocaust alive, while at the same time telling us they want to take CRT out of school.
It's not, but the approach to the conversation is completely different. If you read, I'm reading this right now, I'm like, oh, these niggas is smart as fuck, son. We're saying reparations, but it's it's crazy. I'm about to go ham with this research right now. I got so much before, but this is.
Hey, yo, son that called me dumb. Google, did Jews lend money for slaves in America?
We know the Jews did that, bro.
Somebody in the chat that was calling me.
We know that.
No, that's separate from what we're talking about.
Pardon self, my bad, God.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out though, what's the surprise? Like,
it's not a surprise. It's just a matter of me reading it and actually understanding the specific language that's used in it. You know what I mean? Because like for the United States to make this stance, like this isn't based off of legal. This is all based off of morals.
Yep.
It's not.
They were involved. They were involved in the. I mean, this is a World War II conversation.
I'm gonna read the other one on. Let me pull this other one up. Cause I'm like, what? Like, these niggas is getting. Like, they got this whole claims on.org. Yo, do we have something like this? Yo, we need something like this. I'm telling you, since we following and looking at how other people did it, yeah, we got to step up our pressure. These niggas.
That's a fact. I got some more on that too. When you finish, Q, I got a bunch of tabs open, man.
This is the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany.
Yeah. And they making the claims against Germany, but America is paying the money.
No, this organization right here, their whole job is to go get the bag from whoever got a bag to get. And
Yes,
then
sir.
they put
Well,
it out
Germany
as grants. This
stood
is
up
a
under
whole.
America. I don't know how like that can't be ignored. United States took responsibility of Germany or half of Germany after World War II. Like they got him.
We
This is why
completely the language that I gotta pull up the doc. The language they used is exactly the language we should be quoting in our shit. Them niggas don't give. It's nothing about law. It's just we feel battery. We feel it. It's not saying. Hold on. Let me just document. I got mad tabs open my damn self.
What? I got about 10 tabs. I got to close some of these out. I'm done.
Yeah,
See, it's a bigger picture than that too. Even though they lay their leg down, like they laying it down as Q was presenting, they also are backing it up with lobbying legislators to pass those bills. You see what I'm saying? So we got to. I mean,
this is an act, and it just calls for more education of it. Which I mean, I do agree with the point
Like, yo,
that's
bro, hold on, Cass. These
but
niggas threw, bro. They threw Israel in the. Israel had nothing to do with World War II.
Nope.
Israel is a product of World War II.
That's crazy. You understand what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Yeah, and they basically bought Israel, but
I didn't read the shit to see how. Like, hold on, because Israel was already its own story. Israel was already established in 1948. They started doing this shit in 1910. They was arguing from the 1930s. There was already Israeli, whatever you want. They were there, but for them to connect Germany payments to Israel, nah, that's crazy work right there. That's
For more than 30 years, the United States Holocaust Memorial has worked to build support in the field of Holocaust education and advance the quality of sustainability of Holocaust education at the local, state, and national level by engaging teachers and students across disciplines and grade levels. The federal government, through support of educational activities of national museums established under federal law, can assist teachers in efforts to incorporate historical accuracies, instructions on human rights atrocities, including the Holocaust. So yeah, I don't outside of calling for more education, I'm the same.
No, that's that particular one. This is the conference on the Jews right here. Is the conference on Jewish material claims against Germany.
We got to put a claim against them because they owe reparations, son. The Jews, I mean. We got a reverse claim.
That was going to end up being international, though.
So now look at this. Look at what German. Look at the language. The suggestion to call the conference was made by the government of Israel, which in 1951 said it was entitled to claim reparations from Germany because it was responsible for the absorption and rehabilitation of the survivors of the Holocaust. That's not. Yeah, we need to, whoever's doing the reparation stuff, we got to pay attention, y'all. This is different language. This is not the same language that I'm seeing in the reparation stuff.
Right. I mean, I keep telling you
No,
that,
because this right here,
when you start talking, the difference with this is, though, I think a lot of this was done early on when there was still like a lot of friction on the international stage. I think it's a lot of hand holding on the international stage now. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna change how a lot of this plays out. Because this the 1950s we talking about now.
yeah, I think, maybe it's just we need to attack the language maybe. Let's just give, I've had conversations before about that. Let's just move the word reparations off. You know what I mean? Let's just look at it from a marketing. You know what I mean? Like, let's just move the word marketing and we need something. This is exactly what we're describing. We are responsible for the absorption and the rehabilitation of the survivors and the descendants of the African Holocaust in the Americas. It's a fact.
Yeah, that's I mean, that shit gonna get dismissed.
I'm just saying that's a fact.
I get it, but there's no such thing as the African Holocaust. Like,
no, I'm talking about whatever you want to call it.
That's what I'm saying. You have to
whatever. Look, Taz, whatever you want to call this, it don't mean anything to me. What I care about is this right here, the absorption. And this has nothing to do with Israel. They're just telling you that I'm dealing. Why I got a claim is because the niggas that you violated moved to where I'm at, and now I have to deal with them niggas. So you owe me reparations too. That's what I'm reading. Because Israel has nothing to do with Germany. The niggas, there was Jews in Germany, Israel living.
World War II.
There were Jews living in Israel for a long time.
Oh, they never died. They never was not living in Israel. What happened? They bought Israel in terms of land.
The land, but the area within Israel before it was Israel, you still had Jews that were there fighting,
and Christians in Arab.
Yeah, so it's not like they weren't there already, and it's not like Jews couldn't leave. They didn't want to leave. I'm not going to get into that part, but the reality is the act that was of the crime was committed in Germany.
Right.
How was another nation that didn't even exist for the majority of that time claiming reparations, and you didn't even exist at the time?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a product of that. That's if you
that's not correct. Israel knew Zion. Israel was already being postulated as being created from the 18. Like they were already looking for a new Zion and a place to call Israel. They were going to use Africa first. They was going to use a part in Africa, and then it was arguing to use it in America. And then the dude Ben whatever was trying to get it in Israel for the longest because they was over there fighting.
Right. There's a long history of them trying to place 6 million Jews in these places. I get it. I'm fully aware of it. But when it comes down to it, the entire reason why this strip of land was given to them was based on World War II.
I wouldn't. That's not what it says. I've never read that. The land was
that was about Zionism. That was a whole movement in terms.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Zionists is how I understand it. The Zionists who got.
What's that guy's specific name? Hersu, the dude with the beard, the Jew with the beard, man. Because all Jews didn't agree on Israel. It was the Jews who were in power, and that's why I said Israel was basically bought, because it wasn't even about, because all Jews didn't agree. There were Jews who felt like, nah, you're bugging, especially the Jews in the United States. They was like, you know, how much money we making out here? You're bugging. But it was the Jews who was in charge, basically, of the committee who made the decision, because they had a spot in Africa they was considering. They had Israel. It wasn't just like automatically Israel. It was strategic, and a lot of what made Israel the place to move was oil. Oil is a big root in terms of the Middle Eastern conflicts, and it was a lot, because man, it's a lot. I don't want to go into that, but it's a lot.
Yeah, I know y'all don't really do borders and dates and whatnot, so I be forgetting that you can't really talk about that shit.
You stay that Jewish history, but that's out of defense, Taz. We already cooked on this, bro. Like, that's what I'm telling you, you're wrong. I can go to the source on it. Like,
go to the source on what exactly?
The idea for creating New Zion was way before.
I'm not talking about the idea for creating any. I'm talking about when it happened.
When it happened was not. Can you source that Israel was a result of World War II?
Can I source that? Yeah, I could probably come close to making the point, but because sourcing it would just be showing you when Israel was created, which would be after World War II. And then I could show you.
No, but I'm saying the initial plans and drafting of the area in Israel.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing against that either, though. That's your argument to establish something that I don't know. I'm only dealing with dates that actually matter, not what we think, what's documented as a date. Right? That's what I'm saying. We have a hard time doing this when we're not dealing with dates with me. I know y'all.
He's saying that same strip of land was being formed prior to World War II.
Everything I've shown.
So can you show me when it became Israel prior to 1948?
We know
that's not what he's saying.
For reparations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dev, can you shut the fuck up?
The reparations argument is 1950 that they had, 1951. Israel's created in 1948. The atrocities of Germany happened from 1930 to 1946. That's what we're saying.
45. I agree, though. 45.
That's what I'm saying. So, in the ideas for Israel, in the area that they were where it's created, were already being discussed in that region for almost 30, 40 years. That's what I'm saying.
And that I don't disagree with. But
Oh,
I think
so that's what I'm saying.
I think what my
Don't say we
point
not
is,
bringing up dates, but when you say we don't bring, I don't think that.
the creation of the state, though, wherever it was going to be because we was part of the creation of it as the United States. There's the fact
but
that
the argument, it's all,
yeah.
You couldn't, because Israel, one, is a product of America and England. So, and couldn't have started, England is who went and got Israel for them. In America, the Jews financed it, but Cecil Rhodes and them other English people is the one who was up inside of it, handling it, started it off. And they've been trying to get that.
Well, like I say, there's no argument for that. I'm only explaining the fact that those Jews, once placed out of the Holocaust, America took on the role of protecting them. The UN took on the role of protecting them.
They bought that.
Yeah, they basically set a precedent in terms of becoming this.
But the language itself, regardless, it's not based off of, like you said, the I feel you on the atrocity, but the initiation of the conversation for them is based off of feel goodery. We feel bad for y'all niggas. They're not basing it off of saying, like, they're not stating that according to the German law. Huh?
But there is I'm saying there is a participation in it, though.
No, not the participation. I'm stating their argument isn't based off of saying that Germans were doing something legal. Their argument is saying, who gives a fuck what the Germans were saying? We feel bad for y'all niggas.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. In that language in America, we should be
But they're
understanding.
involved. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's like it would be one thing if that wasn't the historical fact, that they're involved. They're all involved.
How was America involved in the persecution of Jews in Germany?
For example, people, what was it, Ford making the engines for the trucks that were driven? The same arguments you would make.
Ford didn't make the trucks for that, bro. Ford made the trucks for America. BMW made those trucks.
America was perfectly fine with the growth. Excuse me, America was perfectly fine with the growth of Germany. America wasn't trying to stop Germany until late in the game. So there was a lot of government participation and support.
I don't know if
you're saying America was supporting Germany.
Absolutely.
Germany was supporting itself.
Absolutely. With those same business arguments y'all make, right? Those same businesses, those same businesses contributed to the Holocaust.
The same business arguments, it's like you're trying to belittle it to make your argument sound good.
I'm not belittling anything. I'm telling you a fact. I'm giving you a fact.
When you're saying those businesses y'all try to bring up, we don't bring it up just because we feel.
Because I don't agree. I don't agree with the argument. Because I don't agree with your argument, and I can show you why. So maybe it's triggering you that I can show you why.
The difference in the time is that during in America, these businesses were here and part of the foundational development of America. That's not the same thing. America is a full-blown nation, and America as a nation gave help to the Jews. America as a nation entered a war to go defend them. So now you're trying to say the individual companies, and those individual companies in America were held accountable. So that's why I'm confused.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Then
no, the companies weren't held accountable.
Just source the company. You said Ford. Source it up.
Yeah, and businesses aren't the government.
That Ford was involved in the Holocaust and they ain't paying no reparations.
All you got to do is source it, bro.
No problem. I got you.
But in a specific sense of saying, if the government was involved, if individual corporations,
those are two different things.
In the 1940s.
I'm glad I'm sitting on my computer.
It's not synonymous to saying the corporation argument in the 1800s. Now,
Excuse me? These corporations are the only reason there was a Nazi Germany. That's their argument.
No, Hitler's the reason there's a Nazi Germany.
So yeah, there's
That's not Ford is not the reason there's a Nazi Germany. That's strictly Hitler and propaganda. Hitler's propaganda.
No, bro, there's Germany was broke. How did Germany get back on the world stage?
Because Hitler
Germany was broke
on engineering. Hitler came back, like Hitler was actually a benefit. Like I'm gonna pull up that too. Hitler actually benefited their business. I mean, in terms of engineering and all that, Hitler got behind, boosted their economy. Let me see.
I can't believe that
support. There was an overwhelming support from the people for Hitler at one point. His rhetoric is starting
listen, fam, there's like a direct link to these same businesses that y'all talking about. The only difference is you're not willing to give the same argument, and this is part of the problem, is being intellectually deceptive, bro. It's the same argument that they make.
No, you're assuming somebody's giving an argument. You like to posture yourself like that. Nobody said anything about giving an argument. We were discussing.
I've heard y'all make the argument, bro.
We were discussing.
You've made it already.
We were discussing reparations, and the fact is, America helped the Jews. You're not showing America involvement in Germany. Ford, you got that. There's other companies. Nazi Germany was birthed in New York City. So, of course, there's connections in between that. The philosophy for the Germans was birthed in New York with the American Breeders Association. So there's definitely connections between them. However, in terms of reparations from a nation and America leading the fight for it, if they're leading the fight based off of a moral position, they're not basing it off of stating this was legal based off of illegal based off of their laws. Like how you state, we can't hold America accountable because it was legal. That's not what the Jews are saying to Germans, nor is that what America's saying to Germany. They don't give a fuck if it's legal.
That ain't my statement. That's you putting words in my mouth, but that ain't my position at all.
You said
I don't think you can.
We have a better stance of holding people accountable after 1865 because before that it was legal.
Before that, slavery was legal.
That's what I said.
Right. Well, when we talk about the Holocaust, we're not talking about slavery.
That's why I'm saying that. Do you see the connection now? Slavery.
There's no connection. There's no connection between. What's the connection between slavery and the Holocaust? Just right quick.
Understand the statement. The treatment was legal. The mistreatment was legal. So there's no legal basis for you to hold a German accountable for what they did to Jews. It was legal. There's no legal basis to tell somebody that how they were treating blacks in America was illegal. That's the connecting point I'm saying. Do you recognize
that? I can recognize the point you're making.
That's what I was.
But
that's
the only
understand that. That's the only reason. No,
you're not acknowledging my point.
No, that's the only reason when I started reading this, I was like, hold on. How would it make
you acknowledge my point now? Like the point being that Germany was under America's, half of Germany was under America's rule for the next, 50 years?
From when, the 1930s?
From,
you talking about the breakup of it?
After World War II, America took responsibility for half of Germany.
No, bro, I'm not arguing it. I said, have you ever read it? The language of it is similar to the fact that
you implied that there was no reason why America would be involved.
From the very beginning. That's the only thing I was saying, is that they're legal. The way they worded it is based off of feel-goodery. It's a moral perspective. They're not saying, yo, according to this document in this era, they're like, yo, we feel bad for y'all niggas. What they did was wrong. That's it. Call it whatever you want to call it.
But it's not what they did. That's what I'm saying. That's why you're not acknowledging the point. That's not what they did. It would be what we did. America's involved in it.
How is America involved in the atrocities to Jews? You said Henry Ford. You see how you keep switching? That's why you said America. How is America involved in the persecution and violation of Jewish rights?
Right. Okay. Well, America didn't put them in the concentration camps, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Like America, United States was not involved in that. So if United States is collecting their reparations for them, it's based off of feel-goodery. I feel bad for y'all niggas.
I mean, I understand your argument. I disagree with it based on America taking on the responsibility of Germans after the war.
So then, what would be the difference of a buy? So with that statement, then that goes
America's
back to
company. America never stopped any company in this country from helping build the Third Reich. So again, the benign neglect argument applies, but you're giving a pass for that. I'm not
giving a pass. I like that statement. So you're stating that America never stopped the companies from being involved with what?
Nazi Germany.
So did America ever stop the companies from being involved in slavery in America?
That's a tricky argument. That's a tricky.
I would say no. Saying? Like we know Jim Crow was.
There's a bro. You got to acknowledge laws that were written on the books. If you say they didn't do something,
1776 to 1865. No. We agree on that. 1776 to 1865. It was legal.
Right. No. It was
so
legal.
That's the reason. This is the point I'm talking about. So I'm looking at this and saying their position on legal is playing games with us because they don't really. It's a matter of morals. That and that Buddha used to say all the time. It's like forget the legal. It's just literally y'all niggas don't feel bad for what y'all did. Look at how y'all treat the Jews. Y'all just feel battery.
But
I'm just saying the way I'm reading this stuff, it's not based off of like a legal argument. It's like, yo, what they did was wrong, and we're gonna do our best to make sure we get y'all back to good. It's not stating.
I mean, bro, I don't think that's a bad idea. Like to try it that way. But I think that is again, that's what people would say is begging. I guess I'm not against that, but that's just not the position I take. If you want to go the moral route, I'm wondering where the people at today to say, well, how you gonna appeal to the white man emotions? See, a lot of these niggas be weak as fuck, bro, and they won't challenge the shit, right? But anybody else said this shit, it would be asking, well, what makes you think the white man is gonna be appealing to your emotions? What makes you think
that's
the
why
white
I said the language?
Niggas ain't willing to challenge this shit because you saying it. That's bullshit.
This is why I've said earlier. Honestly, to me, this is a people thing. I said that earlier. This is more of a people thing because at the end of the day, if you got the right person on the judging the conversation, they're gonna fuck with it. That's just what I see now. It's not that's what when you're saying illegal, we got to go this way. I think we've been trying to go that legal route. It's really a people thing. We need more people on the side of us that fuck with us. That say how when you want to take it, that feel bad for what happened to the world feels bad for Jews. Jews don't give a fuck if y'all feel like we begging. Jews will let you know you need to remember us. Matter of fact, we need America to give us $40 million to help niggas remember what happened to us. No, send them some old people in there so they can have. We need another $4 billion for what? We want the world to feel bad for us, man. What the fuck is wrong with that?
But how did that happen? I mean, if being honest,
how did what happen?
How did the world get to a place where they feel bad for them?
Man,
proper marketing and proper. They're marketing. Look, this organization right here, the one that you was reading about, yo, bro, the Conference of Jewish Material Claims, that same company, the Jewish Claims, them niggas, they've been open 50 years. Their only purpose is to sue niggas and find niggas that in some way owe black people money, and then raise money to give money to not to black people, but to Jewish people. I mean.
Here's what's scary to me, bro. They've changed the numbers on all of that. They've changed the numbers on how many people died in some of them concentration camps and shit. Some of that shit is under investigation in terms of what's true and not true. In terms of that whole thing.
Look, in 2020, the Claims Conference reached an agreement with Germany government for two supplemental. That means extra. You know what I'm saying? Payments. You know, like they going in 20 to respond to COVID. They said we need more money because of COVID.
Go back to it. Go back to it. See in 2020.
Hold on, bro. How the fuck you get COVID money out of the Holocaust? Yo, where's Metal Judah at? I gotta talk to Metal Judah, son. Nigga. Bro,
I mean,
how the
like
fuck you get COVID money out of fucking the Holocaust?
I try to tell you, but you don't want to listen. So
what did you try to tell me?
Like, but there's no question of America's quote unquote involvement in World War II. It's been established. Like, and so like I say, it's not what we're not doing is making the correct argument, which is what I've been saying the entire time. I'm saying that I just don't know why we would try to.
So you're stating that you have an argument that will get us here.
You can't take America out of World War II. You can't take them out of taking control of Germany and the forefront of the Holocaust survivors.
You can't
America
take
chose
the federal government out of taking control of the freed Africans at 1865.
Right, I agree. Who's arguing against that?
I'm not. So again, I'm in the space of whatever works. I'm just like here, this language right here. You see me? I don't really get like it. Don't really matter. Whatever works, that's all that matters. But
we got to know why it works, Q.
This is
we
why
got to know why it works.
First, going over people that was not supportive of it. Then we can go down how it works is going to be perspective based. Because first and foremost, these are white people dealing with white people robbing white people.
Right. True.
You know what I'm saying? This isn't black people getting white people to help us get money. It's of a white person that robbed us. It's a whole different.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
no different.
But that's why I say I'm only here to push the argument, bro. Not necessarily act like we in control of the shit. We can't divvy the shit out.
Cause they got COVID urgent response fund, bro. Yeah, we got to change the language up.
But I'm only but Q. I'm also to be honest. I'm only telling you because I am not surprised. I'm just being real with you. I didn't know that shit happened, but I'm not surprised by it because of America's long history of acknowledging their involvement in the Holocaust. That there's a long history of America acknowledging their involvement. So that don't surprise me.
That's because the climate was never talk bad about the Jews in the Holocaust leading up to it. Like that climate wasn't there. Like all the videos that he just played about you niggas don't deserve reparations. I don't recall hearing that even on a local scale. And nowhere in America.
Dev, too. Let's be on code, right? These
I remember that shit either though, man.
They got into Hollywood, bro. Like they're on code with getting their sympathy for their story. We got to get on code and look. I'm sorry, don't worry about nobody else. Oh, you want niggas to feel victim as it? Yeah, we victims, nigga. What's up? Yes, I'm a victim, and I'm here in a position and that you might consider to be a victimized person. Yes, that's me. Yes, I'm still suffering from the transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow, and post-slavery situation. I'm still, and we need to remember this. Remember the past. Yes, we need to be throwing in a face.
But that come with more education, though, Q. Because I don't disagree, bro. I think that's where we at right now, just without the knowledge of, the situation that that they talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll just say we built America, and it's like, what you mean? Well, we built the White House. Some shit like that. I think it's more to these conversations and the way they've approached it and got it in school books and made it an important theme across history and whatnot. I do think we could do the same thing, but that would require people to be more about getting that out. I don't think
Chaz, that's the beauty of America. You don't need nobody to sue nobody. You can literally write the document and file a claim yourself on behalf of black people. You don't need nobody. Literally, the bill, we literally rewrote the same bill last night with ChatGPT. All we need to do is find a motherfucking person in Congress, somebody to submit this shit. Yo, we need you to edit. How much you gonna charge to edit it, boy? Look, let me take y'all out to dinner real quick. Look, we need to resubmit this bill. Matter of fact, we need like 7 of y'all to submit this bill. Let's start plugging the numbers up. Instead of one reparations bill that gets pushed, we need 10 of them shits going in major states, y'all. I'm saying? Let's put the pressure. That's how I understand it.
Right.
Local
That's what it
argument.
is.
Huh?
Yes, that's what it is. I mean, because again, at the end of the day, that's all. That's what it is. And thus far, it's only worked on the smaller level. I'd like to see it work on a state level, and then once it work on a state level, I'd like to see it work on a national level. Okay, but because I'm not against it, I'm just saying like what's working is what's working, and we need to deal with what's working and try to tweak that into working it bigger, making it more inclusive than what it is on the city level.
But this is why I took this approach, because I'm like, you know what? After these couple comments, I'm like, you know what? There's mad people that's working on this right now, and they're making they're getting progress. So instead of me trying to be against it, they're like, let me just support them. And then who's against these people? Let's just start there. Like, we can add different ways of doing it, but let's also identify the people who's against what we got going on right now. And then who do we need as supporters? Because the Jews already figured that out. Like, look, I get the president, I get 3 council people, I get a judge, I get what I want in America. That's how they understood it. Like, look, I got the judge, a banker, and 2, 3, 4 people in Congress. Nigga, I get what I want. It's just that simple. We don't got none of these people. We got a bunch of coons, and then we got some black folks that we can go in. We need to be told, like, no, we got 7 people in Congress. We got 2 judges. We got 17 mayors. You know what I'm saying? We got 4 major billionaires that's fucking with us on reparation. Yeah, we going, and if not, we gonna make some shit happen regardless. But no, we need that bad. Even it don't matter. If you're not gonna tell rich Jews, how much rich Jews are still out here asking for money for motherfucking reparations for the Holocaust. So LeBron James needs reparations. You shitting me? Yeah. Michael Jordan still needs his reparations. Yeah. And that's the energy that got to be across. Because once if you get
this is the other part of it though, but that we never talk about, right? So when they start divvying out money, let's say we finally crossed the finish line as a national argument, and everybody or just a majority, say 80% of us can get it, and they divvy out the checks to close it out, and it's $4,000 a piece. How do we feel about that?
Oh, say it again.
I said when they divvy the checks out, and it's like 4,000, like 4,000 each one of us. How do you feel about that?
I ain't there yet.
Where you get that figure from, bro?
Act too hypothetical, because niggas gonna start arguing, and you gonna have niggas talking about niggas don't deserve money, they can buy Jordans and shit like that. Come on, Taz. You know niggas waiting for that shit. Niggas gonna do nothing but buy Jordans.
No, I'm just being honest, man, about some of this shit I'm seeing that's being given out. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that shit don't meet the threshold for support. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something to think about.
Like, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all might hate me, but I might do a show, white folks and Latinos and Asians for reparations. We need to know who's on our side. I'm just saying. We need to know, like, this lady right here, she's on reparations. She's a Latino pushing for Africans, getting black people in America getting reparations. Mexican. But she's like Taz was saying, the other one, she's like, look, if we want to get something, the blacks got to get it first. Duh.
Mm-hmm. Jill Stein, she was pushing for reparations.
But I think we got to be careful though, calling dude a straight coon though, man. Like I say, man, I think some of that shit's stupid to verbalize it that way in front of a crowd. But I think there's an underlying point there that has some legitimacy, and I do think sometimes we take it away from the ancestors.
Man, that dude is a coon, man.
I don't think nothing that he said was
that nigga who was up there talking about the Edmund Pettus Bridge and shit.
Yeah,
like that nigga energy was wild. It kind of, you know what I'm saying, it was kind of up there, but
He
not
need
just
a visit.
Not,
He need a
man.
visit from Black Team 7. Goddamn it.
I would have lost this, and I ain't gonna lie, I would have lost my cool. I would have spit on somebody. Of hearing that nigga bring up the bridge and reference it as if black people were walking across with flags, holding hands with white people, and we did it. When in actuality we get our ass whooped and shot at and violated by white police officers underneath the color of law, in the pursuit of the same fucking freedom that they lied to us 100 years earlier about. And this is what you use to bring up against Oh, I would have lost it. I ain't gonna lie, I would have lost it.
Yeah, and
Good trouble.
calling out
That's
Colin Kaepernick was crazy. But
That's
I
that
mean,
good trouble.
that's why I always say we need Black Team 7, like SEAL Team 6. We need Black Team 7. Some motherfuckers need a visit, man. A nigga like that, he need a visit, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
See, the context he's speaking in, talking about owing reparations and all that. I don't agree with that dumbass shit. But I'm like, brother, you do know there were white people on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, though, right? You are aware of that.
Yeah.
What the reality is,
we know about that.
All of the reason why
like we can't sit here and lie.
I don't give a fuck about the white people that's there.
Yeah, that
story is bloody.
That's way outside the point of what he was saying. It was.
Yeah, Taz, come on, Taz. The main at this point, you know it better. You know the story better than me. Bloody Sunday. You know that it was literally because of white. All the police officers white.
Right. And that's why I say he undermines himself with the inflammatory part of it and kind of the add-on shit. But I think the foundation of the statement still is respectable, fam. And that's you niggas ain't walked across no Edmund Pettus Bridge, nigga. Watch how you talking about the experience.
He literally told somebody, and bunch of white people, that black people do not deserve reparations.
Right. That's why, bro. That's why I say I don't really agree with how he did it and where he said it. But in terms of the tone of the statement of, nah, y'all niggas take the ancestors' actual experience and try to make it y'all's. You downplay it. You diminish it. It's not your experience. I agree with that.
He took that from white people. That's why I put him up there after that. That's
no,
what white
nigga,
people.
you ain't gotta take that shit from white people. That shit
Taz,
real,
why
bro.
I'm saying it, Taz, why I'm saying
Inherited.
why I'm saying it is we understand what's trying to be said, but that is a white defense for the no reparations. Literally, I can say a bunch of white people who say that.
Man, I ain't even talking about reparations when I'm saying
I
that
didn't
shit.
own
Fuck.
slaves. I didn't own any
I
slaves.
didn't own any slaves. You wasn't
That
there
type of
during
talk.
slavery.
Yeah. Right.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
give
In
a
that
fuck about
sense,
that part of it.
he's using the white people's talking points. If we're talking about celebrating the ancestors, I just said, I'm like, yo, bro, that was in the same way you're saying it.
That's wonderful, bro. Can you acknowledge what I'm saying, though? Niggas need to stop saying it like they were slaves. Nigga, you're not a fucking slave.
No, motherfucker, we not going to acknowledge
He's
that.
not, but trauma's passed down, though, right? Dr.
we
Joy.
not gonna acknowledge that.
So I mean, shit, that's
y'all
inherited
the
trauma.
slaves
We need.
then.
Were any of them motherfucking Jews victims of the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Were any of those Jews victims of Holocaust? Because if they
May
was,
not
they
been
would
literal
already
slaves,
be burned
but-
up, right? When they be ashes if they was a victim of the Holocaust?
We need to recoup. We need to recoup for that trauma.
Okay.
Post-traumatic stress syndrome. We need to recoup for that.
But when it comes to us,
But no,
that's why I played him. That's why I played him.
Arguments, nigga.
That's why I played his video.
The argument was
after the
gone
other white
that
boys.
you making, brother.
No, but it actually happened though, because Taz, you brought it up yourself, bro. The people who pushed for the Japanese reparations 30 years later weren't the same people who experienced the internment camps. It was their kids. Like we could pull up the articles. Like you know that.
Right.
Like
and everything they say is descendant.
You said what?
And if everything they talk about is being descendants,
yeah,
which is all I'm saying that we are. But for some reason, it triggers you. It triggers you to just say you're a descendant. So keep being.
I don't know what that is. That's a part of the
Being a
argument.
slave.
How would that be
Being a
triggering?
slave, and if you don't know why I'm saying that, rewind back 2 minutes.
No, I'm saying that's a part of the argument. It's not that you're currently a slave. The argument is not just you're currently a slave. Hell no. The argument is that yes, you are a descendant.
That nigga just said he was.
Who said that?
Somebody just said that shit. I wasn't paying no
Ain't no
attention.
damn body say there was no damn slave.
Yo, Dad, what are we talking about? I'm confused.
No,
Are we talking about
what
the-
was
are we talking
the
about the
response
black
to me saying you didn't live their experience?
No, that's the different talk. That's a different.
I said they were slaves. You ain't them. You didn't live their experience. That ain't you.
No, but
that's
that's not the argument for reparations, though. Is what I'm
Still, there was no atonement though for that, and their descendants are here, and we need to recoup for that.
Oh man, I got the YN. Man.
Slavery No is only atonement. one event, man. Y'all got to keep in mind it's just one event. Jim Crow, exactly. Mass incarceration. That's another one.
No, but in the reverse, I said what you're saying, but in reverse, based off of him saying that, I feel like he was taking advantage of their actions by trying to say that their actions were for us. I said their actions were for themselves. They were living, they were surviving, and they were doing what they had to do. White folks was violating those people.
I wouldn't say none of that. I would argue to him. I would argue to him that the Japanese set the precedent when they
because he said that they was doing all of this. Every single thing was done for you. They crossed the river for you. They held the flag for you. And it's like, hold on, bro. They did that for themselves, respectfully. And that carries weight to us as the descendants of that. But why are you telling people that that's something I saw it in what he was saying in the same way you're saying it, Ted, but I'm seeing it from his perspective. Like, why would you just tell people that they all did this for them? Like, they were prosecuted. You're trying to make their actions a reason why the person can't talk. No, the fact that they had to do those actions is the reason why we're discussing reparations.
Right.
That's
right.
the fact.
To an extent. Because like I say, for real, the slavery umbrella that's used is kind of the reason why that's not the reason. I say there's an umbrella of slavery over reparations, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then at times you'll begin to tone it down or move it into Jim Crow. But
make
these
that
are
argument for him,
bro.
To make that argument for him, that's why I said he was doing a typical political gaslight. He said reparations, instead of acknowledging the argument in the specific reparations claim, even in his own state, then stating the issues he has with it, he just threw their whole document away and said, these niggas died for you in Alabama. What the fuck they got to do with North Carolina?
Nah, well, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. That still matter for North Carolina. That was like, that's a Bloody Sunday is a historical event that we all need to be aware of, bro. I don't
But
think
in
it
North
not
Carolina,
matters.
there's already specific reparation claims being made locally and statewide.
Right. But I'm just in terms of a historical moment, though, because again, I think he did too much, but still, there's that point. I'll stand on it. You niggas wasn't slaves. Stop taking their experience and making it yours.
Hey, I would have told him more people
the Holocaust survivors.
More
According
people
to the Holocaust
after
survivors,
slavery during slavery, yo.
I'm gonna use the language that I just learned today. What's the language they said on the Holocaust website? We are responsible.
We putting something on paper. Yeah, I mean, if we putting something on paper,
that's gonna be my new statement from now on. I'm gonna use that one going forward. Like that's gonna when they say that to me, like, no, I am the descendant, which makes me responsible for the rehabilitation and the what was that word? What it said? We got
I'm all for putting it on paper. Like I ain't against putting it on paper, but I'm saying in conversation though, in discussion, you talking to me. It ain't no we was enslaved. No, the fuck we wasn't. No, my ancestors were enslaved, and I'm gonna give them that benefit of being the slave that I'm not. The fuck, we're different in that regard.
Just as bad as that nigga, though.
No, but it don't even got much to do with that part. It's more so about.
You know what pissed me off too? This shit says the government of the United States also has chosen to shine a bright light upon the singular catastrophe that was the Holocaust by ensuring that young people are educated about what Nazis did and how they did it and why. That bothers me, bro. Fuck, I'm gonna go. That I ain't gonna lie. That right there, that's triggering for me. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
So what you know what bothers me though about that is I think if we start looking at some of the like the Black History Month language and shit like that, you think it's similar or distant from that?
What do you mean? Like in the sense
Like
okay.
in the sense of we getting behind the education of this group of people, and we're gonna throw some money behind it.
Nigga,
We're gonna
that's
commercialize.
masking. Yeah, that's masking trying to repair what
If
happened.
it was explicit, like Black History Month, I'd really give a rat's ass nigga with a check.
It's because that's
like they've commercialized it though. You know what I'm saying? And so they've commercialized it without paying. They've spread quote unquote
like Juneteenth.
awareness.
Like Juneteenth. Niggas
Right.
had Juneteenth shirts for sale at Walmart. It was like, oh my goodness, bro, this is crazy.
Yeah, and the marketing is about a part of getting away from the monetary reparations. That when you start to promote, like, yo, look, you got the Black History Month for the whole month. You got Martin Luther King, you got a federal holiday. Look, all of that stuff is going around a monetary reparations, and then the marketing of it is a part of getting around it and not having people approach it. But again, it was in 2008 where the U.S. House of Representatives unanimously apologized for slavery and Jim Crow laws. Like once they did that, it was something that sparked something in everybody else. Like, hold on, this is the government's acknowledgement of the role that they played, and that's all the way in the 2000s. So without that, when you get that acknowledgement all the way in the 2000s, then that means you don't have to go all the way back to slavery and you weren't a part of slavery. The government is acknowledging the fact that yes, even after slavery, they would still had a foot in people's asses.
Yeah, definitely agree with that.
I'm going to play something very might think of.
Whoa.
Somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended. Somebody had to walk through Jim Crow.
See, that's what I'm saying, bro.
That's when you tell them that's why we got epigenetics to this day.
I ain't gonna let that's really your Taz. That's the type of shit they used to tell me with eating pork. Remember with pork, they be like your great grandmother used to eat pork for you. What?
No, hold on, Q, because look, I'm saying it like this. If we take the energy out of it though, bro, because for real, it's a negative overtone to that, bro. Like, I don't think that's much different than somebody saying, hey, look, your ancestors went through Jim Crow for you. And I think if you're saying it in a respectable way, you get a respectable response. I don't hear much different, bro. Like, I know the energy is wild, but how is that those first two statements? You telling me you ain't heard that before, bro?
But nobody used it as an anti-reparation argument, though.
But they didn't go through it for us.
Hold on, Taz. Nobody used it as an anti-reparation argument.
But you can't say he's lying, though, bro.
No, he is lying because they didn't go through it for us. They went through it because that's what the government put down.
Like, that's what the government did.
Even
Wait,
okay,
they didn't have no choice.
We can say it positive. Well, you know, Martin Luther King. They marched for us to be able to vote, and they okay, cool. But you're not using it as an anti-reparation. He using all of that shit as an anti-reparation argument. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, but that's the part of it I'm not trying to get to, bro. That's why I said if we just deal with them first two statements. You know what I'm saying? We ain't dealing with
fucking with us, Tez. Quit fucking with us, man. You know better. You know better, nigga.
Yo, remember the inject epigenetics right there when they say that. They
them
went
first
through
two
it.
statements, I done heard them before, bro. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna pretend like I ain't heard them before. It's his energy that's
No, we
wild.
can't say that. Yeah, we know we hear that, but not. We never heard it as an anti. I've never heard it as an anti-reparation argument.
No, he put the negative spin on that shit, bro. That's why I know what you mean, bro. He put a hell of a spin on it, but I don't think you can just ignore the point, though, bro. That's a fact, bro. Like if it's said a different way, we would agree. And so that's the only reason.
That's because we used to that type of rhetoric, but they didn't go through that because they wanted to go through that. They went through that because they had to, because there was literal laws that were put in place that if you didn't go through that, then you was probably going to end up on the worst end of the stick than just going through what you were going through.
Wait, we talking about the Pettis Bridge, though. They ain't have to do that.
Well, who ain't had to do the go through what on the bridge?
The people who did that, like any of the people who were out marching and putting their life on the line and whatnot, they didn't have to do that.
No, they had
Like
to do that in order to cause change because the government wasn't going to change nothing for them. Like,
well, I would agree with that point, but I'm saying
no, but
they
that's what I'm
still,
saying. Overall, when you're going through
right.
Jim Crow, is because you have to, because on the other end of the stick,
Right, I
I
agree with that point, but you know, he was specifically talking about the Pettis Bridge at some point in that because I think he started off without.
He did ramble off a couple of different things, and you don't necessarily have to go out on a march, but again, what's on the opposite end of that spectrum is worse. So they almost force your hand. So it's not necessarily that not that you didn't have a choice, but the choices that was there almost led you to a situation where there is no choice. I either got to do this or deal with what's on the other end of the spectrum.
I don't know, but sometimes it's just hard to decipher the appreciation for what would be considered those ancestors. It's not always obvious. Maybe I'm not saying that right.
And you in terms of the acknowledgement, like we only got 1 month for Black History Month and we got Martin Luther King Day. So in terms of acknowledgement, yes, but at the end of the day, that's not on white people's responsibility. That's on us.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's on them, bro. They never if a woman get raped, right?
Oh man.
Hold on, I'm saying like in terms of crime. Listen. If you are traumatized, there has to be some form of therapy. They never offered no therapy, nothing. This is the same reason why Q getting triggered. Is the same. Yeah. We're born with these triggers, bro. That shit is real. Post-traumatic slave syndrome is real. So all of the things that he pointing out is why we need, like, who's gonna pay for our therapy right now? Who's gonna help us break these generational curses to our children? You know what I'm saying?
Taz is stupid, man.
That's why you got me here to give out the free therapy.
Man, so you think the government should pay for mass therapy in the Black community?
They have to set up a place where we can heal. They're not providing an atmosphere. They're creating an atmosphere that doesn't change anything. A perpetual marginalized underclass.
Oh, nah, niggas is gonna have to go to the hospital, man. We gonna get this case and this claim right. Everybody up here gotta get a PTSD case.
Yeah, PTSD. Yeah, everybody gotta get.
All gotta get cases. Marley, we need cases on all of us.
I told y'all that's why I became a licensed clinical. That's why I
wake up and I be seeing KKK people. I don't know what's going on. I want to black the fuck. Yeah, we need that on paper, Marley.
Yeah, nah, I got y'all, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, nah, I mean, y'all playing around. See how y'all trolling and playing around. But now, hold on a second, though. Look,
I ain't playing.
That shit, right? Well, no, you're not playing, but you're not serious either, nigga. Now listen, when that IC3 was on here that night. Now listen, Marley, because I don't know if y'all was here. I know Mig was here. When that IC3 nigga was here that night, and he started talking about having that diagnosis that he has that gets him a check. Shit, didn't nobody expound upon that shit but me, fam.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Nah, I agree. I'm diagnosed with PTSD and I get a check every month.
But nah, it wasn't no PTSD.
You know the term going postal?
Huh?
Yeah, I did a video about it.
You know, my parents were from the first 2 people to go postal in America. They've been retired since '84. Literally, my pops walked in the post office, tried to kill his manager. My mom tried to walk in, try to kill the manager. And then they would talk to their lawyers like, hold up, y'all made me want to kill my lawyer, kill my manager.
I wonder if they in my content, bro. I did a video about that. I have to pull it up and see, bro. That's crazy.
Yo,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it sounds like something, but
it was like a 12-year period. Yeah.
If transgenders could come into mental health clinics offices and get diagnosed so they could get transgender changes, it shouldn't be a reason on why Black people can't get diagnosed in America or in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? And they be because they doing that for gay people, right? They could come, they could get diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and then they could go take the documents and then go take it, and that's how they get they shit changed.
So I mean, yeah, that's the argument.
Yeah, so if gay people could do that, if transgenders are able to do that, right? We should be able to Go see a mental health clinic counselor, you know what I'm saying, or whatever social worker or whatever, get diagnosed. They do it for the people in the military. If you get diagnosed with any type of PTSD or any disorder, you get a check every month.
Thank you, my brother. That's what we got to do. As a collective, we all got to put it on the record somehow. Go see some type of doctor and say, look, I got this. You got to describe epigenetic symptoms. You know what
Let's all start tomorrow.
Yeah.
All of us got to do it. That way we can go.
Right. We all got to do it. Yeah. Nah, for real. Everything got to do collectively. I know. Yeah, I know sometimes we talk about the individualism, but if we individually do things that we supposed to do, collectively it'll be a group thing.
Bro, fuck all that, bro. When y'all booking y'all sessions, bro.
Yo, don't let them gaslight us.
I already went through
they're gonna try to
therapy.
gaslight us by saying, "Why y'all gotta be professional victims?" Yes, we're victims. Like you.
No. The people in the military. Listen. The people in the military do it all the time.
Yeah, I went to see a therapist on my own, $190 an hour for about a year and a half straight.
Then they go, oh, disability checks and all of that.
Right. Yeah, getting disability checks and all of that. So
I ain't go for none of that.
Yeah, so I'm a veteran, because I'm a veteran too, brother Jabal. So that's how I know. So that's if the veterans, if we could do it, right? And that's one of the reasons too why I went. If we could do it, then why can't black people do it?
Niggas is whole veterans.
That shit is expensive, Marlon.
Every time I see a cop, I get scared for no
reason. You're a United States veteran?
Yeah.
This nigga Taz is triggering this nigga triggering people. Son. How you doing that, bro?
And you don't get no smoke for your contribution to white supremacy globally?
Hell no, Marley went for the hustle. He ain't go for the flag.
Man, Marley be on this motherfucker every night, right? But that's what I'm saying. That's not cooning or any of that. I'm trying to see.
It's about you taking advantage of your resources. I'm here to take advantage. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think.
Yo, I respect him that he fought for us, man.
That nigga ain't bust a shot, man. That nigga was chilling, nigga. That nigga swabbed the deck, nigga. What do you mean? That nigga wanted to come home.
I made it possible for y'all niggas to be up. I made it possible for y'all niggas to be up here on the panel and talk the shit that y'all talk.
Man,
Marley, you was trying to come home, son. Let the niggas know. You was trying to get your ass back to Brooklyn. Stop.
Nah, I ain't going front. I ain't going front. And I did really just go in there just to get my shit up. Like
exactly, nigga. That's why you ain't never catch no flack. You ain't come home no red-blooded American. Nigga, you came home trying to take advantage of everything that they fucking provided for the people who served.
Yeah, I did.
But he's not considered contributing to the imperialism.
Shit, we all are. If you buying Nike,
if you paying taxes,
all of that shit, man. You ain't getting around that shit in America.
You can't get around that shit. If you got a business, you taking out a loan and anything, you contribute.
That shit been a hustle in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm out. I got what I needed to get. Niggas got to break out. Some niggas can't stand. They got niggas inside of it that's staying 20 years. They got motherfuckers inside of the military who's scared to come out because they don't feel like they're going to succeed without the military. Niggas inside of there right now, no matter what race they are. Right now,
you can arguably say that you wouldn't have had to join that military if they didn't kidnap your ancestors.
Right.
You trying to defend the land of your people's living on.
And I sure, and they pay for my school, everything. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, if that nigga Marley don't go over there and destroy niggas, she gonna be mad expensive over here. And who the fuck is Latin Pain, B? Who is you? Himself. I ain't mean to say it like that.
This nigga's stupid.
Yo, Latin Pain, you backstage. I don't know who you are. You got to turn on your camera before we let you on the stage.
That was crazy though, man.
Yeah, I was.
I know, my fault. I'm apologizing.
But I get Taz. You know, Taz is from the old school and all. He's an older dude. You know, he come from that era.
Yeah, that's a direct shot.
We was talking about reparations and all that.
So it don't really. I wasn't trying to take a shot at you. I was just saying it don't really fit. That's just your perspective and your point of view, and I get it.
And no disrespect, Latin Pain. We talking about reparations and people.
Yeah, it's so good. It's a good listen. You heard? I ain't a hater.
Oh, you aggressive. I like that. Where you from? New York City?
I'm from the Bronx.
Oh, bring on the Fat Joe conversation.
Harlem niggas sound alike.
Here come the Fat Joe conversations. Let's do it.
Nah. You can leave Fat Joe at home right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build off what y'all building off.
That's a fact. All right, we good with that, brother. We talking
We
about
building off of Pan-Africanism in the United States military.
Yes, sir. I'm just listening. You heard? I just thought it was. I was listening in the back. I said, maybe I learned something. You heard?
all right, when you
How do
saying you
you
heard,
feel
yeah, you
about
definitely Brooklyn
how do
out.
you feel about
I mean,
how do you
New
feel
York.
about black men who serve in the United States government's military?
My personal opinion, you know what I'm saying, as a Boricua from the Bronx, you heard, and growing up, and my grandfather was a historian, to be honest with you, I never felt like the American government was for blacks or Latinos.
What is a Boricua? I'm sorry, I'm not from
Boricua.
New York.
Borica's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, Boricua is the real name, not the colonizer name for Boricans. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? You a perfect example of what I was talking about the other day in terms of me and Taz was talking. That's the brother you was just talking to, and I was telling him how a lot of people of Latin heritage or Hispanic heritage within that area that you talking about sort of related to the black people's plight in terms of we all in the ghetto and we all got to worry about police, and then that's a part of how somebody like yourself ends up over here.
That's a fact. That's a fact. A lot of people, when they talk about what they call Puerto Ricans, you know what I'm saying? I don't really subscribe to, I use the word too, but I really subscribe to Borinquen. Right? But a lot of people, when they talk about us, you know what I'm saying, especially nowadays, and I don't really want to get too into it, they leave out our history too, you know what I'm saying? And our culture, even in Puerto Rico, is African. You know what I mean?
There you go. I mean, I try to tell them. There you go, Ted. I try to tell you this is it. This is what I was trying to tell you in a physical representation.
So like for instance, right, the Roman Catholic Spaniards, you know what I'm saying, had traveled to places like Nigeria, Ethiopia, you know what I'm saying, back in the 1500s, and picked up slaves to go to Puerto Rico, which they called it Puerto Rico because they thought they got rich off the land. You know what I'm saying? They grew up, those African peoples from Yoruba tribes, and studied practitioners of Ifa to pick sugarcane and gold.
Before we do, because so are you not black?
Yes, I'm very much black.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, because that's what I didn't know. So is that what Boricua mean?
No, Boricua. See, the island of Puerto Rico's original name was Borinquen, and the people that lived on that land, you know what I'm saying, were Taino with the Tainos, you heard, and the Arawaks, before the Spaniards came with the African slaves. You know what I'm saying?
So, and brother, you might want to let them know that it's more so like you identify as black. Like if somebody
I'm more
asks
so asking about now.
Yeah, you identify as black. Like, yo, I identify like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like y'all.
Well, you see, like if you look at my family, right? If you look at our people, you know what I'm saying, people from Atorrey, you know what I'm saying, La Pela, Louisa,
that's in PR.
You know what I'm saying? If you look at a lot of these areas, right, and you go actually mingle around there, you're going to see they're still eating a lot of old school African foods. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our food come from Africa. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our ways. You know what I'm saying? We wear dreadlocks.
So why is your name Latin Pain and not African Pain?
Well, when I was incarcerated in Comstock Correctional Facility, I was a prison rapper.
He was up top.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been up top 3 times, and
top,
you know what I'm
baby,
saying? But not to glorify that, what happened was a Muslim brother gave me that name. I used to rap in prison. I was like the jail rapper. You know what I'm saying? I was one of the artists in the facility that used to just spit bars all the time. So one day at the gate, I was on my gate. My brother Ty Black from Brooklyn used to do the beats on the wall, and I used to rhyme. And one day this Muslim brother was like, yo, shorty spit that Latin pain. Shorty spit that Latin pain. So I thought it was catchy. So I turned it into a group. You know what I'm saying? And then it just wound up being my name.
But you could also speak to brother. You could also speak to the difference between you and other. Hold up, Marty G's, because he could speak to the separation in terms of not all Puerto Ricans think like him. There's a separation, and there's a Puerto Rican
Well, that's why I tell a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Anybody could be a Puerto Rican. You heard? Anybody could be a Puerto Rican, but is you a Boricua? You know what I'm saying?
Talk
That's the
about it.
difference. You know, the Boricua is very, very proud of our heritage. You know what I'm saying? From the Abisu Campo days to the Julio Conrado Vizcarrondo days, you know what I'm saying? To the Lolita Lebrons, you know what I mean?
So if you use, so basically, bro, if you use the N word, like if you ran around and you like, yo, what up, my nigga? You never use it in a disparaging way.
No, sir. I'm a product of my environment. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
So,
okay.
I speak the language of my village. You know what I mean? That's all I
Yeah,
know.
I got you. I mean, yeah, no, because we had a discussion not too long ago about how, you know, the African American allows Boricua to use the N word, even though it can be taken in a disparaging way. Or
A lot of people fail to realize, though, it's not about with all due respect, in New York City, it's not about if you African American or not. You know what I'm saying? It's about if you outside or not. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be a dweeb, let's say, you know what I'm saying, a nerd, let's say. It just don't sound right coming from certain people. You know what I mean? They might get checked. You feel me? But if you hood, you hood. It don't matter what you is. You know what I'm saying? New York is just different. I don't know why people seem to make it so far-fetched that a group of different nationalities live in a melting pot and things happen together. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, right? I'm from 188 from Webster. You know what I'm saying? Originally, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the most African American neighborhoods you could find in the Bronx. You feel me? So when I was growing up, I ain't know no difference, but I ain't know I wasn't black. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at me, bro. You heard? Like, I ain't know I wasn't black growing up. I ain't even know you was black. I just knew that you was my neighbor. You feel me? So growing up, I ain't know the difference. You feel me? And kids really don't know the difference. It's when we get older and people start, I'm saying, getting all types of different informations from here, there, and everywhere, that they start to lose their human form a little bit and think they're intellectuals for some reason. I don't subscribe to that, man. I think it is what it is. Let it be what it was. So when I was growing up, you couldn't tell me I wasn't black. Yeah, I know. And then you couldn't tell me I wasn't Boricua. You know what I'm saying? You could just tell me I was from 188 or not. You feel me? We just rep our neighborhood. You feel me? So then we moved to Decatur Avenue, where it was predominantly Latino. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Puerto Ricans, what you call Puerto Ricans, right? Boricuas. So when we moved to Decatur Ave, that's when I really kind of got a little flavor of the Latin culture, you know what I'm saying, which was hip hop. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know nothing else. You know, we even subscribed to certain forms of Southside, you know, being hip hop. It's a way of life. You know, a lot of people talk about hip hop more as a genre than as a culture. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool, but we got to keep it real, son. It's a way of life. You know, a genre is something you do, something you know what I'm saying, the things you read, the things you listen to, you know what I mean? The art forms, you know what I'm saying, that you practice. But a culture is a way of life. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different field.
But see, I don't. So I guess my question would be like, are you dark skinned?
You didn't see me just now?
He turned his camera on.
Hold on. That's funny you asked that. You heard?
I wasn't paying no attention if you is. I was just more so.
So I'm gonna show you right now, son. I'm gonna show you right now, son. I just didn't do my fro. You heard? But hold on.
But nah. Okay, so yeah, so like for example, the other quote unquote Puerto Ricans, it seemed like the colorism issue is a thing, and for that reason, I've always thought, you know what I'm saying, that they weren't black. They don't seem to like
you know what's the sad part?
Than black,
you know,
right? You understand what I'm
you know
saying?
what?
No, they seem to be Puerto Rican.
Well,
and
you
not
gotta understand. You gotta understand that. You know what I'm saying? Some of us, you know, there's colorism even on the island of Puerto Rico, just like there's colorism even in the African American communities here in the States. You know what I mean? I always tell people this, right? There's a village idiot in every village, bro. You understand what I'm saying? I don't care about your color, black. You heard? I just know who I be. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know, peep the fro, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? This original black man right here, son.
Like they tell you they're Puerto Rican. They don't tell you anything about being African or any of that. Most Puerto Ricans that I've ever dealt with, I only know they're Puerto Rican because that's what they lead with. They don't
Well, you
talk
see, there
about.
was some divides even way back then, right? Like you had the Spaniards come in, and they only wanted to deal with the Spaniards. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the Tainos and the Africans really integrated more than the Spaniards would rock with us. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. You heard the Spaniards was rapists. You know what I'm saying? Even from Christopher Columbus, Ponce de Leon, these were horrible people. You feel me? That's why we don't really like when somebody call me a Spanish nigga. Oh, you're Spanish. I don't know. I don't subscribe to being a Spanish anything. You know what I'm saying? Spanish is the language, not the people. You know what I'm saying? Just like here in America, they took the language from the black man. You know what I'm saying? They did the same things to us, bro. The same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and so I hear you, but I'm gonna be honest with you though. When you kind of talk, there's kind of like an extra Spanish thing on your accent, which would probably
That's
need
called
some.
the Bronx, New York. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't do nothing about that. You feel me?
But now it's a Spanish, the little Spanish part of it. When you said Boricua, there was some
Boricua.
Spanish in that. Yeah, there's some Spanish in
Yeah,
that.
because that was the language. That was the language that our people were forced to use. You know, like for instance, a lot of things were taken away from us, like our practices, like Ifa. You know what I'm saying? Is how you get Santeria, right? The Roman Catholic Spaniards, when they got us all on the island together, they told the Tainos that they couldn't be hippies or however they lived back then with the nature, and they told the Africans that they couldn't practice Ifa. You know what I'm saying? And we had to learn their language, and their language was Spanish. So that's just what happened to us. You know what I'm saying? Just like here in the States, a lot of African tribes and a lot of people that came through, you know what I'm saying, from Africa was robbed for their language too, except for the Geechee. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. You know, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I just came up like that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make this world. They put me in the mother flower. You feel me?
And you can also
consider yourself black?
Excuse me?
I was just saying, do you consider? Now, one more question. Do you consider yourself black?
Proudly.
Hell yeah.
Okay, because I thought you said that earlier. Okay.
Yeah, he did. But you could also speak to, bro, that there's people who have your complexion who don't subscribe to being black or nothing like that, bro.
And that's because they don't know who they is. And a lot of people don't know who they is. You know what I'm saying?
So it's not necessarily skin color, it's more so about the way you were raised, and if you accept that in the proximity to black people. And like that's why he was talking about the Bronx and certain areas in the Bronx, 183rd and Webster and
188th.
188th, pardon me. You know I'm always 183rd, you heard?
Yo, my mom's is my father's originally from 188th, and he's still there to this day, right? And my mom's is from 183rd. You know what I'm saying? So we moved all over the Bronx. You know, me personally, my story just starts on Webster Avenue. You know what I mean? And that's why it's so sad today, like with social media and everything you be hearing, and you know what I'm saying, all these conversations. And you know what I'm saying, to some of us, bro, it's the worst conversation in the world because we never seen none of that. You know, I never in my life, you know, I hear people tell certain stories about how Latinos didn't want their kids to rock with the black brothers and this, that, and the third.
Yeah,
and it was vice versa. I promise you there was a black mother somewhere didn't want her kids with Spanish people once upon a time. But that's just called the village idiot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because kids don't be knowing nothing until you teach them that. And I was never taught that, son. You heard my grandfather was from
or Puerto Rico? Was you born here or in Puerto Rico?
I was born in North Central Hospital in the Bronx. I've been to Puerto Rico. I've been to Puerto Rico one time and I was little, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on over there. All I could tell you is here in the Bronx, New York, and in the States here in America, I could just talk about that. You feel me? Like as far as my experience goes, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm trying to say is with all these topics and Fat Joe this and Puerto Ricans was but they don't realize that a lot of things transpire to become a culture, bro, and a lot of different people. Not no one person makes a culture, bro. Not no one neighborhood makes a culture. It takes people, you know what I'm saying? So when I was growing up, all I saw was people, whether they were black or Puerto Rican, which was the majority of us. I ain't see nothing else, bro. You was either real or you wasn't. You was either down or you wasn't. You was either the street nigga or you was in the house. You know what I'm saying? I ain't know all that other shit really existed because we didn't come up like that.
So look, so you consider yourself a descendant of slaves, though, right?
That's a whole fact.
Right, and so
I consider myself a Nigerian. I consider myself a Nigerian captured by the Spaniards, sent to the Tainos.
Yeah, They seem to have some smoke for you in the chat that they expect me to have for you. I don't. You know.
Well. Remember, man, YouTube is a troll nation. You know what I'm saying? I don't really pay attention to what people say in the chat. So they wasting their time if they talking to me. I'm talking to y'all brothers. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Yeah, no,
I think
you got,
there's
and that's smart too, because again, I was kind of trying to explain to people when you from outside of the city, it's definitely you explained that it's definitely something difficult to grasp when you outside of the city.
Yo, you think about this real quick, right? Yo, if y'all ever watched the show, the documentary called Rubble Kings, right? You ever watch Rubble Kings?
Have I? Nah.
You got to watch Rebel Kings, and that's going to show you how integrated we really are. You see, a lot of people forget. You know what I'm saying? Listen. I'm not here to argue with nobody. I refuse. You know what I'm saying? I ain't your enemy. If anybody think I'm the enemy, they don't know who the enemy is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying this to say this, man. My family's been in the Bronx, New York City since 1943. You heard? Since 1943, my peoples, my family, my grandparents, my moms, you know what I'm saying? All of us, we don't know nothing but the Bronx. You feel me? Since 1943. But Puerto Ricans been citizens of the United States since 1917. You understand what I'm saying? And we fought. There was a Boricua that fought for every civil rights movement in every. We come from abolitionists. You got to look up Pedro Albizu Campos. Yes, sir. You got to look up Pedro Albizu Campos. My family, my last name is Vizcarrondo, right? Which is a Spaniard name, right? And that was because we were slaves, you heard? If you read up on Julio Coronado Vizcarrondo, you'll see that his family was slave owners of Nigerian people, my people. You heard? And what happened was, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to show you what a Boricua really is, how we really get there. What happened was when his parents, with their old school thinking ways, they were getting old. They wanted to pass the slaves on to him. He freed everybody. And then he went on a world tour to France, to Germany, to London, to wherever he saw that there was any kind of oppression of black people. They fought against it. The Albizu Camposes, the Lolita Lebrons, the Julio Conados, you know what I'm saying? So when I see this new stuff, if you look at the Rebel Kings, you'll see how integrated we are. We are a lot of Boricuas. I'm not talking about Puerto Ricans. Shout out to Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? If they don't subscribe to what I'm saying, that's cool. You ain't do your homework. But us that have done our homework and know who we really are, know that we ain't never had no problem being black.
Damn, you dropped the mic, I guess.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro. Like I said,
Oh,
I got
nah.
no pushback for you.
That's all.
Hey, yo, brother, Latin Pain, do you believe we deserve reparations?
I believe you deserve everything you fight for, brother. You heard?
That's
what I
you,
believe.
though? You believe your peoples are entitled?
Well, us coming from PR, you know what I'm saying? Us coming from PR, if you're asking me if a Boricua deserves American reparations, I'm not sure, man. I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? I think that's for the African American brothers and what they went through here. But what we went through in PR, we'll never get anything in return. You know what I'm saying? And we've been fighting for the whole time that we've been an island, bro.
That's a U.S. territory, though, so I would think that
It's
we
a
have a
U.S.
lot in common.
It's a U.S. territory, but not like over here. You know what I'm saying? It's a commonwealth, right? And what happened was Mario Munoz Marin folded. You know how many Boricuas in the island of Puerto Rico don't want to be a part of the United States and been fighting for liberation since 1917? You know what I'm saying? We don't. A lot of Boricuas on the island right now. You ask them, they don't want nothing to do with America. That was Mario Munoz Marin that thought that the country's failing and all. They came and raped us. They came and robbed us. When America came, they took a prayer ground called Vieques, you heard, and they turned it into a bomb testing site. They sterilized our people so we don't have babies no more. They they did all types of scientific projects on us and all types of shit, and they disguised it like it was free healthcare or whatever. Got you in there and gave you sterilization shots and shit. You know what I'm saying? So like America did us really dirty too. You know what I'm saying? We're not always happy. A lot of us don't subscribe. As a matter of fact, in 1954, Lolita Lebron and Liberation brothers ran up in the White House and shot it up. Nobody talks about that. They try to bury us like they try to bury a lot of people's history. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when we see it happening in between us, that's why we be feeling a certain way. Like, damn, son, I'll fight for you right now, son. You know what I'm saying? That's in my blood to fight for you. That's in my blood to fight for all African and melanated people. But people don't understand us. They think that we just Spanish people. Yo, I hate being called a Spanish nigga. When I was locked up, niggas be like, you're a Spanish kid. Nigga, I'm not the Spanish kid. I'm the African kid that they forced Spanish language upon. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no fucking Spaniard.
I respect
But,
that.
all right, so, but what
Just
about?
for the record, though, bro, it was the Capitol, though. The U.S.
Excuse me,
Capitol.
sir?
He ran up in the Capitol.
Oh, that's what's up.
But what about? I think so the thing with Puerto Rico, you got black Puerto Ricans and you got white ones.
That's a fact.
And then they get lumped together, and then there's not enough pushback. Which I know the black Puerto Ricans are really small in population anyway.
And that's that. Those that look like Europeans, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them, you know, they just ride with us, you know what I'm saying, on the African side of things, you know what I'm saying, because they proud of the island itself, right? But there are times where you find, you know what I'm saying, blonde hair, blue eyed Puerto Ricans that won't even rock with me, bro. Listen, I'll tell you a story, right? I was in Kissimmee, Florida. You heard? Around the time when they had that hurricane and all that, and there was a big wave of mad Puerto Ricans just coming, you know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of well-to-do, you know what I'm saying? It's really not racism. A lot of times I attribute it to classism, right? But since I was from the Bronx, you know what I'm saying, certain areas, I was too black for those Puerto Ricans, and I was too Spanish, quote unquote, for some black brothers. I said, I'm going back to the Bronx, man. Fuck this place. That's just how I felt at the time. Excuse my language.
Yo,
But
your
you know
name
what I
would be
mean?
doper if it was Latin X, Pain. Latin X.
Because a lot of people don't realize, though, that colorism and racism, it comes from everybody, bro. Some more than others. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times that's not even really the issue. It'd be like a geographical thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like when I went to the South, like I told you, I was too black for the Latinos, and I was too Latin for the black brothers, and the white people looked at me like, "What the fuck is that?" You know what I'm saying? So it's a village idiot everywhere, bro. You heard? I feel like this, bro. You either real or you not. You know what I'm saying? If I could take you to the Rumble, I'll take you. If I can't, you stay your ass home. You know what I mean? So just my personal opinion, it's sad, you know what I'm saying, what's going on right there with all of that. You know? Shout out to all y'all sectors and all y'all sets and all that. I'm not mad at nobody. Shout out to all the power groups. You know what I'm saying? But we be always hoodwinked and bamboozled. There's so many infiltrators. Snakes wear a smile. You understand what I'm saying? We be getting lost in translation with a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, facts, B. I agree with you.
You know what I mean? So much information that's unnecessary.
I think this is the perfect era. Like, yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I love people, bro. Like, I love my people. Like, y'all, we got niggas from all over on the panel right now, bro. Like, I don't know how people would be mad against that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could push reparations, we could push the black conversation, we can connect, we could do progressive. I don't know how people don't see it that way, bro. Like, this is that's how I be looking at it. Like, the connectivity to people, the consistent connectivity to black people that want to be about pushing black people. Oh, that's
Yo, think about the youth right now. You know how much of a majority of the youth today is mixed. Look at the K Flocks and all these drill rapping kids. You know what I'm saying? They look at us like we the birds now because we talking too much. You know what I mean? We got all this information, but nothing coming out of it.
Oh, nah, we got shit popping over here though.
I'm not saying you per se. I'm just saying in general as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been subscribed to Q Butter for a couple years now. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, you know, I'm not the most favorite person on the YouTube because I refuse to be manipulated. You know what I'm saying? So when you're not easy to manipulate, they see you as a problem. You feel me? I don't know who to be but me.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I don't know though, bro. Like I say, I think if
Somebody getting on a 2 train right now.
If you don't want to be considered like Spanish or black people to look at you as pushing Spanish or something else first, then you probably shouldn't call yourself Latin Pain, because that was my first assumption, was that you was,
Well,
you know, you was kind
maybe
of
that,
your Latino
maybe,
heritage first type
maybe
shit.
before you, and with all due respect, that's one of the things that we all do, right? It's human nature, man. We be assuming. You feel me? We be assuming. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no,
You don't know
that's
how I
why
got
I
it.
asked her.
But
But that's
hold
why
on, hold on. I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is, maybe if people want to know about Boricuas, you know what I'm saying, and all that, maybe they should do their homework on that. Maybe Latin Pain shouldn't have to tell you. If you got a
Nah,
question
but no,
about the
but
body, do your homework.
it ain't that
I
though. It's
mean,
just the sense
Brian,
of like if you
so
saying that you're Nigerian and descendant of African, then you also recognize that the word Latin is some shit that they put on top of, you know, people over there as a further colonial like label, and that separates you from the black conversation, because it's like you
Yes,
part
I
of the.
understand that.
But that's why he's saying that to you.
Yeah, I
right,
could
so right,
respect
there
that.
ain't no point in researching no Boricua though. It's for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna act like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just tell you for real. I don't know shit about y'all because I'm not from there,
There might
and I don't care about any of that.
there might be a brother listening right now that's gonna say, yo, what's this kid talking about, and look into it himself, and he may feel that, yo, we just the same people. The only difference between all of us is for the most part what boat you was on, where the boat landed, and who was driving that boat, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, man. That's just, you know what I'm saying? If you do your research on history and all that, you feel me? We all came from somewhere else and wound up here, and however we got here is however we landed here. You know what I mean? And what they did to the African American brothers here in the States is the same spit that they did to the African brothers on the island of Puerto Rico, bro. They even used to brand us, you know what I'm saying, and brand you like a horse, bro, with their name on your back or shoulder or your neck. You know what I'm saying? Just to say, yeah, we own this mother flower. You feel me? And that's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
So when people
So
say,
what?
yo, the Spanish,
I mean, it just boiled down to that question though, man. Because like you asked it, but I don't know a lot of Puerto Ricans, and the ones I've ever met, they've never considered themselves black. So that's, you know what I'm saying, that's more so would be my kind of like, when you say they ignorant, it's like, yeah, but all of them, you know what I'm saying?
well,
Like,
so many brothers. You're like, for instance, right? You got the term FBA, right? But the other day
yeah.
I asked a black man. I said, yo, brother, you ever heard of the FBA? He said no. I said, the Foundation of Black Americans. He said no. I said, how long you been black? He said, my whole life. You know what I mean? So sometimes people are not looking for the most people. Why you think you got leaders and followers? There's less leaders than followers.
Yeah, no doubt.
As the world turns, through life we learn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but still, like I say, in terms of how most Puerto Ricans present themselves, I would just say they present themselves as Latin something, and there's no implication of them being black. So I think it, like, because you kind of lead that way, you
Well,
know
I
what I'm saying?
apologize. I apologize. No disrespect. You said
I ain't no,
most.
I don't feel no disrespect, bro. I'm
I
like, I'm just,
appreciate that. You
I just
said no,
didn't
no. I'm
know.
just. It just
I
something
ain't
caught
never
my
met
attention.
but no, bro, I
It's
ain't
just
never
that
met a quote unquote Afro Puerto Rican. I guess that's the correct
maybe that's
terminology
what
for
it was. Because I don't know where you from, my brother. Because first you said you don't know many Puerto Ricans, and then you said most. You know what I'm saying? So that just threw me off a little bit. You
Right.
know what I'm
I'm
saying? Because
saying
if
most of the ones I've met, bro. Most of the
most that
ones
you
I've
have met. All right.
Hey, yo, pardon self, guard. Like, yo, when in the 90s, I had got locked up, right? 95.
Likewise.
And then so you going this is like, because the Bloods was just, they came around like around 93, right? So you gonna remember the Latin Kings was doing a lot of bullying of black.
I could explain that too for you if you allow. But I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, I want to hear, but I'm just speaking truthful because a lot of people are afraid to speak these truths. Now, Latin Kings, the term Latin, yo, that shit come all the way from Italy because there's a mountain over there called Latin something.
It's a love language.
Right, but when you say Latin king, that's like saying European king, white people kings, right? So it's like, and I used to build with them Latin kings too, and they used to ride the five.
I'm a Latin king.
That's from the God body lessons. So they had knowledge itself, but I just
You a
didn't
Latin
never give it that
king.
name.
I was involved since 1998 with the Almighty
Man,
Latin King Queen Nation.
nigga. No, bro. Hell
You
no.
know what? That disturbed you?
Yeah, that's very disturbing, bro. Latin, where were you a Latin King at?
In the Bronx, New York, Rikers Island, Comstock, Sing Sing,
Are you was in the
Katsaki.
swing too?
I've been in the swing twice.
You been to Attica too?
Nah, I never been to Attica.
Okay.
Now I'm
I've
saying
been to
that because
Comstock
I never
twice.
know.
I've been to Sing Sing twice. I've been to
Fishkill?
Fishkill. Yeah, that's where I
Okay.
lost my tooth. But I banged on the police in Fishkill. How I lost my
The
tooth.
police give it up crazy in Fishkill. Are you
They
in 5
racist as
Points?
hell. I've been to 5 Points. I've been to Southport. I've been to Marcy. I've been to Central New York Psychiatrics. I've been all over. I've been around.
How many more black Latin Kings are there in New York though, bro? Because I don't know
There's a
no
lot of
black.
black Latin Kings. Just look up Latin King VI. You know what I'm saying? See, people don't understand. See, for us, the term Latin King is like saying the Black Spades. It's like saying the Zulu Nation. It's just our name, son. You know what I'm saying? It's just the name, bro. You feel me?
No,
So it's
I
weird
don't.
that it
Because
disturbed
Latin
you.
Kings contextually have issues with black gangs in Chicago, black gangs in LA.
And
The Latin
also in
known.
Chicago, you got black Latin Kings, bro. There's a young brother, Afro-American from Humboldt Park. That's Latin King. It happens, bro. Where you
Right,
from? Where you from, bro?
I'm from Ohio. I'm from Ohio.
You from Ohio, so maybe it's different over there. You heard? I don't really understand what you're talking about, but in the Bronx, it's
I
different.
lived in
So
Chicago,
now,
bro.
what was the
In
brother's name? Said
Chicago,
something about the Latin Kings.
in Chicago, but Latin Kings were not. They were not said to be friendly to black people. I
All
wasn't.
right, so can I say something, bro? With all due respect. So you're just telling me what you heard. I'm telling you what I know, and that's the problem. That's a problem with the internet is that a lot of people talk about. Well, you know what I heard. You know what I heard. You know what I heard. That's gossip.
Neighborhood and try it
I'm
out. I see it
hands-on
on
that
the
they was
news.
extorting black
I'm hands on.
The news let it be known when Latin Kings came for black people. What are you talking
And
about?
you
There was
still
a whole
telling me
issue
about
in
what you
Chicago
heard.
about 5 years ago.
You just
This
heard
ain't
what
what
the
I
news
heard. I
told
was
you.
there. I lived there. What are you talking about?
You lived where? You lived where?
In Chicago. When the Latin
That's nice.
Kings
Were
and the
you
black people
affiliated?
had an
Were
issue
you
with each other.
affiliated? What set you claim?
Hell no, I ain't affiliated.
All right,
That's
then.
not
That's what I'm saying, bro. You
That's
know what I
not
mean?
the point.
What set you claim? What hood you pushing, fool?
You understand? Gang culture different. It really have nothing to do with hip
How
hop. You know
much
what I'm saying?
time
Yeah.
you get about a dime, bro?
Gang culture, bro. Like for
You did
real.
about a dime?
What's up, my brother?
What you did about a dime?
I did about 7.
7 to do.
Yeah, this is sad. Like you old ass man still pushing gang culture and shit.
Nobody pushing gang culture, brother. You assuming again. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying here. I'm sitting here with a
claim to
house
be
I
a
own
Latin king.
in El Paso,
claim that.
Texas. Nah. The brother brought a situation up. I'm telling you about my life. You know what I'm saying? My life yesterday doesn't necessarily mean it's my life today. I could have had a baby 5 minutes ago. You know what I mean? That wasn't here. You feel me? So you're assuming things, my brother. So like what the brother said. Part of self.
I
The
only
brother
brought
said
that up.
something about Rikers Island and how the Bloods came up,
Yeah,
right?
Latin, I only brought that up because the Muslims and the Bloods had to protect us from Latin kings. Son. That's the only reason why I brought that up. And I noticed that everybody is skipping past that little portion of history.
Once upon a time, the true power on Rikers Island was the 5% Muslims, bro. The 5%ers started that. See,
We
the
talking about
Latin
that the
Kings,
other day.
and you know what's sad? You know what's sad? Because of the Queen's Flip show, I guess. I don't know where everybody gets this narrative, right? But the Latin Kings in the New York division of Almighty Latin King Nation didn't even start on Rikers Island. It started in Collins Correctional Facility, January 20th, 1986. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even really a Rikers Island thing. Yeah. People was coming back and forth, going in and out of prison, but it didn't start in Rikers Island. So people telling you that, yo, the Latin King started at Rikers Island. No, it started in Collins Correctional Facility,
And
January 20th,
I was telling
1986.
people the other day, Jabbar, that Spanish people was getting spanked out on the island. They forced them to form a gang because they was getting. You had people like 50 Cent on the island constantly coming back.
It was the 5%ers what really made us stronger.
Been coming back and forth. It depends on what age you are, really. But if you was in Rikers Island in like the early 80s or something like that, it was real Brooklyn goons, Bronx goons, but a lot of them was black because the police was locking up black people that are
So
black.
Does that
let
mean
me help you.
they must have like didn't always ride the 5, like united at some point?
No, the five came about because of I forgot who what's son name again. His name that's why non-trade paved the way. That came about in 93. A lot of guards turned
Yes, sir.
blood, but they didn't
Yes, sir.
turn blood because the Spanish people was dusting them off or nothing like that. It was just transfer because son I forgot what son name is. But
Give
yeah,
my
the Latin
nigga
Kings
Bo.
came about because they was getting abused.
Listen. If I may, you heard. First and foremost, bro, I feel like I did enough time to realize that whoever got the house is the oppressor. We not talking about
That's a
good
fact.
old nice old people, bro. We talk about
Nah, hell no.
criminals. We
You
talk
can't
about
even get on the
gangsters. We talk
phone,
about
bro.
killers. You know what I'm saying? So people be getting it crazy. Like that's why I hate having these conversations with brothers or sisters even that never been through it. It's something you gotta just go through yourself to really want to know the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Because when you go,
most black people go through it against Latin kings that I can see though, bro. I ain't never heard of a group of black Latin kings, bro. Like,
I never
and then
said
you put
nobody said there was a group of them. I said that we
yeah, it
integrate
ain't
with
no
each
group
other in
of
certain ghetto
them.
communities, bro. Just like if you look at some of the heads of the Bloods in New York City, those is Puerto Ricans.
Puerto
Where you talk
Rican.
about the Magoos and
Yeah.
you know what I'm
A lot,
saying? So
There's
a lot
you
of
just
definitely
blood
gotta
leaders.
be there, brother. You just gotta be there.
A lot
There's
of blood.
definitely blood big homies.
A lot of leaders of the Bloods is Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, a
It's
lot.
facts.
But y'all
A
don't
lot.
know. Y'all won't know
A lot.
outside New York City. But there's a lot of Latin big homies.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah,
these is people I sit down and eat with.
Oh,
These
that's
is people
true.
I bid
Yeah,
with.
I
You
can
know
see
what I'm
that.
saying?
I
Like,
I even seen Puerto Rican
sure.
Crips.
But Latin
No, but I was
kings,
trying to tell them the other day
It's
that a
Puerto
lot of
Rican god
Spanish
bodies
people
too.
Yeah, they
they
got
got
Puerto Rican
respect
god
for.
bodies, right? They
No,
got
but
Puerto
Mad
Rican
Puerto
papas
Rican god
killers.
bodies.
no,
Yeah.
but it's
mad
about
Puerto
what I
Rican
was telling
guards.
y'all the other
Hell
day.
yeah.
Even Latin Pain may understand what I'm talking about. Like at the end of the day, it don't matter about your skin color. People respect the violence in New York City and Rikers Island. That's where you really made your name from violence.
That's a
Period.
fact.
If you spill blood, knock niggas out, cut them, stabbed them, and you was predicate, like they got a thing called predicate cutters. You may see somebody come through on the island while you in your cell walking through, and they got mittens on, and they
Me
reach out their
myself,
mittens on, and
me
they got chains
myself,
around the ankles. You a predicate?
no, not predicate, but I'm a red ID. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you a
And
red ID. That means he give it up crazy or violent. But
yeah,
yeah,
I'm a red ID and I'm on the SRG list. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's a gang list for anybody who don't know. As a matter of fact, yeah, go ahead, bro. I ain't fucking talking about Rikers Island. Go ahead. I'm about to know when you gonna kill my brain. I
yeah,
caught a
it's like throwing
flashback.
bricks at that shit, right? It's like throwing rocks at the prison. I don't really
Yeah,
want to talk about
I
that
ain't
shit
with
either.
that shit. Y'all got it.
All I wanted to say was one thing though, and I'll get off Rikers Island. You know what I'm saying? The guard bodies had the building.
That's a
Just
fact.
point blank. The guard bodies in the early 80s had the building. The Latin Kings and whatever Latinos felt like they got shook up and ran out of spots. When they went up north, it was different. You heard a lot of Latinos up north from all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So what happened was January 20th, 1986, King Blood from Chicago, you know what I'm saying? A Latin King from Chicago who was also, you know, saying, with all due respect to my nation, was a foul person. I don't like him. And you know what I'm saying? My personal opinion. But he's the one who said, yo, you know what? We get tear up everywhere. It's time for the Latinos to unite. And that's how the Latin Kings were born, not on Rikers Island. You know what I'm
No,
saying? I
that's
just
what I'm
want to
trying to tell him, bro. Spanish people was getting washed, and no disrespect, because I know you Latin, you know, whatever the case may be. But yeah, Spanish people was getting dusted off. They was the minority. No, the people wasn't getting locked up. The Spanish people wasn't
not
getting
in every building, but yeah, for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
C-74.
C-74, the Fifi,
Yeah. Matter
C-73.
of fact, I'm
The
getting back.
Latinos had C-95 for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But some of this stuff that we be talking about, some people it's weird to them, right? You got 8 million people in a small ass city. You know what happens over there? Everything that exists. If it happens in your town, it happens in our town. Even down to terrorism, bro. You know what I'm saying? New York is just that different, bro. It's like the epicenter of the world.
Yeah, you'll be on Rikers Island and you just coming through, right? Rikers Island's a funny place. Let's say you did something stupid and you go through Rikers Island, right? It's your first time, you never been on an island. You like, yo, as soon as you get to your house and get settled in, your house is where they gonna be holding you for a minute while you dealing with your case. You get to your house and the first thing you want to do, you know, you want to call your moms or call your girl or call your pops or call your brother and let them know like what's going on with you? And you know, maybe you could get bail money, help you out. And then the first thing you notice is that you can't just go grab the phone, because you grab the phone, you're gonna notice somebody's gonna approach you and they're gonna be like, yo, fam, like that's phone, you can't just grab it. There's time slot.
Unless you're doing it to make your mark. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
yo,
then you
man.
got people, right? Like how he's saying when you talk about making your mark mean going to the phone and not inquiring who's running the house. And whoever's usually running the house is usually like the toughest person or the person with the most people who got
Or
their
the person
back.
with the most influence.
So
Or the
what you
person with
do
the
is,
best game. Made you believe
yeah.
this motherfucker.
So what you would do is you go to the phone, right, Taz? You don't ask no questions, and you rip the phone right out the jack, and you walk with the phone to the back of the up to the back of the dorm. And as soon as you get back there, everybody knows what's going on. When you do that, you basically saying like you gonna use that phone regardless of who got the
I'm gonna
phone.
do whatever I gotta do in here to let y'all know that I'm not that nigga you playing with.
And you basically ready to die over that phone call. Like you gotta be ready to die over that phone call. And you may have just coming through for a couple rocks or something like that. Like you ain't really do nothing. You really in there, you might be coming home in a month, but within that month, you could definitely like, yeah, you could come home and not the same. You probably got a slash or not broken jaw, knocked out, all kind of stuff. So yeah, Rikers Island was a different kind of spot.
Rikers Island is a different monster.
Yeah,
It
so
was
Yeah,
anyway. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sitting right here reading about this King Blood nigga right quick though. So I'm trying to see who it was these cats killing though, bro. Cause like they got this nigga at the ADX Super Max, bro. Like
that's what I'm trying to
saying?
tell you. That's called. That mean when you in a supermax, Taz, that's violence. Like you're not in there for no drugs, and that's what I'm saying.
What
You
King
may get
Blood
locked up for drugs and they put you in a supermax house. Like you really not here for like I really like you really ain't come through for it. And then the worst thing that happened to you is now you went through there with some Jordans on and they didn't switch you out into no house slippers or nothing like that. Or you
OG
came through
Mac
there
at
with
ADX.
yeah, or you came through the Averex on, or that's a leather jacket for y'all don't know. You came through there with your Pelly on, that's a leather jacket, or an 8-ball jacket. You somehow, some type of way they let you through with your chain on or something like that. And your whole goal is to make it home with all that stuff on for when you go back to your block, they understand that you wasn't getting pushed around and taken
And
advantage of.
you want to know what's something sad too? Because you just reminded me of something that I went through in my personal life, right? You know what I'm saying? I came home from my first time going to Rikers Island. I did a bullet, right? I caught 2 felonies at the same time, in the same year. I caught a disbursement of a firearm, reckless endangerment, and then I was out on bail, and then I caught a criminal selling controlled substance, right? But anyway, I say this to say this. When I had came home, you heard, everybody threw me a party. You heard? They heard about how I was giving it up. You know what I'm saying? People went home before me, said, yo, that little Mikey, you know what I'm saying, putting in work. Everybody was proud of me in my neighborhood for doing that bullet, right? And you know what I'm saying? But nobody was proud of my little sister for going to college, bro. You know what I'm saying? That always threw me off like, damn, y'all more proud of, you know what I'm saying? This
It changed
bullshit.
though. Now the kids don't get that same response when they come home now. It's not really
And that's
like
good. That's
that big up
good.
where they don't throw you that party no more and all that. I mean,
Yeah, man.
your immediate family do, but as far as being a block terror and getting your jersey put up in the rafters for being a block, nah, you don't really get that no more.
I got a big ass party, and I ain't never had a birthday party or none of that, man. We grew up poor, so I was like, yo, why does everybody throw me a party for this? I ain't say nothing. I accepted the gifts and the money and all that. You know what I'm saying? I racked up that night, but it was just so odd to me because my sister didn't even get a party for going to college, dog. That shit was crazy.
Man, I mean, because it meant a lot to survive when you went through. I mean, yeah, we don't gotta talk about
I just say that to say this, man. Sometimes in the hood, I think it is all backwards, bro. Like a lot of us, like me, I thought backwards for a long time, son. You heard? I thought this is the shit. That's it. Live to represent to live, man. Whoever get hurt, just stay out the way. Like I lived fair. Like I repent, you know what I'm saying? Because I said to myself one day, damn, look at me, son. You know what I mean? I'm doing all this time in prison. I got a daughter. You feel me? I'm doing all this time in the streets, and you know what I'm saying? I got a daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, one day I had to stop back and say, yo, damn, I'm a fuck up. You excuse my language. I'm a loser. You heard? That's when I really got into like, you know, reading really heavy on my last bit. I said, you know what? I'm gonna read. And I read George Jackson and I read all types of fly spit. You know what I'm saying? And I said, yo, let me educate myself better because I gotta go home and do something different. You know what I'm saying? What I've been doing just doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people pick up the Quran. You pick up Behold the Pale Horse. You pick up 48 Laws of Power. You pick up all kind of books, you know, like.
Yeah, and it's
Out of
good to
town,
do
one
that.
thing you got to know though, Latin, where they a lot out of town bids is a slightly different. It's slightly, and I just use the word slightly, really meaning slightly, because the majority of it's the same.
Now, real quick. You know, so most people call me Pain. You heard, like Latin Pain is, you know what I'm saying, the name, yeah. But most people call me Pain. You know what I'm saying?
You probably knew my son Payne, who was up top too.
Like Max Payne.
Like Max Payne, yeah. That's my favorite shit too.
You know how many pains is up top? It don't even make no sense how many different pains. That's why you got to put that Latin in front, because.
Well, I didn't give myself that name. I never even thought of it. You know what I'm saying? A Muslim brother from Harlem. His name was Musa. He the one who said that. I just thought it was catchy. You know what I'm saying? I was 26 years old when that happened.
Yeah, my son got shot in the swing for mistakenly being a pain that somebody else was looking for.
Yeah, I met who I met in the swing. I met Blue Boy in the swing. I met Blue Boy's father in the swing. I met Bangum Smurf in the swing. You know what I'm saying? The swing was just being in Sing Sing compared to all the other prisons is almost like being at home, except, you know what I'm saying, you're not home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we could get off the jail talk.
Yeah. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hey, Payne, I want to ask you a couple of questions about Puerto Rico, if you don't mind. Maybe you have the information I'm searching for.
If I do, I share it with you. If I don't, I'll let you know.
Okay, I was told there was a revolution in Puerto Rico about 1728. You know
El Grito de Lares.
You know about it then.
El Grito de Lares.
Okay. The next thing I heard is that Puerto Rico is where the real Zorro comes from. Is that true? The legend of the real Zorro.
I have no clue about that.
Yo,
Sir.
Payne, that's Wale. That's the resident OG.
It's all love, man. It's all love.
Yo, Vovo, I see you backstage, Vovo. Please, I'm asking you, don't pull up on no drunk stuff or no, you know what I mean? we had that yesterday.
And then Payne, the last question: do you know the term Lukumi?
Lukumi, that's from the Orishas. You heard? That's Ifa.
Okay, I was just checking to see if you were up on level.
Yeah, I know what you're doing, brother. You heard? I ain't mad at you. You heard? My family come from that. We come from that, bro. That's Ifa. That's African. That's as African as it can get when you come from Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? You know, Chango, Babaluaye. You know what I'm saying? Obatala. You feel me? Like,
Can I ask you something?
yes, sir.
All right, I hope everybody don't dive on me. I'm the one that everybody like to dive on.
See, you're already messing up. They already telling me don't let you back on. I'm trying to give you a chance, Bobo.
I mean, that's cool, bro. That's cool. But I'm gonna talk some real. Everybody know I ain't saying nothing out the way until y'all say something out the way to me. Because y'all was mad.
I ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying let's just.
I was just asking.
Let's see where he at. Let's see where he at.
Yeah.
Let's see where I'm at. Yeah, let's see where I'm at. Let's see if I get disrespectful or if I don't bring any scholarship or anything like that. Now I'm asking about King Blood. Was he a racist?
No, sir.
I
don't believe so. I don't believe so.
No, he's documented. He's documented being a racist.
I understand what you're saying. I don't believe so. You know what I'm saying? But I've never been around that brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even a fan of King Blood, to be honest with you. I don't like what he did in the Bronx, New York. I don't like the fact that a lot of Puerto Ricans, a lot of Borincans died just for being down with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't like how he got locked up and none of that. So I get in trouble by the nation a lot growing up, saying, you know what, I love you guys, but I don't really subscribe to him. You know what I mean? Not because of him being racist and none of that, but because when King Little died, you know, that kind of hurt my family personally. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't have to happen like that. You feel me? So I'm not a big King Blood fan. Any Latin Kings don't like what I said. That's just what I said, son. That's me being me.
I respect that though, but he was a documented racist, and he is the founder of the Latin Kings. That's just on the record. That's on the record.
That's cool.
Huh? You agree with that?
That's cool. I'm not debating that. Not at all.
Okay, for sure. Another question I wanted to ask. Okay, now you said you was on Rikers in the 90s, right?
My first experience in Rikers Island was July 2nd of 1998.
So you gotta be shit, but in your 40s, 50s, damn near.
I'm 45 now.
Okay.
Yo, we don't do it personal, bro. That's just
It's all good. I'm not. Listen, man. I only lie to the police and my baby mother, son. I'm cool. I'm cool with my life.
Yeah, I hope I'm trying not to offend them, but anything I say is like they on the air trigger. They on
Yeah,
my
no, we don't. I don't know nobody age up here. I've been up here for.
Oh no, it ain't. We men. I ain't scared. Hey man, I'm getting older, man. Shit, I'm 38. I'm proud of
Somebody else
myself.
backstage. Let's go. Continue.
Let me say this, right? So what's all these videos coming out? Talking about it was a black phone and the Puerto Rican phone and the blacks couldn't use the Puerto Rican phones and all that.
It was, you know.
Nah, Latin. We not going back to the jail talk. We not.
All right, sir.
Oh no, I'm just
All
saying.
right.
That's typically how it is, though, too. When you locked up, bro, like
He
had
already answered all that though.
Yeah, like how much jail talk y'all about to do, bro? Like that's not like deity.
All right, let me ask something else then. Let me ask something.
Out of town
Hey,
jail
for
is
the-
different from New York
For the
jail.
chat, I'm trying to slip in what I can. They on my head.
If
They
he
on
told
my
you
head.
if he told you that it's Spanish people down with black gangs and black people down with Spanish gangs, that should just tell you all you need to know. It's not no outright just this way or that way. Just leave all the jail talk alone, bro. We did it a long time of that, Bobo. That's all I'm just trying to tell you.
Well, no, I'm just saying because this is a Pan-African this space, and we just trying to get an understanding. So as a man,
Man just said he's black, bro. That's good. That should be enough. This is not your space. You talk about FBA talk or separatist
No,
talk.
I ain't even say nothing about no FBA, brother. They on my head. Like I said, I can't even ask the man a question.
Bro, you're about to break out
You
stuff.
know,
You're separatist. You talking about
yo,
what
hold on.
the wizard.
I can't even ask a question though. I
I
can't even.
think it's because he's hyper.
You know what? That's
I like this brother. I ain't gonna lie, son. I fucks with him.
I tried. Nah, he kind of different. Dev, if you want to pull up, but Dom's gonna pull back if you could. We literally just said we over with the jail talk, bro. It's not a jail talk channel, bro. What the hell?
Yeah. I respect it.
Hey, yo, I thank you for answering that question. I know that was a very triggering topic, man. I really respect that.
Damn, somebody already look. Wait a minute. Somebody see what I'm saying? I tried to save him, but before I could do that, somebody already was putting up money to get you kicked off, Bovo. So as much as you probably think it's Miz going against you, it's not just Miz going against you. 764, good looking. We appreciate you. Pain, you may not know, but over here, if somebody don't like what you kicking or what you talking about, basically, they can put up bread and you can get put down.
Yeah. I've been in two butters before. I'll be in the bushes, bro. I don't really know y'all. But I'll be in the bushes. I don't come a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't be around a lot. I ain't gonna lie. But I've been around. You know what I'm saying? I've been in the bushes. Listen, because I feel like this, right? How do we get to understand each other if we don't even listen to each other, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you, but yeah, I got you. Forward. So Bobo, you gonna be backstage for 5 minutes. Yeah. Hopefully you get some type of
But yo, I appreciate y'all time, man. Appreciate you having me up here. You know what I'm saying? For real. Salute to each and every one of y'all on the sound of my voice. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tap out, man. I got 15 pit bulls. I gotta get back to business. You know what I'm saying?
You definitely, buddy.
Breeder, huh?
You definitely,
Yeah, I got blue nose. I got blue nose razors in the backyard right now. I got 15 of them. You know what I'm saying? If anybody want to purchase a pit bull too, you can check me out on Instagram, that Real Weekend Rap. You know what I mean? And if you're interested in pit bulls.
Okay, yeah. That's what's up.
I appreciate y'all time though, man. Salute to all of y'all, man. Appreciate you.
Real Rican rap.
That Real Rican Rap.
Yeah,
Now
bro.
I'm paying everything. Real life, real spit.
Peace to the God.
Peace, homie. Peace.
Yeah, bro. And ain't nobody
else got both. FBA beat ADL. That's Bubba. Bubba, you not smart because you changed your name. You still got the same avatar, Slowpoke. You're not about to join the panel with none of that ignorance, bro. Like I got Vovo. I don't even know who to choose, man. I got Vovo and Bubba backstage, man. Vovo, matter of fact, you still got a few minutes left. Y'all make it like why y'all can't just be regular? Where Madon go? Oh, Shot Son just pulled up. Shot Son probably wanted to question Pain too. Shot Son, there you go.
Yo, what's good, fellas? What's
What's
good
that
to the
word?
whole panel? Happy New Year's to everybody.
Happy 2025.
Peace. I want to say this to Volvo. Like, I mean, as far as this, because I felt like he was going somewhere with that
Vote or die.
that Puerto Rican and black conversation. And I see on the internet a lot of the people that's picking at that topic are not from the tri-state. So it's like I feel like they don't qualify to speak on that type of that paradigm.
That man from Cleveland, B. That's why I was trying to like just leave it alone, bro. You trying to frame something like something without
Qualified to speak on what paradigm though? Just so I'm clear on what you're saying.
All right, so I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey. That whole Puerto Rican and black energy, or I feel like that was once a New York thing. You know what I'm saying? It happened in the 70s. It lasted till about the 90s. But that doesn't represent the whole tri-state. That's not like a ongoing thing. So I see a lot of rhetoric with them saying, oh, how y'all let Puerto Ricans do this? Like, I'm a 90s baby. I speak to my elders. It was never no smoke with the Latin Kings in Jersey City or Newark like that. It's always been one love from the time I was a baby, even before that. It's never been like no smoke between black people and Puerto Ricans like that. Maybe when they first started coming over here, but you know, and then the situations are isolated as far as like street. It's not racial. So I'm saying that to say you got people from particular areas in the country looking at us because they're not around Puerto Ricans like how we are, or around Jamaicans like how we are, and they're trying to push that energy because they're not used to being around those people on us. And I feel like they don't qualify to say that. They don't qualify to speak on it or even project that energy because they don't grow up around these people like how we do. I'm not saying
So
Puerto Ricans.
on the inverse, if you're given that point, do we as a person from the outside, do we get the point of saying that you're not black first?
No, because we are black first. But again, if you
No, but
born and
there's no
raised
but
here,
behind that. Black
wait.
first is black.
If you born and raised here,
period.
if you born and raised here, then you know it's really no racial tension. Y'all asking us these
So y'all just running up a bag on us with the fake shit, fake consciousness. Ain't no
maybe
tension.
it really is a region thing because
it is a region
all,
thing.
because Chicago has all Latin Kings have always had smoke with black people.
In Chicago, that's a lie. The Kings are part of the.
No, that's not a lie.
The Kings are part of the nation.
The
Latin disciples are part of the nation.
Blacks always have had smoke in Chicago.
The Latin disciples are part of the nation.
Yeah, and they beef with GDs and BDs, which is the black gang.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, bro. Even Latin disciples, okay? If you as a gangster disciple, insane gangster disciple, black disciple, you go to a Latin disciple neighborhood, they will immediately get on your ass and then will act like they thought you were a viceroy. Anybody in Chicago will tell you that, bro. They always banging on black people. If you go to a Latin King neighborhood and they supposed to be under the 5, they will instantly start throwing up rakes. They instantly start throwing up pitchforks at you, acting like they that they think you GD or something, and then they'll try to bang on you. It don't even matter if you're a viceroy, you're a folk on hustle, anything, bro. Trust me, it's in Chicago.
So how did they? How was they initially? Let's just say what you're saying true in today's time. How did they?
It's not even a question of whether or not.
No. What I'm saying is how did they become? So what I'm saying is they were a part of the nation initially. So to project like they always been racist doesn't even make sense.
They always have been here.
How if they was a part of the nation?
I can't speak for New Jersey, but I'm
saying you're saying that they always been racist, but they was Larry Hoover and was rocking with them in the beginning.
No, it was only a financial thing with the heads. Let me tell you. Listen to me. With the head, listen to me. When we know that, this is even true with black gangs. This is even true with black viceroys, and when it comes to the heads, they will do business with each other. Okay, they be sitting back. They doing business together. They making millions together, whatever. But when you talking about the people that's on the streets, they'll be banging, bro. You see what I'm saying? Now, when Larry sanctioned the Latin disciples, bro, it was a financial thing, and they was under duress from the Latin Kings, and those were the ones that didn't want to plug in with the Kings, and they was using gangster disciples to make money. So because it was really they really ran by their cartels. So they trying to get a faction of a gang so they can move their product.
Now, when you talk about on the street level, if you go to a Latin King neighborhood, or if you go to a Latin Disciple neighborhood, and you are black, I don't give a fuck what nation you under, they will ram your car. They put motherfucking refrigerators on. They tie refrigerators to the front of their motherfucking car. They tie freezers and stoves to the front of their trucks. They will ram your motherfucking car. They instantly on bullshit with you. You cannot go into a Latin neighborhood in Chicago and cut grass, lay roofs, lay cement, do anything without them getting dead on bullshit. But they can come into our neighborhood because our dumbass, we let them do that, and they can do all of the above. You understand what I'm saying?
Real quick, GQ. Real quick for anybody say something. Let me just, because I dropped him backstage. I want to let him know, no disrespect, but respectfully, 764 sat you down for 5 minutes, shot son.
I say
Thanks
Chicago
again
and LA, man.
Hold up,
Chicago,
Diddy.
That's the
Did
best
you
city.
not
They
hear what I
the
just
best
said, young
depiction
Diddy? I got you, man.
that
Damn,
you know
what's
to
wrong with your
illustrate
energy, bro?
the black
Oh my
so-called brown.
goodness gracious, what's wrong with these people? Why y'all so emotionally charged, bro? Oh man. All I wanted to say was, damn, I sat the brother down backstage and I wanted to let him know that it wasn't any disrespect, like, oh, I'm taking any sides in the conversation. I highlighted 764 with the 5-minute donation to sit you down. I don't know the particular region. He said sit him down for 5 minutes so he can listen and learn. So Shah Son, that was you got sat down. So no disrespect, you down for 5 minutes. It's about 7:50 now. 8:50 now. I guess you could come back at 8:55. Young Diddy, I'm about to let you back up, but Lord, bro, man, you make a person scream for the Lord, and I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Man.
So now 764 was just letting them know to pay attention. I'm not talking about New Jersey, bro. I'm just speaking for Chicago. This is, which I always reiterate, is one of the most segregated cities in America, man. Even though it's supposed to be the North, and it's what I'm saying, it don't matter. These motherfuckers up here, bro, I don't give a fuck. Everybody got their own neighborhood, bro, and they stand on it. You understand what I'm saying? You can make that, they Latin disciples, so they under the nation, they under the six. It don't fucking matter, bro. Only time that matters is when they hit the penitentiary. They might, and even then, a lot of times they'll plug in with Mexicans. They won't even plug in with the six. You know what I'm saying? But you talk about on the street level, bro, none of that shit matter. All that shit go out the window. When you hit their neighborhood and they got the numbers, bro, they on bullshit with you. Now, when they come over here in your neighborhood and 2 or 3 of them trying to cut some grass, they humbled in a motherfucker. They don't speak no English, none of that shit. But you go into their motherfucking neighborhood, nigga, it's on. Trust me, you can ask anybody who from Chicago, live in Chicago, they will testify to that. So
I that's why I'm definitely like, you don't want to really dispute people who got boots on the ground from their region. Like, I know we all hear things and stuff like that, but again, man, like, you definitely don't want to challenge people when you don't got some boots on the ground about certain.
That's the reason why I say I can't speak for Jersey or New York. I know it's a different demographic. Y'all way more diverse there. Y'all more integrated, especially in New York. I know Puerto Ricans been living around niggas for over 40 years in New York. They grew up there. You got second and third generations been around blacks all their life. I understand that dynamic. And I'm not region banging. I'm not saying it's a wrong thing for that to happen. Shit, I really wish Chicago was more diverse. You know what I'm saying? I wish it was. We didn't have to get, even when the George Floyd riots went down, bro, and everybody was fucking looting and doing everything. Man, them Mexicans was out there with AR-15s talking about, if them niggas come over here, we killing them. And I'm talking about Mexican gangs. I'm not talking about Mexican business owners. I'm not talking about Mexican store owners, which they all work together as they should. No question. You know what I'm saying? The gangs and the business owners, they protecting their neighborhood, whatever, but they was letting it be known, nigga, don't come over here. You understand? Don't give a fuck about y'all rioting. Don't give a fuck about how upset y'all is about George Floyd. Don't bring that shit over here, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's what the fuck they be on. I'm telling you.
Hey, yo, Payne, if you listening, I blame you. I told you, chill on the Rikers Island talk. Now we so far from reparations.
Yeah, and that's just the Chicago dynamic, bro. I just had to, when I heard them say, you know, how Latin Kings never had beef with black people. I never seen that in Chicago or in Illinois State Penitentiary. We already know that they you know what I'm saying, everybody get in their car immediately. In the federal penitentiary, Mexicans get in a Mexican car, they do not get in a disciple car. You understand what I'm saying?
And for all you viewers, I blame
if they
y'all
are
too.
Latin disciples, they immediately get in the Mexican car. They do not get in the disciple car.
And for all you viewers, I blame y'all too, because the numbers. Hold up, real quick, young deity. The numbers was never this high when we was talking reparations. As soon as they start talking about Rikers Island and gang banging, y'all shoot the numbers up to $130. So y'all gotta, yo, y'all different, man.
Hey, yo, the only reason why I asked on that is because I was trying to ascertain where he at, like mentally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you, bro. I don't think there's any wrong questions. I think Son been through so much that he didn't take anything to as personal as one might think.
Like
Sound
Latin,
like he's
Latin
been
X.
through a lot.
There's a community. It's black people. For instance, Latin. How you say this? It's Spanish-speaking people that don't identify as Latino. They say Latin X, and he had Latin without the X. And then another thing is during the Puerto Rican parade, they be like, "Yo, soy boricua, pa que tú lo sepas." They don't say, "Yo, soy Africano, yo soy Moreno." They don't say that. They say boricua. So I was trying to see where his loyalty is at, you know, or where his values is. If he's oppositional, like that Spanish lady in Cali, I was just trying to see stuff like that. But
Yeah, no, I get it, bro. Again, I don't think there's any wrong questions. Dad, you in the Matrix if that's you. Whoever that is distorted. Whoever that is distorted badly. Whoever that is distorted badly. Like it's a bad Matrix going on. Volvo, I still see you backstage, man. But I think I got Shah Son already. Time is up. Your time is up.
Latin Kings. That's crazy.
What you say, Taz?
Said some B1 Latin Kings. That's wild. That's a wild concept. Never.
That shit don't exist, Taz. I don't give a fuck. That shit don't exist, bro. It's literally called Latin Kings. They letting you know what the fuck they standing on.
What was the old boy that was Latin up here?
Well, Domo already made it up here before either one of y'all. Shaw and Volvo, y'all gotta wait. Panel is full. Both y'all time is up. But the panel is definitely full right now. Domo beat y'all up here before this ended.
What up?
What's the word, Domo?
Man, get your weak ass up out of here, soft nigga. Fuck you mean, what up? Lame ass nigga.
Taz been on bullshit all day.
Kansas ass nigga.
Taz been anti everything. He opposite man today.
And who dropped down? That was Young Deity. All right, Shot Son. I guess your time is up. You only have 5 minutes. What's the word, Domo? I know Domo ain't got no Latin King stories.
Anyway, to let me get all that off, bro. He must be busy.
I'm about to say, I know Domo ain't got no Latin King stories. He's gonna help us get the car to make a sharp left.
Let me say this: we links. That's you had a hell of a question. Have we ever seen Black King? I personally know Black Latin Kings, and guess what? They have to assimilate to the Kings. They have to ride for Mexicans, bro, and Puerto Ricans. They do not. It's nothing black with them. They basically are coons. They lived in that Latin King neighborhood, so they had to plug in. But they definitely have to ride with it, whatever going. When the Kings banging on some niggas, them Black Kings banging on niggas with them, bro. They not. It's still race first with them, bro.
Hey, so hold on. So we saying that banging on niggas is coon behavior, right?
My partner, his name. If you bang it on niggas in behalf Well, basically, yeah. The short answer for that, Domo, yeah, it don't matter if you black on black, whatever. Yeah, that's cool behavior. I'm sum that
Good
up.
save,
But if
GQ.
you
That's a good
banging on
save.
niggas on
That's a
behalf
good
of,
save.
if
GQ
you
is
banging
smart,
on
man. That's why
niggas
I
on
mess with
behalf
GQ. He's smart as
of
hell.
Latins, that's a different kind of coonery. But yeah, the short answer, yeah, you know, regardless, it's still cool. I didn't know that. I'm damn near 50 years old, so I think differently now. But when I was out there doing the shit, I didn't look at it as cool behavior. I thought it was what it was. But yeah, now that I know better, yeah, it's definitely cool behavior. It's all bogus.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I wasn't even trying to get you caught up on nothing like that. It's just more so, you feel me? Like when we always talking about, you know what I mean? Like what's getting in the way and what's the problem, and then we identifying all of these, you know what I'm saying? Like anti-black perspectives that we see from these other groups, and it's like niggas be anti-black than a motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They be and to be honest, a lot of the niggas that spend their time talking about the anti-blackness of other groups hold on to a lot of anti-blackness they damn self.
Yeah.
You feel me? Because the first thing out of FBA nigga mouth is, see what the problem with black people is. You know what I'm saying? So like that, to me, that's cool. Like niggas, that the first thing a nigga got to say is like black people don't got structure. Black people don't know how to, nigga, like that's cool shit.
That's the first and foremost. That's the number one problem in the black community, if you ask me. Before we even start talking about anything else, it starts there. So yeah, and I actively, you know, I belong to you. Well, you already know I belong to an anti-violence program. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Re-entry for you know, for ex-cons, and that's what we be on, bro. We trying to stop the violence. We trying to get the niggas to come together. But yeah, I mean that's first and foremost before we move on to any fucking thing else.
But hold on, but let me be clear. I'm not one of them black people try to talk about everybody else, but look at what they do to their damn selves. I'm not one of them people either. I am not, nigga. Like I understand the whole shit. I'm just saying, it's like when you got people.
I know you're not. You know, my thing is though, you still speaking facts though. I mean, it starts there, bro. I'm not. Of course, I'm not one of them niggas because I contributed to the delinquency for over 20 fucking years. But my thing is, we trying to, you know, we trying to do better than that, man. You know what I'm saying? That we just
Without a doubt.
Yeah, we're trying to show
Without
the
a
youth
doubt.
definitely a better way, and I do feel like that's where the conversation should begin before we even start banging on Islanders and Latinos, and we got to get even when I talk about them fucking Latin kings and them I want to think them motherfuckers exhibit a better sense of unity, bro, than we do. Just like I say, when they was taking up for their store owners in their neighborhood and shit, like them niggas come over here, we ain't gonna let them fuck y'all stores up and shit. Now I don't know if them store owners get them kickbacks or how that works out or whatever, but they definitely was standing on that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a different kind of community when you looking at shit like that. Like, man, them motherfuckers willing to die for the people who own them stores and shit. They don't want motherfuckers come over there and tear their neighborhood up and shit now. You know what I'm saying? So that's, you know what I'm saying, we need to be more aligned to that, man, and quit letting everybody come into our neighborhood exploiting us and soliciting us, and we don't own none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? We got the Arabs, we got the Chinese with the beauty salons, we got the Arabs with all the gas stations and the liquor stores, we got the Mexicans coming over here taking over the landscaping. We got, man, we gotta, you know, counteract that shit, man, for real, instead of, like you said, banging on each other. We kill a nigga because he made $70 on the block. The Arab making $20,000 a day on the motherfucker on the corner with the liquor store. You know what I'm saying? He making $20,000 a damn near a day, but you want to shoot at this nigga because he sold an 8-ball on your block and damn near made $45 to try to help his family. You know what I'm saying? That's the fucked up part of the situation.
Hey, GQ, can I clarify what I was trying to say? You kind of like,
they target everybody to who's the problem.
You went where I was going with it. That's why I was saying, like, people from outside, like Puerto Ricans, they're not a threat to us. And that's like anybody from New York, New Jersey, that's not that type of energy, that racial energy in the street is not a thing. So
For sure.
all I was saying was is you have people from other areas trying to tell us like why y'all letting them do this, why y'all letting them do that when it's really not a thing. So for us to say we could be together without attacking another group. Like you just said, we could work on, being peaceful with each other in our neighborhoods without attacking somebody else. We don't have to create a racial issue with a group that ain't really a threat or causing no harm to us. So what I'm saying, that's what I was saying. Like you got people
Could I
from
ask
other
you this,
areas.
brother?
Hold on, you got people.
Is it black Americans starting it? Who's starting this racial divide? Who started it?
Yo,
No, what I'm saying,
Hold on, bro. Let him finish what he was saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying is y'all.
Americans.
Wait,
He about to
right,
get a
Donald.
their Tims, B. Don't worry about
Right,
it,
Donald.
y'all,
What
man.
I'm saying is y'all speak
Crazy,
about the
man.
tri-state or New York like as if
Man.
it's a.
I'm tired of you, bro. Go ahead, Shot.
They speak about the tri-state or New York like as if it's a racial issue in this area, and it's not. That's an old thing. That's not a thing. Y'all know being in Brooklyn or Bronx, them little Puerto Rican dudes be black. They be acting black. They be right along with us. It's not like it's not an issue. So what I'm saying is to create that idea from the outside.
It's just not the same. Not to cut your wisdom shot. It's just not the same all
I get.
over.
Wait, GQ. I get that. So what I'm saying,
they not coons though. Everybody else.
What I'm saying is that's like us telling you in Chicago how to program, or telling people in Cali how to program with the Mexicans. We wouldn't do that. You get what I'm saying?
I wouldn't do it to y'all. I wouldn't do it to y'all, bro.
That's all I'm saying. Like we don't have no issues with no Puerto Ricans. So to create that in 2024, 2025, because we claim the FBA is corny. That's corny to do. So because we brag or got this FBA pride, I should just have a problem with Jamaicans today, or have that's corny if it ain't that.
Nah, that's a fact.
That's all I'm saying.
World. All lives matter.
Nah, I ain't saying that. I'm not saying no. Listen. If any of them niggas get, because somebody said you, so you not, that was UGQ saying you not black first. If them niggas get out of line, come on, bro. But that's not a thing. That's all I'm saying. They don't get out of line. That's not. Yo, I was in Torrance, California. I sat in a restaurant with my back to the glass. I don't know nothing about this black on brown energy. The store owner like, yo, you got to be careful. That's not a thing out here. We don't fear.
Oh no, yeah, I'll be the
You get what I'm
first
saying?
nigga. That's definitely a thing in LA. Definitely.
That's what I'm saying.
Matter of fact,
like,
my uncle.
I'm not gonna bring
Go ahead. I ain't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna be in Jersey City, New Jersey, and like looking at Mexicans. They're not a threat. So for an outsider, somebody from Cali, you probably look at me like, why you sitting around that Mexican? Depending on what area they. You get what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to create bad energy because of what's going on in another area. I think that.
Well, no, I mean, but to be clear though, it's more gang related. Like you gotta understand, niggas gotta understand that the gang culture and prison culture are interconnected. You feel me? So when
I
niggas
get
get
that,
locked
Donald.
up,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
That's what I was saying about out here. If a black
Yeah,
person and a
it's
Puerto
not.
Rican beefing, it don't got nothing to do with them being black or Puerto Rican. That's some street shit. You
Yeah,
get what I'm saying? It
yeah.
don't have nothing to do with nothing racial.
yeah, exactly. That's what I always said. I've been saying that for the longest.
Yeah,
But it's kind of like out here. It is kind of racial because of how it is in prison. You know what I'm saying? Like because these niggas go to jail, they get radicalized in prison, and then come out, and it's like shit. We ain't fuck with niggas in jail. Like we ain't fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, it's not as like hardcore. Like yeah, like no Mexicans fuck with no niggas. You feel me? But when I first moved out here, like.
They almost was about to ruin your brand. I'm glad you went out.
Like I had an uncle who did 30 years in San Quentin, and one of the they don't really fuck with us out here. You know what I mean? And I mean it's been I ain't had no issues. I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all went out again. Y'all
you kind of just see the true colors, man. When they
Anybody hear me?
You know what I'm saying? You see what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Because if you was really like that in the streets when you went behind the wall, it shouldn't really be no different. But we know what it really is. You know, when you get behind that wall, you get into the root of shit. You know, as primal, goddamn it.
Really,
shit.
Latino, like the
Domo, you breaking
Yeah,
up
Domo,
bad.
you got
I don't
your
know
mic,
if
Domo.
you
Trying to hear
breaking
you.
up bad.
That's the Wi-Fi saving him from ruining his brand, bringing him to
FBA niggas
game culture
press,
expertise.
I wasn't
They was gonna press
cutting.
FBA, but y'all
Yeah,
ain't
I
gonna
wasn't
press
cutting
no
you off, Domo.
FBA.
You was breaking up, bro. You what? We couldn't even
That's
hear you, bro.
crazy, bro.
What's
Like,
that?
that's crazy.
Nah, yeah.
All the smoke that I've seen for niggas on the FBA shit. Now it's like niggas got the black and brown coalition popping today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, you know I ain't with none of
Nah,
that.
hold on, but nah. Let's keep it in context though. Let's keep it in
Fuck them
context.
Mexicans.
The beef.
Fuck them Mexicans and fuck them Venezuelans.
Nah, fuck that. I ain't about that. Yeah, hell yeah, Black Brown Coalition, all that shit, nigga. Cause the beef with motherfucking FBA wasn't that they was proud to be black. The beef
You a
with FBA
humanist,
was the
Domo. We know that.
anti-African shit. The anti-African shit, nigga. Yeah, that's where the static come from. Outside of that, nigga, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm a human rights nigga. So shit, I believe that everybody struggle. You feel me? Got some type of connection to it.
And
I'm a
it's, and
racist.
I think it'd be difficult for a Pan-African to argue with a Latin dude who says I'm Nigerian first. Like I mean, it's different when you talk about an FBA person who says I'm drawing a line in between in terms of my descendants. When you run into a Latin dude and like, nah, we all come from Africa and the Spanish people colonized us, and he's literally speaking the same thing that a Pan-African would speak. So I don't understand how that could be confusing in terms of vitriol or angst or any type of pushback. How could I push back against literal history?
I mean, I heard his presentation, but if we looking at how he presents, what he presents as, the kind of the language he uses, buddy, he's a Hispanic dude, bro.
How could he help his language?
I mean, because
Taz is a xenophobic nigga. Like
No, I know that. No, Domo, I know that about Taz. Like, I don't bother Taz about that. Like,
so I'm gonna
Taz
get attacked.
is
So
on
now I
a
get
tightrope in terms of
that's crazy.
FBA and Pan-Africanism. He walks a fine line. I've been knew that about Taz. Like, he pulled up talking about FPN. When I first heard him, it was like FPN-Africanism. Y'all go back to Africa. So how could you expect the same response to somebody who's saying like, nah, like this is all confusion by the European when I literally
that Latin King shit threw me, bro. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know because you also not respecting the perspective that he brought in terms of he literally was making sense when he says you wouldn't understand it if you're not from here. So
Yeah, I got homeboys that
with
was
that
that
understanding,
was in Mexican
I don't
gang.
understand how you could confuse that. Like as soon as he said that, it's supposed to be like, you know what, that's true, and then chill. But it's like I still don't understand. You're not.
What was the Latin King thing though, Miz? What was the Latin King thing?
Basically, he said that he was a part of the Latin Kings or something like that at one point in his life because of he got locked up in the early 90s. Like he literally broke down his whole story in terms of he was locked up. He got down with the Latin Kings. It was a Bronx thing, but it wasn't in terms of his mentality. It wasn't necessarily a racial thing because like he was also saying like you got black people who was down with the Latin Kings, and he went into how they formed the Latin Kings. I kind of already spoke to that in terms of Spanish people were the minority in the jail system. They were getting spanked out. I even spoke to you getting locked up and not being able to call your family because there's a tough black guy who won't allow nobody to use the phone unless he gives them a time slot. That reality is not for everybody in terms of perspective. But when I'm giving that to you and you can't really imagine or fathom it after that to say, damn, like if you could put yourself there mentally, you would push back, right? Because you would say, damn, I know how much my family would be worried. They would want to hear from me, but this tough guy not letting me. Like,
only thing about that is when they got the numbers, they act the same way, bro. When
No,
they got the numbers,
but it's to be expected though, GQ. What I'm saying is it's reactionary, right? What I'm saying is reactionary. When they get here, right, in New York City, they are the minority. So a lot of times the same system that I'm talking about is happening in the jail is happening in the streets. Why is it happening in the streets, Miz? Because the black people are broke. There's not a lot of job opportunities. So they're taking advantage of a lot of people around them. Not only are they taking advantage of the black people who do got it, they're taking advantage of the different races of people who don't got it, whether you were Italian, white, all of them catch it up north. I mean, all of them catch it on Rikers Island. White people, Italian, when I say white people, I mean all forms of white people and all forms of Spanish people. And it's not up until white people don't have a Latin king. You know why? Because they're in so much of a minority that they can't even afford to form a gang. but the Spanish people are getting locked up at a rate where eventually they are able to form up numbers and protect themselves and hold themselves down. Like, I don't really know how much more to make that into a situation where people are in terms of
No,
protecting.
I'm good, man. Everybody black, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody,
Nah,
anybody.
when you miss, if you miss that, if what you got out of all of that was everybody's black,
Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism.
Hey man, listen. The one thing, hold on. The one thing that Lex was right about was that this nigga Taz is an op. He been an op. And niggas was and really because we was on FBA niggas head so much, it was just like this nigga Taz is like, well shit, I ain't know FBA. Even though 2/3 of the shit these niggas believe in, nigga, I'll fuck with most of what these niggas is saying. Like, yeah, nigga, if you want, but he want that smoke too, though. If you want us to go ahead and be like, all right, Taz, because you know, nigga, fucking with you, niggas got a list of grievances with your ass, nigga. Niggas got a list of them hoes. So if you want that smoke, we can do that too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No, Taz is a habitual go against the grain nigga.
No, it's just the framing of the platform that I just had a different.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's sometimes people just have just one that perspective that they just know, you know. So
Marley, they get locked in. They definitely get locked in, but
yeah, we get you, Glue.
It's just the shaping or the framing of the platform that's the only reason why I push back against Taz, because I don't want the average listener out there listening like, oh word, that's what how y'all giving it up. It's like, nah. He's definitely framing it of opposite of what it actually is. What it
Can you hear me?
Was the brother pulled up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we get you.
The brother pulled up being as respectful as he could, but he even asked.
Nah, he good people, bro. I got nothing against that man, bro. He good people. Like that's not. I'm not targeting him in no way, shape, or form.
Listen to this though. Now he said he grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood, and he plugged in with Latin Kings.
No, he remember GQ. That was in his only story. He moved to a Latin neighborhood. He grew up.
Now that makes sense.
He said that. No, it's not even that it really makes sense because he could have still held on to that black feeling, right? But he's in the Latin neighborhood for so long, and like I said, the Bronx, even when he's in a black neighborhood, they still got Latin people around there too. They just in sprinkled. But in terms of absorbing his original culture, when he moves into that neighborhood, he picks that up. It's like it's like how
is common,
you
bro.
grow up in Flatbush and you might confuse Q as terms of West Indian. When he like, nah, I'm a FBAer, but he's been around West Indian so long, he got dreads. His lingo might come off.
Lingo even sound Jamaican and everything.
It'd be a lot of it.
That's why I said when you talk about language and how he talks, there's something that you sometimes you cannot help. When you're in school with people and hanging around people for years or more than a decade, then it's automatically certain things that you just absorb. Like when he kept saying, you heard. Yeah. He been up north or he been in jail for so long that you heard thing came from jail. That's why I'm listening to him. He like, you heard. Bro, anytime you heard.
They've been up, bro. I've seen niggas get called goons for less, though.
So was he Puerto Rican? What was he?
He was Puerto Rican.
But he was a black Puerto Rican, though.
Yeah, let me run this. Hold on, let me run this real quick. I don't think he played this one.
Take it, make it a left, sharp left.
Terrible. Marxist.
Slavery.
Terrible and history.
Reparations.
Nah.
Whoa.
It's ridiculous, though. I mean, you're going to have people pay for atrocities they didn't commit to people who were not victims. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI.
I think you should say diversity, inclusion, and equity. Die. Everywhere it goes, just bad things happen.
Systemic racism.
I don't think that exists.
Critical race theory.
Terrible. It's a big lie.
Public schools.
I like them. We need them.
Fatherhood.
Utmost importance. It's going to determine what happens to our society.
The Black Lives Matter organization.
Terrible. Marxist.
Slavery.
Terrible and history.
Reparations.
Nah.
Who is that nigga?
Coon?
So he said Marxism is slavery. Is that what he said?
Yes, bro.
I just fuck with
wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't fuck with it.
That shit. You said that shit at the same time.
See,
that's crazy.
That's what I say. Black Team 7 got to start pulling up on niggas, bro.
Hey, you want to know the common denominator with all the niggas that act like that? It's niggas that embrace American nationalism. That is the common denominator with all niggas that act like that.
You must embrace
Like Psycho
capitalism.
say, country ass niggas.
Yeah, country first ass niggas. I'm proud to be an American ass nigga.
But some of that stuff niggas agree with him on though, bro. I've heard more niggas come from BLM than some white people.
Yeah, but
And it's also the niggas that you heard this in BLM was proud to be American ass niggas.
Because I'm gonna tell you though.
No, I'm saying shit.
At least I know I'm free.
Let me say this, because like even having like the discussions with them, I ain't never really been on that, but I do know that it felt like naturally what I don't feel like it's comfortable. You should be comfortable piling up on them with the ops, and it feel like more and more we be like it seemed like we be trying to appeal our conversation for them more and more. Like I don't think that's some natural shit. I think some of us think we kind of smart. You know what I mean? That's some of the Alex Jones effect and shit. But I don't know.
Yeah, you was kind of going in and out, Blues.
But on some real shit though, son. You know that was a good little experience. That
Marley used that for his thesis.
Yo, that was a good little experience because sometimes, people may have a limited perspective on things, based on their experiences and, things they have encountered and things, and people's experiences is subjective, you know what I mean? And especially when not quantified. So, sometimes people just need to, just get a better understanding of things and, open up their minds and, get different types of perspectives and things like that, because it's all about growth and mental growth, you know what I mean? Keeping a healthy mind and shit like that. So, I hope people in the audience, in the chat, is able to get a good understanding of, the type of culture that we got in the hood in New York City. You know what I mean? So,
like that's the problem.
We still talking about that dude, man.
The fuck? Why would New York City's culture be the rest of our culture? Like, I understand when you say stay out of it, but the question of why somebody would be in it is quite simple. Like, niggas embrace everybody as black and then try to tell the rest of the world what consciousness is. Like I'm sitting here listening to y'all do it again today. Like, this shit is comedy. And so I mean,
who being called black that's not black?
Well, hold on though, Damo. If he had the balls to say that shit to me, we'd be having a conversation. But it was like more of a sneak diss that I was just listening to and wondering if he was like trying to build up the nuts to talk some shit to me or what. I don't know what that was. That was some type of coward attempt to call me out, bro. Like what's your issue? Talk to me. You think my perspective limited because your Pan-Africanism allows motherfuckers to just bash black Americans every day?
You talking to me?
Absolutely.
Oh, nah, I wasn't trying to throw no shots at you or nothing like that.
I heard you when you said it the first time.
Nah, I wasn't trying to throw no shots at you, man. I was just saying.
Man, don't run from this nigga Marley, nigga. You better tell that nigga you limited perspective ass nigga.
Yeah.
You nigga, you limited.
Fuck him. Don't get outside, nigga.
Marley is I see it from both sides of the fence.
Yeah, niggas is dumb.
I think the vibe is different when we out west.
I'm mad high right now too.
Where it's at.
Yeah, I'm mad high right now too. So that's why I'm laid back.
Yeah, that was mad slick though, bro. And in terms of limited perspective, I'm judging this by y'all typical perspective. Like you niggas just been on every day. Like a motherfucker can't come up here no other time and just be black. Like niggas be pressing actual niggas about they blackness. But like, dude ain't getting no smoke. Shit, I was just playing around. That ain't my topic. I don't give a fuck about that. But niggas who every day pressing niggas about if they black or who they is or they background, and y'all niggas ain't have to say nothing. Yeah, I know. Shut the fuck up when Taz talking, nigga. The fuck you mean, nigga? I ain't lying.
You know why though?
Limited, nigga.
I'm gonna ask this question.
Nigga, you are lying, nigga, because niggas don't.
Question.
But hold on, no, Blue. Hold on, Blue. Hold on, Blue. Hold on, Blue. Because first of all, this, nigga, yeah, because I got a few of them hoes, nigga. First of all, the niggas on here are not the ones that be questioning niggas' blackness, bro.
But see that? Wait, when you say
The nigga, like we don't do that.
That's the question.
They do.
Hold on. Actually, hold on. Actually, I am whole ass incorrect. Cause I'm around all of the niggas that say you can't be mixed and be black, nigga. Like if you say if you have Puerto Rican, half black, nigga, you mixed, nigga.
But
do you have to be black to be a nigga?
That only
to be a nigga, yes.
I'm
yes.
a one drop nigga. I'm under the teeth
for
real.
real.
Chris Wilson, goddamn it, I don't be rolling with that.
Yeah, you got to be black to be like while everybody is a nigga to a nigga, to be a nigga, you got to be black, bro. That's
right. But I'm just saying.
Actually, I'm more guarded over that word than the word black. To be for real.
More pressure though than what I saw today.
But
like
I
said,
think
I don't.
That's where to me, I think that energy is where is the difference and where it causes conflict.
Who's supposed to be letting somebody know if they black or not?
Shit, I mean that's what happens all the time. I mean,
no, I'm saying I'm
ancestry and all this shit that y'all be talking about
right.
every other.
Exactly. So if Rachel Dolezal running around, who is supposed to keep their mouth shut and just let her run around and shit? Talking about she black, like straight up.
Rachel Dolezal.
Who is Rachel? Who is that?
You just jumped out there, bro. I mean, that's the bitch from 8 years ago who pretended to be black, but
right.
You lost.
I'm saying probably not on a national wide scale, but there are cases where similar Karens run around part time and do it. You know, she did it obviously to hold her stance in an NAACP, but if you're trying to get with a dude or get admitted to a college or even get a job or whatever, like we just supposed to let that ride?
Yeah, I would say no. But I mean, under the guise of Pan-Africanism, that's how she got accepted. I mean, we can't look at everything that she tried to ever do was based on being quote unquote African. She pretended to be Pan-African.
Nah, she ain't never claimed no Pan-African flag. That's for sure, yo. You can't put up nothing on that.
And all that shit, bro. That ain't American culture, bro.
Nah, there's no Pan-African organization back her.
They did no Pan-African organization back her. All right, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Say they did. I got you. You got me.
All right, I got another clip from a dude from the CNP. Don't nobody know what the CNP is?
Nah, what's that?
Council on National Policy.
No, what's that?
Okay.
The cool niggas paradise. Let's go.
That's the Koch. That's the Koch brothers. Tab.
Oh yeah. Somebody put a speak on ABI.
Yeah. About reparation. He's from Chicago. GQ. Arlington Heights.
Look for something to agree with. White Domo up here.
All right, there we go.
Of all form and all sorts, because I oppose reparations of all form and all sorts because every racial ethnic group in this room could point to some part in the last 100 years, probably in their bloodstream, that was oppressed, that they could claim reparations. Any Jewish Americans here? Any Asian Americans here? You know, any Irish Americans here? So on and so forth. You ask the question, do you have a moral obligation to try to right the wrong by taking from now and redistributing? I say absolutely not. The best way to right the wrong is to protect freedom and to expand opportunity through things like school choice, through charitable giving, through deregulating the economy, encouraging entrepreneurship, and putting Black fathers back in the house.
Yes,
they love running with y'all talking points, but they love running with y'all shit. Putting Black fathers back in the house. Bro,
That was
wow.
The same white people that's taking niggas, same white people taking niggas out the house, telling y'all we got to put them back. We got the fuck out of here.
Reverse racism is a motherfucker.
It's a motherfucker, boy. I'm telling you,
Crazy.
That shit.
So what's the main?
What they say is just be unbelievable. Like how the fuck? Damn.
So who's the main black dude to be saying the same shit?
Hey, yo, he was being slick by saying that, son.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
If he's
But
saying
that's
he
where
against every form of reparations, but then he talking about put the black man back in the house, he trying to imply our problems is because of the black man.
That's why we got to be careful with how we have certain conversations. Like we just gonna bank our
Fuck
way
that.
out
Where
of
the Trump
shit.
supporters at? We talking reparations.
We
Where the
just
Trump
gonna.
supporters at?
Yeah, yo, man,
All we
this
gotta do is
fucking
hit
this to
hit
cow,
right
but
on the
it's
stock
fire, son.
market. Like this is like we gotta get our financial literacy. Like that was our issue. We was just financially illiterate. Like these be all of the things, and so you pretty much be saying we was just dumb, and once we stop being dumb and be where we supposed to be and be responsible, then our situation will change.
Right.
But Blue, that's I'm like, where are all the conservatives that niggas was arguing with during election season? You niggas do not get to fucking disappear and then sneak back into conversations like reparations, as if the political ideology that you invested in give a fuck about reparations for black people.
I don't think either one of them do though. I'm still
Nah,
stand. I was
listen,
pro
we not doing that. We not doing that because listen, we know who won the election. We know who won the election though.
I'm gonna let you do your thing because I know you about to do it, goddammit. But I was pro reparation before I was pro Trump, and I'm still pro reparation, goddammit. But now go ahead. I know you.
But that's what I'm saying. But how can that's the whole shit? How can you be both?
Because I honestly don't believe that either side is pro reparation, bro.
But what you have to admit is that if there is a side where reparations has more of a chance, which side is that?
I wouldn't say that though. More. I know that's how
you wouldn't say it just because you don't. You wouldn't say it.
Not because I'm scared of being wrong or anything. I've been wrong about a lot of shit. But what I'm saying is, I just don't. I don't think either one really is. I don't think we have a better chance with Democrats. I honestly don't think we have a better chance with getting reparations under Democrats than we do under Republicans.
But that's what and it's like cool. I don't have to. You don't. I ain't trying to force you to admit to nothing. But at the end of the day, like all we know that stems from is like just the partisan back and forth because we acting like it's like well they kind of the same. No. Not only is Donald Trump against reparations, he wants reparations for white people who lost out jobs to black people. That's what he think motherfuckers need reparations for.
Man, Donald Trump.
He's actively saying shit like that. So it's like but GQ, listen, I feel you. I feel like we just got to be with the reality. Because at the end of the day, we can it's ways that we can explain all this shit. There's always a justification. But when niggas is standing on like this is who I support, this person is more beneficial, it's the person we need, and all that other shit, and then we get into black conversations, and you can't even bring that motherfucker up in black conversations as a way that's productive and beneficial. Nah, niggas don't get no pass on that. Nah, because the all the back and forth about the election, that shit was cool, that was fun.
Right.
But now the election is over. And the nigga that y'all fuck with won. So that means that if that nigga don't show improve, he gonna have y'all out here looking like liars.
No, because okay, if he don't show improve on the reason why we were supporting him, but not on reparations, because we never thought that Donald Trump would give us reparations. That was never a reason we were supporting him. And
then that means that reparations ain't really a big part of. That means that reparations.
If I had chose to support Joe Biden, it wouldn't have been because I thought Joe Biden was going to give me reparations.
I mean, that's true too. that's true too. Yeah, I can't. That there's no lies there. But at the same time, I think that Donald Trump represents and not to say that he is specifically, but he represents a very specific type of obstacle that not only exists as an obstacle in the way, but an obstacle that works against everybody that Donald Trump fuck with. In some way, shape, form, or fashion, maintain some type of ideological or political belief that's counterproductive to what black people need. Like that nigga right there was a Trump supporter. The nigga that just spoke, both the people that Dev played was Trump supporters. That's how Trump supporters talk about black issues. And now that we're not going back and forth, now that niggas can't use is Kamala black as a distraction from the person they support. Now it's like, now let's have the conversation. You can't run away from that. You can't run away from that. Because even if we take it, even if it ain't just a question of reparations, what was niggas talking about when it came to immigration? They taking our jobs. They taking our low-paying, low-wage jobs. Yeah, but these niggas is proudly bragging about giving high-paying, high-skilled jobs to foreigners.
Yeah. That's all. That's fuckery. I mean, there's always fuckery in the mix. But I do still stand on the immigration problem issue. You know?
I mean, but here's the thing though. Now I get, and I'm not saying don't stand on it, right? I'm saying that we are, before Donald Trump has taken office, everything that niggas kind of positioned as what he gonna be better at, he's done the exact opposite, and the nigga ain't even been sworn in yet.
Like what?
The nigga ain't the fact that the fact that niggas have been quiet about fucking Matt Gaetz being put up for attorney general. Donald Trump picked him. I don't know, and niggas ain't and the fact that niggas ain't read the motherfucking ethics investigation into the nigga that Donald Trump selected. It's like, come on, like we at the end of the day, it's like, if we gonna be having these issues, if we're gonna be talking about, now it ain't election shit. We're just talking about black issues. And we're talking about the importance of blackness and the importance of respecting black people and the perspectives that niggas have about black people. The motherfuckers that have aligned with the people that talk like that, nigga, where the fuck y'all niggas at? I want y'all niggas to try to talk some shit about racism. I want y'all to. At least niggas like Metal Judah in the chat talking about racism ain't a thing no more. And it's like, all right, nigga, I guess. Like, at least you saying that, you feel me? Like you full in alignment with them niggas. But with the Trump niggas that's running up, that's like, yeah, let's talk about what the black community needs. Not you, motherfucker. You can't help on reparations.
I don't know, man. It's a complex issue, man. We have to.
No, it ain't GQ. It's real. It's simple. It's real simple.
It's not that simple.
We really need to educate ourselves on a lot of different topics. You know what I'm saying? And become versatile with information.
And Matt Gaetz shit been shot down already. You know, he under the bridge. We ain't got to worry about Matt Gaetz.
But not because of not because of Republicans though. Yeah. Not because if Republicans had their way, Matt Gaetz would be the attorney general.
If Donald Trump had it his way, I don't know if that's. But I ain't care. But fuck all of them. But I feel you though. Yeah, he did give him the nod. I don't agree with a lot of that shit. I don't agree with Elon Musk being the fucking head of Department of Government Efficiency. I never liked the Elon Musk motherfucking ass. But you know, you get the good with the bad, man. You know, and that's on both sides. You know what I'm saying? We have to deal with the bullshit.
Yeah, but see, when we talking about who's the obstacle to reparations, you feel me? Like who's really getting in the way?
Is the obstacle to reparations not?
Yeah, we who really getting in the way? Niggas just talking about Africans. Niggas is talking about Africans. Who really getting in the way? Come on now.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Africans definitely ain't getting it.
See, I ain't never made that argument though. I ain't never said that dumbass shit right there. So, you know, you can challenge me on the shit I have said. I ain't never said that stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure you got your opportunity to lay out your grievances, nigga.
Nah, nigga, you just have an inherent anti-African hatred, nigga. Like, it's just in you. It ain't even have to be about jobs. Nigga, it's like I'm American, nigga. It ain't have to do with nothing else. The fact that you American and they African, nigga.
Now, what do you attribute that thought process to?
Brainwashing.
No, I'm saying the thought process that you think you know what the fuck I think or how I feel.
Because you said it, nigga. You said it. You said it.
In what situation? In what setting? Because we have different settings for different situations.
If you would say it in any setting, I'm saying what setting do you feel like it's justified in? For example,
the setting where people thought that they could press me about being something I never actually said I was. People said I was Indian. Then they said I was American. Then they said I hate Africa. Right? And so it was more so presented as a bow down perspective. And so as opposed to doing that, it was more like, no, nigga, fuck Africa. Now show me why I shouldn't feel that way. And of course, you never were able to do that, which is, you know, why you still think that that was like an actual perspective. Now, had you actually been paying attention, which again, I can't even say had you been paying attention, because you saw the other content I did do in support of the people of Africa, not just some fictitious homeland that you niggas have in your heart, but the actual people on the continent. You were there. You saw it.
I mean, yeah, you said some endearing things. Like you know what I mean? Like it ain't.
Shut your ass up, nigga. You saw it, nigga. You always see it. So I'm just saying, overall, I know where your thought comes from with that, but I would rather you stop saying it just for the fact that in that time period, it was a lot about calling me different names and I'm pushing back. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers calling me an abo, bro, and was trying to stand on it. And so, yeah, you know, I'll play with them, but it wasn't like we're supposed to go deep into that because, like I've always said, my grandmother was a Pan-African. Whether or not she said we had Indian or not, she was always fucking Pan-African. I just wasn't. But I got that Kwanzaa teaching, right? Like from as a kid, like, so, nah, it's just not my ideology.
So, okay, so then what is your ideology?
My ideology is simple. I'm an American. I was born here. I don't know anything about there. I don't really trace back far enough to go back that far. So there's no hatred for it. I just haven't chose to bridge the next gap of the 1500s and where my ancestors was before the ones I actually knew.
So I'm gonna ask you a question, age-old question that Malcolm X asked, and that is, if you put a kitten in an oven, does it make it a muffin?
It makes it a kitten that was in an oven.
A kitten in an oven. Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So as Malcolm so eloquently put, like, we're not Americans. We're victims of America. Through circumstance, we became citizens. We became citizens. You feel me? And it's like everything that makes us American is also the shit that we say we overcame. Listen, everything that we say, and this is why FBA, like that whole embracing American nationalism shit, is baffling to me, because everything that people say that they proud to be FBA for is some shit they had to go through because of America.
And I'm 92%.
Right, so what does that cross over into me though?
I ain't got no other choice.
Well, no. So when you say, you know, I'm American, it's like, I mean, yeah, but you a nigga.
Right, there's no but. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, because you want to read deeper into that statement.
But here's the thing, though. You a block
that statement with niggas who went and fought for this motherfucker, though. I have an inherent hatred for America so much so that I would have never put my life on the line for the bitch. See what I'm saying?
So,
bro, it's niggas that go to the military that don't give a fuck about America.
No. If you think you can press me about being American, I'm telling you, people put their lives on the line for this motherfucker. I'm not one of them. Shouldn't your argument and smoke be towards them? I'm only American just because, like you said, the circumstances, it was put on paper. Nigga, I ain't never put my life on the line for this bitch. What you mean?
Man, that nigga
I'm American by circumstance, nigga.
But here's the distinction. Here's the distinction. I think that I would argue that my African ancestry is more important to me than my American identity. And I think we should be more invested in understanding that ancestry than attaching ourselves to American patriotism.
Yeah, motherfuckers just trying to get that GI Bill.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I used to that.
Okay, hold on. But you used to think it was something wrong with that, though, right?
Marley laughing because he know I ain't bullshit. Niggas trying to get that GI Bill.
This is why I don't think it's nothing wrong with that.
PA loans. Motherfucker was not thinking about I'm putting my life on the line for this black ass country. Motherfucker trying to come up, nigga. They're trying to get out of power, trying to get out the situation.
I mean, I'll give you the benefit of that, bro. But again, my disdain for the country went further than any benefits, and I'll acknowledge that. You niggas was looking forward and saw the bag and was willing to put your life on the line to get it. Cool. I wasn't. I had that much disdain for America.
Motherfucker was 17 or 18 years old and was not that forward thinking like
right.
that.
Now I hated America at 17.
They was telling niggas they was telling niggas to go to like either I'm gonna lock you up or go to the military. Which one you gonna do?
Remember that scene in Boys in the Hood? I made my choice there. Right. It like that's I wasn't going, fam. I'm cool. Some niggas will go, some niggas won't. But if you're gonna talk about somebody being American, again, it's people that took an oath to this motherfucker. You ain't willing to say shit to them? Right, I know.
No, hold on. You talking to me?
Bullshit, man.
Whoever, nigga.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to whoever.
You fucking right, I would. You fucking right, I would. You fucking right, I would. I mean, now here's the thing. Like my great uncles was World War II vets. My grandfather was my mom was a military brat. She was born in Germany because my grandfather flew in the airport. My grandfather put his hands on my grandma. I thought military niggas was fucked up in the head. You had to be. You had to be. Me and my mama got into it because she was telling me when I was trying to figure out shit, getting a degree and everything. She was like, "Well, maybe you should go to the military." I laughed in her face. She was like, "But you got, you getting a degree. You got a degree. You can go to officer school." I laughed again in her face. You know what I'm saying? Like I like yes, I've had this. I've actually softened up more some on how I approach it. You feel me? Because I don't want to be so entrenched in my beliefs that I end up just disrespecting. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to be that entrenched into it, but
especially when you're not 100% that you right in the first goddamn.
Yeah, but I do.
No, I'm 100% right.
But I have an issue with black veterans, but I don't think you should. I don't think you should just call out somebody for saying I'm American if you're not gonna call out the people who actually took an oath and, you know what I'm saying, walk down a whole line for America. Certain things I would never do for America. And you know what I'm saying, again, that's just the reality of it. It's talking points and then it's reality. I deal with the reality.
But that's the thing though. I've had multiple conversations with people on both sides of that conversation, and I've had veterans that talked to me and told me straight up. It was like fuck the U.S. military. Yeah, straight up. These are veterans. You feel me? But then I ran into veterans that's been like, nah, like I fought for this country. My grandfather fought for this country. My father fought for this country. You feel me? I've ran into both, and respectfully, you've had niggas that agree with me. You had other niggas that was like close to hands. You feel me? And so that's why it's like they got like yes, I've done exactly what you said. Yeah, but at the same time, do I go out openly looking for niggas? You know what I'm saying? And just be like, you claim to be American? Nah, you tripping? Like, nah, I don't do that shit. I don't do that shit.
So, but when the assumption comes to me though, so why is there a belief that I'm waving flags on July 4th and You know what I'm saying? I got a big dumbass American flag outside, and I got a flag on my license plate and shit. Like, you making it sound like I'm pushing American as opposed to just simply being American. Ain't it a difference?
Nah, I mean, you feel me? You may have kind of switched up a little bit or like softened your tone on the conversation,
Bro, you ain't
but it's
never
like
seen or heard people with a USA hat, a MAGA hat, an American flag hat, or none of that shit, nigga. I talk about black.
nah. But it was in the context. But when you said it, it was in the context of fuck that African shit, nigga. I'm American.
Right.
It was on. It
And
was
I
in
still
that
see that.
context. Yes, exactly.
Right. I
Yeah.
still
So
see
that
that.
it's right. So everything I've been saying is valid to that stance.
Not in totality, because that African shit, what I've always described is the putting the African shit first when you don't even know the fucking Second Amendment. Talking about ancient Kemet, but you can't tell me 5 of the amendments to the Constitution and the law of the land you live in. Right? It's the counter argument to putting something first that you don't even live within. While when I'm just simply telling you, nigga, learn some shit about where you live at, and now you got pushback for it. That's always been my argument. What do you think? I mean, it's a reason why you ain't never take no debate on nothing, right? I mean, you've had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. When you finally took one, you got washed. So I'm saying, what you mean? Yeah, like that. I mean, like, I don't know what's happening. You know, I don't want to say too much. You know what I'm saying? I want to get an opportunity to speak back, but you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. It's me you talking to, bro. I ain't never said nothing no different, and you ain't never want to debate nothing I said then. When we were in the debate league and I was saying it.
We're gonna get that
Right?
Tab Domo debate in a minute up in here. Goddamn, we're gonna sell out.
It seems like it, right? Come on, fam. Nah.
Gonna have to sell tickets to that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, man, it is what it is. But now this non-debate ass nigga come up on the panel, man. Shit, man. Fuck.
Oh, goddamn, a runner.
Who
The
said
motherfucking runner in the flesh. You ready to debate today now, Madonna? You got your shit together? You ready for
Man, what's popping? I don't debate no more. I just teach. I don't debate no more. I just teach.
Get your ass out.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, hold on. Before this retarded ass nigga start talking, I had to go in the dispensary real quick. But before
Here we go.
this retarded ass nigga starts talking. So all right, so check this out. Even from the standpoint of this shit niggas need to know in America, I think that what would be more beneficial is for niggas to immerse themselves into studying shit like Africa, which would give them a broader perspective. It'll open their mind more, decolonize their understanding better. So then when they develop that incentive to understand more about America, they do it through a Pan-African and Afrocentric lens instead of a Eurocentric lens. So it's actually still more beneficial for niggas to have to focus on Africa as a way to decolonize their mind, more so than just being like, all right, I need to understand all this shit without having a guidance, a true way to understand it. Like, cause niggas need to, like I said, a lot of the shit that niggas be on is internalized Eurocentrism, internalized whiteness that's a part of our socialization, and providing a Afrocentric perspective to challenge preconceived notions within ourselves to then pursue that American civic and historical education, nigga, that is better. So yeah, it's still, nigga, you don't need a fucking amendment, nigga. Learn about Mansa Musa or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them amendments.
Right. Fuck the amendment.
Yo,
okay. So here's the thing, right? That's before I get too deep into that back and forth on that, because that's crazy, but we can set that up. Now, I want you to understand something else too that happened. When I was on Sodnetters, they set me up in a debate I was in and tried to label me an abo and all this other shit, right? And so a lot of attacks came from that as well. I blame the whole conscious paradigm, the entire conscious community for that shit, because to me, the online community is the conscious community, and Q Butter, you know what I'm saying? Of course, you know what I'm saying, had to tell me that it's not the same. And, you know what I'm saying? Don't do that to the offline conscious community, the whole nine. So I said all that to say a lot of that shit too in that moment came from that. The moment of them, specifically Jabari, because it's on another platform. He kind of rigged it and did what he did, but it was more so Jabari that did it. And they, like I said, they tried to label me an abo and all this other shit, and they didn't stick to scholarship. You know what I'm saying? So that was more so my issue with a lot of what you would have seen on the outside of that is kind of keeping that back and forth going. So that's where people like Lex came in and started saying different shit and kind of keeping that back and forth going. That's where the you're an abo shit came from.
All right, Ms. O, Dev, 764 done put a bounty on a nigga.
Damn, this nigga still hating, man. Bro, this got to be the. Hey, this nigga. Hey, how you gonna come in the new year?
Shut the fuck up.
That's crazy. Put that nigga out.
So you would argue that Mansa Musa is more important than the Second Amendment? Knowing the story of Mansa Musa is more important than, well, you said all of them. You said fuck the amendment. So the Constitution is.
Culturally, yeah. Culturally, yeah. Right. I mean, and from this standpoint, right? Like having the information.
Not culturally.
Hold on. No, I mean, or even if we being honest,
I'm not debating that, nigga. Like, bro, like,
the amendment,
you set it up perfectly to go on a long tirade, but no. So the answer is no. But go ahead. You said culturally, yeah. Go ahead.
But how the Constitution not part of y'all culture? Anybody on?
Hold on, but let him go on, bro. Because
I don't think nobody making that argument per se. But I will say though, in terms when I'm like fuck the amendments, it's like you got to think about it. At the end of it, most people live their whole lives without understanding that shit at all. You feel me? Like when it comes to when it comes, like most people go to court and don't even think about the implications of that type of shit. That's why when you think about the relevance of it, it's really only like challenging, like constitutional challenges. Is really only specific to people that's in the legal field. And so if you a motherfucker that if you somebody that's like your rights is being infringed, you don't gotta understand it. You could pay somebody that understand it for you though. And get that shit and get that shit taken care of. But here's the thing though. But also you gotta understand, having the information is not enough. Like for example, sovereign citizens are an example of having the information and not knowing what the fuck to do with it at all. You feel me? Like I mean, hell,
due process of law, man.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
You said, do I understand due process?
I mean, whether we agree with these laws or not, we subjected to them. So to ignore them is ignorant. Like if you subjected to something, like I don't want to know that, and then you get caught up, you railroaded, now you in jail, and you like, man, and what I'm trying to say is, you gotta know due process, which they come from the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land, but to say like, oh man, fuck all of that shit, like, yo, that's part of our life. People going to jail, that's culture.
Hold on, bro. First of all, bro, I have a degree in political science, so like, the significance of like I work in law.
Okay.
So like the significance of what you're talking about, I'll say this, it's not lost on me. The point I'm making is that everybody isn't set out to be a legal scholar. Everybody isn't set out to be everybody isn't set out to be a constitutional scholar. So the reason why that culture that cultural education is so important is because at a bare minimum they will have an understanding of self. At a bare minimum, they would be able to understand themselves outside of American socialization. They don't think that their history only starts when they people was, you know what I'm saying, subjugated, right? Your history don't start. It's like this, your history don't start with slavery position. That's why somebody like Mansa Musa is important. That's why, you know, Shaka Zulu and all of these culturally, right? And that cultural education it determines how you internalize everything else. Like I view the lens through a black nationalist. I view the law through a black nationalist, Pan-African, critical race theorist lens. That's the way that I view it.
It gives you pride and motivation and you know what I'm
saying? I mean, and it gives you a strategic understanding of it. You feel me? Like the law is dangerous. So it's like for me, I felt like the best thing I could, the way that I could contribute, the way that I could be a part of pushing back against shit is being somebody that understand the law, being somebody that understand politics, understand how it functions, and be able to provide the type of legal and political education from the lens of somebody like me and somebody that experienced the shit I experienced, as opposed to black people getting that information from people who don't give a fuck about their perspective. You know what I mean? Right. So it's like that. So yeah, Mansa Musa and understanding the significance of him historically is more important than niggas being on the fucking amendment.
That's where I'm gonna argue with you right there, though. It's not more important. It might be just as important, but it's not more important. It's just important. Knowing that we was here prior to Columbus, for instance, that's cool. That's what's up. For a reparations argument, or
but that's what I'm. Yeah, but see, this is the problem. Like,
wait a minute, what you mean we was here before? Wait,
yeah, that's what I was like,
I studied that.
I'm like, nah. He tried to slide that in there real quick.
Yeah,
like, nah, bro.
We ain't doing that.
Nah, bro.
Nah, we was definitely not.
Yeah, you should have just said you was Puerto Rican, fam.
Yeah,
you've been cool.
Yeah, I don't even care about what he says racist, but misinformation is just misinformation, or things that you can't back up is things that you can't back up. That dude who popped up here, he ain't say nothing that can't be researched. That stuff that you're talking about as far as black people being here before Native Americans or before Columbus gotta be backed up with something like besides Ivan Van Sertima.
I can point. You can use the diaries of Verrazano the Explorer. You could use the diaries of Christopher Columbus. You could use.
Wait a minute.
Native American Museum downtown.
Slow down. Why you ran?
Oh no, I'm just giving y'all places that y'all can literally Google right now and see them.
These things you have to slow down, man. These conversations don't have to be sped through, man. Like we do 12-hour episodes, bro. That means you can start off at one place and that can be dissected. It's very surgically, like we could take time on, and then after that's dissected, you can move on to something else and move on to something else. Because I constantly hear people do the rambling off and think that that's all right. We got Young Deity here; he'll tell you, he'll ramble off a bunch of different stuff without allowing anything to be dissected slowly. So yeah, you can drop a link for whatever you're talking about in terms of being here already before Columbus, and then we can examine it, brother. That's simply that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're not able to share your screen, you can put a link in a private chat, and I will be more than happy to click the link.
Because we would like to examine.
Hey, that claim, right? But I do want to make something clear though. So like we talking about like due process and you know what I'm saying, the amendments and all this other shit, right? Here's the thing: understanding the law. And understanding like our political structures also gives you an understanding of how power and domination work. Your understanding of due process does not stop police from violating it. It will not and cannot stop the structures from violating every last one of your rights. I mean, look at the issues that's going on in our prisons. Just our prisons alone.
Yo, guard. Let me.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like so as much as
it's about like a lot of people think the Constitution is giving us rights.
Real quick, bro. While you doing that and while you speaking, I'm looking for the link for that on what you're talking about.
The Verrazano, well, basically when he, I'm gonna
I'm not, no, bro. I need to be able to see what you're talking about, not listen to you. I mean, anybody can just tell a story, right? We can't dissect what you're saying.
No, but the point he was making was that, like, yeah, the Constitution.
Okay, I was gonna just quickly say about the Constitution. It
don't give us rights. It protects rights.
It only tells us the rights that we have that we're born with. Like a lot of
No. What it does is these are things that the government cannot infringe upon. Yeah, the government cannot make decisions about these things, right? So it's like, but you're right. It's like it says we have God-given rights, and then the Bill of Rights is supposed to be like the government cannot infringe on these God-given rights, right? But we have in ways we've been duped by democracy. We've been duped into believing that uh the structure that we operate under has these types of protections against tyranny and all that other type of shit. It's like, no, black people exist under tyrannical governments. Donald Trump is a representation of a tyrannical of an anti-black tyrannical leader that was democratically elected. You got to understand, like we have a winner take all, first past the post system. So the amount of people that was like, fuck that, we can't have somebody like that was still in the millions of people that feel like Donald Trump is diametrically opposed and his politics are diametrically opposed. And we can take it down to just the local level, the mayors and city councils and all that other type of shit.
But where I saw that though.
I'm gonna go pull that up now, but I heard him say that. That was wild.
Listen, you had a democratically run, a quote unquote democratically run city in Mississippi where white people held control of the fucking government for a majority black community. And then when a black man finally got elected, these motherfuckers turned around and just changed the laws. Just changed the laws. Just made them different. Locked that nigga out and kept themselves in power. All of that shit, yeah, bro. Like all of this, the idea of
in Alabama with Mobile, they changed the way that the district was. They had to add a district because it was like it's like 68%.
Hold on, then as much as we talk about, oh my God, Donald Trump won, niggas, we completely ignore the racial gerrymandering that is plaguing the fucking country. Like if I showed y'all some of literally some congressional map or not congressional maps, but voting districts, and showed you the way that they didn't split up these fucking districts to undermine black voters, it's like the concept of like every vote mattering. How many fucking people were purged from voting rolls? Mm-hmm. How many people were literally just made in just lost their ability to vote because the person in charge of elections had the ability to just like get them the fuck up out of there based on some arbitrary rule that they come up with. These niggas, they're literally making laws that you can't give people water while they stand in line to vote. What? You can't give people water while they stand in line to vote? A lot of times, understanding the intricacies in the way that the law and politics work lets you know that shit that like really give you an understanding that in a lot of ways, a lot of people are just fucking helpless. A lot of people are just fucked. And it's uniquely because of who's in charge, who's running their communities, who give a fuck about the people at the bottom. So no the amendments and whatever fucking else, and then sit there and watch how they violate it routinely over and over again. Understand the Constitution, and then watch the news and see how everything about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy having any type of say of what get funded is completely unconstitutional. Completely. Like, bro, we sat back and watched Donald Trump literally get up and say that the president should be able to kill their political enemies, and the motherfucking Supreme Court was like, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. So yes, the more you understand this shit, the more to drive you fucking crazy when you see how what's supposed to be the fucking standard gets violated on a routine fucking basis. On a routine basis. So yes, let's talk about Egypt and the great empires that came out of Egypt. The universities that in Timbuktu and you know what I'm saying, fucking everywhere else in Central Africa. You know what I mean? The warrior tribes in East Africa. The warrior tribes in West Africa. All that shit. Fuck Eurocentrism. Fucking attachment to a place that literally back during slavery, world observers wrote like we hear the loudest cries of freedom from the drivers of the slaves.
Facts.
Yep.
They tell you about the rights that you have from God given, while they routinely violate that shit.
And it's specifically because of the color of your skin too. That's
Specifically, and they tell you that they hate you routinely.
Everything that you just named was a nigger rule. It's a nigger rule for all of these things. This is the amendment. This is the Constitution, except for this nigger rule.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everything has a nigger rule attachment.
Facts.
But you
Man,
could.
listen.
Don't let me stop you, my fault. Go ahead.
Nah, I mean that's so. I mean, so to get back to fuck. I mean, Mansa Musa not perfect. I didn't say we need to idolize him, but let's learn about somebody to look like us.
Mm-hmm. Give you some pride and hope. I think that's what it is with some people too. They may lack like a lot of these stories that may give them, this pride and
man, it wasn't 100 Mansa Musas at one time. It's only one Mansa Musa can Mansa Musa at one time without no slaves and other people behind him who he subjugated.
Hold on, but Biz, to be fair though, I ain't gonna lie. Like I'm the only reason I said Mansa Musa because that was like the first African name that came to mind. That was like
people hang up this Mansa Musa jersey. They talk as if there was 1,000 Mansa Musas at one time, as if he wasn't one person who was above all other people.
No, we're not saying that. I'm just saying. I'm
a caravan of people. We made a walk all the way across the motherfucking desert.
No, the first African king I think about is Shaka Zulu.
They had to prove to people how great he was. Like,
yeah, and I learned about Mansa Musa like later on when I was like in my early 20s.
They be rocking T-shirts as if we go on all be Mansa Musas at the same time. That ain't how that works. He was as powerful as he was, because he ain't having a whole bunch.
Matter of fact, I knew about Mansa.
What's funny is the reason
before that. Matter of fact, since high school.
What's funny, the reason why I knew about Mansa Musa growing up as a kid is because, oddly enough, Coors, the beer company Coors,
yeah,
they had some thorough ass Black History calendars. And like niggas in like the older Black men in my community, even my grandpa, like he had one hanging up in like our den, and then at the barbershop they had Coors. You said what? Oh yeah, so like at the barbershop they had Coors Black History calendars, and it wasn't like just people in America, like it was Shaka Zulu and Mansa Musa, and they talked and you feel me? It was everywhere. So it was like I always saw these African figures growing up. You feel me? Because of these fucking Coors calendars that all these Black men had.
First in my mind is Shaka Zulu. That's the first African king.
I said Shaka Zulu too. I mean, shit, yeah. I said Shaka Zulu too, but
he was my favorite. He was Shaka Zulu. Now I'm dead ass serious. So you look at his life story, how he came about, and all of that, and you know what I'm saying?
They named Shaka Zulu was one of the first niggas to beat the British, to out strategy British strategy. Like them niggas was.
So that nigga was a real nigga, son. I ain't gonna lie, son. Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing with niggas neither.
Yeah, he wasn't playing with niggas. And he was on. Wait, hold on. And he was on the battlefield. And he was on the battlefield, a king, nigga. Like that's crazy, son. A king on the battlefield. Like, come on, son. How many kings get on the battlefield?
In them days, that's what they did, though, Marley Marl, because leaders lead from the front, bro. You know,
he was on some get down and lay down type.
Yeah, he was on some get down and lay down type shit.
Yeah. Leaders lead from the front. You ain't never asked your people to do shit that you ain't willing to do, man. That's how leaders lead.
He was but he was.
He ain't trust nobody. GQ. I remember they violated him. And he was not playing with niggas after he figured out the violations. Remember, he was like, he was treated like he was dog shit.
He was slaying niggas, son.
I got violated my moms.
That's how you show
violated me.
Real, goddamn.
Yeah, he wasn't playing with niggas. If you wasn't playing, if you wasn't with it, he was gonna take you up out the game.
And you got to think about them African tribes roll like that, because if you ain't handling business, then the motherfucking warrior that's out there handling business, when he get through handling business, he come and chop your motherfucking head off when he get back. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. And we gotta remember, Africa ain't had no jails, so there's only one way to be handling your enemies.
Yo, they lined them. His family and shit set him up and all that. They lined him, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they his own people. You know what I'm saying? His own people and shit like that. So we always do that. Send our own people all the time.
Who was the star of that Shaka Zulu movie back in the days again? I watched that shit like 100 times.
That movie was like 5 days long. That shit was like the Roots. That was like the second part to it. That was Roots at our time.
I watched it on YouTube about a couple years ago just to get the nostalgia.
Yeah, that Shaka Zulu movie was like the Roots of our time. So I remember one time, bro, and when I first watched the movie, it was with my aunt and shit, you know, and shit. You know, my mom was just like, "Yo, we ain't from Africa, we from Trinidad and shit like that." My aunt was like, "We from our ancestors from Africa," but you know, my mom was just playing around and shit. He just
hey, yo, Bubba, if you don't get the, you know, it's late night, I could curse, Bubba. If you don't get the fuck out of here, bro, I don't give a fuck how many times you change your name. Your stupid ass got the same avatar. You're so fucking dumb. You still ain't changed that stupid ass letter B, nigga. It's the same fucking color. Like, you keep trying to get on a platform. If you can't make it in the fucking chat, just give it the fuck up, my nigga. Don't nobody want to talk to you or hear from you or none of that shit.
Oh, shit.
Like, what the fuck?
This nigga violated him, son.
Niggas violating himself. These niggas be slow as dog shit.
Yeah. Then I started to learn about, later on, I started to learn about like Idi Amin and shit like that, like people outside of the diaspora, like of those Africans. I never really knew about African leaders like that. I only knew about the people in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? I started taking a look at they shit. I'm just like, oh, they got some revolutionaries out there too.
Yeah, be careful because niggas like Taz will get at you, not you, Marley, but niggas like Taz will get at niggas for romanticizing shit. So I'm definitely gonna let it be known, like, yeah, that nigga Shaka Zulu wasn't nothing to play with. He is stab anybody.
And remember, a real general, he
even made a new type of knife to stab niggas with. That
that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. He made his own. He had his own weapon.
Old knife ain't stabbing niggas good enough. I gotta make a new knife.
Yo, I forgot he made his own weapon. Remember when he went to the witch doctor and all of that? His own spear was more accurate, all of that. So he was on another different type of time.
And he switched the shield around too.
Word.
It's on warrior time.
Yeah, and don't forget, son, he was on the battlefield. He was on the battlefield.
Remember, a general works just as hard as the soldiers do. Remember that. A real general works just as hard as the soldiers.
Exactly. Real leaders lead from the front. I say it all the time, bro.
But I'm saying these militaries out here don't lead like that, though. These militaries are,
they pussies. You know they pussies these days.
You niggas crazy.
When I seen that, I was like, oh nah, this nigga. I was like, I used to look at presidents and shit like that. Like I used to compare them to Shaq. I'm like, yo, how come this nigga George Bush ain't on the battlefield? And these other niggas, none of them
3-star, 4-star generals. Them motherfuckers.
Yeah, but I'm about to say, different from what the generals that GQ talking about. Them generals that GQ talking about. After you get to a point of being a general, like to the extent that GQ talking about, you more of an organizer. And once you get taken out, you would automatically lead an army to be disorganized. So it's not necessarily smart to put those people on the front lines, because at the end of the day, those people are generals because of their experience. The experience is what you need when you're going into the war, rather than somebody who's just willing to get shot first. Because once you get shot first, you're going to have a person who don't have the amount of years that it take to be a general stepping up and making choices. And now you put the whole army at vulnerability. So it ain't about just making sure that you don't get killed. It's more so about organization. But it's the way
that's a fact, Mizzo. Is the military different nowadays? That's all. You know,
it's smarter.
It's a different style. It's a different style.
No, that's why it's the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't champion none of that romanticization type of shit. It's like, no, I need to make sure that my shit is running efficiently and effectively. You know what I'm saying? I get it, but we just gotta, you know what I mean? Be careful with that type of shit.
And I will say that most of these generals that we have now, they did come up through the ranks. At one
Hell
point,
yeah.
at one point in time, they was in the front line. They was the captains and the lieutenants that was out there knocking shit off. That's how they was getting that rank. So
hell yeah, it ain't gonna be too many George Washingtons and all that. All them George Washington niggas who survived and made it through the whole shit. Man,
it's a different kind of military. But I do salute the ones that was on the front lines that they wasn't behind all their troops telling them what to do. They was in the front leading the motherfuckers to what they was doing.
Facts, GQ, facts. But
I just wanted to ask who was Miz going ballistic on when I pulls up on the show.
This nigga been violating left and right in the chat, man, talking crazy. He been talking. What he been talking about, y'all? FBA and all this other shit, man. Just got tired of something.
So yeah, FBA crony.
Yeah, man. Not even. I don't want to say that because we kind of falling back from the FBA attacks. But he just been talking too crazy in the chat, and then he got on the platform and started bugging. Somebody got an echo.
Oh, but can I mention something about Shaka? I like Shaka because, okay, number one, they said he was a military genius, a strategist. Like he ranked number 16 when I was looking at, they was ranking military leaders. And he created this technique called the horn method, where you chase your enemy. You know, they think that they have you on a run, and then you actually ambush them and surround them, and you form like a horn. And then you go ahead and slaughter them. Shaka was a genius. He realized that the people that was invading thought they were stupid. So he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we were stupid, so we're about to ambush you." And another thing too, Shaka was smart. He was conquering other African nations, but he made them Zulus. He's like, "You're no longer someone separate. You got the same rights as us. You're not beneath us. You're not the enemy. They are. That's coming to invade, the colonizers." That's why I love Shaka.
Shaka Zulu.
Yeah, Shaka Zulu was that nigga, son. I ain't gonna lie. So he used to be.
But they recognize him as a military genius. He's like number 16. That's pretty high.
Yeah. I think the military uses him, the art of war. They use Shaka Zulu shit.
Hannibal too, right?
They use Sun Tzu, the art of war. They use that. Yeah.
What about Hannibal? Y'all mess with Hannibal?
But deception is the art of war, though. You know what I'm saying? There is no rules in warfare. It's about survival. So you gotta do whatever you gotta do, whatever it takes to win. You know, there's no rules.
Hey, yo, y'all seen what I shared in the back chat?
Pause. Nah, that's about the avos. Let me see what you got.
Nah, it's about like, dude, he stopped me. He said, "Yo, you can't," because I said we was here prior to Columbus. So what I'm trying to like show is that there was a trade set up, evidenced. You know what I'm saying? Like in those links, you'll see that there's evidence that we was coming.
The link in the back
not
chat?
just coming here.
Nah, he ain't put no link, man.
I ain't seen no link neither.
He ain't put no link, man.
It's not a link. If you take what I put in there and put it into your search engine, watch what pops up. Just copy everything like the JSTOR search.
Hey, bro, what's funny is I knew it was going to be that guanine tips shit.
Yeah, man, we heard it all before, man. We need to see.
We've heard all that shit before, bro.
Debunk it.
All right, hold on. Let me go get my source. I got a source for it.
Yeah,
Hold up.
Savio about to wild on you. I
got a source for it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got a source for it. I got you. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
And then what about the Verrazano joint?
I got a source for. I got everything. I got all that.
I don't know why y'all think this is new information,
all
bro.
that. This is not new to none of us, bro. We've been doing this shit.
No new information, bro. It's just like, wow. I don't get it.
Let me find it. I gotta find it. Might take me a few seconds, but I got the paper. The whole breakdown of this.
This is the Atlantic Voyage and all of that.
Yo, they so funny, Marley. He said, "Search it just like how I typed it." Because if you type, if you
just
don't,
open it
no
up. I
ass
just looked at it. They never even. They don't even. Oh gosh, they don't even in the African oral traditional stories. They don't even talk about them returning back to the America, to Africa, and there's no evidence of them even getting
Bro,
over.
they found maize over there. I mean, like corn. Corn
Did
was
they
not
find a
indigenous
damn
to
ship,
Africa.
man?
Maize, the food that they was eating. What you think they got in return for the guanine? That was money.
Man, why did that man walk? If that man has ships, why the hell he walk across that damn desert?
You mean why he made a pilgrimage? He was a Muslim.
Why he ain't just take the boat around?
And then he also bankrupted.
No, you asked
economic
the
system.
question. Why would you say why did he make the pilgrimage? I said, yeah, why he ain't take the boat around? Why would you just go and say, yeah, and he also like no, why didn't he just take a boat?
When he traveled those trade routes, he was bankrupting every
Why you still ain't answer the question? Why he didn't just use the ship? Like what the hell?
it was the method to his madness. When he was putting all of that gold into those economies, he was fucking up those economies by doing that. That's a strat.
No,
He
if he
gave
would
away
have
all
took a ship, he could have still did the same thing. He could have loaded up ships with all the gold you talking about. If they had those ships, like what? Like how you just skip right around when I'm asking you, bro? Like I don't get it, bro.
It's faster to go on land. It would have
Faster
been faster
how?
on land.
Prove it. How?
They had trade routes in the Sahara Desert.
Goodness gracious.
The trade routes in Sahara Desert. It was literally. It's a book I got called. Hold on, let me get it. It's Ibn Battuta.
Yeah, I gotta chill and
I got it right
We
here.
know that.
Yo, this tequila is
All right,
fire.
so boom, right here.
Yo, this tequila is fire, man.
Ibn Battuta
Nigga
in
said
Black
it's
Africa.
faster walking and jumping on a ship, walking across the
So-
hot ass Sahara.
So I got this book called Ibn Battuta in Black Africa, right? Written by Saeed Hamdoun and Noel King. Ibn Battuta is accredited for being the most traveled man in history.
All right.
Right?
All right. So you wanted to talk about the guanine tips and all that, right? Before you ran all over to this nonsense, right? So let me find the guanine tips. All right. Let me go ahead and get this.
Let me pull up.
Cause this is I'm gonna put the article how can I share this? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can put this in the chat to have this shared.
And I see Young Diddy writing paragraphs in the chat, a bunch of information people already know. This is wild, man.
This is a California Forum on Anthropology in Public. Robbing Native American Cultures. Van Sertima's Afrocentricity and the Olmecs. Let me see if I can share this.
Yeah, because his link already beat him up. His link beat him all the way up.
Is it anybody in the meantime while he looking it up? Is there anybody in the chat from Haiti?
No, I'm just trying to share it.
If somebody in here from Haiti come up, I need to ask you something.
You gonna ask him if Mansa Musa went there too?
Hell no.
I'm back with you, GQ.
I know, Ms. O. No, because I was thinking about what Diddy just put in there about Shaka Zulu snapping after his mother died, right?
Oh yeah, he snapped.
He went over Man's head, but
he snapped.
You ain't go over my head. That's widely known.
It relates to me. It's personal. That's why. But go ahead.
It's widely known. That's what went over your head. When this information that's been known, I guess you young, but I'm just saying at the very end of the day, this stuff been known. This is not like no hidden history.
I've been knew that. I just looked it up and put it in the chat.
No, but I'm saying just a Pan African channel. Nobody's saying, "Wow, Young Diddy."
That went over your head though. You wanted to point out to attack me
Young
as opposed to
Diddy,
really thinking,
like
how
literally,
personal.
nobody is literally saying, "Wow, Young Diddy, you put me on to something I didn't know." Nobody. You haven't learned anyone with that.
Yeah, shut up, nigga.
Nobody. Nobody.
Like, y'all be cool. Look, check it out.
The whole time being here, you've been live on camera on. You haven't done anything that made somebody say, "Wow, I didn't know that yet."
ain't nothing wrong
You got all your books
because
full of
we do
homework.
got
Nigga,
people.
I do this in real.
Nah, bro.
I do this in real life, man.
Nah, bro.
I do this in real life.
You know, we do got people in the chat
Real life,
that might not have this information. It's okay.
You
But what I
staring in
what I
Yo,
wanted to know.
Migs,
I'm
that's
smarter than you.
Go get
scary.
you a bookshelf.
That nigga
You
said,
got
yo,
all
you
your
never
books on
spit
the
a hot
floor with
verse.
you. Get
He
a
said he never
bookshelf.
heard
Bro,
you.
y'all
Go
don't
get
need
a
to be
bookshelf,
lame.
Yo,
man.
He said he
Migs
never heard you spit a hot.
scandalous.
He said he never heard you spit a hot verse. Son.
Nigga
You ain't
crazy,
even
man.
dropped the hot line.
Come on,
Damn.
man. Y'all don't got
You
to do that,
you
bro.
ain't dropped the hot line yet, did he? Damn.
Y'all
Not
ain't
a
got to
verse.
do that, bro.
Catch up, nigga. Not stand on it, nigga. Catch up,
Man.
nigga. Yeah.
Oh, man, you out of
Chill,
here,
young
man.
guy.
You still flashing books, man.
You demonstrating character. I'm becoming of the
Okay,
church, bro. You gotta chill. You
nigga.
gotta chill, bro.
Nigga right here.
You
Yo, that's
demonstrating character.
wild.
I'm becoming of a
Migs
God, bro. You
crazy.
gotta be.
He ain't gonna do nothing but start talking to himself again anyway, man.
Don't do that. Don't do that, young guy. Chill, Mizzo. Look, no, because the reason I said that is because you know it's some similar shit going on in Haiti right now. They say one of the gang leaders, his daughter got sick, and then the Catholic priest told him that the reason why she was sick was because of voodoo, and he killed like 200 voodoo practitioners. And this was like a week or two ago. This shit just happened. So you know that's what sparked that when he said that about Shaka Zulu, it kind of sparked that in my head, like damn, history repeated itself because when his mother passed, he went crazy. He went to whacking everything, and dude just unalived like 200 voodoo practitioners in Haiti because his daughter is sick, and the priest told him that it was because of voodoo. So it was kind of like sparked that. So that's what I was talking about. If anybody from Haiti,
Sabio, you got your mic, the
I would like,
speakers too loud. So
yeah, if anybody from Haiti around, I would like to, you know, see if how factual is this information that they've been putting out here. Like, is this really did this really happen? What the fuck is the science behind it, and so on. So that's why I was asking, was there anybody from Haiti around and shit? You brothers gotta chill, man.
Damn romanticizing the black people, man. Ain't no need for that shit, man. Stop romanticizing this shit, man.
That nigga said
The
you
fuck?
never dropped a hot
Black
verse.
Believe in God.
black men are not
Nigga, don't believe in nothing.
Black men are not X-Men, man. Black men are not the X-Men, man. It's all right. And that's all right. And that's all right. Because Europeans don't claim to be X-Men either, man. It's all right.
Don't find you something to believe.
It's all right, man. It's all right, man. Go ahead, man. Come back when you prove that we was here already. You ain't been the same since that, man. You still ain't bring no information with that, man. Just a bunch of books.
All right. So I got to the conclusion of this paper. I can't find a way to share it, but I'm gonna read what it says.
Look, he snapped. Look, he snapped. I ain't even got him on. He muted his own self. I ain't even got him on mute.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Sabio, read that
Go
shit.
ahead, Sabio.
It says there is hardly a claim in any of Van Sertima's writings that can be supported by the evidence found in the archaeological, botanical, linguistic, or historical record. He employs a number of tactics commonly used by pseudoscientists, Cole 1980, Radner and Radner 1982, 2752, Ortiz de Montiano 1995, Williams 1988, including an almost exclusive use of outdated secondary sources and a reliance on the pseudoscientific writings of others. One finds very few references to primary, hold up, let me get to the top, sources to archaeological site reports or to up-to-date publications by scholars who have actually done original research or who have dug in the field. One might get the impression that there had been no research in Mesoamerica since 1920. He claims linguistic and cultural influences between peoples and cultures that existed thousands of years apart without any evidence of an intermediate transmitting culture. Chronologies and sequences are completely disregarded. For example, the use of purple Mixtec codices of the 15th century AD is said to prove that Egyptians brought Tyrian purple to the Olmecs in 800 BC. The chronology offered produces contradictions to the arguments he advances. If Egyptians contacted the Olmecs around 1200 BC in accordance with Jahirabi's chronology and with the carving of the colossal heads, there is a problem with claiming that pyramids were important, since none had been built in Egypt for years. If instead the time of contact is said to be 700 BC, in agreement with the renewal of pyramid building in Nubia, there is the problem of the colossal portrait heads, having been carved hundreds of years prior to the supposed contact. Van Sertima uses photographs to support racial stereotypes in the portrayal of sculptured heads and other types of figurative art, and his work substitutes assertion and scenarios for evidence. For the most part, the Afrocentrists and the other cultural nationalists have heartily endorsed Van Sertima's thesis despite its obvious weaknesses in methodology and evidence. Although they have called for an Afrocentric history that is accurate and well intentioned, they seem to be more concerned with the need to raise the self esteem of African Americans, regardless of the impact on other groups. By endorsing Van Sertima's writings, the Afrocentrists and cultural nationalists have accepted a hegemonic and racialist view of pre Columbian America that is completely lacking in historical accuracy. They have also accepted a theory and a methodological approach that grossly distort the historical record at the expense of Native Americans. Despite vehement protestations to the contrary, Van Sertima has, in effect, trampled on the self-respect or self-esteem of Native Americans by minimizing their role as actors in their own history, denigrating their cultures, and usurping their contributions to the development of world civilizations. That's the conclusion. I could have read some of the things that they actually went through, but y'all could actually
You
get the
get?
paper
This nigga
and
men say
go
young
through
D
it
to the
yourself.
Did you get to get a name and the title of the paper you proofread?
Yeah, I will. I'll do that again.
nigga men say young D to silk the shaka pen.
And this is the California Forum on Anthropology in Public, Robbing Native American Cultures. It's
Yo,
on JSTOR, Van Sertima's Afrocentricity and the
all right.
Olmecs by Gabriel Hazlitt Vieira,
Yo, but that's
Bernard
not who I
Ortiz de
said.
Montellano, Warren Barber.
I like for
This
the one I just posted up in there. You trying to debunk Ivan Van Sertima.
Damn,
I
man.
just
Why you was
left him.
talking while he was talking? It was that important for you to get that out?
No, I'm saying he talking about Ivan Van Sertima, but that's not debunking the claim. He talking about
No,
yo.
man. You can't post nothing up
I'm
that
gonna
they
share the
ain't never been
screen for
claimed.
everybody because he think
Shit.
it's nobody being fair. I'm gonna share the screen of what you asked me to type in
Van
the
Sertima never said that Africans was over here.
Yeah, but I wasn't sourcing by
You
Van
got an
Sertima.
echo, Savio.
Oh, okay.
Let me share this real quick for the people so he think
Was
Yeah,
his
let me
dates
see.
right on those pyramids?
it's crazy. B. I don't know why y'all want to do this. Is like the same thing all over again
I
about
wasn't.
history.
Yo, I just packed.
That
That
he
just
told
stopped me like
somebody
there was
when he
never
was going
nobody
to do it.
here prior to.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, brother. I got you. I'm over with you.
Yeah, they weren't from Africa though.
What did they date him?
This is wild, man.
Where they was from, bro?
I don't even know why y'all want to say that the Europeans done.
I don't even know who you talking about because you
Banks
ain't
out.
never said nobody's name. So who are you talking about? And what location in America that were they supposed to be at? And what did they do
I can see that.
besides just walk around to
They
be there?
developed a trade network. What I'm
Brother, this
trying to
is what
suggest
came
is
up in the search when you what you asked me to search in the private
all right,
chat.
let's see if
This
I
is
can.
what pops up. In 1324, while staying in Cairo, I swear we all heard this so many times. During his Hajj, whatever you call a Muslim pilgrimage, Mansa Musa, the ruler of the Mali
his
Empire, told
Hajj.
an Egyptian.
Come on, Marty. I
Yo, who's
can't
doing
hear
that?
it.
Hold up,
Go
Marley
ahead.
G's. Look what he said. The ruler of Mali told an Egyptian official whom he had befriended. This is what y'all want to use as evidence. Story that the ruler of Mali told an Egyptian official whom he befriended that he had come to rule when his predecessor led a large fleet and attempt to cross the Atlantic Ocean and never returned. A story about a fleet that went across the Atlantic Ocean and never returned. This account recorded by the Arab historian. This is where y'all going. Like, yo, y'all going to go right to the white people. This account recorded by the Arab, so I guess the Arab, because he's a little darker, is more trustworthy. Al-Umari has attracted considerable interest and speculation as a possible instance of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. A possible instance. The voyage is popularly attributed to Mansa Abu Bakr II, but no such Mansa ever reigned. Rather, the voyage is inferred to have been undertaken by Mansa Muhammad ibn whatever. A precise date for the suggested voyage is unknown, though it is interpreted as having occurred in or shortly before 1312. The year Musa is inferred to have become Mansa. So the year that he became king is the story that the year that they saying that the story suggested. No clear evidence of the fate of the voyage or even its existence. I don't even know why they didn't go with that part first. But anyway, no clear evidence of the fate of the voyage or even its existence has ever been found. This is what you need to fight with. This is what you need to contradict. This is what you need to challenge and prove, that there is evidence of the fate of the voyage. You need to show evidence of the existence of it ever happening. Not
how the Guanine did.
The stuff that y'all willing to take as evidence is weird to me, bro.
I don't know why nobody answers that. How did the Guanine, a metallurgy, a practice that was only practiced?
Where is the Guanine? You don't have it. You just have a story.
It's in Columbus's diary. He has no.
That's not the metal. That's a story. That's not the actual metal. That's just a Columbus story. Where's the metal at? What I say, where's the metal at? I'm talking about the actual metal at. You don't have it. You don't have it in a museum. You don't have it. You just think that they hiding the metal from you for what?
That's like saying where's the boat Columbus was on. That
bro, listen to me for 1 second, bro. Why would they need to hide it? They conquered it anyway. If they didn't conquer it, I can understand you have a point. Or if they did, if they was hiding it because you had a right to a claim over some territory, I can understand it. But they conquered it anyway. Why the hell would they need to hide it? They got stories about the people who already did, who they contacted, who they conquered and colonized. Why hide it? They already telling you, like, yeah, we went over there.
They didn't hide it. They brought it all back to Queen Ferdinand.
Where is it though? You saying what the story says?
That was the bag. Why would they keep a bag all of this time?
What you mean? What was the bag? What do you mean that was the bag? You mean money? What do you mean the bag? A literal bag? What you mean?
Do you really know what? Yo, Guanine is gold, silver, and something else.
Okay, so where is
that's
it?
Money. That's money. That's real currency.
Where is it?
It was brought back to the king.
No, I'm asking you, where is it in the museum? Where's the gold he picked up, the Guanine? Where is it in the museum? All this shit that they put up about Columbus, where is it? You got the diary. Where is the freaking gold, bro? What museum is this?
Give me a logical reason why Columbus would reference that if
you don't even know if that's the original story. First of all, you don't even know if that's his diary. Where's the evidence of that being his original diary at?
All right, let me go pull that up.
Yeah, pull that up. The fuck?
Ascertain that.
You niggas is you about to, man. You got you. I thought you was older than the YN, but you about, man. Y'all niggas
it's in real life.
Bro,
go walk in federal court and get a motion granted.
Niggas said y'all willing to take as evidence is baffling, bro.
Niggas said
shit that y'all willing to run with just because y'all don't like what the Europeans done is baffling, man. It's trauma. Y'all traumatized. He's already traumatized. Look, he's talking to nobody. He's already traumatized. So you already know. He's been through a lot. So I already know the YN is good. He's been through a lot. But you, I don't even know if you've been through nothing. He already told his story. He's been through a lot. So I could get why he's willing to acquiesce to certain things. He's been through a whole lot. But you, I don't even know what you've been through, bro. What reasoning you got to be running with this stuff? No, seriously. Like he literally broke, the YN broke down the stuff he's been through in life, and you can understand, like, yeah, his mind is a little out there. Ooh, you know what I mean? It's a little out there. That's cool.
Too out there.
And that, why are you coming with this information? What have you been through?
In federal motions granted. Can't be too crazy.
All right, we get it. Your lawsuit proves that you're not kooky. We get it. I'm saying, what the hell the brother upstairs been? What the brother on the second floor?
You're a fool if you get a motion granted.
No, you on the first floor. I'm talking to the brother on the second floor. We know that you've been through a lot, brother. We know that you've been through a lot. You the YN, I got you. You the YN, man. We got you, brother. We got you.
What else they do but walk around?
Like, what the fuck? Nigga got on a crescent stars and he think he doing something that go date back to Africa. That shit don't even date back to the Arabs. That shit date back to
Yo, that shit crazy.
That star and that crescent moon, if y'all don't know, it don't even date back to the Arabs, much like black people.
Oh, this right here? Ruler of my universe.
That shit dates back to
Ruler of my universe.
That shit dates back to Constantinople. The Arabs took it from the fucking Romans and then they spread it around and then they gave it to the Africans who they fucking made fucking go over to Islam so they don't.
You ain't got no basis to stand on,
fuck, bro. Like you ain't even standing on nothing African. You standing on something that ain't even Arab. You standing on something.
Nigga said he got a Louis Vuitton.
Nigga don't believe in history.
Come on, man.
You don't believe in history.
That crescent star.
What do you believe in?
No history of that.
What do you have to prove,
bro? That's it.
He got a Louis Vuitton astronomy.
You get better off because you believe in some wacky shit that you can't prove. That shit don't even come from the Arabs. That shit, Arabs got it from the Romans. The fuck?
Show yourself.
My God damn, man.
Show yourself, nigga.
Man, go ahead and go. What do you want to see me for? Now you sounding like a weirdo.
Damn up, nigga.
I'm just talking about the shit that you proved. I'm just talking about the shit you bring to the table, man. That's it, man. Like I said, you traumatized. I get it. But that guy upstairs, he got to show me something, man. Because he already just came with a story and he gave me the link and I searched it and this is what I found. Like, what the fuck?
I'm trying to find that rebuttal on that Guanine tips. I think I probably lost it.
Yeah, nigga. You ain't even find your brain. Talking about you FBA, you only FB.
What's up,
nigga? You FYB. Find your brain. Find your brain, man. Nah, you the YN, man. I mess with you, man. Fuck about here, man.
Oh,
all right. It's QC. I'll let you cook back, man. I got you. I can't unmute him. He muted himself, man. Hey.
He's so wild. He muted himself.
Take yourself off mute, man. Take yourself off mute, man.
Yo, young DT look like one of the zombies from Thriller.
Damn.
Hey, yo, get that nigga, son.
You semi-chubby nigga. Shut your chubby ass.
You got jokes. You got jokes. I knew you had some jokes. I knew you had some jokes while you said Marley.
Rotund body, rotund corpulent. Come on, let's get.
He said you rotundous. He said you rotundous.
I'll be trying to jump on my little brother, man. What the hell wrong with him?
Hey, I wasn't muting him the whole time. He is mute himself, man. I want to let y'all know that. Get that bitch being unfair. He is mute himself.
The new movement. Sit down, old niggas.
Not
the elders. They get respect. Old niggas don't get respect.
This nigga got on an army fatigue Puma outfit on.
Yo, you stupid.
Marley, you ain't shit.
Nigga thought that headband date back to Africa. That should go back to the Romans. Constantinople, man.
And ruler of my universe, God body, nigga. You say you a guy. How you supposed to be a guy? You supposed to know this. You ain't God. That ain't God body.
Army fatigue Puma outfit. Damn, you stupid, Molly.
And the
charlatan.
The guards is pseudo,
you said Xavier, you sound stupid.
Hey, yo, brother Jabbar, pick one of those things that you put in the in the private chat, boy.
All right.
Just one, man. One at a time. We got to slowly dissect this stuff. I don't mind pulling up this information. But you
I
gotta
appreciate it, son, because I can't share nothing.
No, I'm saying you don't gotta share it. Pick one thing or drop a link or something like that in the private chat.
Hold on. That nigga got apples on his blanket or something.
Marty's stupid. He
Nigga
said he got apples on his blanket.
He got the sweet
Nigga said he got a
apples.
picnic blanket, my nigga. Like,
Oh, shit.
Marty's stupid. Why he laughing like that?
That
Marty
nigga said Marley
stupid.
Marl was the biggest vegetarian he ever seen.
Vegetarian.
what you call him, young Diddy? What you call him?
Yes,
man. This is the end of 12 right here, y'all. If y'all listen, this is the end of 12, man. We really had a very informative day, so y'all don't knock us at this point. I mean, what y'all expect? Information straight 12 hours, man. Like everybody gotta get a lunch break, man.
Yo, y'all need to quit.
Yeah.
Yo, Marty, stop. Stop. Back to the info.
DNT, my homie, so I'll always be joking on DNT. So that's my nigga.
He said that nigga got on the army fatigue Puma outfit. What the fuck?
He said a camo Puma outfit is crazy.
Yeah, that shit.
Yeah. My son got to roll up now, man. Y'all made the why he ain't got to roll up, but y'all know we gotta get him charged up. He got to roll up. But I thought you was quitting though, young Diddy. What happened? You fell back off that?
I don't never quit.
What? He said he was quitting, but he didn't quit.
I thought he said that.
Quit what?
Smoking.
I'm not a drinker. I don't drink. We quit that first before we do. We're gonna smoke. We're gonna smoke until we gonna,
Smoke until you croak.
Until you croak. Just wanna say that. Fuck around, man. We ain't gonna smoke until we croak. That's death. We ain't gonna do that.
Yo, man, that wasn't right. What you said about his headband either, man. Stop trying to
don't come
about
from
this shit. He
right. So Sabio, you trying to say it don't come from Constantinople?
Nope. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm just saying stop trying to teach him shit that he don't want to know.
Yeah, they wild in the chat.
Tap into your willpower, which is your real power. Tap into it,
This
man.
is crazy, son.
Around here.
He want one of them Ugaritic Canaanite Saudi Arabian deities to bless him.
Jabbar, we still waiting on that.
Get your ass out of here, boy. You ain't finna be trying to jump in some shit. Get your ass.
We still waiting on that link, Jabbar.
Oh no, y'all know I just came. I thought y'all was still pause. I just wanted to see if y'all was still talking about the FBA.
Make us go find Shawana on your motherfucking ass.
You can't find her. She can't find herself in this motherfucking city.
I told my boy to get up off the floor. Look what he did. He up. He's showing y'all what's up.
Show him. And I warped in there. I ain't gonna go there. I can motherfuckers talking all that shit. They ain't got a, what my mom say, they ain't got a window, a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Talking all that shit. They got bank account on negative.
Yeah.
Trying to criticize. Why do you think I'm so transparent? Because I don't care about people seeing what, nigga. You see all these books? You see all these notes? These note taking. Cloud up, man. Catch up, man. I told you I was a new TikTok. For real. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, son. They said you got like
niggas,
50
young
books
guy.
and you ain't finished one book yet.
Come on, man.
They said how you bought a new
Man,
book.
listen, there's no way you can walk your ass in the federal court and get a motion passed and then come talk to me, okay? Because you can't just do that. You have to know, you have to have the wherewithal, internal wherewithal. You have to know where to look, what to look for, how to apply it, etc. You can't be no fool and get a motion passed. Fools don't do that. Okay? Fools don't get motions passed in court.
I see fools get motions passed all the time.
All right. Okay, you just being contrary, be contrary. Okay, buddy.
No, I actually do.
He just want to be opposite just because.
Some lawyers aren't as smart as you think they are.
I ain't gonna
they just
lie.
know how to get motions passed.
They said out of all of them books, which one you actually finished?
Right.
Most of them. Now catch up.
Which one? Which one can you tell anybody about?
Yo, y'all niggas is chill, bro.
Damn.
Yo, y'all niggas is funny, son.
Nigga said you read the
What is this? A litmus test for my intelligence? What is this exactly? What is this?
I don't know. They saying
threatened. It seems like y'all threatened by this new generation.
I mean, damn. That don't have nothing to do with
It
fucking
seems like
Africans
y'all
being
threatened.
in
Y'all really
America.
threatened by me. How many books have you read?
I mean, you got a lot. You got a. But I'm saying,
Get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro.
Hey, Mizzo, GA say y'all been cooking all day, bro. Y'all been on business all day today.
yeah, man, we was on reparations. That shit don't mean nothing. You having a court case don't mean Africans was in America before Columbus, and that don't have nothing to do with nothing.
It showed on. Who said it did?
Okay, that's all we was saying.
Who said it did?
On the young guy.
But it's a testament of my intelligence, though. Best believe that it is. You ain't got to recognize it. I recognize it, and the other side recognizes it, and the judges recognize it. So I don't care about none of that.
Let the young brother live.
Yeah.
Testament of my intelligence. You feel me? I told you I already got the kudos. I don't need y'all kudos. I got kudos from major, credible, multiple organizations. OKN, black organizations. I don't need y'all kudos. I got all the kudos already.
You don't need y'all niggas validation.
Calm down, young guy.
This fire program in Chicago. Like, what are you talking about? You want to go there? Like, do you really want to talk about
for a person?
Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro.
For a person that don't need validation, you show
Send a link up before you go, man.
If I didn't need anyone's validation, I wouldn't even speak on that shit.
Let me say a couple of jokes before let me stop.
Brother Jabbar, man. Brother Jabbar, where is that information?
Don't ask me about the book. Go buy it and read it. All right.
I'll let my information. Yo, young Diddy.
Young Diddy. This right here, I know y'all gonna be.
Go get the book and read it, nigga. You understand why we say it's our shit. You understand why we say this is our shit. Go get a book and learn. Go learn something, nigga. Go read. How about that?
Young Diddy, let me give you a bit of information. Let me give you a bit of advice. Let your information speak for you. If you don't need validation, let your information speak for you.
Oh, nah, he got the YouTube video. Oh, man.
I want to hear y'all debunk David Emotep. He come nicer than Ivan Van Sertima. He cites Ivan Van Sertima, but he talks about the Khoisan. He talks about DNA evidence being found here, archaeological bones.
This nigga reaching.
But he going.
This nigga reaches astronomical.
Y'all said sources. If y'all want me to say it, it's gonna sound like
he went to David Emotep.
Dr. David Emotep. He official.
Damn, son, that's no good. I can't.
You don't do no black scholars over here. Every black scholar over here is a pseudo.
Yes, we do. We do black scholars, and that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy. When we use black scholars, you wouldn't even know you wouldn't even know if we was using a black scholar.
With a V. Last time I betted, all the black scholars were pseudo, right?
Nope.
You don't get your Bobby
Not
Brown
all of them.
face ass nigga.
You just gotta know which black scholars to use and how to use their information.
You don't get your Bobby.
You see,
just the ones that get all the information from the white scholars that be putting out all that propaganda. Just them. Not everybody.
Matter of fact, man, let's get.
Hey, black women love me too.
Nobody. No. What
about you? Y'all probably got a white girl on the low. Yeah,
I use a wide variety of black sources of African American black scholars.
Puerto Rican pussy, y'all. Yeah. That's why it's that divide in New York with the blacks. Don't have access to Espanol twat.
What is wrong with these niggas?
He going crazy.
These niggas flipping out. Well, crash out time. Let it go.
Yo, nigga did it.
Yeah, you see that, Jabbar? They said that David Emotep
earlier.
Yeah, this nigga DT look like a Muslim nightcrawler from X-Men.
Damn.
Yo, they said Emotep.
Yo, he got a Muslim
He's
night
pseudo too,
crawler
huh?
from X-Men.
Why Anderson? He's pseudo too, huh?
Damn.
I'm a Dr. Pod Anderson. That's what I'm riding with. You just want to have debates about immigration. Let's set up these debates. Right? Immigration, whatever you want to debate about, let's set it up.
Yo.
You know me,
Yo.
This nigga D to the
Young
looking
Deity, they said
Nigerian
to give-
nightcrawler.
Wait a minute, Young Deity. They 764. Shout out to 764. He said, "Give you 5 minutes, bro." He said, "Give you 5 minutes, man."
Yeah, how you
I ain't
shut
gonna
him
say
down, bro? Yo,
Damn.
yo, 764 saved them,
Now,
bro.
y'all know y'all can't talk about him while he ain't up there either.
Yeah, that's nasty work. But Muslim Nightcrawler was crazy, QGQ.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
brand new. That was crazy.
Yeah, that motherfucker Marley ain't shit, bro.
Marley ain't shit.
Marley,
Marley ain't shit for
more
that
weed, yo. That weed ain't got you fucked up, yo. Shit. You keep bragging about that brand new shit you got. You better check to see if they got some goddamn embalming fluid in there or something.
Yo, you
What
stupid.
you talking about, Bill?
Hold on, let me get back to some reparation stuff. I definitely want to show this a little bit earlier while we got a little
that
moment.
nigga smoking a wicked stick.
Yo, y'all niggas is stupid, son.
Damn, Marley's stupid for that one.
Oh, wait a minute.
Nah, let me stop. So I'm about to bring back my old high school days and shit in the auditorium in the fucking lunch period.
I can't find that source. I think I probably misplaced
Yo, I
it.
think y'all
Thought it
might
was
be
on my
teaching me
laptop.
something
I
new.
might
Though.
have it on my phone.
Yo, if you right, man, I'm gonna appreciate it because you be teaching me something new then. And because I've been believing that for years now that those was accurate sources. Like I got love for Ivan Van Sertima. And
Some of
but
their
We do
sources.
too. We got love for him too, but it's just that some of
I
the
ain't got
things.
no love for him.
Yo, chill, bro. Nah. But I think I had got that book, the African President Columbus. Like when I was like in starting high school.
I had it in college.
She was a correctional officer. And she had the book, and she had gave it to me because she seen that I was into Black Power and all of that time. And she was like, "You want this book?" And I used to think the same thing too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I used to be talking that for a long time.
I'm open minded though. If y'all right, I'll jack what y'all saying, but it's just
it's just
been
that
a long time.
It's just that sometimes if you open mind, that's cool too. But it's just that sometimes some people they just not willing to learn sometimes, and they just like want to hold on to whatever misinformation they have from before out of like pride and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because when I first came over here too, I was wrong about certain things, and people put me on. So I was just
you the brother that know about law, right?
Nah, that's Damo.
Yo, let me ask you a question.
That's Young Deity.
Cause like I don't want to bring it to the FBA discussion, but the other day I was in the chat with y'all, but I was reflecting on that, right? So I went back to the American definition, the original American definition, and where it references the copper-colored races. We the only people that was considered colored.
Wrong.
Well, I mean, like during Jim Crow law, during the Jim Crow laws, you literally see no colors, right? So
this is horrible.
Nah, you read it. I see what's going on.
I'm just trying to understand if like
interpretation. So when they say in that time, that particular time, in the context, right? So at that particular time, when they seen them, if they were black people, they would have said they've seen Africans, not that because they already encountered Africans already, right? So if they came over here, they wouldn't have referred to them as that. Like, you understand what I'm saying? You have Mexicans right now who have a darker tone, like copper, type of color skin. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, melanin is not only exclusive to black people. You have Indians who have melanin. You have, other groups of people who have melanin as well, who may have a darker skin tone. If they would have ran into Africans over here, they would have said that because they knew the difference between what an African was at that time. They would have said, "We saw Africans there." They would have said that, and he would have said that. Christopher Columbus.
Yo, Mizzo, can you do me a favor? Can
What's
you
the
bring
word?
up the Asiento? Can you bring up the Asiento de Negro?
Give me 1 second. I just shared. Damn, Savior. Let me just get this off about reparations real quick, and then we could get back and we get into that.
Because what Marley just said is very key to this conversation.
Nah, I'm gonna pull it up. I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna pull it up. Let me just get the last reparations off before we hit 12-hour mark.
Yo, good looking though, y'all. I'm gonna just listen in.
Yeah, we not trying. I'm not trying to play you or nothing like that or shit.
Yeah, nobody trying to play you, bro.
Nah, that's just.
I'm just giving you the you know.
Hey, yo,
people read stuff.
I'm let the record reflect. I believe slavery the slave trade happened across the Atlantic seas.
Nah, you good, brother. You good. You did that before 12 hours was up, so the record is definitely recorded live video. You ain't gonna lose that. Don't worry.
Right. Now I'm gonna sit back and learn about what y'all about to kick.
Nah, this is really about the rest of this reparations talk in terms of what it looks like outside of the United States. This is out of the National African American Reparations Commission. This is an article. CARICOM's 50th anniversary, a do or die moment for reparations, July 5th, 2023. You see here, CARICOM's 50th anniversary coincides with a decade of development of decisions that have led to its most important international diplomatic and political achievement to date. Its decision to pursue reparations from the United Kingdom and the European Union for reparations for slavery and native genocide. Historic decision led to agreements for establishment of CARICOM Reparations Commission, the CRC, adoption of a CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, appointment of a CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on reparations, and creation of a National Reparations Committee in all 14 member states. The adoption of reparations agenda by the July 2013 CARICOM Summit in Trinidad and Tobago, shout out to Marty G's, was in great part due to the leadership of Prime Minister St. Vincent and Grenadines.
That's my pops is from, so that's me too.
Gonzalez. The only leader from back then still standing, Dr. Gonzalez, has always remained a primary champion of CARICOM's reparations cause, primarily discussions on which he also hosted in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Roots to fruits. A decade later, CARICOM leaders are returning to the roots of the birth of its historic decision after also having agreed in August 2020 to adopt Sir Arthur Lewis template as a blueprint for regional development use of economic reparations. As the leaders gather again in Port of Spain today, they will naturally reflect the fruitful achievements of the first decade of the regional reparations quest, a primary one, which is the extent to which it's gone beyond the boundaries of traditional diplomacy and beyond the regional borders of even horizons. So this is why I was talking about the international push. For example, the national reparations movement in the USA has been largely inspired and greatly assisted by the CRC and its founding chair, UWI Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary Beckles. CARICOM's 10-point reparations plan has been largely adopted by the National African American Reparations Commission, NARC, while the CARICOM approach to reparations from Europe was considered by U.S. states such as California and arriving at their own in relation to Afro-Americans and Americans of African descent. That's a bridge right there, y'all. The CARICOM reparations drive has, in the past decade, also given new life to the H.R. 40 bill in the U.S. Congress, assisted by the Black Lives Matter movement that George Floyd killing in 2020. As a consequence, reparations is also likely to be an important issue in the 2024 U.S. presidential elections, as in 2020, when all Democratic Party contenders had to address the issue publicly. Reparations has also made its way to the royal household at Buckingham Palace in London, while kings and prime ministers in Europe are offering apologetic statements for their families' roles, and heirs of slave-owning families are committing to apologize and atone. The late queen and current king of the Commonwealth, as well as the future king, have all publicly offered royal expressions of regret for slavery, the first time by any monarch or successor. That's how you set precedent. The Prime Minister of the Netherlands in December 22 apologized for his country's lasting role in slavery. And last week, the Dutch king publicly apologized for his family's involvement. And like his UK counterpart, also indicated support for researching his family's direct involvement in and huge benefits from transatlantic slavery. The CARICOM summit is taking place in the 75th year of the arrival in England of the Empire Windrush, and with the growth of advocacy for reparations in the UK, where elections are also due next year, a decade ahead of the bicentenary of abolition in 2034. I don't know if IC3 knows about that. The TNT Summit is also taking place 1 year before the end of the United Nations Decade of People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, with stronger CARICOM representation and growing calls for Caribbean leaders to support calls for a second decade. The Trinidad Parlay is a year since the Prince Charles delivered his mother's expression of royal sorrow and regret over slavery at the Commonwealth in Kigali, Rwanda. And Commonwealth Secretary General Dame Patricia Scotland, who was also attending CARICOM Summit, has publicly called for engagement with King Charles on how he plans to engage with Commonwealth leaders on issues such as reparations that affect most, if not all, member states. Also on the list are the findings of the most recent international study on how reparations Europe and the USA owe Caribbean and the Americas. Let me say that again. Also on the list are the findings of the most recent international study on how much reparations Europe and the USA owe the Caribbean and the Americas. In the past year, the CRC has engaged in an outreach to traditional kings and queens of Africa, and some members have been awarded honorary royal titles. NRCs have engaged with advocate national groupings in Australia, where Aboriginal First People now only comprise 3% of the population and are still not officially recognized as existing. Inspired by the ex-BBC Pause presenter Laura Trevelyan's U.S. $100,000 fund for reparations for Grenadian students, representatives of families that benefited from slavery in the UK launched the Heirs of Slavery to build new cross-Atlantic bridges for atonement, repair, and reparations. In the past year, too, the State of the Black World Conference in Maryland also drew large Caribbean and African participation. Let me say this again. In the past year, too, the State of the Black World Conference in Maryland also drew large Caribbean and African participation around reparations, with many recommendations of import to the Caribbean and other regions and nations of people of African descent. The scrambling by royal families in the past year to sound and appear just by acknowledging their roles in the worst crime against humanity known to humankind has been loud, but CARICOM's response has been loudly silent. CARICOM's reparations quest has also influenced actions in recent times as far apart as the UK and Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and reparations consciousness and action in Latin American states from Argentina to Venezuela today, including Colombia's vice president and Brazil's president. After 75 years, the sons and daughters of the Windrush generation are Black British, but are feeling neither British nor Caribbean. And there's an artificial disconnect between the Afro-Caribbean, Afro-American, Afro-British, and individual nationalities in the African diaspora. Swimming against the tide, but never mind having caused the ripple that grew into a global reparations tidal wave, CARICOM is marking CRC's 10th anniversary swimming against the tsunami it created, and nothing is more telling than the fact that the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations, established a decade ago under the chairmanship of Barbados, has only met twice, once under previous chairman, ex-Prime Minister Fudel Stewart, and once under current chair lady, Prime Minister Mia Mottley. Let's see, the PMSCRs comprises Antigua, Barbados, Guyana, Haiti, and St. Vincent and Grenadines, and efforts to hold a third meeting in the past year have all reportedly failed, naturally hindering ultimate heads decision on key issues critical to the advancing pace of regional action and response in many directions. Heads definitely need to upgrade CARICOM's response to and role in the expanding global growth of the reparations cause and movement, which now straddles all continents, has drawn more support from First People everywhere, with the growing support for inclusion of heirs, indentureship, and more victims of native genocide in the region's demands for reparations from Europe. The CRC's workload has far outgrown the dedicated administrative structure and the CARICOM Secretariat, where reparations continue to be a division in large and growing multiple discipline department, serving increasingly active and more demanding and less funded national reparations committees in 12 member states in cooperation with the University of West Indies and the Center for Reparations Research. And there you go, common ground. The issues that set the U.S. on fire in 2020 and setting France ablaze 3 years later have common roots and similar grounds. Police racism that affects Caribbean minorities in the U.S. as much as African descendants in Europe. And just like the protests have crossed France borders into Luxembourg and Belgium, so have they affected the French Caribbean colonies of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French New Guinea. Caribbean citizens are facing the same racial backlashes on both sides of the Atlantic to where they originally migrated in search of milk and honey in the lands of the lily white fields of opportunities and have ended up living under the immigration department radars to keep sending cash home. And man, y'all can finish reading all this. I just wanted to show y'all what's been going on in terms of CARICOM and the connections between the United States and CARICOM's push, and some of the ways that the reparations movement is largely similar rather than different. So yeah.
I wonder why they only said HR 40 was like being utilized by like BLM, like it ain't no state assemblyman. And
no, they mentioned more than HR 40.
No, I mean like, but that's the most leading document because that's being accepted on an international platform, United Nations.
You want to watch? You want the link to the article he was reading because he cut off at a couple paragraphs. Right?
Yeah, I had a couple paragraphs left. Yeah. Matter of fact, I ain't even had that much left. I ain't want to read y'all to death. I ain't want to leave. I just wanted to keep y'all up to date with what reparations was looking like outside again, and how some of our push is similar to the point where I don't know about all these separations sometimes. So yeah, we could get back to what you was talking about, Savio, the Asiento de la Negro.
Because this whole concept of them people not knowing what Africans were is hecka misguided, and that's what the Asiento de Negro does in the first paragraphs. It makes a clear distinction between Africans and Amerindians. So we don't have to go no further than that.
We can go to that white man showing where all them authors got all that information. You can read that if you want.
I mean, to me, that settles it because right there's a clear distinction between an African or an Amerindian, and that I don't know if that's I don't remember for sure if that's what they say, or I think they say Negroes and Amerindians. Either way, there's clear distinctions.
You gotta spell it for me, Savio.
ASIENTO DE.
You know that's your computer?
Yeah, I'm at my computer.
Just put the link in the back so you won't have to look for it.
Yeah, my thing, I'm just about to say I'm having
I don't think I can. I'm not using my laptop to be on YouTube. I'm using my phone because my StreamYard be messing up when I got a bad connection. So
let's spell it.
ASIENTODENEGRO.
I see it. Got you. I spell Asiento wrong. My bad. I'm about to share screen. I ain't gonna read it. You gotta read it, Steve. I done read it.
Yeah, it's good. Let me know when it's on this. Hold up. Let me bring this YouTube up to speed.
Here you go. It's up.
Yeah, I gotta make sure I can see it because my phone kind of small.
Yeah, you got to come up. He on his phone. He on the small screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to. There it is. It's popping up on my laptop. It's good. The Asiento de Negro, or Agreement of Blacks, was a monopoly contract between the Spanish crown and various merchants for the right to provide enslaved Africans to colonies in the Spanish Americas. The Spanish Empire rarely engaged host. Skip down a little.
All right.
Because that ain't it.
But you want the 1479 Treaty of Acapulco?
It should say Amerindian somewhere up in there.
Oh, it's right there. The original impetus to import enslaved
Right there.
The original impetus to import enslaved Africans was to relieve the indigenous inhabitants of the colonies from the labor demands of the Spanish colonists. The enslavement of the Amerindians had been held by the influence of Dominicans such as Bartolomé de las Casas. Spain gave individual asientos to Portuguese merchants to bring African slaves to South America. After the Peace of Munster in 1648, Dutch merchants became involved in the Asiento de Negro. In 1713, the British were awarded the right to the Asiento in the Treaty of Ulrich, which ended the War of the Spanish Succession. The British government passed its rights to the South Sea Company. The British Asiento ended with the 1750 Treaty of Madrid between Great Britain and Spain after the War of Jenkins' Ear, known appropriately by the Spanish as the Guerra de Asiento, War of the Asiento.
All right, so right there we see there's a clear distinction between who? Africans or Negroes and Indians. Right there. Because the impetus was to bring enslaved Africans was because they had stopped the enslavement of the Amerindians. Game over. Just stop it. All right, bruh? All that color, because they saw people who had dark skin. Nah, that mean they were Africans. Just a little bit of history.
I appreciate that.
While I still got these tabs lit, I might as well go ahead and get some more of this off. Boom. 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 And boom. Just to show y'all what the cotton production looked like. Boom. It's up. Yeah, it's up. Pause. And this is out of how slavery became America's first big business. This is from historian and author Edward E. Baptiste, and he explaining how slavery helped the U.S. go from colonial economy to the second biggest industrial power in the world. I see them bushels of cotton. It's crazy. Cotton as far as your eyes can see. Okay, and you're going to see here it says the argument has often been used to diminish the scale of slavery, reducing it to a crime committed by a few Southern planters, one that did not touch the rest of the United States. Slavery, the argument goes, was an inefficient system, and the labor of the enslaved was considered less productive than that of the free worker being paid a wage. The use of enslaved labor has been presented as pre-modern, a practice that had no ties to the capitalism that allowed America to become and remain a leading global economy. But as with so many stories about slavery, this is untrue. Slavery, particularly the cotton slavery that existed from the end of the 18th century to the beginning of the Civil War, was a thoroughly modern business, one that was continuously changing to maximize profit. To grow the cotton that would clothe the world and fuel global industrialization, thousands of young enslaved men and women, the children of stolen ancestors legally treated as property, were transported from Maryland and Virginia, hundreds of miles south, and forcibly retrained to become America's most efficient laborers as they were pushed into the expanding territories of the Mississippi and Louisiana, sold and bid on at auctions, and resettled onto forced labor camps. They were given tasks to plant and pick thousands of pounds of cotton. And y'all see more pictures of slaves in the cotton fields. And this photo right here is from 1897. African American men and boys are shown picking cotton on a plantation in Atlanta, Georgia. Pardon me, y'all. And this is this picture you can find in the Library of Congress. I had to hit some water real quick. The bodies of the enslaved served as America's largest financial asset, and they were forced to maintain America's most exported commodity. In 60 years, from 1801 to 1862, the amount of cotton picked daily by an enslaved person increased 400%. The profits from cotton propelled the U.S. into a position as one of the leading economies in the world and made the South its most prosperous region. Pardon me, y'all. The ownership of the enslaved people increased wealth for Southern planters so much that by the dawn of the Civil War, the Mississippi River Valley had more millionaires per capita than any other region. In recent years, a growing field of scholarship has outlined how America, through the country's geographic growth after the American Revolution and enslavers' desire for increased cotton production, created a complex system aimed at monetizing and maximizing the labor of the enslaved. In the cotton fields of the Deep South, this system rested on the continuous threat of violence and meticulous use of record keeping. The labor of each person was tracked daily, and those who did not meet their assigned picking goals were beaten. The best workers were beaten as well, the whip and the other assaults coercing them into doing even more work in even less time. As overseers and plantation owners managed the forced labor system aimed at maximizing efficiency, they interacted with a network of bankers and accountants. Y'all remember the last thing I read from the BBC, pause. So this is just more of the same about this maximizing efficiency. They interacted with a network of bankers and accountants and took outlines of credit and mortgages, or to manage America's empire cotton, an entire industry. America's first big business revolved around slavery. So when we talk about this foundation, that's what we're talking about. The slavery economy of the U.S. South is deeply tied financially to the North, to Britain, to the point that we can say that people who were buying financial products in these other places were in effect owning slaves and were extracting money from the labor of enslaved people, which is why I say, like, nah, you're selling yourself short if you're just looking at the United States. And this is out of a historian at Cornell University and the author of The Half Has Never Been Told: Slavery and the Making of American Capitalism. That's the quote out that book. Baptiste's book came out in 2014, the same year that essays like The Ta-Nehisi Coates, The Case for Reparations, and protests like the Ferguson Uprising will call attention to injustices in wealth and policing that continue to affect Black communities, injustices that Baptists and other academics see as being closely connected to the deprivations of slavery. As America observes 400 years since the 1619 arrival of enslaved Africans to the colony of Virginia, these deprivations are seeing increased attention, and so are the ways American economic built on the backs of enslaved connects to the present. So that's what we was talking about today, right? We was talking about earlier about that separation in terms of separating and not considering yourself a slave. But as we see here, there are deep connections that can't be severed because of time, especially when you talk about the position that the United States is in today. So this is just more evidence for anybody who's looking to try to separate what happened back then to what's going on now. The author of the article recently spoke to Baptiste about how cotton slavery transformed the American economy, how torture, violence, and family separations used to maximize profits, and how understanding the economic power of slavery impacts current discussions of reparations, right? Current discussions. We were just literally talking about reparations today. A transcript of our conversation has been edited for length and clarity. I ain't gonna go into that. Let me see. When you talk about the sort of myth making that has been used to create specific narratives about
Can y'all
slavery.
hear me clearly?
Yeah.
All right.
One of the things you focused on most is the relationship between slavery and the American economy. What are some of the myths that get told when it comes to understanding how slavery is tied to the American capitalism? And Edward Baptiste says, one of the myths that slavery was not fuel for the growth of the American economy, that is actually the brakes put on the U.S. growth. There's a story that claims slavery was less efficient, that wage labor and industrial production wasn't significant for the massive transformation of the U.S. economy that you see between the time of independence and the time of the Civil War. And yet that period is when you see the U.S. go from being a colonial, primarily agricultural economy to being the second biggest industrial power in the world and well on its way to becoming the largest industrial power in the world. Another myth is that slavery in and of itself as an economic system was unchanging. We fetishize machine and machine production and see it as quintessentially modern. The kinds of improvements in production and efficiency that you see from hooking up a cotton spindle to a set of pulleys, which are in turn pulled by a water wheel or a steam engine, that's seen as more efficient than the old way of someone sitting there and doing it by hand. But you can also get changes in efficiency if you change the pattern of production and you change the incentives of the labor and the labor process itself. And we still make these sorts of changes today in businesses, the kind of transformations that speed up work to a point where we say that it is modern and dynamic. And we see these types of changes in slavery as well, particularly during the cotton slavery in the 19th century US. The difference, of course, is that this is not the work of wage workers or professional workers. It is the work of enslaved peoples, and the incentive is not do this or you'll get fired or you won't get a raise. The incentive is that if you don't do this, you'll get whipped or worse. And he goes into the third myth about slavery, and this is that there was not a tight relationship between slavery in the South and what was happening in the North and other parts of the modern Western world in the 19th century. It was a very close relationship. Cotton was the #1 export from the U.S., which was largely an export-driven economy as it was modernizing and shifting into industrialization. And the slavery economy of the U.S. South was deeply tied financially to the North, to Britain, to the point that we can say that people who were buying financial products in these other places were in effect owning slaves and were certainly extracting money from the labor of enslaved peoples. So those are three myths. The slavery did not cause any significant weighed the development of the transformation of the U.S. economy, that slavery was not a modern or dynamic labor system, and that what was happening in the South was a separate thing from the rest of the U.S. And I want to add, because he put a period there, the Western world. Yeah, so y'all could go read the rest of this, man. I'm just going through all these tabs I had open, and while we discussing reparations, I ain't really get into all this stuff. But yeah, I hear a lot of the separation talk, and you're going to find it very hard to separate it in my eyes. I just want to go back to this picture right here, because you don't hardly get to see this type of picture. All you see is cotton as far as your eyes can see. And then you see the white dudes right here, one guy and one guy dressed in suits and just overseeing. And you got another guy with the look like he might be from the UK with that kind of hat on. And then the rest of the time, the rest you see is brothers. Brother back here, brother back here, brother back here, holding a big wheelbarrow type of, not even a wheelbarrow. What you call this again? Damn, how the hell I forget what you call this? But y'all know what I'm talking about. Not a wheelbarrow, but brother right there, 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 and brothers all the way in the back. Yeah, all back here is cotton, 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 cotton. All back here is cotton, 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 cotton. All over here, cotton, 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 cotton. Yeah, so I ain't even get into the tobacco and all that yet. That's a whole nother story. Boom. Boom. Yes, sir.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing tonight?
We doing all right, brother with his shirt off.
So yeah, I was wondering, I got a couple questions. I'm new here. I just started watching today, actually. Came across my feed.
What you represent?
What do you mean representing? Like what hood?
Mizzo, I just put him on 24-hour timeout in the chat. He racist, bro. Go on and knock him up off the.
I'm racist?
You talking crazy in the chat like you was a crack.
Hold on, bro. I'm racist?
What's wrong with you then? You got an identity crisis or something?
Hold on, I have a different. Hold on, I have dreads. I don't know how the hell I'm racist with dreads.
I got dreads.
I've been black my whole life.
What kind of opinions you been spewing though?
So what do you? So hold on. So I have a difference of opinion, and I'm racist.
About what? About what?
So what are you,
tell me
bro?
the racist thing I said, brother?
Bro, just get right to your difference of opinion.
You talking?
Hold on before you go.
What flick stuff? Please tell me. Give me an example, so I don't do it anymore.
I'm eating.
All right, slow down, GQ, slow down, bro, slow down, man, slow down, man. Okay, so like I said, you said it's your first time on the panel, so what are you representing?
It's my first time on the chat.
What are you representing?
Myself.
Which is?
Me, myself, and I.
Just introduce them to the platform,
I
bro.
don't have a certificate from anywhere. Like no one's elected me to represent them.
Yeah, you good, bro?
Yeah. So what you?
Okay, I'm just making sure. But yeah, we're gonna hop up here because people got their fifis hurt in chat because they don't have any rebuttal to what I have to say. They want to use their little wrenches to time me out.
What did you have to say, bro? That's what we're trying to get to.
So if we look at history, when have we ever known for white people to just give money away? When have we ever known for white people to just give resources away? And if we look at history also in the United States, most recent history, when Obama gave the banks $1 trillion, why didn't we get $1 trillion? Why didn't we get a bailout? But yet we're here right now still talking about the same stuff we've been talking about 20 years, asking for money from the white people And from history, from what I see, they go rob, kill, pillage, and steal, and enslave people. We want those people to give us money now.
So you against
While
reparations?
we're already the richest black people in the world.
All right, so fuck reparations. What you doing for black people?
You're educating them and you're giving them skills so they can open their own businesses and employ their own people.
I said, what are you doing for black people?
I hire and fire people, buddy. I'm in construction.
This motherfucker.
Well, I give people a job.
What was all that chicken eating nigga shit in the chat though? What was all that about?
I'm actually eating chicken. I can't eat no chicken?
No, you can't eat no chicken, motherfucker.
Bro, that ain't fair, bro. That ain't fair, bro.
You on bullshit, bro. Dale said let you live.
I'm not on no bullshit, bro. This is logic.
Dale gonna let you live. I'm definitely gonna let you live because he don't let no motherfucker live.
So you against reparation?
I think it's a good idea, but I have to stay in reality. I'm not a person that thinks Alice in Wonderland is actually a possibility. It's not. I'm in reality. So the only way that we're going to be able to do something in this country is we're going to have to do the same thing everyone else does.
Yo, you in construction, bro. The feasibility comes after the statement of yes. So can you build the building? So do you agree with
Yes, I'm
reparations?
a carpenter. Yes, I'm a carpenter. I built many
So do
houses.
you agree? Do you feel black people should get reparations? Whether or not it's feasible or doable, who cares about it? We just want to know if you agree that black people should get reparations.
I think we already have it. We already have it. We're the richest. We are the richest black people in the world. If you would take all the black